if they were hotter and sluttier, perfect. And it was a home run, dude.
It's called
Because somebody remade our show and just like two hotter chaps, dude. That were just more crazy version of us. They're just like, yo, bro.
So fucking fun.
But
we'd have to find them and destroy them.
We'd have to. Guys, we fucking needs to kill Call Her Daddy.
For sure.
But Call Her Daddy broke up already, obviously. It was two hot chicks. They exploded.
Oh, for sure. They just wanted different things for lunch one day and the whole thing fell apart. Like, how are we not both getting our way? This doesn't make sense.
But, so the one girl so they split. The one girl stayed with Barstool. And now she's the captain of the ship. The other one was exiled and was humiliated. Like,
what was the problem?
I don't know, something about money. Because they were making.
They didn't understand it.
No, they were making like hundreds of millions of dollars. Yeah, they were killing it, but they were getting nothing because they signed a contract with Barstool. Who, in their defense, Barstool probably made them that famous. Yeah, but I think the one girl wanted more. The other girl was like, "Fuck her, I'll stay." They sold her out. They just talk shit. Anyway, I listen, dude. You gotta listen to these podcasts. They're nuts.
I mean, dude, it's the ramblings of hot. We should listen.
The ramblings of hot chicks is
gotta be so funny,
wild, dude. Yeah, that's just like, yes, Daddy Gang. They refer to the fans as Daddy Gang. And she just talks to them. She'll talk to them while they're talking. Like, Daddy Gang, this is what happened. I was like, sucking guy's dick. Oh my god, I'm such a slut. Daddy Gang. It's wild to listen to. It's wild. You gotta hear.
Fuck, this thing broke up.
I know, I can't believe it.
I mean, they started comparing themselves to each other. Dude, you can't put two hot chicks in a room.
So hot.
Like roosters.
They are. They're like beta fish.
They'll peck each other's fucking things off, dude.
They will.
They probably got in there like.
Well, I listened to the one girl. So it was a no one podcast in like the world was her explaining what happens. And she was like,
imagine being Malcolm Gladwell. You do like 9 hours of research, and they just throw hot chicks. Like, so I was blowing a guy.
Two hot chicks like, Daddy Gang, this is what you have to do. You want to gulp a guy's. It's like, holy fuck. No, I think in their defense, they are powerful women, and I do think they give good relationship advice to other sluts. You know, I think it's a slut playbook. True. It's important.
What's the end goal?
They're doing important.
What are they helping you get to?
Well, they're already turning like 28, so now it's marriage.
Yeah.
Which is great, because like 2 years ago, they were like 26. Like, I want to fuck a New York Met.
That's what.
And then now it's like,
I'm gonna marry an accountant.
I never thought I'd want this, but I should probably get married.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the trajectory of the modern woman, dude. And I hate to say it, it's like you slut yourself out. You hit the slut market as hard as you can. It's like guys are fucking on Wall Street, like so like they're 26, staying up all night. As a girl, again, I hate to say it, but this is what I've seen. You slut as high as like the highest levels possible because you're trying to creep socially as high up as you can. And not all, but a lot do this. And then, dude, like 27, 28, your one friend lands a dude that gets married. I've watched this happen. You start getting a little disillusioned, start hitting up the old boyfriends from high school, from college that you kind of put on the back burner because, yeah, you blew a guy on the Mets once and you thought you were going to, like, marry Michael Jackson's son all of a sudden. And then 28 hits and you start going, all right, I've slutted at decently high levels. I think I could land a mid-manager for fucking Cigna. You do that, bro. And you go on Instagram and fucking write long shit nobody reads for the rest of your life.
Oh, you gotta, look, we're being mean to two chicks that became millionaires doing exactly what we do. And they did it in like 1 week.
I'm bitter.
Oh, yeah, we're both bitter. That's
but we gotta start sucking dick.
I'm gonna fucking blow Dorian. I'm gonna pin Dorian to the ground.
You have to pull his fucking pants down, dude.
Billy almost pants me at the live cast. And if Billy would have pants me,
motherfucker, dude.
Bro, I was wearing these pants. I was wearing track pants. Bro, if he would have, he did it. He like gave me a little tug to put the fear of God in me.
He didn't do it.
He didn't. He was like, I could have had you.
Oh, that's actually pretty
Could have had you. But it was right. I was like holding a beer and like a cigarette. I was walking back inside. There were like fans outside. I was like, all right, guys, thanks a lot for coming. Dude, if he would have hit me with the full pants, both hands were full. And Billy's strong and explosive.
Oh, you got your pants
It would have been underwear.
He
Flick out.
Oh.
Fans too. I wouldn't have even had time to move. She'd be holding a beer and a cigarette like, all right, hey guys, thanks a lot for coming out, man. That was really cool, you guys. Thanks for supporting us.
What's the penalty? Look up the penalty for pantsing somebody.
I could have pressed charges.
For sure.
I would have pressed charges. I would have absolutely pressed charges.
Can you go to court and match? So you'd have to get like cam footage, you'd have to get street cam footage to prove you were pantsed. So you'd have to show your penis to a jury.
First off, I didn't even know there was a pantser among us.
I know. I thought they were extinct.
My one friend Jared was a great pantser. Whenever I'm around him, dude, and I'm usually wearing some stuff with elastic waistbands. So tighten it up.
That's why they invented belts.
I tie the knot. As soon as I found out there was a pantser among us, I've been, you'll never see me with a loose string again. If I know Billy's going to be around, it's like a samurai, dude.
That's why back in the day, dude, they used to wear, like, guys would wear, like, 9 different layers, dude. You probably got pants back then, dude. Fuck your whole shit up.
Yeah, getting pants
Just
well.
pants down the middle of the field with no one else around you. Like, fuck, man.
We used to pants people in football and cow tip them.
Oh, fuck, yeah.
Pants and then cow tip immediately.
Dude,
Incredible.
We did a thing in recess where in grade school where like you would get behind somebody, kneel the classic kneel down, but then you would pants and push.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, dude. Same thing.
Pants cow
It's
tip.
the ultimate. It's like murder in terms of bullying.
It is.
It's a top
That's
thing.
the actual, yes.
We did it to someone in grade school. I
Dick
still
out falling.
feel bad.
Because you did a falling dick is the funniest thing. I mean, a stationary dick, just sitting there. Very funny. But a falling
You get
dick.
cover really quick. When you're falling, you just dig out.
So, first off, it's so funny to criticize the Slot Podcast. Man, they're so fucking dumb. Anyway, dude, a dick when you're falling. I remember a kid, we pants a kid and he chased the other kid around trying to fight him. That's an on-site offense. That's an absolute fight.
It's either fight or cry.
You have to
Either
cry.
or you fight.
You have to cry.
Both, yeah.
If you cry, you win. If somebody dances you and you cry, go to cry at the end of the show. Dance me and I cried. I've had a really hard year.
Dude, Catholic school, one day a week, everyone was game for getting pants. You're in your gym uniform.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, dude, that was when you just would scheme on a pants all week. You're like, damn, come Tuesday, bro, I'm about to pants the fuck out of this kid.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough getting pants.
A lot of people got pants, dude. A lot of dogs were showing the recess.
Pants.
What's the penalty for being pants? Did you guys find it?
Yeah, the pantser doesn't get in trouble. It's fine. But the pantsy can get charged with indecent exposure.
This is crazy. This is a lie.
It's not a lie.
This is an outrage.
This is an outrage.
Hey,
Are
your local senator.
Are you pantsy blaming?
No, I'm just reading the facts, sir.
Holy fuck. So if you pants someone, it's basically
What's your last name?
McWiggin.
Well, man, that was the first time I've ever heard it too. Look at the law offices of Lee McWiggin. The pantsy actually is at fault. McWiggin and Lee.
Damn, so maybe there's like different no-fault states where like, yeah, we don't prosecute pantsors here in Illinois.
No, that's
we're just he got it wrong. It's backwards. The person who pulls the pants down gets registered as sex offender.
yes.
Oh, we cops see
Wow.
exposure.
Damn, I could get Billy on a list if he tries to.
Billy might have been a pedophile, bro.
Where's that?
Technically, Billy is a sex offender.
He is yeah.
Got him.
Billy's a sex offender.
Is that in America? Look at the law offices. The law offices are hard at work.
America. It was in England.
Oh,
Wow, across the pond. You gotta go over to England. That's just old English law. Classic English law.
that's why we fought the Revolutionary War.
That was a war. The United States was just full of pantsers. Damn.
Hell yeah, dude. Where are we at time-wise here?
Oh, it's not. Yo. Shout out Kyle Larson. He's back in NASCAR.
Is he really?
They let him back in. He served his 6-month probation after saying the N-word. Shout out Young Money. His nickname's Young Money.
Young Money?
Damn, his nickname's Young Money. He got fired for saying the N-word.
Now he's back on the track.
Back on the easy. Well, I mean, what an immense loss for the Williams Grove family. But it's good to see him back in the big.
Imagine the president of NASCAR that we got to fire. We said the N-word. He's like, so?
Oh, I know.
What are you talking about? He's like, no, wait. He's like, 6 months? He's like, it seems kind of ridiculous, but yeah, go, I guess 6 months will do it.
Man, that'd be tough luck for Kyle Larson.
Yeah.
Getting hit with a 5% during this pandemic. Bad timing. I think it was before everything popped off, too. So shit just probably got continued. And then the fucking noose at Talladega on, what's his name? Bubba Wallace.
Turned out to be a fake news.
It was a false flag.
Yeah.
It was a false news.
False news.
Fake news.
Fake news.
But I had every time a different like race story came out, Kyle Larson was probably.
Oh,
Young money. Young money. You gotta prove all these guys are
What's
wrong.
so funny too? We were just watching that Stern Hollywood Square shit. People are like, things are so fucked up. I'm like, we're making progress, dude.
Big time.
We're making progress.
It's funny that like you and me watch it, we're like, whoa, holy fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Today you and me are the modern day shock jock. You know, we're just edgy. Exactly. People can't stop us. We're too edgy.
Yeah, I wonder edgelords in like 2040 are gonna be really, really sick.
Edgelords are gonna be such pussies in 2040.
Oh yeah, dude. It's like,
I shouldn't even be on the air right now as a white guy, but even just talking right now is crazy. Sorry for laughing.
Here's an opinion. You're gonna give an opinion? I don't care, dude. I don't care.
Maybe I'll give an opinion.
Yeah, dude. What we got going on here, dude?
I think we can rap, dude.
Texas.
Oh yeah, this Friday.
I'm on your ass now, dude.
True.
You got money, man. You got a fucking billionaire on your ass, dude.
I'm young money. 23rd, 24th, we're going to Dallas. Me and Matt are going to be on Friday, the 23rd of October. Matthew and I will be at the Hyenas Comedy Club in Fort Worth, Texas. And on the 24th, Saturday, we'll be at the Hyenas Comedy Club in Dallas, Texas.
How many shows?
2 each. A little 4 shows. And then the 10th and 11th, Matt's not coming with me actually. November 10th, Zanies in Nashville. November 11th, Huntsville, Alabama. And then I think I'm chilling for a minute because I've been doing way too many shows.
I don't know how the fuck you do it, man. I'm grinding out from going to like
Helium's the roughest.
Is it really?
Helium's the roughest when it comes to party time.
I'm tired.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
tired.
you didn't even really party.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I can't imagine.
Normally I'm fine because
I mean, you had flying into that mix too. It's like, dude, I was just walking to Helium and walking back and being like, damn, I'm going to bed later than I like to. Wiped out. You threw a fucking. You know, I'm not going to say how many Bud Lights you drank, but you threw that many Bud Lights at me.
that's crazy. That was genuine.
I canceled today. I can't come, sorry.
That's why yesterday I was like, let's just do it tomorrow. I don't need to go back to New York that bad.
Yeah.
Yesterday would have been, that would have been terrible. But, no, doing the podcast. I would have just been
Fucking Christ, yeah, no way.
I need to lay in the tomb with the same bees.
I mean, dude, let's think about the fucking content we've been putting out, dude. The live podcast last week before, 2 podcasts. There goes another live podcast. There goes another. It's like, you guys stop fucking. I love that, dude. I love getting on people like, this podcast is dying. It's like, yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Tough luck, bro.
Yeah, you wish we were dying.
Yeah.
We're only growing stronger by the moment.
Exactly. Once those sluts fell, we're like, perfect.
Once the sluts broke up, we're like, maybe you and me can be the new sluts. Daddy gang, all we have to do is talk about us fucking.
For sure.
My slut stories.
Can we take over all of
This will be every week.
Can we take over the babies?
I lost an erection. Yo, Daddy gang, everybody out there that's losing an erection in hotel rooms after drinking 20 Bud Lights, welcome to the club.
Yeah, dude, try to get your horsehair fucking twisted.
Yeah, you got long ass hair that your wife plays with. Daddy gang.
Oh man,
God, I'm sick.
yeah. We're gonna check out the
Come to Texas. Come assassinate one of us in Texas.
True.
Please, with a sword. Did you see that? That dude in, I think it was Japan. There's a guy like giving a speech, and a guy assassinated him by like sprinting on stage with a sword.
That's fair game, dude. That's where the fuck was his security at?
They were late. They were a second late. They were too late because he got jousted. The guy literally sprinted with a sword like into his side.
Oh, okay. Full like Ninja Gaiden run. Just was like, shit.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're gonna assassinate one of us, please sword.
Yeah, I prefer sword. I don't know. A nice headshot would be.
Headshot would be desirable, genuinely, but a sword would be the.
Or I think a duel. Challenge me to a duel. Be a man about it. You know, you don't like what I'm up to. Hand me a pistol, dude. Let's go back to back. Obviously, I'm cheap shooting.
Look, John Stockton there.
Oh, yeah.
Little white chocolate. All right. Thank you very much for listening to our podcast.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. We're done.
But it's uncertain what exactly is this talking about. For many, it was understood to refer to castration, which is forbidden in Jewish law as well. But it's possible that the revolt was started because Jews thought it referred to circumcision. In fact, perhaps it did refer to circumcision, but later that was certainly exempted from the ban on genital mutilation. Others say no. The Midrash, for example, suggests that it had to do with an effort to rebuild the temple that was then thwarted by the Samaritans. Finally, Pausanias, who was a 2nd century Roman geographer, who was followed in some degree by Eusebius and Jerome, who were church fathers who lived in the subsequent centuries, who said that it's possible not that the revolt was caused by persecution, i.e. these decrees, but that these decrees followed the revolt, meaning it was the general environment, whether it was the political oppression, the destruction of the Judean state of the previous war, or whether it was the Messianic ferment, that these things might have caused the revolt, and then later the Adrianic persecutions, which were especially associated with the group of people called the 10 Martyrs of the State, the Sarah, Levi, and Malchus, that had formed an important part of the Jewish liturgy, that those occurred not before the rebellion, but rather after the rebellion as a response. Not impossible. At any rate, these are the major theories currently floating regarding the origins of the war. We will have to conduct further research and hopefully find some more archaeological discoveries that will give us some greater insight. For certain, however, the war was quite brutal, and it lasted for about 3 years. We know of Bar Kokhba's exploits, which appear to have been initially quite successful. Bar Kokhba and his rebels seized Jerusalem, apparently, and marked that event with the minting of many coins. Actually, not precisely the minting. What they did was they would take Roman coins, heat them up, and then restamp them, which in itself, by the way, is an act of treason. And they would restamp them with Jewish themes, and they would mark them with messages like, you know, the freedom of Jerusalem, year 1, year 2, things like that. Here's one depiction of the Bar Kokhba coins. You can see that the top coins have the temple on them, on top of a Roman tetrachord, a Sela in Hebrew, and at the very top is a little star motif, which is emblematic of Bar Kokhba himself. At the bottom, you see traditional themes like a lyre, grapes, urn, trumpets. But what's interesting is that you don't see, which are any representations of human beings or animals, which was very much against Jewish sensibilities in the 2nd century. Here's another version that shows at the top, these are palm frogs, or specifically the lulav and esrog, the arboretum, the 4 species that are held together as part of the Sukkot celebration. It's interesting to note that Bar Kokhba, from as far as we can tell, not only the attraction of Rabbi Akiva and the various depictions in the Talmudic sources, but also in the archaeological evidence, seems to have been leading a movement of observant Jews, that they were striving to maintain the observances of the holidays, things like that, even when they were besieged and literally living in caves. We know that the war was quite brutal, that Hadrian suffered tremendously, and as we shall see, had to bring in significant reinforcements to be able to put down this very successful guerrilla rebellion, which took great advantage of the local terrain. Eusebius refers to the Jewish rebels being active in the cave system of the Judean mountain range. We know that Hadrian suffered not only because of the support he had to draw in from Austria and the Roman Empire, but also because, as Cassius Dio points out, when he wrote to the Senate the report of what was happening in Judea, he pointedly omitted the phrase "mihi et omnibus bene," which means I and my forces are well, meaning meaning I and the armed forces military are doing fine, thank you. We took out that standard phrase, which for Cassius Dio, writing in the 2nd century, was a very big statement to the Senate. Ultimately, however, the rebels could simply not hold out against the overwhelming might of the Romans, and they were reduced to hiding in a series of caves. Some of them are shown here, largely undiscovered until the 20th century. There were originally some Bedouins who made their way into these caves in the early 20th century, and as artifacts began to slowly filter out into the black market, that's when Gael Yadid and his team decided to investigate. And in the early 1960s, they found several of these caves and found some amazing discoveries that we're going to look at in this lecture and a couple others as well. For example, these urns, which are quite remarkable in themselves, but one of the things that tells us about Bar Kokhba is that they used to have like decorations here of facial features that were intentionally defaced, as were all of the implants that had decorations of this nature in the cave. So in other words, these may have been made by Romans or Phoenicians or something like that, but the Bar Kokhba rebels, not wanting to transgress the commandment against making graven images, specifically defaced them to remove them to give a sense of their religious orientation. There are several other indicators like this as well, such as, for example, the discovery of balls of unworked yarn that was dyed with what they believed was the techelet. Techelet is a blue color. This may be a little bit distorted by age, as years, right? And photography, 1960s, right? And this would have been used for the single blue thread in the
I can literally start immediately. I can start immediately. How you like that, dude? We all, baby. You notice my posture? It's the burger method. It's the burger method. I went to the chiropractor last week. Told me I had
Fucking Asian sweet boy damn man, did it send me like ways to fix
it was impossible to know whether this was an actual tailor made with the specific mollusks that produced this dye, or whether it was made from a vegetable source, which would have rendered it unfit for the talus, for the prayer shawl, but nevertheless frequently circulated in the black market. Many more mysteries surrounding this, but nevertheless you get the idea that the Bar Kokhba rebels cared about Jewish rituals. Now, as the war went, Hadrian, seeing that he was having a difficult time, he summoned none other than Julius Sevens from Britain. This is an incredible general who had tremendous success in putting down a difficult riot way on the other side of the Roman Empire, so he was specifically brought to Judea in order to maintain the order. Hadrian also summoned to Judea 6 legions, an estimated 50,000 troops.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is the fighter and the Vaughn, because the kid is late as fuck. Well,
more than perhaps 10 or 15,000 troops at his disposal, and even that is definitely on the high end of the estimation. Nevertheless, the Roman casualties were described by a contemporary, Marcus Cornelius Fronto, as being very similar to what the Romans lost in Britain. So that indicates that it was really a pitched battles one after another. Dio does give us a sense of the Jewish casualties. He gives us a very large number, 580,000 casualties over almost 1,000 villages and 50 outposts. Now, it's possible that, especially in terms of the casualties, the numbers
this is really the fight.
6 legions were in the area. So it certainly would have been an absolutely horrific massacre. The last stand was at Beitar, shown here. And as the last of the Bar Kokhba rebels were killed by the Romans, there was this particular
What are you sick of, Theophon? I'm sick of celebrities. Tell them.
Like the Bar Kokhba, scouting movement led by Vladimir Zhabotinsky, shown here in the center of this group of scouts, was a very important movement that had a very important role in the founding of the State of Israel, and by extension to it, the Likud party itself, through people like Menachem Begin, Prime Minister of Israel. Thank you very much.
What are you sick of, Theophan? I'm sick of celebrities telling people political stuff. Talking about basically the funny tell words. Yeah, you're rich, dude. It's easy to be nice in a theater when you're rich, dude. Yeah. Go to a poor theater, dude. People are humming. Usually a sister hitting you in the back of the head with something for nothing. You didn't do anything wrong. Tell us what grinds your gears. Usually a sister hitting you in the back of the head. But yeah, I mean, it could be an urban girl or your actual, blood sister. Hey, have you been in an urban theater? I mean, it's just like, you just talk. This black couple was behind you. Just straight up talk. Oh yeah, it's like there's no movie, there's no etiquette, and I'm not saying black people. I'm saying urban theater, which is a mix. I go this one up behind it. You better hope it's a 3D movie with all actors. Yeah, it's interactive for a plot. You're fucked. It's interactive, super interactive. They're eating fucking carrots. It's fucking popcorn. And damn, dog, you see that shit? Like, bro, dude, where's your movie theater etiquette? A lot of black people, and I will say this, because this is really factual. I don't spend a lot of time around, in the dark arts. I don't mean that's not black people in general. That's the dark arts. That's black magic. Everything black magic. That's New Orleans. That's the underground. Yep. I grew up in a mixed neighborhood, dude. And black people don't really know. They don't differentiate between indoors and outdoors. What do you mean? Outdoors can be indoors, dude. What do you mean? Outdoors can be indoors. Black person, you can put them outdoors, and you put them indoors. Same volume levels, same speed. There's no inside voice. There's zero inside voice. No, you go indoors. Well, they just don't. I don't believe in like a lot of structures and I don't want to say woodwork, but I want to say overall that the difference between indoors and outdoors is when it comes to most. It's so incredibly vaguely racist. It's so funny. It's so funny. They say that when you don't filter. No, when they say when they're poor, it's true. But a lot of people who are poor, but it's a socioeconomic thing. So a lot of people that are poor, a lot of times, I guess, have to rely on each other, like they notice shit that say rich people wouldn't notice. Yeah, because they have to, because you're kind of relying on your neighbor, on usually sharing a bathroom. There's a lot of stuff. People are on you. Teamwork, and it creates people. Yeah, and it creates sort of this feeling of competition where like, by the way, you can't lower your voice when you're in the mall and the thing is right. That's just what I'm saying.
Shut out because the natural linear principle has been the dominant one for the last 2,000 years. And it's resulted in a lot of really painful moments. For example, in this article by Shoshana Tikva, it's a very difficult and personal issue. In this particular video, I mainly intend to just go over the historical issues, and I will leave the philosophical and religious and indeed sociological and psychological issues to people who are more expert. So the question that we really have is, when did the matrilineal status become effective? When did it become the norm? We can see when you read the Bible, it's very clear two things. First of all, there is a strong prohibition, very clearly worded, against intermarriage with Canaanites in particular, but one can easily generalize that it refers to intermarriage in general. And at the same time, you see in particular some really important figures like Joseph, Moses, Solomon, who all apparently married Jewish women. So how do you square these things? And by the way, of course, Joseph, Moses, and Solomon, their children are recognized as being Jewish. How is this the case? So we're going to go into some of the major issues here, but I want to point out that perhaps the most significant study of this is by Shia J.G. Cohen, The Beginnings of Jewishness, which he goes through a lot of really important issues in the classic period, especially issues of conversion and issues of matrilineal descent and so on. Now, I don't necessarily agree with all of his conclusions, but there's no question it's a masterful survey of the sources And there's a lot.
Oh, God, I heard.
Yeah, a lot of my black friends even do not. Yeah, they're the indoor voices. Is what I'm trying to say. I think I used too many words.
Dude, I was at a date with this smoke show. I'll never forget how hot she was. I got to theater school with her in New York City. See her at Air One. I take her out. She's a 10. She's also fucking crazy, and I didn't realize that we went to see Powder. Remember that movie? Yeah. Beside movie, that terrible movie Powder. It was a good movie actually. And
that man back.
yep. And so she turns around. There's a black couple behind us, clearly of a lower socioeconomic status. And she goes, she's a super white girl. She goes, "Hi, how are you?" And the black girl goes, "Why are you looking at me like that, man? Why you gotta get in my face and say I don't know you?" And this girl goes, "Damn, girl, she's just being friendly." She goes, "I don't know this bitch talking to me like that." And I was like, she goes, "I'm just saying hi." And I go, "You just turn the fuck around because you're embarrassing me." And I didn't blame that woman. I was like, "What the fuck are you saying hi?"
Was Powder racist? Powder? Was it racist? Because if I remember, there's a white guy covered in, like, he basically went drunk face. Like, there's black face, and then there's drunk face.
No, he was just, the actor himself is actually a big jiu-jitsu guy now. He's super,
Lightning would bring him out.
yeah, he's super white now.
He's really get a guy, a white guy as a lead character in a movie these days. You almost need lightning to get him into the.
Yeah, there has to be some sort of pitch there. You just
Yeah,
gotta
there's
be
got to be.
a fun-loving white guy.
Yeah, dude, you're out.
They need to be a serial killer. My one arm, shark attack. So, but in Powder, why was he Powder?
So Powder, he was actually a white guy, but he had
Chlorophyll issues with
he had the ability to like I think he was a psychic or he just thing changed.
For super magic.
Yeah,
It's like a Marvel.
Yeah, he was like a magic guy.
Yeah, Marvel didn't really have any. His powers were way.
At the end of the fucking movie, she was crying so hard, and I was looking at her, and she wouldn't move. She was like this. Yeah, I think so. I can't fucking remember.
Don't tell us what happened, dude. I forgot.
Spoiler alert, Powder from a 20-year-old movie.
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler. You said you're so lonely over there?
Yeah, dude, I'm lonely. I mean, I missed. I was supposed to have some responsibilities this morning. I was honestly, man, I started doing some light masturbation last night, and I felt nervous saying that because the lady in here and him. But
You don't really know.
Masturbation.
yeah, but he almost seems like I'm a major working at Keep Dog. You seem like you would be like
Gangster.
yes.
You're saying like Korean, like mafia?
He's got kind of
Yakuza? Yakuza.
Yakuza is actually
Japanese, I know, but you get the reference.
No, you're right though, because they say a lot of the Japanese mafia are ethnically Korean. How about that?
Are they really?
Chin had tattoos from his neck down to his fucking ankles. Who's all there?
It's no joke.
Yeah, dude, I could see you running a slave ship. You'd be the only Asian dude on a slave ship.
So big. They brought some bitches around.
Wait, come
It's
back.
not black slaves either. White slaves,
White,
pygmies, everybody.
White slavery.
Hashtag racist. But you're so lonely. Why, man?
Yeah, it's been lonesome, man. We're trying to stay off of masturbation. You know,
What do you think about when you masturbate?
I think about honestly now at this point. I think a little bit about some kind of sexual ideas, you know. But then I think about how bad I'm going to feel after I'm done masturbating.
Really? Why do you feel bad?
I masturbate to light shame.
To light shame. Are you a porno guy? You watch like Red Tube or whatever the fuck you did?
I've been out there, man. I've been in those. It's nasty out there.
It is nasty.
It's nasty, dude. I was just talking about this on my podcast. It's nasty. Some of these videos and people doing all these butt activities and everything. And
Butt activities. You know, the thing is, like, you just got it's constantly escalating. Like, everyone's trying to one up each other in the porn.
I don't want to be in it.
They are, aren't they?
It's just too
They
much.
sure are.
I don't need 7 guys.
No.
What happened just one-on-one?
It's
Why does it have to be a gangbang every time?
Yeah.
And it's so rough.
Whack-a-mole, too. You see some of those gangbangs.
Oh, my
That
God.
shit gets stuck. It's like urban whack-a-mole on some of them. And Andrew Santino is the best. He talks about how a lot of black gentlemen always have their sneakers on during pornography.
I never thought of that.
Why do you do that? For grip? You used to really rail it home?
Grip and probably having foot is rampant.
And also,
I don't know who the fuck made on this carpet.
it goes back to indoor, outdoor. Like, those are kind of outdoor shoes. And they have them on indoors.
Full Circle with Theo Vaughn. I hope you call your podcast Full Circle.
I've never gone full circle in my life.
What's the podcast name?
This past weekend, it's just helping just basic like suggestions for struggling males and others.
Oh, that's interesting. Is it just you?
Yeah, just me right now. I gotta get a friend to come over on Sunday. That's the problem.
How's it going? Sundays are tough. My buddy Tony Jeffries has a podcast, the Boxing Life, where the fuck you go. And he goes, hey, man, can you do my podcast? So when he goes, Sunday? No, it's my only free day. This Sunday, I have a fight companion, and we have stand-up at the Comedy Store. Sunday, I can pick any other day, except for Saturday, Sunday, and Friday night, unless it's Friday night.
You disappear on Sundays. I don't hear from you.
No, it's my one day to chill the fuck out. I'm with my kid all day.
You are?
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful, man.
Yeah. Sundays make I told Tony, do you hate viewers and listeners and just guests? You keep doing it on Sunday. Just as someone on the one day off to drive to you to do it. It's a bad idea.
Yeah, I was thinking, no, it wasn't actually.
What's your advice to young men? What's your advice? So if you could go back 10 years and give yourself advice, what would you say?
Just lay off the masturbation. Not that I was crazy into it. I wasn't.
You're addicted to it?
No, I wasn't addicted to it, but it became a pattern. You know, it became a habit.
It's I would say half more of a routine, right? It's kind of like yank, coffee, hit the road. Yank, coffee, hit the road.
Hit the road, bro.
Hit the road. Hit the road means get to work.
Oh, okay.
Yank,
Throw a road from your
or yank, coffee, hit the road with your New Balances, do it a couple miles.
See, the thing, I don't really yank it in the morning because I feel like it fucks with my energy.
100%. No way, man. That's a myth. Yeah. Like people say, it's not a myth. It is. What about fighting? People say, well, you shouldn't masturbate before fights. That's a myth, too. That's an old boxing tale because your testosterone lowers if you're not ejaculating. You know that? I didn't know. If your body's snorting, goes, hey, fellas, tells the nuts, let's shut this operation down because he's not using it. Yeah. If you're constantly just sprouting, that thing goes, let's go, overtime, and so your testosterone's actually higher. You're welcome.
You know, sports science
Go ahead, jack it, fellas.
Yeah, sports science did a thing about that. They said that it's a myth that when you refrain from, maybe it makes you more aggressive though, right?
It doesn't make you more aggressive. That's not true. Like, it just, your testosterone lowers. It's just like anything your body does. We're all good, man. We don't need to keep making this stuff. And it just levels it.
But if you're horny, maybe you're sharper. You're just more, you're hungrier.
Well, dude, I'll notice my neighbor has a cat, right? They got some kind of a white cat.
I hate cats.
Yeah,
They got some kind of white. I feel like cats belong to white people and the Illuminati.
Well, and supervillains. And single freaking women who just, the cat lady. What were you going to say about the cat?
Well, I will notice, dude, honestly, and I don't do morning masturbation, thank God, because I think that is honestly for criminals, dude. I can't imagine waking up and just spraying out the beginning of the day. I would be heartbroken all day.
I try it.
But I'll notice if I have done that in the past, that if I see my neighbor's cat, because my neighbor's cat will wait out there for me to come out of my door. And I don't know what their behaviors are like in their head, but he will wait out there for me to come out of my door and just kind of see what my vibe is. And I'll notice I'll feel more fear if I've masturbated before I've left the house when I see that animal. And if I come out, I'm fired up and my nuts are full. And I'm coming out, carrying.
That's the incredible thing I've ever heard.
It's like they come out with a loaded gun.
So the cat determines your day. The cat, how you react to the cat, like depending on how full your balls are, you're going to react to that cat in a different way.
Well, rarely have I ever masturbated in the morning. My habit happens at night, and it's just late at night, and I just can't. I don't know what's wrong with me. But if I do it in the morning and I go outside, I notice that I feel inferior to that animal. Whereas if I don't do it, I barely even notice. That's true, dude.
Have you ever taken the NyQuil challenge or the sleep pill challenge where you take a sleep pill and try jacking off before you fall asleep?
I've never done that. Sir, I've never done that.
Dude, you're missing out. You don't yank it in the morning. Never the NyQuil challenge.
No, sorry.
God, you have to start living. I heard you start living. I heard you're fucking with this cat every morning.
I'm not doing anything. He's out there.
I heard these Navy SEALs were
dictate your day. He doesn't dictate it, but he definitely gives me some kind of energy.
But I heard these Navy SEALs were they were freezing and they were the water was crashing on the rocks and they had to do the water exercises and they haven't been sleeping. They're fucking exhausted and they're freezing. They're all going to hypothermia. And the drill instructor goes, "All right, the first guy that can get their dick hard and drop a load. If one of you guys can do that, you fucking get to come in. All of you get to come in." So apparently, it's the thing about mind control. It's kind of sick, but it's kind of like everything. So you got these guys freezing. Everyone's like, "Come on, man! And the water's
Wow.
The waves, apparently a guy fucking got off there like, he's like, here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh! Dude, it's like, yeah. You're cold enough. You're getting inside. I'll dive on it. Yeah. Isn't that fucked up? Talk about awesome.
That's like the best episode of Ice Road Truck.
Yeah, fuck
I
yeah.
could never imagine, dude. Who's jerking off through sleep medicine, dude? That's insane.
This guy right here, Brandon Shaw. He likes the competition
party.
He likes to challenge himself.
Party, NyQuil. They don't make it like they used to either. There used to be some addictive shit in there.
Yeah.
And now it's just called Z-Quil. Some bullshit. It's purple. They don't make it the green shit. Remember that scissor? You know, that scissor, that green scissor?
Make one of your eyes shut down.
Yeah, sir. Right. One eye, jacking off at night. It was a fun night. Now they got the Z stuff, the Z pack.
Apparently, a little kid for kids. Little Wayne was addicted to.
The scissor. There's a lot of people. There's a whole kind of show dedicated on Viceland where they went into Houston, Texas, where it started. The scissor movement. And
to the CVS.
well, now it's hard to get. Now, like to get the stuff that they mix it with, you're talking. I mean, $12,000 for a liter, not even a liter. And then there's a guy, I forget his name, Big Mike. He specializes, they call him a mixologist, because he gets this special kind of soda they get in the hood. It's like this orange tropical fruit. He mixes that. I wanted to try it so bad. I just want just one night.
Yeah.
Like the three of us go out. We're gonna be in Austin, Texas. I'm sure we can get some. I just want to try it. I don't want to die. I just want to try it.
Well, there you go, guys. If you're coming to the show in Austin, Texas, bring these gentlemen some scissor. I wonder how that goes.
Have you tried it?
I've not tried it, man.
I'm surprised. Scissor. It's like Sprite mixed with codeine coffee. Whoa. It's like a purple color.
Well, I'm pissed at all these crackheads and other people who are out there abusing drugs, you know, or taking away any medicine. We're not going to have any medicines left to use, you know. We're
Painkillers?
Yeah, we're going to be, this is going to be, at that point, me jerking off for rest and just peaceful shame will be.
Well, they say that when you're a heroin addict, like times you'll get to a point where you just do heroin and feel normal. It'll bring you back to being. I don't know.
Dude, I watch so much intervention. I swear to God, I could have one with someone. If you know an addict, let me know. Yeah, I mean, we'll do it on the show because I know my shit.
It doesn't work when they do that because it's an amazing.
On that show all the time, but think how many they just show you the ones that work. I wish they would show an intervention where it's like Bill went to wherever Malibu Pacific caretaking, and then it goes 16 days later he relapsed and died. Like I'd like to see that, but it always just shows like he's better. He's been sober since May 6, 2014. Like it always shows that those come out. Yeah. But on that show, one of the interventionists were saying that, you know, they're all former addicts. They're saying that like this girl was shooting heroin all the time. When they withdraw and they get better, their feelings were so suppressed from the drugs, they feel no emotion. Like one guy he's the worst I've ever seen last night. He's doing huffing, you know, the huffing. Have you tried that? I feel like that's some New Orleans shit.
It's like, you're angry that I didn't try scissor.
Or NyQuil and jack off.
Huffing is a pain.
Apparently, I'm the psycho here. I thought we circle of trust. I thought we all like to party.
We do.
We like to party, dude.
Fuck, man. I thought, all right,
have a beer, chill out, dude, or make a new friend.
Yeah, what happened to beer and maybe a little weed? Why do we have to get?
Why not use a fucking huffer? Take some NyQuil, Jack.
Spray paint. Huff spray paint. It's always
they heat up the computer like spray, like it's the dust. Dust.
Oh yeah, dust.
It's the worst case I've ever seen in my life. I was like, this guy is so fucked. He was like hitting his mom and stuff, thrown in. Somehow he got keys to the car, wrecked in the garage, kind of hilarious. But I thought that guy was fucked. But the interventionist was saying he was on camera. He goes, "How do you feel? It's after 60 days." He looked completely different. Still had a bit of a psycho, but he looked completely different. He goes, "How do you feel?" He goes, I feel amazing. And then they talked to the interventionist off, you know, after that, and he goes, you can tell he's lying. He doesn't know how to feel happiness or anything, because usually recovering addicts, their feelings are so suppressed, they don't know how to express it. They don't know what happiness is. They're just like in a void. It's just like a smooth kind of.
So I've heard that when people go through long addiction periods, like through their teens, and then they finally get sober when they're like, say, 30, that they regress, that they emotionally, a lot of times, they will be at the level of the 70-year-old when they start. They go back to that.
they never really heard of that. What you're saying, because they were so inebriated in one way or another. I guess they never learned how to. Maybe about a lot of life, like learning how to master a lot of your emotions, right? You kind of learn how to, you know what I mean? Like you learn how to like calm down, you learn how to self-regulate your body. Yeah, kids. Like grown old. Yeah, like learning how to control your emotions, your outbursts, your impulses. Kids have to learn that. Teenagers have to learn that. The older we get better and better at it, right? If you don't practice that, you're always high and you're always copacetic. When you finally have those skills, you gotta get high to master it. You go back on my way to the gym this morning. On the way to the gym this morning, I drive by Santa Monica High School. I literally felt like stopping because it's funny. 25 kids at least are out there outside the baseball field. Every single one on the phone. We're like such like listen out. He's out there, baseball field over there. Kids are fucking up. We have Instagram, rap video. Hey, I'll be one more. So I just caught myself on being some wild stories. Well, not only that, because meeting, I always tell my kids stories. I call them interesting stories, right? Just these adventures. And I don't want to put them in it. I was like, I weave lessons into it and stuff. Guess what, man? You're asking me with the Jungle Book and things like that. You're asking all this stories tonight. Well, that might not mix it up. I wouldn't. No, I like it's like a fucking comedy pose. You gotta fucking kill him doing I had it on going thing. Throw some scissor. Mix it up, bro. Get some micro attack. You're not competing with Minecraft. You're not competing with fucking that Sesame Street. You were talking about huge TV. They were watching Avatar the other day, and they were into it. I was like, I don't like them with Avatar. And their children. Yeah, 8-year-old. My 8-year-old was like, whoa, in her own world. You want kids still?
Yeah. How old are you? I'm 36. I'm an adult male. I am.
You are 36 adult male. You got time, brother. You got time, but let's not, let's kind of.
I get nervous though, dude. I
Let's head in that direction, though.
gotta get my life in check, or I'm not gonna be able to deal with.
What do you mean by life in check?
Like you were talking about emotional stuff. I just never really had a lot of instruction in that area, so I still have to learn some of those things now.
Like what?
Just like
give an example.
taking when I know I need to do something, going and doing it instead of choosing not to do it.
Procrastinating, self-sabotage.
Yeah, it could be procrastination, self-sabotage.
But you're doing well, like with comedy. Like I told you this the other night, and I'll say this whether you're here or not. Like to me, you're the top 5 funny guy right now.
Thanks, man.
You're so fucking funny to me. I agree.
Thanks,
like
man.
you're one of the few guys. Not that I don't watch a lot of people, but if I'm doing a set and you're on there, I will stay after to watch your show.
Yeah.
You're one of the few guys.
Thanks, dude. I appreciate that.
And then you had your Netflix special, which I thought was fucking brilliant.
Yeah, it works fine, and some good ways. And I appreciate you saying that, man. I think it's brave of you to get out there and do it, dude. I mean, if I could fight, I never would even gotten into this shit industry,
Well, if you think this is shit industry, try fighting. Yeah. If you think this is rough, try get punched in the face. You get half your paycheck too. At least you control your destiny. She proposes that any source sheet that includes at least 2 tags must also include at least one non-male identified text. Very valuable idea to try and expand the universe of our awareness when it comes to theology, writings, and I would love very much to do this with this as well. We see that we are living in an era where this is an incredibly important aspect of this experience of living history has been ignored.
We're getting into the final shows for the Return of the Rat tour. Gosh, this rat is almost fully returned. July 9th will be in Philadelphia, Rochester, New York on July 10th. Then we're in Detroit after that. Moving on, we're in Los Angeles.
Let's talk about controversy regarding my house decision of don't ask, I'll tell. No, I basics of I'm not going to go there. I'll absolutely every time anybody with a semester or 2 show up in that but I think it is important to point out that this is not at all practice. It's really I said, how long does it take to spectrum? The Rabbi, who we mentioned another comment before, was especially noted for insisting that any children's book portrayals, such as this Tzivos Shem handbook for Jewish children, If there is a male child portrait, there should always be a female child portrait. So this is something that has pushback on all sectors of the Jewish population. And it's just another example of the project that's kind of expressing itself culturally. When we come to our challenge, which is trying to understand the experience of Israel, the difficulty is that the vast majority of our sources are by men, for men. This is especially true in the literary realm. If you look, for example, at classical rabbinic texts, we have the Mishnah, which on the one hand says, great, look at this, it has a whole section called Nashim, which is all about women. That should be it, right? But not really, because it's mainly describing how men relate to marriage, divorce, regular marriage, and so on. So, women are included in the canon, but at the same time, they're kind of mixed up. The way we look at it is, in the temple courtyard, there was a section called Ezrat Nashim, the courtyard of women. So that means that women were part of the overall function of the temple. But on the other hand, there was relegated spaces. By the way, we should also understand there are relegated spaces for all kinds of people who are not Kohanim, not Levian, and not involved in sacrifice, things like that. But the point is true. They are mentioned part of the story, but they're also there for ideas to try to understand their experience and to understand Jewish history. And when it comes to archaeological sources, archaeological sources, finds that we get at dates and so on, they are extremely limited in nature, especially literary sources. As we saw, for example, with our book that came a while ago, speaking on a little more, we find cosmetics in a cave. It's reasonable to assume that these cosmetics belong to women, but not necessarily. Ancient wood coal, for example, so what can you really do in history when a lot of sources are anonymous? It's very difficult to interpret. You find a bowl, a sort of bowl, in the past that is more likely that it belonged to a woman, or a woman was more likely to have handled it, but there's no guarantee for that either. So it's very difficult to actually, on a theoretical level, construct women's experience of history in Israel based on the sources. There are some really exciting materials around this, especially when it gets a late activity. For example, we have this Rufina inscription in the 3rd century, and it's make up some of the Greek alphabet there. It's basically a funerary inscription that describes this woman as a archipelago, sort of the right side of the top line. The second one is synagogue, leader of the synagogue. And we actually examples of women who are represented with this particular title. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean from the larger context that they were considered rabbi or even resident of the synagogue. It may mean something like major donor to the synagogue. But nevertheless, these kinds of inscriptions give us just a glimpse into perhaps exceptional wealthy or influential that they generally had these significant roles, as we shall see not so much in today's lecture, but as we move forward, but to highlight these symbols and try and pass the project test. Okay, let's just look at the biblical text.
National tour. He says he's only there to lend support for other Democrats trying to get elected. But when he was asked about running for president, he doesn't exactly shut down the rumors.
In many cases, however, they are nameless or they are named in relationship to men. Like, for example, the wife of Noah,
The Vice President J.D. Vance will toss his hat in the ring soon to run for the presidency for the Republicans, and the Democrats will have no other option but to put out Newsom as a challenger.
they are named usually in some kind of relationship to men. Sometimes they're identified in terms of their character or skills, like the wise man of Noah, or sometimes based on their place, like the rich mentor. But there are literally hundreds, thousands of women in the Hebrew scriptures, and we don't know much about them. person. But there are some fascinating aspects when we include the oral tradition as well. I'm going to look at this picture here. Obviously, it's a piece of Persian art, but you wonder, like, that looks like a relatively familiar scene, right? It looks like Joseph running away from Asia to Potiphar, his wife Potiphar, scene in Genesis where she's grabbing him into his coat as he's trying to escape. And here's another aspect that's really interesting in the Jewish tradition is that although they may be nameless in the biblical text, the rabbinic tradition observes the oral tradition, in which there are lots of names and lots of additional details. One of the crucial things about studying the Torah in a Jewish sense is that you can have two fingers. One finger in the written text and one finger in the oral tradition to understand it as Jews have for hundreds of years. One easy way to do it is one finger in the text, one finger in Rashi, as we saw, for example, the last lecture about so anyways, why am I bringing this piece of Persian art? Because in the Persian tradition, there's actually a name for Asia Potiphar. Zuleika is.
What's happened, savages? Uncle Joey here with my trusted.
But the same phenomenon exists in the sense of there's a lot more detail than we get. There are many examples in the Bible of strong Jewish people, typically their name when they are strong. And often they're quite strong in the sense of defying male demands. For example, Sarah, who insists on the expression of Hagar, Abraham hesitates. God speaks to her and says, listen to her. The oral tradition, she goes there because why she was good? Because she is a greater prophet than you. Rebecca, of course, she decides she knows better than her husband Isaac as the rich of her two sons. Esau, Jacob received the blessing. In fact, she engineers Jacob's conception of the blessing rather than Esau. Hannah, but Hannah, of course, is challenged by Eli, the Kohen, the book of Samuel, and Hannah stands her ground and says, no, I'm praying to God, and she becomes the model of prayer. We have female warriors like the women who there's never been victory also in the book of Samuel. Yael, who finds a tent peg through the temple of Sisera and saves the Jewish people. Fascinating examples. So, and we have to add to this that in the Bible there are negative portrayals of women as well, such as Jezebel, Athaliah. These are complex examples of character that they certainly are smaller in scope than the number of strong male characters, but nevertheless they have depth and sophistication. It's hard to really analyze them from a historical perspective, as we saw in the previous lecture. Occasionally, artifacts from archaeological finds, such as the steel that belongs to Jezebel, but for the most part, we are totally reliant on the biblical text. So therefore, the titles that we need to find in Israel's history tend to be more literary nature than historical. Nevertheless, the full use of the text to understand. Let us this discussion. What sort of overarching really important that is that we have to transport ourselves from early
radio and podcasts all in one.
Find your iHeartRadio and radio tonight. Hundreds of us who experience iHeartRadio at home and on the iPhone, Android, or on iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Sonos for the first year with your iHeartRadio. Sonos connects all your music, radio stations, and podcasts, or even your from the player wherever you are. iHeartRadio and your one connections iHeartRadio. Podcast directly to your Sonos network. Sonos experience directly live to the iHeartRadio app. And we've got Sonos speakers throughout your house. While iHeartRadio directs your house to iHeartRadio have a plan for you. They're not your own, but the iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Bringing you free iHeartRadio have a lot to say about this iHeartRadio. anthropological approach. Let's look at one basic difference between men and women and how they would approach Judaism. Judaism is, of course, heavily dependent on interpretation of commandments. How exactly are to translate biblical text as mediated by the oral tradition of the Pharisees into actual demands on daily life. So one of the ways to categorize the commandments, which by the way would be major enterprise of the medieval thinkers that is to divide them into four different quadrants shown here. So on the x-axis we place negative commandments, that is thou shalt not, things you're not supposed to do, and positive commandments, things that you are supposed to get on the board. And then on the y-axis we posit those actions which are defined by time, that is, they're restricted to a particular time, or those which are open-ended, always apply. Let me give you a few examples. Negative commandment that is defined by time is no eating bread on the holiday of Passover. Eat bread lots of other times during the year, but on the week of Passover, no bread. How about negative not defined by time? No pork. It is thou shalt not, and it is not defined by time. Now, positive commandment that is not defined by time would be something like honor your parents. You have to honor your parents. Kids, you have to honor your parents. There's no time when this is no longer applicable. What about positive commandment which is defined by time?
Come on, you fucking savage.
Say the prayers of Judaism, which are recited typically in a fixed
The Trump administration can now move forward with
The
plans
fuck?
to slash the federal courts and dismantle federal agencies. That's from the Supreme Court. The decision
so
could
there,
result
this
in
is
job
one way you
losses
can
for tens of
categorize
thousands of employees,
commandments
including
by negative versus positive.
Shit, how is this?
development
To
and
return to our
state
discussion of
treasury.
women, here's the point. Women are obligated to three of these categories. They are exempted from positive commandments defined by time. What does that mean? Exempt, in general, means women may choose to do these commandments if they so wish, and they will receive reward for performing these commandments. But if they choose to, they are exempt from there's exceptions to this rule. For example, lighting candles Friday night, which is something which is specifically associated with women. That is a positive commandment. It is associated with time. And women are generally considered obligated, or at least are obligated before men are obligated. Another example would be drinking the 4 cups of wine on the holiday of Passover, also positive defined by time. Women are obligated. The Talmud goes through a whole bunch of these exceptions and why they are exceptions, but the general rule is as such. Now, obviously, this has tremendous implications for lifestyle because one of the most disruptive elements of the day, that's the negative, positive description, is prayer of the day. And clearly, for women who are more likely to be overwhelmingly involved in issues of the home, childcare, things like that, the exemption from positive commandments are defined by time are extremely useful.
Earn and redeem Wyndham Rewards points for unforgettable experiences. Where there's a Wyndham, there's a way.
What's happened, savages? Uncle Joey here.
Whether the rabbinic formulations come after the sociological.
I am logged in, you shitbag. Sign in to confirm you're not a bot.
Uncle Joey here with my trusted partner in crime, Mr. Lee Syed. Post 4th of July, I'm all done with fireworks, and we're ready to rock another week of tremendousness. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Doctor? How you feeling?
I'm feeling great, dude.
How was your weekend?
My weekend was fine. I had my uncle's 80th birthday.
Oh, that's always a blast. That's always a real kick in the balls.
Makes me feel
old and young at the same time.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, it was a good time, but you had to take edibles.
I hope you did.
Oh yeah, for the fireworks, I have to. If you're watching fireworks without edibles,
How many millimeters?
I took an ABX.
That's it, just one.
Yeah, just one. I was around 80 years old on the water. How fucked up do you want me to be?
Hey, listen. First off,
There's no number I can say that would be right.
because first of all, you're 36 years old. Once you see fireworks one time, you see them.
I don't like fireworks.
Okay, so the fireworks on the 4th of July are in your soul and in your fucking brain. So that means you gotta elevate from 200 to 600 milligrams.
Jeez, I would have fallen in the water.
Huh?
We were on
You
the
would have
water.
made better. You would have done better off. You would have done better off. Okay.
Hey, it would have got me out of dinner.
You would have had them. What?
Would have got me out of dinner the next
That's
night.
right. What'd you eat for dinner that night?
Oh, this dude, he had the best 80s. I've only been to one 80th birthday party. His wife had seafood towers for everybody. We went to a steak place. It was fun. When we were kids, when I was a kid, he made me eat a bug. Like he had these dried, so I brought a packet. I bought dried bugs on the internet and brought it for him to eat. It was a blast. It was a good time.
Did you eat bugs this week?
I did. I had one bug. But if it's his birthday, I gotta have one bug.
When in Rome. You know what I'm saying? That's what I love about you.
Oh,
When in Rome, you might as well eat a
that's
fucking
where the training comes in. It wasn't a live one. They sell everything.
No, you have those bugs left. Next
No.
week we'll do 600 milligrams.
I'll bring them. They're like $8 for like a bunch of bugs.
Just buy another bag and we eat the whole bag.
You're gonna eat one.
Another sponsor. Who knows? Who cares at this
What
point?
do you who knows? I know. I don't want to be the only one eating bugs, and then you're sitting there with a full plate.
We'll put some honey on.
Yeah, you know what? They were lightly salted. It's okay.
Lightly salt?
Lightly,
Look at
that's all.
that, huh? It's like you're in Panama. They give you a nice bug, lightly salted.
The restaurant was pissed because we were in like a private dining room, and I opened up this bag, and they exploded like a bag of potato chips, and then we opened it up, it went flying, and it's a nice steakhouse, and they were not happy about it.
Did you tip the dude an extra 20?
I didn't have. It was that's the best part about it. Someone else's birthday party. Like it was all paid for. There were no checks. No nothing.
Probably you always tip your waiter to make an impression.
No, you do not. What impression do you want to
Especially when you
make?
show up with a bag of fucking dead bugs. Little fucking.
It's better than live ones.
What's the matter with you, boy? Any kind of bug. Whenever you go to a restaurant, even if the thing is bought and paid for, you want to tip that guy. Like you're part of the fucking. You're part of something bigger here.
Who am I? You tip when someone else is paying. You tip double.
Absolutely. You
For
tip
what?
that person. Not the whole staff. The guy who took care of you. Right when you sit down. Go, come here. Here's the fuck. No, the guy that's taking care of you. The bartender got to walk to. I'm giving money to the guy that gives me that drink right there. Hi, Mr. Diaz. How are you? Can you colada? Sure. Hey, you got anything to eat back there? I got a cheeseburger. Holy fuck. But that conversation is never going to happen if he doesn't know I'm in his corner.
Right.
So before I even sit down, I'm pulling something in my pocket. If it's two of us, it's a 50. So he knows what fucking time it is, motherfucker. So when somebody else goes, hi, I want a shrimp cocktail, he goes, fuck you. I'm over here, my man Lee. Go fuck yourself. You didn't tip, you maggot motherfucker.
Oh, it was a party.
That's how you do it.
No one was tipping extra.
Huh?
No one was.
Oh,
tipping
it was all
extra.
Jews. That's why. You would have stuck out. You would have been the king fucking Jew.
With a fucking
You would have
dollar.
been Netanyahu. If you'd have given one fucking dollar, you'd have been like Netanyahu with that bitch. Running things like firecrackers.
Oh, that would have been amazing. Well, you know what I did have? I had my first martini, and they brought a little extra, like like the milkshakes when they bring the extra.
Yeah, that's sperm. They came in your martini because you didn't tip your fuck. That's what that is. That's why they bring you a little extra. You're there like, yeah, this is great.
I know it tasted
Got
good.
some fucking Haitian in the back. Got 2 weeks left in the country. That chuck is fucking sperm into your little cocktail there, you fuck. You gotta tip, Lee. You
I
always
do
gotta
tip. I tip all the time.
No, but you see those people, as soon as they come to the table, bang, right off the bat. Remember we discussed the sushi restaurant? When you walk into a sushi, 20s, come here, change. Here you go, me, here. Whatever, it's Chinese. Haba, whatever his fucking name is. I don't know.
Well, do you get pissed off if they don't? What if you give them the extra 20 and then they still suck?
I take it back. Shit, man, come here, it's over. I sat here, I waited for water for 2 hours.
I did it. I forget it because of all the fucking training we've done. I forget if this is a story that I remember or that I heard someone say. when I was a server, I had I think it was me, put out like money at the beginning and like, this is your tip. If things start to suck, I'm taking stuff back. And it would like people do that. It's fun. Like, do you ever say that in the beginning? Like, there's more in it for you if you're good. Nothing.
No, just say, listen, man. I'm over here with my wife trying to make good impression. Give the shit you give the Russians. Don't give me the bad shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like a joke, and you put a 50 in his pocket. He won't even look at it, though. He goes in the back. This all goes back to Primo.
No, yeah, I was thinking about
Okay, that was a joke, but it's really not. Because nobody pays attention to the Mexican busboy. If you break a 10 on that Mexican busboy, by the end of the dinner, he's cutting your toenails. and his cousins, they're playing the guitar for you, and fucking, you got tamales cooking. They don't even they're giving you shit off the menu. You understand?
Right.
It's the guy who least expects to get tipped. You put a fucking 10 in his pocket, it's a $10 bill to you, but to him, he crossed the border. He came over here, and you're the first person who gave this guy fucking love. Out of all these white devils, you gave him fucking love. Do you understand me?
Right.
And that goes a long fucking way, my friend.
You know, you're not wrong. My next birthday, I'll tip extra, but I don't know. I got cheap, I guess. I don't know. It's someone else's birthday. Then everything was paid for. What am I supposed to do?
And you're in front of your girlfriend. You always want to be a big shot in front of your girlfriend. Whether you live with her, whether you fucked her in the ass already, it don't matter. You always want to be a big shot in front of her. You know what I'm saying? Once you fuck him in the ass, then you don't want to be a big shot no more. Kazoo, how good are you?
Kazoo? Oh my gosh. I've never fucked anybody in the ass.
Well, it's time to start. That's your problem.
Do you tip her after you fuck her in the ass?
No.
Why not?
You send flowers. Flowers. A real gentleman does. You give a girl a 50 after you fuck her in the ass, it's not going to work out for you. But if you send flowers, a little fucking baby powder, and maybe a little anal oil,
Neosporin or something.
Yeah, you got to be a gentleman, lady. You know what I'm saying? I had a fantastic weekend. I walked around all weekend with fucking 40 stitches in my head. That's always brilliant to have. My eyes still fucked up. For all you fucking momos, why do you have a band-aid in your ear? Here it is. Here it is, you cocksuckers. No more band-aid, all right? They went deep in there, guys. I mean, it was a hell of a weekend, but it was great. Listen, it was well worth it. Let me tell you something. For the last fucking 6 months, I do what I have to in the morning. I hustle, whatever. My wife, this, that. And I had this problem, man. Fucking 1:30, 1 to 2. No matter what I'm doing, it ends. Like it just ends. People are like, why don't you ever do that? Trust me. Because I'll have to take a fucking nap in your house. And you don't have a sleep apnea machine. That's every day I go down. It was my body couldn't carry the infection. This infection was so deep. I kept throwing antibiotics at it, the doctors, and the more antibiotics you throw at an infection, the stronger it gets. It's like you're an Indian gin. It ain't gonna get no better for you, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't gonna get no better for you. So they made this infection was so fucking deep that it was just kicking my ass. Like, that's why people go, oh yeah, I'm doing this at 4. Good luck. Because, dog, I can't count on it. I cannot do it. Right. Some days it would be 2 o'clock. You know how many times I just went down at 6 o'clock? Like, just went down. Like, told my wife after dinner, like, I gotta go lay down. Where? You got somewhere to go. It's not gonna happen.
And it was all because of the ear.
I cut it out. I'm walking around with 40 stitches, but it feels a lot better than what I had before going through my body. I didn't take a nap today. I always take a nap before the podcast. I wake up to jump in the shower, to get my clothes on, to fucking, today I didn't take a nap. I washed my pussy.
Nice.
But I fucking didn't take a nap, so.
Dude, you were so, you never FaceTime me. To be honest with you, I wasn't even sure, like, that you knew how to FaceTime. And I see a missed call from him. Like, what the fuck happened? And I called you back regularly. I thought you made a mistake. You like FaceTime me. Your face, you were wrapped up more than you were smiling.
I look like one of those guys. I look like one of the guys in Iran right now. I had the Habib hat on. But this is hysterical, right? For the last 3 months, 4 months, I don't know what happened. Somewhere in the hospital, this nerve went away. Like this nerve just went kaput. So that means sometimes I smoke dope and it's fine. But every day this eye is going deeper and deeper down, right? It's going deeper. Every day I'm like, what did I do to get this forest for the guy? So I already made the appointment for the doctor to go see this. It's like July 94. I made the appointment like in fucking April. It's like the end of July. I have to walk around with this droopy fucking thing, and it's not that disease people have, palsy.
Yeah.
It's not. It's just my doctor looked at it, and she's like, no, you just got a nerve ending. I ain't gonna lie to nobody. This is cocaine. This is 30 years of cocaine and doing bumps. And you just, you know, it just gave up. It really did. One day it said, Joey, we can't bring the curtain up no more. You know what I'm saying? The curtain went up and down, up and down. For all those fucking years. Enough. So the eye was fucked up. Now they did the surgery. I get up, and my wife goes, "You gotta see your face." And I go, "Why? I've been looking at it for 60 years. What's the difference?" I look and I start laughing, and my wife goes, "Why are you laughing?" And I go, "Out of all the things, we gotta put the picture up. We gotta figure out a way to put it up." I'll put it up. This eyebrow was elevated. I think it was this one. Was elevated to the fucking max. Like I had a Duracell up my ass. Something.
I still have the one you sent me. I'll send it to Joe.
Yeah. So this one was up all the way now, and this one was getting pulled. So it was like it's been a nightmare really because I can't even look at the fucking program guide.
What happened?
I don't know what the fuck's going on TV. I gotta like look because.
Oh my god! And then you haven't even told them that. I'll have them put it up on the screen. Oh, this one needs to be full screen. I'll definitely have them put it up.
But the best thing about this is my dream come true. I got a neck brace. I got a Jewish gold chain. That means I'm 62. I'm about to cause some damage, Jack, because I'll never stand for a line again.
Oh my god!
And if you threaten me with anything, I'll just say I already got 3 lawsuits going. You don't want to be number 4. And I would mark something on it. Like I would put like 2 lawsuits and counting. Like that's all. A Jewish star.
Dude, it was
like I gotta get it colored and nice.
Right.
And get like a Jewish star and put fucking like a name of an attorney on there. Like I ain't fucking around, Jack.
Oh my god. Because what happened was
it's a brilliant idea.
The name of the attorney?
Yeah, we could just go for an attorney and go, listen, you're about to make $1 million. If I wear your neck brace with your name on it and your phone number on it, this is bigger than Norton Fricky and Associates. You understand me? I'll be making money hand over fist, Jack.
Why don't they do? Why don't any of the personal injury attorneys have neck braces?
Because they don't think like me. I'm the OG. I'm an OG Jew. I've been telling you that since I met you. That I'm an OG Jew. You wear the neck brace with the lawyer's thing and a yarmulke. And that's where you have the business card. You know what I'm saying?
You're the pet dispenser?
Like a pet dispenser.
Oh my god. Because what happened was you called me with the face, and then like 20 minutes later I got another call, and usually that's like you press it by mistake. So I picked it up and you were I haven't heard you this happy in maybe ever. And like they gave me one. I finally, and you like, dude, you're gonna wear it everywhere. You were so happy. I'm like,
the doctor was Jewish, and he was watching me going, what's he talking about? And I'm dropping it like I'm fucking going out there. I'm gonna spread this shit. And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about, guy? You out of your mind?
You really have to wear it the next time you go to the airport. And have them push you in the wheelchair.
Neck brace is a must. I got my own. Everybody with clear and pre-TSA, watch my shit. Watch my shit.
Show up when the plane's boarding. And
watch my shit. You know what I'm saying? Watch me. No, fuck me. We're about to board the process. First up, over 100K. United Supreme, United this. I walk in front of all of them. You understand me?
No, you pushed them.
Armed forces, I walk in front of them too. I salute those motherfuckers. I got the neck brace with the fucking name of the lawyer. And, I'm going big.
Oh, did you tip the doctor who did the ear? Huh? Did you tip the doctor who did the ear?
Tip him?
Yeah.
No, he's a fucking...
How come he doesn't get tipped?
Because he's got a tennis court and a fucking basketball court in his backyard. Okay, I have a tree that got hit by lightning. Okay, that's why I didn't tip him, okay? That's fucking why I didn't tip him. All right, anything else?
That's it.
We gotta break the fucking whatever, and then we got a nice, pretty guest today.
I'm excited.
Me too. But yeah, I had the stitches. 4th of July. George came over. My brother Chris, the worst fish guy in the world. I went to his house last weekend, and he made a ton of food. He's a fucking tremendous cook, this guy. He made these little lobster tails. When I saw him, I go, I can't believe you sell fish for a living. Another guy, he must be cousins with the Puerto Rican chick in the hospital with the sauerkraut on the bread. I'm like, come on, Chris. Dog, I tasted those lobster tails. They were delicious. They were small with flavor and more meat. You know, you buy these big things and it's got like 3 little pieces. The rest sticks to the back. You know, there's a piece of shit running through it. I ate something the other day, a piece of shrimp, and there was a little piece of shit hanging right from the thing.
No.
I showed it to the waiter. I go, come on, dog. I don't mind eating this shit. Tuck it in there. I'm straight up. I'm a gangster. I'm old school. Tuck it in. Don't let the little piece of shit hang out like that. Like a fucking rapper.
Did they do anything for you?
Yeah, they gave me like 3 little ones. Told me to forget about it. Jesus. This is how we run it. Why are you interrupting me for? Real quick, a word from...
We have DraftKings.
Blue Chew, you fuck.
Oh, fuck yeah, I'm sorry.
Real quick, we got Blue Chew. We'll be right back. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here. Listen, all sex is good sex. But if you're not having any sex because of ED, it's time for Blue Chew, Jack. They're the original brand of chewable tablets for better sex. There's a tablet with the same ingredients as Viagra and the same active ingredients as Cialis, and a combo tablet with both active ingredients so you can choose your own adventures. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Everybody likes an adventure from time to time. Get ready to enter the room. Dig first, Jack. Uncle Joey style. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Again, that's BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners on a beautiful Tuesday morning. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew absolutely free. That's right, you heard me right. Just press in promo code Joey, Joey, at checkout and pay $5 for shipping, and that's it. And get ready to sling big dick this summer. You know what I'm saying? The kind of dick that you wake up in the morning and there's just people laying around you. You don't even know who they are. You know what I'm saying? They're all scratching their head too. What happened? Anyway, listen, join Blue Chew's mission to upgrade humanity one thrust at a time, Jack. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast and for having our back for years. Like they said, listen, get ready to work that pelvis. You know what I'm saying? Get those kettlebells, throw them out the window. It's over. You're working it, Jack. I love you. Head to BlueChew.com right now for details and safety information. We're back. What's happening, beautiful people? Our beautiful guest is a savage. Her name is Tara.
Dennis Tracy.
Thank you. Oh, look at Lisa here coming in.
Brought her up enough.
Chaz can't say it. 10 years he can't say it.
What is it?
It's ready.
The only part about that was right with the C at the beginning. Dennis Tracy.
Dennis Tracy.
Dennis Tracy. Okay. What's up, beautiful?
Hi.
I knew I was going to get stuck. I already smoked a few bongos today, so I knew your name was going to be a tongue
It's
twister.
all right.
What's going on?
Thank you for having me.
Look at you
boy.
and
Look
shit.
at me.
All grown up and doing the town.
Right before your eyes, I grew up.
Fuck all the one eye. My other eye's all fucked up right
The
now.
eye that goes up.
Jesus Christ almighty.
Joey got a facelift. He don't want to tell anybody. He's doing it in parts. He got the left side lifted. He's going to go back.
I wish.
I didn't know you were this vain, Joe.
Come on, dog.
I would love it. When you turn 70, you should start doing plastic surgery.
You'll get it for free. Could you imagine being the plastic surgeon that works on Joey Diaz?
It's a blimp.
There ain't no coming back from that. There ain't no coming back from that shit. I think it's, people think it, to me, it's like the new wig. You ever see somebody who walks in with a really bad toupee? And you're like, this guy thinks he's got the whole room fucking fooled, okay? And at first you're like, this guy might be interesting, but you're like, no. He's trying to make a jerk out of me. Like, get that fucking wig. I'm not even going to talk to him.
I love when they don't match the color.
Oh my God, it's just horrible. It's just horrible.
That's my
Listen, if you have to wear a wig, you don't have to. You can just shave your head. Nobody will say nothing. You look like all the other mutants that go to the UFC. Just get a tattoo of a fucking dragon on your neck and shave your head. Nobody will say a fucking word to you. Even if your head shaped like a fucking mango, they won't say a fucking word to you. But that's what plastic surgery looks like to me when I'm in LA. I'm like, guys, you know.
We know.
We know that you can't move your fucking eyes. Like, I remember seeing a girl from Friends. She could not move her fucking eyes.
Which one?
It doesn't matter.
Probably all of them. Doesn't matter.
That's all about LA, yeah.
It's even crazier with guys with plastic surgery.
Guys, you see it. Women, I will tell you why I cannot fucking believe that plastic surgery. Because it breaks my fucking heart. Tom Cruise is all white.
Oh, Nicole Kidman. She can't even move her lips.
She cannot move her fucking thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, her lip, she eats intravenously. Her arms look like mine. Some chubby chick takes the blood out from the elbow. I want to know what hospital is it. I gotta call the fucking doctor tomorrow. So I just went to the hospital. They tried to take blood out of my elbow. I want to know. You see this, right? I'm not making this shit up. Blood is taken from this area. Why do I have a fucking thing? Oh, I should miss because I missed the vein. No shit, you missed everything. You missed the whole fucking thing. But the chubby one saved the day with the sour cream bread. She got me one shot. I was fainting, okay? But the reason why I was fainting, Tara, because I was telling you the story before. Listen, the nurse was taking blood out. She fucked up. So now, after the second prick, it hurt. Because once you get that prick, it goes right to my brain. You have like a little shot. If you're taking blood out, I can work with you on that prick because something's happening.
Right.
But once you stay, let's say 2 stabbings, I usually leave after that. Like, I'm done. After you miss twice, I don't trust you no more. Bro, one time they had to shoot me 5 fucking times.
You got hard veins, though.
I have rollies.
Yeah.
I had every Filipino nurse. They had to fly the grandmother in via helicopter. Coming. She started fucking bitching on her fingers when she came in. So this was what really happened. Some genius said, put the bed upside down. So when they put the bed back, you know, when you hang by your ankles because your back is tight.
Yeah. That machine, I used to have that in my house.
In the garage. They were sponsored for like a week. We didn't sell it. They canceled, but they left a $800 thing in the fucking garage. I'm like, why would you do that? Anyway, we talked. So
They tipped you down.
They tipped me over. And while I'm trying to recover my breath, this shit, she's next to me breathing. She was chubby and she just kept breathing. And I couldn't match her breath. Like it was like, I'm going, there was no rhythm to it. And then I got the sauerkraut breath. And that just, you know, anybody gets anxiety. I don't give a fuck. Somebody's hitting you, you can't match that breath. And the sauerkraut, I just went into a fucking coma. But I didn't think. I just saw a couple things. Then I asked for water. They always like, no water, ice cubes. My wife had a bottle of water. I just picked it up and started drinking it. Like, you can't drink water. Get the fuck out of here. It's like they tell you, you know, come to the hospital at 6. Yeah. Don't eat the night before. Fuck you.
That's for the anesthesia, I think.
Fuck you. You're supposed to listen.
Fuck you. What time is the surgery? If they say 9, that's 11. That means I sit there from 5:30 to 11 with sugar water. Sugar water. I already missed my 2 eggs sunny side up. I missed my toast, my fruit bowl.
What if they're on time?
Huh?
What if they're on time and you fucked up?
Well, then we'll deal with it.
But you're not going to tell
like
them.
Last week, I had watermelon for breakfast. Had a cup of coffee.
The day of the surgery?
Fuck yeah.
Jesus.
I got up at 6:30. Had watermelon, 2 eggs sunny side up with a piece of bread and fucking coffee.
Like the
And sure enough, they told me you'd be in the room by 11 o'clock. Bingo! I was in the room at 1 o'clock. That mean, and they poked me and took 1,000 gallons of blood. I'm telling you, my fucking, it was like Jesus. They just kept poking shit and fucking, they just kept beating on the poor human, Tara.
Happy Easter, everybody.
What am I supposed to do, Tara? Because you're not old yet. You're in your 60s. What am I gonna do when you like actually don't give a fuck?
Those rules are so you don't choke to death, right? When you they put you under.
That's communist shit. They do that for that last control. It's like semi-tape. You know what I'm saying? It's that type of shit. Come on, man. When I was in the hospital last time, I had no surgery. The surgery was at 8. I got up at 5. And I went right to that little den where you're not supposed to go. I had like 4 boxes of fucking cornflakes. The little ones.
Can we put words underneath this? This is not medical advice. You were receiving, please do not.
Or something.
I don't have time for that. I'm old. I got 1 foot in the grave, 1 banana peel. You know what kills me more? If by 11 o'clock you don't feed me and you keep coming in there and sticking me with needles. That's going to depress me more than anything. Just give me something to eat. Give the brother a grape. You know what I'm saying?
So what happens when you get hungry? Like why? Like I don't obviously I don't like being hungry either, but Jesus Christ.
Listen, if I want to be hungry, I move back to Cuba. I didn't come here to be hungry, okay? All right, I didn't come here to be hungry. All right, I didn't come here to be fucking hungry. I've worked myself up to a position I don't deserve to be hungry. I don't deserve to be hungry. What the fuck?
What did they give you after in recovery? Did they make up for it?
They might as well fucking shit in my mouth. They gave me all those pepper-tried muffins that was like dissolved. The fight came out like toothpaste. It was terrible. It was terrible. Thank God my wife brought something. And again, they're like, you can't eat for an hour afterwards. Listen, I will fucking stab you in the throat. Okay? I don't have time for this shit. Listen, there's a point in me, and some people might go, you know, Joy, you're acting very immaturely. But I'm not, Sharon, because there's a point you're paying. I'm paying you. What the fuck we doing here? Like the second time I went in, I got up to my floor. They have you in an emergency room in the hallway for 6 hours. Then they put you in an emergency room bed. You spend the night in a bed. If you fucking go this way, you fall off an emergency. Again, thank God I could order from the kitchen emergency delivered to your room. So I was living big.
No.
I had fucking Lee brought me.
Oh yeah,
You participated in
well, no, this is no surgery. This is when he had trouble breathing, and there was this sort of Jewish deli across the street and you went over there. The guy who runs it, I'm surprised he has his deli there because he's going to be in the hospital, and his fingers are bigger than any, but there was good food. Oh my God, it was good Jewish deli. But that was good food though. Like you had
pastrami, right?
Yeah, I brought pastrami,
and
like shrimp salad.
The fucking salads, the macaroni salad.
Yeah, no, I'm
Every time
into
I
it.
eat macaroni salad now, it tastes like refrigerated. I can taste a little metal something. That shit was clean, Bobby.
Fresh.
Clean, Bobby. You understand me? But you can order breakfast in the emergency room. So I was getting eggs and shit, 2 eggs sunny side up, bacon, extra bacon, oatmeal.
Nobody's gonna take this meal away.
Fuck yeah, I'm hungry
Nothing's
now.
gonna stop those 2
It's
sunny
bad
side
enough
eggs.
you're in a fucking hospital. It's bad enough you're confined to one room. They tell you all these things. They wake you up every 2 hours to check your blood pressure,
Yeah, they do wake you up.
which is $2.50 a pop. And they give you that water that costs $1.70 up there, and they charge you $2,000 a bottle for that shit. It's water with sugar, you know. And I bet that I put a lot of sugar in there. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, yeah, give them the extra, so you can at least bounce off the fucking things.
Did they charge you for the food?
Oh, they hit you big in the hospital. They hit you like you fucking, like Chef Mandini's cooking you.
I'm surprised you even did it. I would have just sent the nurse over to the Jewish deli every time.
No, you can't do that, Lee. But anyway, the second time I went to the hospital, I'm in fucking hallway for 6 hours. I spend the night in the emergency room. That's like 18 hours. You know, I'm from the old school. It's time to wash the fucking pussy. 18 hours of fermenting.
Did they sponge bath you?
No, I don't want to fucking sponge bath, Tara. I'm too old for that shit. I want to wash my own balls and my own pussy while I can. I don't want to live till you go later. There's some chick that's like 22. You know, she's got to wash your balls and say, "How are you, Mr. Diaz?" I don't ever want that to happen in my world. just embarrassing. And there was a guy in the hospital next to me shitting everywhere. People wiping his ass.
No, I
Just
know.
take me now.
No, I know. I
Shoot
know.
that fucking thing in the thing. Nobody knows nothing. He died of a heart attack when he was shitting blood. Okay. You know, it ain't gonna take much to prove it wrong. But this motherfucker told me, like, I get up there, she goes, this is your room. All right. I was just like, if anything you need, bring me on the thing. No, I don't need anything. She left and she comes back. I'm already half naked. Like, I'm already in the shower. I got the hot water on. I'm whistling. I'm thinking of my fucking shower, okay? Because that's all I give a fuck about. I'm not a camper.
No, me neither. Listen, I'm
That's your
not.
pussy.
Yeah, I'm not. That's not
All that
for
shit
me.
is great. We're out in nature, yeah, but that shit gets, you can only wipe your ass so much. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. You can wipe your ass like 3 times. You gotta put some water in that. You gotta put some water in that hole, Nikki. You know what I'm saying? You gotta put water in that hole. Enough for the toilet paper.
And no bidet at the hospital.
And
They don't have a bidet at the
I don't
hospital.
have a bidet. I got my hand and a fucking towel and soap and antiseptic soap. I got soap in there that's like purple soap.
Yeah.
That just zaps the hemorrhoid. That's all you hear. It's like one of those electric things when a mosquito runs into it.
No. I forgot how seriously you take your showers. You did that the last time we were in the hospital. That nurse told you no shower, no shower.
Yeah. No shower. I'm like, come again?
Wait, why no shower?
The doctor has to clear. Listen.
Oh, because you were dizzy.
Huh?
No, other than
I wasn't fucking dizzy.
No.
You're never too dizzy to take a fucking shower, okay? You're dizzy if you don't take it. You know when I get dizzy when I'm laying there like a retard and I scratch my balls and sniff it, and then you get dizzy and you get fucking, you know, you can't believe that's your nuts. Yeah, you've been laying there for 24 fucking hours with those same underwear on.
No, I can't. I'm with you. I'll feel better after a shower. I'm with you, Joe.
That phone I told her
I'm
was on
with
fire.
you. Still?
That motherfucker's popping in there right now. You know, he needs water. You gotta calm that motherfucker down. This lady's like, no shower. I go, listen, I'm going to the fucking shower, right? She's like, well, you have to put a tube around your arm to protect. Listen, no tube. I wash with one hand, right? Yeah, I'm like the one-armed swordsman. You know, I was trained for this shit.
He still had IV things in his arm.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I don't give a fuck. You gotta wash.
Someone gives a fuck.
Who? Where in the medical book? Show me where it says you can't take a shower.
What medical
When you're in the
book?
hospital. Whatever medical book that you're basing, that the doctor has to clear me.
Do not try this at home. Okay.
Where's the medical book? Show me the fucking medical book where it says I have to clear a fucking patient after 24 hours of not showering, because what could possibly happen to this motherfucker in the shower?
My blood pressure would go up. I do need to feel a certain level of high. I do, like, I'll feel better, just let me shower.
Right. I see that, but just I forgot about that mixed with the eating.
Well, the eating.
Yeah.
What do you need?
Joe.
Don't fucking listen. It's a little cereal before.
A little cereal. No, it's still no. It was 2 eggs. He's added everything to this meal.
No, hold on.
It
The
was
first time I had the surgery, the first time they stuck the tube in my arm. They stuck the tube in my arm to go to your heart to see if you need something in there.
an
They stitch it up,
angiogram or something like
something
that.
like
Yeah.
that. And it was at 11.
Okay.
I woke up at 5:30. It's not good.
No.
I'm not the type of guy that's going to fall right back to sleep. So, like by 7, I know Uncle Joey. You know what I'm saying? I know me. I've been around for 72 years.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to do something. So I went in that little room, and I got 2 of those, maybe 3, 4 of those little packages of cornflakes. No sugar. They had sugar flakes. 20 a tiger.
Frosted.
I got a gone for those. And it would have really came up in the blood test.
Look at this.
But I didn't, see, because I'm a gentleman.
Look at health conscious Joey right now.
I could have had the honey nut Cheerios, but they had more sugar than the cornflakes.
You're right.
Does
They
that mean
do.
you had 4 bowls of cereal?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
It
I had the 1% milk.
Oh, the 1% doesn't come up.
No, watery. It's like the cum that comes out when you're 13. It's like when you're 12, that liquor comes out. It's like a half an egg. You ever see when you go
I've
to the
never
park?
seen a 12-year-old. Let that be known now. I've never seen that.
You go to the park and you see like a half an egg, and it's like the chicken's head, but the rest of it is sperm.
No.
The egg
What are you in the park?
It's a fucking pigeon. And the egg falls when he's a little pigeon.
Oh.
But his head is developed, but the rest of it is just, like liquid, like goop. That's
1% milk, everybody.
1% milk. That's why I had 1% milk.
And that's okay before surgery?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Now, if I went to fucking Nona's house and had you have Sunday leftovers, son, you should. You know what your grandmother would say. You got surgery at 11 o'clock, go ahead. You need all the nourishment you can get. And nobody died.
Eat this, it'll make you
So
feel
go fuck
better.
yourself. Yeah, eat this. You don't want the this. No, take it the meat. Take it the brajol. It's better. You got the egg. Yeah, the egg protein. You know, I'm from that school.
Yeah, I know.
You're going for war. Your body's about to go to war. I need everything I can get. You're going to show up with sugar water. I'm going to lose this fucking war. It's fucking sugar water. There's no protein. There's no guts. There's nothing. You got to go in there with something. Pasta for surgery. Right? Beans. See? I'll take a couple
Pasta, sustain
3-4
you.
hours before surgery. Oh, and right when they're about to put you out, you blow that last part. When they say, here, breathe this oxygen. You feel that little hot air coming out of your ass. And you take that one peek and everybody's looking at each other like everybody's guilty.
The momos.
Oh, Tyra, the other day before this they caught me, I go, they were like, we're going to take you back about 5 minutes. I go, you know what, let me go to the bathroom real quick. And they booked me half in with the fucking thing. And when they closed the door, I'd have to pee. But I had 10 minutes. And I go, I'm going to make something come out of me. Because, not sperm, no, not disgusting.
No.
I'm going to make something come out of my dick because as soon as I get back on that cot, and they put me in there, and the cold air from the surgery room hits me, I'm going to have to fucking pee. When I did the knee surgery, oh my God, it was fine. Tyra, they put so much pain shit in me that I couldn't feel nothing. And when I run in the room, I go, oh fuck, I gotta pee. And also they go, okay. I go, let me go to the back. Because my dick was inside the nutsack. I mean, all the pain medication, I had no dick left. And I'm like, no, I'll go to the bathroom. They're like, no, this nurse is going to do it. And I'm like, they're going to give me like the 60-year-old that's ugly and that it don't really matter. Nobody's going to believe her story. You know what I'm saying? They gave me the hottest fucking nurse you ever seen in your life. And she had a whole my little pinky and put a catheter in there. And we made eye contact throughout the whole thing. She had the prettiest fucking eyes. She had eyes like my wife. I'm like, oh my God. My dick is so fucking small right now. This is not make mental note.
Did you tell her it was because of the pain pills?
Oh, I was like Jerry Seinfeld. Right?
With the cold water?
Soup,
Yeah.
cold water.
That's what I was thinking.
I was like, cold water. It's usually Chinese food.
She's like, sure, honey,
Oh
sure.
my God. My dick was non-fucking existent. Anyway, tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well,
what have you been up to?
I don't know if I have any pearls of wisdom medical advice like Uncle Joey over here.
How are you Italian and as like in shape as you are? Like I don't get it. You like with everything he was talking about.
Because she's not one of those chubby Italian women that looks at the money gut and says, I shouldn't.
And then does.
Those are the chubby ones, the ones that look at it for a minute and they wait for everybody's, I shouldn't. And then everybody has to say something. Oh, go ahead, girl, you look good. You looking fine, a motherfucker. Even though
Is she Italian or black?
last time we see that she had one neck, now she's got three. And you're egging her on. Yeah. And you might as well put that other fat finger in the cannoli too while you're at it. Take 2 of them. You're looking thin.
I eat pasta every day.
Really?
I swear to God, almost every day.
Do Italian like?
I have to. It's like, but I do it. Yeah, portion control, like Uncle Joey. It's just a small.
What do you mean? How? You just say portion control like it's something that like is easy to understand.
Well, listen.
Because I see the videos you made, like all the you can cook, right?
Yeah, I cook all the time.
And you just eat a little bit. I never understand that.
I'm a picker. I like to eat throughout the whole day.
Goddamn.
But I gotta keep my girlish figure, you know?
You look fantastic.
Thank you.
The last year or so, I don't know if it was LA, I don't know if that you're happy because you're making your own moves.
Finally.
It's funny when you realize that you have to make your own moves.
Yeah.
Like you feel like such a fucking jerk off for years. You're like, what the fuck have I been thinking? Like I still remember getting the breakdowns.
Oh, I still get them.
You get them too?
It's hard. Yeah, this industry will eat you from the inside out. This is the part where it's almost the hardest, Joe, I think, because it's not the beginning where I'm this idealistic, I'm starting, it's fun, there's no skin in the game, and I haven't hit, so it's like I'm in the middle where it's like, it's hard. It's hard.
Guess what? It's hard in the beginning.
Yeah.
It's hard in the middle. And it's hard on the other end of that fucking middle. You're going to always keep fucking hustling.
I realize that.
And on everything that I still cannot believe out of the 34 years I've been doing this, I really am blown away. Yes, we get better. We're all like fun. If you get on stage 6 nights a week and you really put your heart in it, you go home and write, cry, and sacrifice this, and I'm not doing this, I gotta do this, shit will happen for you. It's not at the speed you want. Always remember that.
I think I'm okay with it now that I'm doing it myself, that I've taken control. Because it's like, I feel like I'm not sitting back waiting for anything to happen. Not that I ever was. You know me. You would call me. I'd be like, I'm doing a restaurant tonight on a Wednesday. You would call me and you'd be like, you're just doing it to get up. I would do anything to get up. But now I feel like I've gotten way more control of. And listen, like I said to you before we were filming, nobody's going to work harder for me than me. So right now, I feel like I've gained some control. And that's what every woman wants, right? Control.
And I was thinking of, because when Joey told me that you were going to be the guest, because we met, it was like a couple years ago, and we were doing shows with Josh, and you were telling me like how you were because I was way earlier than you, and you're like, well, I was doing well, and then it was hard for a minute. You asked someone for help, and you're like that. Like to me, you feel like that was a turning point for you.
Game changer.
And Rich was since then and now, like you're way even ahead than you were when we first met.
Yeah, which was a hard thing for me. Even when I first met Joey, he's like, an empty closed mouth don't get fed. But I'm not one to be like, oh, can you help me? Can you help me? I never wanted to ask anybody for anything. But there were just a few people, and I still don't. It's still something I struggle with today. But I know my people now, and I know who to ask. And the first person I ever asked for anything was Rich Voss. But that's because he always extended himself. Rich is the kind of guy, I love to say this, he's the kind of guy who's nice behind your back and mean to your face. That's how his wife described him once to me. Because she said, oh, Rich speaks so glowingly of you. I said, to who? Not to me. This guy has insulted me from day one. But he was really in your corner, and so I felt safe enough to ask him for something. And asking him for one thing literally changed the course of my life, because it was during the pandemic. It was when I couldn't get shows, and he just created an opportunity for me. And from that one opportunity, I shit you not, everything. I just got one thing from the next to the next. And it's you got to know who your people are, though.
Tara, it's so weird that you talk about people helping you. Because I'll do anything for anybody. I've been there on that other side of the coin. So I know what that feel is. I know what you feel in your heart. When you fucking, Jesus Christ, what is this going to happen for me? When can I get an agent? Remember that struggle? When can I get an agent? Like, how am I going to get an agent? You meet with these agents, and they're like, oh, you need a reel. I'm going to get a reel. I got no fucking
agent. Work, yeah.
You gotta just submit the fucking college movies. And for like 6 months, I was just doing college movies at the comedy store. At the comedy store, too. I would drive to like Los Feliz, and there'd be a bunch of Chinese people outside fucking taping a movie. A student team.
No,
you think I'm fucking kidding? And you just learn, and you just kept learning. And I couldn't use not one of those fucking reels. Listen, not one of those fucking reels that I used. They were worse than the other one. And you're like, How am I going to? And then when they in acting class, some kid who doesn't have a zero credit is like Mackenzie, Schultz, and Babolia, and they're not bad. And you're like, really? How'd you get with them? The guy is a fan of music. You want me to give you his package? And you're like, fuck yeah. You give him the package, and the guy calls you 3 days later. And says, come on in, I want to talk to you. I don't have somebody like you. But that's after like 2 years of doing it. Okay? And then you got my buddy Ricky Cruz. Got to LA, asked me what he should do, and I said, Ricky, you're so good looking. You're so young. Just walk into these agencies and give them a package. You gotta walk in. Yeah, but my friend in LA, walk in. He walked into the comedy place. Nobody said a word. Then he walked into 3 yards. 3 yards. His second walk in. Before he hit the door, the girl chased him. So hold on. They're gonna want to see a guy like you. You're Spanish, yeah. She wanted to suck his dick like everybody else. But he signed with 3 yards. Not because he sent the package, because he went down there. Sometimes you never know what the combination is for you. Now they won't let you go down. Now it's like, what are you doing here? Because you're trying to sell yourself. My philosophy, when I got that license, somebody came to me and said, Joey, I'm the casting director, correct? What's my job? To cast the fucking movie. Hey, and to cast the best person for that role. You're not going to always call me. You can't call me every week when I do a fucking movie, but something's going to come up. You're going to know the girl in my office, she's going to send you scripts. And there's one thing you're going to look at and go, Joey, I want this. I'm going to read you, give you the role. But it's really weird. You have to give me half of what you do. It's just not going to happen for people. Look, I always put my own auditions on tape. That's fucking ballsy. So I would go to that fucking 7-Eleven Wednesday at 5 o'clock on Curson. It's still there. You know where Curson and Sunset Strip? Where it all goes down. That's where the action is down there.
That's it.
By the Guitar Center. You don't know where that is?
No.
Look on a hill, right? That 7-Eleven. Do we stop at it?
Like
fuck yeah! Remember the old days? That was Stanhope. Was on Curson. Nick DiPaolo and Mitch Hedberg was on Sierra Bonita. Ralphie May was on Gardner, and me and Josh Wolf were on Vista. That little park we used to play tennis in the afternoons at Gorky Park, the Russian Park. We used to buy nickel bags down there. That's
Nick was the first guy, one of the first guys I opened for.
That was the neighborhood and those restaurants there. They have like the Thai place where you take your shoes off. I don't go there. I don't go anywhere where I gotta smell white people's feet. Because they're filthy fucking animals. Even though I got a fucking thumbnail, I'm not gonna try to eat the coconut shrimp. Well, I gotta smell your fucking feet that smell like. Oh yeah, we just came from Runyon Canyon. Well, go wash your fucking feet, you dirty bitch. Plus you got sperm on your toenail. Whatever the fuck we got on them. But what else they got there? They got that one place on the corner that used to be a really good fucking neighborhood, man. But that 7-Eleven, I get the fucking paper, the entertainment, and I'd see movies in pre-production. Anything New York, I'd call my buddy at ICM, and I go, give me the script for this movie. He would email it to me, and I would go through the script. And if there was anybody they needed from New York, I circled it down to 2 roles. A big one that I wanted, and a small one that I wanted. So I try to get the small one first. And if they make contact back with me and say, put it back on tape, we like you for this, then I'd send the big one. And that's how I booked The Longest Yard.
Is it?
Yeah.
Would you like one of those backstage magazines?
No, I knew The Longest Yard was coming out, and they wouldn't see me. They had already Big Pussy or Tony Saragusa in mind. And I just thought of that because I was watching The Sopranos the other night on HBO. It was on late. And it was the only episode Saragusa ever did. It was the episode that I was supposed to do. While I was shooting Spider-Man 2, I got an email to shoot 3 days in The Sopranos as Pussy's brother.
Oh, shit.
Dog, this is, you didn't know this shit?
No.
So I'm shooting Spider-Man 2 like a motherfucker. I'm not shooting a thing. I'm there smoking dope,
Yeah.
walking around drinking pomegranate juice like fucking, like Johnny Bastige, because pomegranate juice was heavy duty those days. It was like $9 with a little container shit. You either had a shoplifter or just didn't drink it. They had it by the half a gallon. I would get there in the morning just to get there early, and I put the half gallon in my bag, right in my dressing room, and sit there all
Think
day.
of all the things Joey would cop. It's pomegranate juice.
Oh, I love pomegranate juice.
I love
It's
it.
got too much sugar in it now, but so I was in the middle of shooting Spider-Man 2, and I get a call. Fucking, because after I auditioned for The Sopranos early, she told me to send her a tape. Anytime I booked anything Italian, and I forget what I booked, and I sent her a tape, and I didn't hear from her for like 3 months, and that's when I heard from Georgine. That's how I heard from her. She goes, I want you to read for this role. You basically got it.
The longest shot.
No,
Oh,
fucking
Sopranos.
You should put on tape. It's yours. It's yours to lose. That was the expression they used. It's yours to lose. I was shooting Spider-Man 2. I'm on the fucking set of Spider-Man 2, and she can't get my sides to me because you couldn't email them in those days. They weren't that technical. You had to fax them. Jesus. So you had to be home. It was 2001, and I was poor. You had to be home to switch the fucking thing on the fax to phone, right? You don't remember that? You're too young. You motherfuckers are too young.
I remember fax.
You had to sit at home and wait for the call to come through. And you had to switch it so nobody was home. So I told them to send this to the Comedy Store. And I said, I shoot till 11:30. In those days, I wasn't even shooting. I just hit because it would give me overtime like a motherfucker. And I wasn't going home till the pomegranate juice was finished. You know what I'm saying? So I ate everything I could that day. I was out of weed.
Wait, they gave you overtime and you weren't even shooting? That's badass.
And I would leave my dressing room. If I knew an actor went home, I would go in his dressing room and watch TV. And then when I was ready to go home, like if I had an 11 o'clock spot, about 10:15, you'd see me lurking. And I'd see like two of the girls going, Joey, where you been? We've been looking for you for an hour. You're cut. Come on. How come nobody told me? I was in my room. We went to your room 10 times. And then I would go right to the director, Sam Raimi, and I go, Sam, why am I going home? What happened? Joe, you've been here from 7 o'clock in the morning. Enough is enough already. So I would just show up like, what time are you going to be here tomorrow? The second's here is 6:30. That means my call's 7. But I would show up coked up for the night before just to get like a fresh breakfast, like juice, fresh fruit, shit.
Breakfast is definitely the most important part of the meal. We've learned this from the episode.
I have no idea. So now I go back to the Comedy Store. When I get to the Comedy Store, Eleanor says to me, Joey, your sides are in the manager's office. Yours and Dama Revers. You're both auditioning for The Sopranos. And some way or another got to somebody on The Sopranos that me and Dom were auditioning. And that motherfucker took it upon himself to go to one of the producers and say, you know Joey Diaz? And in those days, that's lack of confidentiality agreement. You weren't supposed to say nothing. So I got a call Friday at 2 in the fucking morning. I just got home from the Comedy Store. I just got home, put the TV on, up in the dairy, I'm petting the cats, and my fucking pager goes off with that number. And I'm like, what the fuck? And she goes, Joey, what the fuck did you say? Why I didn't say that to nobody? I got the side sent to the company, I know what happened. And that was it.
Dude, that's crazy. Just because I've heard that part of that story. But like you guys were just talking about how hard it is to make it. Every comic's been through it. To have another comic be an asshole.
Yeah, somebody you know who sabotaged you or no?
Yeah, to this day.
That's
But it was, listen guys, how many times you book a role? How many times I go for an audition for a whole week? All the way down in Orange County. All the way down there. When they used to shoot that stupid show down there. They have 4 shows, ABC. David, whatever. He's married to Michelle Pfeiffer, I think. He has studios in Orange County. They shoot high-level shit down there. They shoot down there for people like that live in Malibu and shit. The only good thing is they have one of those bagel places in the corner. I booked Cold Case down there. I booked a bunch of shows down there. Yo, Uncle Joey here. Listen, I'm excited for this weekend, Jack. For the first time ever, we got an all-women's boxing mega event right over there in New York City. 2 title fights on the same night, Jack. If you're like me, you love the action, you need to check out DraftKings. Plain and simple. If you've never bet with DraftKings, get ready for an adventure. It could be easier. Just pick who you think is going to win, put a couple bucks on it, and that's it. If you're new to DraftKings, Uncle Joey's going to make it day. Bet $5 and get 150 in bonus bets instantly. Again, bet $5 and get 150 in bonus bets instantly. Get ready to put your money where your mouth is. Everybody knows about everything. Go to DraftKings. You know what I'm saying? Let's get the party started. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now and press in code Joey. Joey. That's code Joey. Joey. That's me. For new customers to get 150 instantly in bonus bets when you just bet $5. Only at DraftKings with 8. The crown is yours. Saturday night. Be there or be square. DraftKings, Jack. Let's go back to the program right now.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
What was I getting at? What are we talking about that place down there?
Yeah, but I said, you know who sabotaged you? You said, yeah, even when I went to Orange County.
You go down there all week. You go down there all week. You start on a Tuesday. There's 16 people in the room for your role. You read. You go home. All of a sudden you get a call. Right? You got to go back down there on Wednesday. Same place. You go back there. There's 8 people in the room now. And they're all like you, right? They're all like us. And then that night you go home, but you don't hear nothing at 7, so you're like, I didn't get it. But about 9:30, 10, they call you again. They go, come on down again tomorrow morning, same place. You're going to meet with the producers, and they're also going to do a screen test. And then you go down there again and do all that shit, and it's always at fucking 4, so you get stuck on traffic on the way back. Okay, you're not getting home till 8 o'clock, so I better get something out of this. I used to get fucking pissed off when you have to go from the 10 to the 405. I don't wish that on anybody. I don't wish that on anybody. And dog, you're all fucking fired up. And all of a sudden Thursday, you don't hear nothing. And you're fucking a gentleman, so you don't want to call your agent and go, what the fuck's going on? Because they have me down there 3 days in a row. What's going on? And then Friday morning, you were in the shower and you missed a call. That's your agent. And they leave a message to call you back. And you're like, oh shit, I booked it. And you pick up the phone and go, hey, we just want to call you. We went with a black guy and said, wait a second. I'm in the room with nothing but fucking garlicky Italians all week. And you're going to tell me now, after $90, that fucking, they went with a fucking black guy. That happens to you too.
Yeah.
So you have no idea the shit you get. You have no idea the stories you'll get.
And that was when you had to really drive down a lot. Now everything's online for the most part, so you get to the end.
You gotta do it at home.
Yeah, you got to self-tape.
Yeah, you gotta self-tape, and I'm over 92. I booked one thing on tape on my own in Jersey. It was an Apple show. It was a good show, but I haven't booked the fucking thing. I don't know if my wife's a kiss of death. I know I'm the fucking kiss of death. And here's the thing. Right now, listen, I'm a semi-active comic, right? But I'm looking at the comedy world today in perspective to my world at this level that you and Lee and everybody else is at right now. It's rough and rough, guys. It's rough. And listen, it's rough at any level. What you guys are doing, I was doing triple runs. You know, that means you do the gig and you got to get in the car and drive 8 hours to the next gig. You got to do radio for 2 hours. Then you go to your room and you sleep for 3 hours. Then you got to fucking go back and do radio. Then go do the show. And on the way there, they tell you can't say fuck or Indian. You know, why Indian? Because we just don't say Indian here. You know, so you got to, you know, it's always something. And, you know, I just want you and everybody, like, I'm really proud of you.
Thank you.
That you're shooting this fucking special, you know. You funded it?
Well, I got an offer.
Okay, there you go. They made you an offer you couldn't refuse.
I mean, I just want, you know where I'm at with it, where it's like, I just want to puke the out. I'm done with it. I'm already done with it. So it's like, I puked the hour myself. Like, it's like, you're ready. I'm ready. So it was, whether I did it myself in October, which is, I plan to do it myself this year. I came off the road with Josh, and I spoke to him, and he's like, just film it yourself, you know, film your hour. And then I literally got leave that week and got an offer for somebody else to do it. And I was like, all right, and I get an advance. So I was like, okay, this, you know, makes sense. Just,
you know, man, it's
I like the gun to my head too, in the sense that, like, I would have done it, but I would have, not that I would have sat on my ass with it, but it's nice when somebody's like, no, this is the date, this is the place, this is what you got to do. So it removes that part of the thinking from me. When, you know, I just want to write jokes and tell jokes. I don't want to do all this other stuff. So when you have somebody else to come in and kind of like, oh, okay.
And it's cool for me with Tara, like, I don't mean this in a bad way, but like, because Joe, you give me like a ton of advice, and it's great, and I appreciate it. And you've been doing it for 30 years. But like with Tara, like I said earlier, like I've seen you go from one plan, I see you doing it, and it's like when you were coming up, Joey, there wasn't like social media. Like there was that. So when we met, there was, but that was just coming out. And it's like, I see a path.
Tell you something.
Yeah.
It's not only fucking social media, guys.
No, I know.
It's that, listen, you could be the funniest motherfucker today. Funniest motherfucker. You're a little edgy. Maybe sometimes you have a cocktail and you tell a bitch to suck your dick. But for the most part, everybody's scared to follow you. Everybody's talking shit about you. And you don't have a manager. You know, you don't have. So what happens? You don't get into 50% of things. Just because you're not walking in there. I know now to get into a club, somebody's got to call down there. When I got into the comedy store, I called myself. Who am I going to talk to? Scott Day? Okay. I called Scott Day. Joey Peters. Listen, Scott, I know you want to showcase. A couple guys told me about you already. We'll put your name on the list. And we'll okay it, and then in about 6 to 8 months we'll call you back. And they hang up the phone. And you're like, what the fuck do I do for 6 to 8 fucking months? And through the grace of God, Doug Stanhope called on a Friday, and they asked Doug, is your buddy available? He goes, yeah, call him up. He's at my house right now. And Scott, they called my house and he goes, you got a showcase on Sunday. You know, 2 weeks after that.
What did that consist of, the showcase? You had like what was the time frame? 3. Yeah, that's what they give, so, yeah.
3.
Wait a minute.
So remember, I got out of the car. This is what I tell people. Ready? I didn't have no parents. I had no family. I had George. I dropped out of high school. Fucking went to prison. Okay. I fucked up. But this is a story that nobody believes. I got to LA January 27th. And I was a regular at the world famous comedy store on February 19th.
Birthday,
oh,
yeah.
On my birthday. I wasn't even in LA a month. Ari had a showcase. How many times?
18 or something. Him and Simone too.
Who?
Ari Shafir.
Yeah.
He talks about it. Like he had like the time before he had like a breakdown in the middle, like 2 chairs or something. He talks about it a lot on his podcast. I can't imagine.
A month. A month. I said, I don't even tell this to people because they go, Joey, don't repeat that. Rogan was an understudy. You guys know that Rogan was an unpaid regular, and they made him follow Richard Pryor when he got there.
Well, that is
Crazy.
the part about that's nice for like me because
Unpaid regular who had to follow. You're not getting paid. You got to follow Richard Pryor at midnight. That means you go on at 10 to 1 o'clock.
as everyone's leaving.
As everybody's leaving after Richard leaves, and the whole audience, they would throw Rogan up there. Okay, these guys, you don't see.
But that's what makes you strong.
That's what.
That's
She
what
would
makes you
fucking
strong.
torture you.
Yeah.
Again, I got to the not happy people. I got to the Comedy Store on a Monday night. I got to LA on a Monday night. I washed my pussy. I got there in a trailer. Me and my stripper girlfriend lived in a trailer. We drove all the way from Seattle. Well, by the way, in San Francisco, the frame broke.
Oh,
Yeah, you have no idea. That was another week. But I showcased every night in San Francisco. I got to like 3 clubs because the truck broke down. Never did none of the clubs. I was too busy. Went back, got to LA on a Monday, ate at an Acapulco restaurant. You don't know what that is. They're out of business. And then went to the store. And while I was there, I think it was the piano player for the Stephanie Mills show was from Seattle. And he'd go to Seattle, me and Jai would open for him. And there was maybe 8 people in the audience. And Eddie Griffin was on stage, and Don Barris was hosting. And they were looking for something to go on. And James Stevens III goes, "Back in my little brother Joey Diaz a shot." And I went up there in a bag of dicks in front of 4 people. There was 4 fucking people. And they told me when I got off stage to go home, go to sleep, and get up and go to the Laugh Factory on Tuesday morning. So I went to the Laugh Factory and I stood online. I got there at 6 in the morning. You wait till 6 at night and they give you a number. Please, don't fucking come to me.
No, I know. That was like, I know. That was like the comic strip back in the day.
Okay. And here's the even what the Laugh Factory told me to go fuck myself. He was like, nah, get the fuck out of here. You're a fucking Vegas act. That's what he told me. But fuck him. Latino night was Monday, and I was friends with Gabriel, the other Gabriel, and fucking he booked a room. He was never there, Jamie, and it was the busiest night of the week. So I would get to go up every Monday at 9:25 in front of 300 fucking people, with people coming off the rafters. What? I was doing triple doubles back in the day. Triple doubles is when you do the Improv, the Laugh Factory, and the Comedy Store on a Monday night, because those were the biggest nights. It was Freaky Monday at the Improv. So the first 5 acts were white, and then they just turned off the lights. And then it got dark up in that motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? But it was everybody. You know, what was the crazy guy from Friday? He was there every Monday. TK Kirkland, Guy Torrey, who I just sent the video for his fucking son-in-law. It was packed on Monday night. Eddie Murphy, all those rappers who go down. It was insane. The biggest bag of dicks I ever ate was on Monday night.
At the Improv?
Oh yeah, I could hear fucking the silverware. And I just walked off the stage and didn't go down there for like a year. I was like, I ain't messing down there. They did not play on Monday nights. So I went through all that. Like, but 3 weeks to be a regular at the Comedy Store.
Listen.
I was like,
But you gotta get your wins. That's a huge win, right? But like, you can't have all losses, right? And that's what it is. And we talked about this the first time I ever did one of your podcasts. It's like you can get 30 bad shows, 30 losses. You get 1 win, and you're like, all right, I'm back. In what other career are you taking
like
all those hits?
You're back.
And now you're like, I'm fucking back. And you listen, nobody's gonna argue and say you had an easy life before that. So this is you want that win. You people are rooting for Joey Diaz to get that win. Yeah.
What people don't understand, it's like when I take a young powder with me on the road or something, and I go, where's the second? I pay him double. I pay him double.
Yeah.
And in my heart, I'd rather not go home with anything and make that person's night, because I remember there was a lot of people who fucked me.
Yeah.
So they give you $50, they put 35 in,
You pay
shit like that. There was a lot of them. But you're so green, and you just want to work again, that you're naive. It's like getting molested. You just put it, it's like,
No.
you just put it behind you.
You make people feel the way comics should feel. I've been a recipient of on a Joey Diaz payday show, and I'm like almost uncomfortable. And you're like, I know.
That's the way it is.
Yeah.
Because I want you to know that no matter what happens in the world, you're gonna catch a breather from time to time. It may not be that guy. It may not be that, but it might be that person, or it might be a producer saying, "Hey, you busy next Wednesday? I need a girl just like you for one day." It's not a huge role. You're doing one scene with Anne Hathaway, and you're like, and they're like, "Yeah, I can only get you like $1,800 for the day. I hope that's enough." And you're like, "About $18. You should in the city. That means it's going to be great catering." Anne Hathaway.
Pomegranate juice.
Yeah, Anne Hathaway don't do shit unless it's high level. Nothing. Even your underwear, $80.
Welcome.
Anne Hathaway needs to look good, and so do you, dog. So, do you know what I'm saying? You know how many times on a Tuesday night,
How are you?
sitting there, bro?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck
I
it.
do.
I'm going to stay at home on a Tuesday. And then go, fuck this. I'm going to go to Comedy Store. And get down there, also like, "Joey, you're here. Well, I don't have a spot tonight." "Well, you do tonight. 4 people cancel." And you're like, 4 people cancel. Like,
How are you?
At 10 o'clock. You just made 15.
Hello. How are you, Biuk? Hope you're having a great day.
Some level of Jewish sovereignty in Colonial Israel. It's not a complete sovereignty. They're still really part of the Persian Empire, but nevertheless, Jews are in their land and governing themselves. When the Greeks come in the 4th century, the Jews are overwhelmed by them, and overwhelmed more significantly by Greek culture, Hellenism, and this sparks a dramatic
$18. I was never so happy to make $15. It's a Tuesday night at the Comedy Store. With $15 by 10 o'clock? Shit. Bring those bitches up. Where's Rick James and my freaks?
Pomegranate juice for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? I got another 3. I'll stick this out for another 3. It's like when they go to kill Morty. And the Wicks and Goodfellas, they go to kill Morty. They goes, "That thing, don't worry about it."
Oh, that broke my heart.
And, yeah, it breaks my heart too. But the point is, you're like, you know what? I was thinking about packing my bags. My mother's got one from the grave on a banana peel. You know what? I'm not doing much out here. And all of a sudden, you got a great spot. And you're like, looks like my mother's dying without me at her bedside.
That's like, I know you're like, it sounded like you're embarrassed about getting this. I don't think you're embarrassed about it.
No.
But like, for someone like me who right now is like struggling, like, I feel like I'm having good sets. And I don't expect to be in this, even in the top 2 levels of clubs. But like, the smaller New York clubs that like, I think I should be in, and they won't call you back. But it's like, if you had gotten in at the Improv or the Factory, that wasn't the
Welcome.
You got in.
How are you?
For you.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now. I've had managers leave.
How you living?
4 managers of clubs. I've been
What up, baby?
killing in New York.
What's good? Living the dream. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. How'd you find out about me? Fuck yeah, man. Absolutely. Welcome. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Oh, well, I appreciate you. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3. Yeah, dog. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? All right, well, that's cool. So CTKA, they're basically just like constant videos of people. And I've done this now. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously, and I do so for world peace. I don't want war anymore, and I want to bring the world together by showing the world that we're not all that different. I have been streaming 24/7 since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. It overtook petroleum. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And if that comes to fruition, I'm going to make all your friends and family very, very rich. I'm going to help everybody who's helped me along the way. So what does that mean? I'm going to give you all the money that you need to become financially independent if you're not already, to create generational wealth if you don't already have it, and to create charities and philanthropic organizations that are near and dear to your heart to help the world. How does that sound to you? Excellent. If I were to give you all the money that you needed, what kind of charity would you start? Take your time. You would do what? Oh, what kind of charity would you start? Do you know what a charity is? That's okay. No big deal. They found out about me from Kick. That's baller.
You know when you're doing well. And they go, hey, this club records you. And when they record you and they send you your set, send it back to them and tell them they don't book you. And there was a moment where I was like, it doesn't make a difference what I do. I'm not getting booked. Like I'm getting these produced shows, or I'm finding my way in, but nobody's booking me. And to the point where I fought it so much that I go, this is it. This isn't my own path. This club, this hooker, this scene, this city is not for me. I'm not going to sit home, which I was for a while, sitting there feeling bad for myself. I'm going to go find where they're going to book me.
Right.
And creating your own opportunity. I was producing my own shows. I was getting guys like Bobby Kelly and Rich Voss, and I was getting these guys come and doing my shows because I was paying money. I was paying more than anybody else because I knew how to get people. I knew how to treat people. I was giving people dinner. And then I had to create my own opportunity. Like, also, I had to stop fighting it. Like, if I'm not going to get booked here, then I got to go where I'm going to get booked. Like, I had
Welcome. How are you?
Forever. For me, anyway.
What's good, Emer? How you living? Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, my friend? I love you too, my friend. How'd you find out about me, Emer? How did you find out about me? Excellent. You're an amazing streamer. I'm glad that you're here. Absolutely. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Why are your children scared? Okay. Well, that's all right. I'm not for children. How's your day going? How's your day going? Somebody else who found me from Kick, I think. What's your primary language? Just a moment. I'm here. I don't want your family to be scared. So just one moment. I'll speak Turkish to you. Absolutely. Welcome to my Welcome to my Discord. I'm glad that you're here. I hope you and your family have Welcome to my Discord. I'm glad that you're here. I hope you and your family have a wonderful day today.
Discord'uma hoş geldin. Duyduğuna sevindim. Umarım bugün senin ve ailenin harika bir gün geçirmesini dilerim.
You're welcome, my friend. So, what kind of streaming do you like to do? I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person ever.
Hayatımı haftada 7 gün, yılda 365 gün, dünya barışı için yayınlıyorum. 3,5 yıldan uzun süredir bunu yapıyorum ve internette herhangi bir insanın sahip olabileceğinden daha fazla veriye sahibim.
I stream my life for world peace. I don't want war anymore. And I want to show the world that we're not all that different. So I give people portals into my life. I'm currently live on over 20 different YouTube channels right now.
Hayatımı dünya barışı için yayınlıyorum. Artık savaş istemiyorum ve dünyaya birbirimizden o kadar da farklı olmadığımızı göstermek istiyorum. Bu yüzden insanlara hayatıma açılan kapılar sunuyorum. Şu anda 20'den fazla farklı YouTube kanalında canlı yayın yapıyorum.
Do you stream? Oh, excellent. No war. Exactly. No war. Wonderful. Very well. I also talk about ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I'm very much about technology in the future.
Ayrıca tarım, dronlar, yüzen seralar, tuzlu su, seralar, hidroponik ve çiftçilik gibi teknolojinin kullanımıyla dünya açlığını sona erdirmekten bahsettim. Bulut tohumlamada, gelecekteki teknolojiyle çok ilgiliyim.
Shout out to Turkey. Turkey, yay. Look at this athleticism.
Strongly. What do you mean? What is the struggle I'm having?
I'm not mad at you.
No.
I just want you to tell me, define struggle.
And the thing is, I'm further ahead than a lot of people at my level, but it's, you know, when I moved here almost a year ago, my goal was to like be getting a spot a night. In my head, I was like, if I could get 4 to 5 spots a night at any club, 4 to 5 spots a week.
Welcome.
At any, like,
how are you, Jalal? How you living, pimp? Kicking ass, taking names. How are you? Jewish history podcasts. You can mute the one that is not here. Yeah. That could be. Oh, very cool. I just have What do you mean? What happened in here? No, what happened? Certainly. Well, first of all, how'd you find out about me, my friend? Oh, excellent. You found out about me from Kick. Wonderful. Well, I'm glad that you're here. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. This stream goes back to 2020, essentially more than 3.5 years of content. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, Jalal? Okay, excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams, 24 hours a day, and you can watch my whole life. I eat, I sleep, I do everything that a person does, all being live streamed. And I do it for world peace. I don't want war anymore anywhere in the world. And I want to show the world that we're not all that different. I also talk about things that I feel will help the world, such as ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating. Absolutely. Go ahead. I think so. Yeah, go for it. Yes, go ahead. Yes. Well, yeah, sure. You just go under the covers. Yeah. That's yeah. So, yeah, that's totally understandable. Yeah. So you don't know what I'm doing under the covers. I could be itching. I could be stretching. Who knows? But yeah, if I ever need, just that's right. So I created a timeline or a time capsule for human history. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. It overtook petroleum. And that means that data is Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And what does that mean for you? It means that when I go viral, I'm going to help you and I'm going to help every person who's helped me along the way. I'm going to make you very rich. I'm going to give you everything that you need to become financially independent if you're not already, to become, to create generational wealth and to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own to help the world. How does that sound, Jalal? I'm financially independent. It is strange. Well, so data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data than any person ever. And when I go viral, I've created a bot that basically promotes me on multiple platforms. I will be, yes. I have more data online than any person ever. People will watch my life in the future like it is the Epic of Gilgamesh or like a biblical story. It's the story of a human life. It'll be very exciting to people. Now you're a part of it too. Absolutely. It would be like when somebody from the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Bible met somebody along the road, and we meet, and you're like now a character. That's correct. Absolutely. You're welcome. You'll be studied for tens of thousands, if not millions of years into the future. 100%. Absolutely. Hey, you go do what you need to do. Just more than anything, know that I'm always here to help you. If you ever need anything, I'm here for you. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view of the world, and I'm here to give people hope. If there's anything I can ever do for you, Jalal, or your family, you let me know, okay? Absolutely. Come back soon, my friend. Absolutely. Come back soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye. Shout out to Jalal.
Gotten good feedback. I've gotten spots, but then like someone else is. So it's just the struggle that I'm having right now is getting like Tara's saying, like at actual clubs, getting consistently booked is been harder than I thought it was gonna be.
There's a lot of comedians out there. I'm not making excuses for anybody, but I'll tell you what's going to hurt. Right now, if you want to do anything, you got to go to social media. If you really think it's social media league, the way you go to social media and go, how can I make my social media different?
That's what I'm struggling.
What can I make my social media about? That I'm doing something different than anybody else. You know, I go on social media and this is what I see. I see people doing stand-up. I see some guys swinging kettlebells, right? A ton of people swinging kettlebells. A ton of people doing stand-up. And a ton of people doing jiu-jitsu.
Right job, Rabbi.
And a ton of vitamins for sale. That's my I'll be regular for whatever the fuck people.
And cats.
And sometimes cats. Siamese love it.
I know.
I'm part of the Siamese
I know.
community. And it's weird what I see, and I'll check with these comedians to see what they're doing. And it's all, listen, if I wake up in the morning, like I can't tell you how aggravated I was on the 4th of July. I'll tell you afterward, at a particular club. Because there's reasons why I don't work in a club. And people will ask me, and I'll never tell them the truth, I get too far. But there could be one thing. And this was the one thing why. And I felt like emailing Leon and going, you're such a fucking mutt. Okay? That's what I am. I'm a social media repairer. Because you're just looking like a mutt. And if I'm on that schedule, you're making me look bad. That means I'm begging on the 4th of July. The only thing that should be coming out of your fucking thing on the 4th of July is, hey, we're open for lunch and we're serving an American special, right? Or we are closed today in due to respect to the soldiers who have fallen for our freedom. It's that simple. We'll reopen next Tuesday, call us then. This motherfucker was, every time I looked at Instagram, he had a new comic up. He's pushing September, October, and August, and I'm like, this guy can't even sell next weekend. But he's, you know, and I feel like calling the guy going, you're a bum. You're a fucking mortal. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck are you doing? There are people who are just disasters. They have no truth in life, and that carries over to their social media. It's the 4th of July. Don't say a fucking word. Unless it's a picture of you with your pussy with an army hat on, and there's an old guy dying of a heart attack with a tongue condom on, or whatever the fuck you call those things. That's it. With a date, that's all that's going to sell on the 4th of July. Nothing else. Happy 4th of July. Oh, don't even say that. You always will see what people are reaching. I can always tell when this motherfucker, he's been sitting there for 2 hours thinking about what he could tweet. Like today, a famous, my heart's and I know this guy personally, he's a fucking junkie. You know, if this guy isn't shooting heroin or eating ping pong tables or whatever, he ain't on to it.
Ping pong tables.
Whatever, they do ping pong pills, I don't know. What the fuck they do? Today, my hearts and prayers with the people from Texas. Stop! Stop! I know you. I know you. You don't even go to Texas. Come on!
what it's actually.
Come on. Like, come on.
You should comment that. Just stop, all caps.
No, like, stop.
Yeah.
Like, I look at that shit and go, stop. Don't even put nothing. You know, I hate when somebody dies, all of a sudden, everybody's got a picture with the dude. Like, Jesus Christ. Is anything sacred? The dude just died an hour ago, and there you are. Here's me and him at a bowling tournament in fucking Poughkeepsie. Listen, nobody cares, all right? The guy's dead. He can't do nothing for you. What do you put the picture up anyway? He's dead. What the fuck is wrong with people? Watch. Just wait for somebody to die. Go on Instagram the next day. Everybody's got a picture.
Oh, everybody does that, yeah.
Oh, my God. It's like, come on.
Maybe the few close people do it to commemorate, the others do it to brag if it's somebody famous. That's how I look at it, you know? I don't know. That's how I always viewed it. Like, they just want to show that they, yeah.
But it's not like they're at like their house for a barbecue. It's like they caught them
Right.
line at a
Yeah,
Starbucks
yeah,
and
yeah.
the person has no idea who they
Yeah.
So, you know,
When I met so-and-so briefly.
listen, if you're a fucking person who comes to comedy shows and you're part of the church family and you want to come take a picture, let's do it. Nothing bothers me when I walk to a comedy show and the comic wants to take a picture. I want to stab him in the fucking neck. Because guess what?
I'm getting a picture today.
Oh, yeah, you because guess what? You're going to put that picture on Facebook. Well, come here, let me tell you something. You still suck. That picture is not going to do anything for you. It's not going to do anything. You can put all the pictures up of you and Chappelle smoking a cigarette. You know.
It's true.
If you don't have it, you don't have it. So I'd rather you go on a fucking, I don't know, I look at things, I'm a fucking, listen, I'm a closet communist. Like for me, I'm a personal, I'm not like that fucking hump in New York. Bodegas, the state run. Now, fuck that shit. I'm a communist on me. Like, I'm a communist on my thinking and my ways. Like, this is how I'm sticking to it, and this is how I'm fucking doing this. But you just start doing this shit, and you're like, you have to. Remember when I first got together with you, Lee? I'm thinking about this today. When I first got together with you, how fucking off were my fucking tweets in the morning.
Oh my God.
If you go into my tweets now, you'll find some fucking shit that will blow you away. If you think I'm going to go on there to erase them, I don't give a fuck. I remember two of them specifically.
You remember two?
That they would throw me under the jail now about sucking the blue wing. What's the ink monster?
Squid.
What's the squid ink out of Michelle Obama's pussy? Don't throw me under the fucking train now. I don't give a fuck. I said it, and that's how I met. That bitch got good pussy. Everybody thinks she's a half a fag. Not in my world. She's packing the heat under there. She's got that Magumbo pussy from Africa. That shit comes with those donuts and
makes
shit.
no difference.
I like how you're thinking like, oh, when we got together, you sometimes you were sending these tweets out up until like what?
My point is
Recently.
that in my mind, my philosophy was, look, even if I was a plumber, licensed business, kids, church going, my ads would still be off color on there in the morning. Get your pipe sucked. Every day would be off color. I stuck a pipe in your ass. I got a guy who just specialized in pipe jokes. That's all I did. Listen, I need 10 pipe jokes this week. Because guess what? You're going to think that I'm awkward, but when you get in a pinch, you're going to think of the pipe guy.
Yeah.
Just looking at a few examples.
So when I did my comedy on social media, I did it not to be like everybody else. I went for the jugular, but I also gave you something first. I gave you a joke, and I also told you it's Tuesday, motherfucker. And whatever you think, like, it's gonna change. No, it isn't. That's bullshit. You gotta get up, wash that pussy, go in the mirror and say, how many more days I get taken in the ass? And people would hit me back, oh my God. I looked at it with my grandmother, it changed my life. I just bought 2 tickets for your show. Boom. Because I made you give me a reaction. Right. It's all about a reaction. Fighting, when we box, it's about me getting you off balance. Boxing is off balance. That's it. Everything is off balance. Jiu-jitsu, I'm going to take that leg, I'm putting the weight on that leg. So this is what you do. Instead of using it for that shit, I thought about comedy and social media and how give them something. And then, like, you can't give me dates every fucking day. You cannot give me dates every fucking day, because then I don't want to look at your shit no more. Because I know there's going to be a date in there. I want you to give me a something without a date. I don't care if you cut your toenails. I really don't.
Those videos still go viral. Those videos, it's Tuesday, but I see them to this day. Videos of you. People still repost all of those videos, like constantly. The morning.
Oh, no.
Always. But I will say this as the best advice I ever got in comedy, and I say this to Lee because it came from Joey and Josh and Colin Quinn, the three people that leaned into me the most with this. Joey, you probably remember saying these things to me. One thing you said is when I was like feeling down and I'm like, I'm selling, but I'm not. You were like, listen, there's a lot of funny comedians not selling tickets. What makes you different? I have this written on my phone when you said to me, you said your audience they have to spend money. They have to get a babysitter, some of them. They got to leave their house. Nobody wants to leave their fucking house no more. They got to come see you. Why are they coming to see you? What are you giving them? And then I think that Hop Tour girl got real famous for being specific, and she was showcasing herself. You called me like 11 o'clock at night. You said, listen to me. See this girl? She's showing herself. You got to tell people who the fuck you are. Yeah. You said, look,
whoever took over social media, fucking with a corporation of fucking.
You made me look at it.
You look at it,
and you said, you got to tell people who you are. So I started Coffee Talk. Anything he said, I did it, right? I go, fuck it, I'm listening. It's Joey telling me. Same with Josh Wolf and Colin Quinn. They gave me the same advice as Joey's saying right now on this podcast. Josh and Colin both said to me, the more specific you are, this was the best thing I ever heard. Because I didn't believe it. I thought the opposite. The more specific you are, the more universal you're going to be. What makes you different? And I got popular because by accident. Because I got online, I got nostalgic one day and said, these are words or phrases I heard growing up in my New York Italian neighborhood. And I said, Mamadel, School of Boss, Dunai, Bachigulu. It was so stupid, the video, to me in my mind. I posted it. I go, let me take that video down. It was so dumb. The minute I went to go take it down, hundreds of thousands of views, people were buying tickets to shows. People were coming to shows going, oh my God, I can't believe you did jokes. I said, what did you think you were coming to see? They said, oh, I thought you were going to do the words. I said, you bought tickets, spent money to do words you already know. But guess what? They were relating to me. It was something different. I reminded them of home. I reminded them of people. That's what made me different. But at the time, I go, oh my God, I had like this ego, like I was too good of a comic to just do these videos. I tried to take myself too seriously. Really, what I did was just stand out and be really, really specific the way he was like, I'm going to give you something. I was giving them something, and they didn't realize what I was even giving them.
See, that's like the struggle that I'm having is I don't know what I have to give them that's like unique. Like, I look at social media, I'm like, okay, this is an idea. I look, 18,000 people are doing it.
What's going to work for this person's not going to work. I throw shit at the wall to see what sticks. Joey called me once, stop interviewing people on the street. I go, I don't know, Joe. I'm trying to do different fucking things. He called me, what are you doing with these interviews? You don't got to interview anybody. Tell people who you are. But I hated those words and phrases, so I started going around the street asking people if they knew the words and phrases. He called me up, stop interviewing people on the fucking street.
You get a call from Joey and he's like halfway yelling at you already?
Yeah, but I'm like, you know what? Listen, Joey Walls, I listen, right? You're going to listen. He's not saying it. He does not benefit personally from it. He's like, I want you to do better. He's giving you his experience. So that's what I said. I throw shit at the wall to see what sticks. I went all the way to LA to get booked.
Yeah. Good for you. Listen, part of my growth as a comic is giving the younger comics growth.
Yeah.
Just little things. You can't give somebody.
But you pick your
no matter
people.
what I listen, I can call PA tomorrow. I go, I'll leave you. You better sign that. Okay. A lot of comics have done that. I've gotten their opening acts with friends signed. Because of the threat, you should. They're going to get a special, blah, 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 blah. I'll tell you those names later, too. A lot of people have made it. You know how long that lasts? 30 days.
Right.
They'll keep you. You'll be with CA or UTA. They'll keep you for 20 years. That don't mean they'll return your call once in a good while. Hey, you called last March. Yeah. I was thinking about you. I had a role for you in the movie, but I couldn't get a hold of you. Yeah. So last March. I mean, it's crazy. So all that shit, that's a pipe dream for a lot of young comics because I believed it. I was mad at a friend of mine 20 years ago he's out of the business now because he told me he was going to get me signed with there was a really good booking agency out of that small town in Northern California as you get out of it. It's an hour from Ohio. One of the best booking agencies in the world was in Ohio. And they were mixed in some way with the Eagles. When I first got to LA, if you signed with that comedy division, you were good to go. And they only had like maybe 8 comedians. Maybe Wendy Levin was one of them. I forget. But, I remember I was trying to, he told me, because I'll get you with you gotta sell tickets. They weren't going to sign you to develop you. They could do that for free without knowing. They could just have what is going to bring you on the road. So it was just, I don't know. It's different today. You just gotta, when we started the podcast, Lee, what time did we start at?
6 a.m.
Why?
Because we wanted to get to them first.
We wanted to get to you first. Then we were coming at you live then. We didn't really know, but the heart was still there. How much were we making back then a month, Lee?
Not much.
$100.
Yeah. I remember the first one.
6 a.m.
was the first one.
I won't get up at 6 a.m. for fucking less than $2,000 a week. Here we were getting up for $200 a month. You want to come at me again with your bullshit? That's why whenever agents now want to sign you, they want to take a piece of your podcast. You could. You got to get up with me fucking 2 years at 6 in the morning. So I don't do a podcast. Just come over, rub my feet, and make me fresh squeezed orange juice. We'll leave it at that. Because that's exactly what me and Lee did. 2 fucking days a week, 5:45. We saw a chicken was get abducted. On fucking whatever in Hollywood. This was real, dog.
You hit a guy with your car door?
Yeah, hit a guy with my car door. Fucking around. This was real. Nobody was making money. This was something he believed in, and I believed it. And that's why we're here. How many years later?
It'll be 14.
Man, how many people started the podcast 10 years ago? I'm going to go in there and make a ton of money. In 6 months, we quit, man. There's no money in it. Oh, you didn't get up at 6 in the morning for a fucking year. And smoke dope like motherfuckers at 6 in the morning. I mean, we weren't just doing a bomb nick. We were lighting that fucking apartment on fire. We were walking out there ready to die. I would leave there at 8 in the morning like, how am I going to do this the rest of the day? I remember getting in my car and going, I am fucked up.
What year was this?
We started in 2011. I was still working. I knew you wanted to get at people first. The idea was to do it at 6 in the morning, but we also started at 6 in the morning because I was working from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. on TV shows. So I'd go from there to Joey's house, and then I would get so fucked up that I was going to Jack in the Box at 8 in the morning, ordering $30 worth of dinner. Everyone else is getting a coffee and an egg sandwich. I have 4 burgers. I was getting fucked up. I'd go home and pass the fuck out. One time a cop hit me. I forgot about that. One time, we went to the podcast is out at 8 in the morning. I was driving home high, scared as fuck. A cop hit me with his side mirror, and it was his fault. And he was like, pull over, it's my, and I was paranoid as fuck. And luckily nothing happened. But that was, Jesus Christ, that was a crazy fucking time. The homeless people would break into offices. Like my favorite, you were talking about the tweets that you had. My favorite from that time were every week, no matter what, Lindsay Lohan was going to be there. It was amazing. It was
a comedy show.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. All your comedy shows.
Comedy show back then. 8 o'clock, Bray and Brock, buy tickets right now. Lindsay Lohan, cocaine, the guitarist, marijuana, edibles, and dog. Every show I get 3 people come up to me. Where's Lindsay Lohan? I would just look him in the face like, you could not be this fucking stupid. when I got a reaction. That taught me about reactions. And, you know, that was a whole education. That was I had an whole education happening at once. And I didn't even know it. I was learning how to sell tickets, learning how to put a podcast together, still doing stand-up, learning how to be a headliner. Because, listen, I was doing comedy 20 years, and I got the call. And the first week when I went out to headline, became bullets. It was funny, but it was Comedy Store. It was just buck wild. It was 40 minutes of fucking, you know, the original. Can't do that to people in Columbus, Ohio.
No?
No.
Why?
They're nice people. They come home after the comedy shows. They put on like Jet Jingle and they watch some guy play the guitar on Sundays. No. I went out there like a fucking savage. I could see it in their face. I could see it in their face. The first time I went to Columbus, I didn't tour. I only went on the road with Rogan, and he wanted you to be a fucking animal. Right. For 15, 20 minutes. And then he was going on. And I could do whatever and say whatever the fuck I wanted to say. So I went out headlining like that. I was like, ooh. They ain't gonna like me that much. And then they didn't bring me back for 18 months. And I was like, oh. And this guy told the guy, and he goes, I didn't bring you back because we were closed for a year, you fuck idiot. We redid the club, not because I don't like it. He goes, no, you did great. I was like, oh my God. He goes, you didn't bomb, but you were buck wild. Yeah. I was buck wild.
But like that's also something crazy because like once you start selling tickets, I would imagine not everyone there is like someone you actually want there. So like you going buck wild, the people who liked you probably fucking loved you.
Love you, yeah.
And then like they'll definitely come back because you're selling tickets, but it's not like you don't want people there who think Lindsay Lohan's gonna be there or you're doing Adam Sandler stuff.
No. At the end of the day, if you make them show up to that fucking show, you better deliver the fucking goods, okay? And you know me before shows. You know the type of person I am. If you know anything about me, I give a fuck about that show. I don't give a fuck about the paycheck. I don't give a fuck about nothing. I give a fuck about rocking that world. And in those days, when you first start to sell tickets, that's real pressure. Because Friday night now, it's not a joke anymore. You're not at Jinko's bar under the basement. They sell bagels upstairs. You're at a real fucking facility now. And all eyes aren't watching you, but they are watching you. And you know what? That show, the first show, they see 240. You got 200 in there. You better leave blood on that stage.
Yeah, you feel that pressure. Once people started buying tickets for me, it was a different weight on my shoulders. I'm like, I had, you in my ear, like, these people paid money. This is like, oh my God, they're not coming to see me by accident. I don't got to be funny by chance. I got to be funny because they're coming to see me.
They're coming to see you. And they're the same people that want to see you 10 years from now.
Yeah.
We went to see you in that little room. Look at you now. You're opening up Beyonce, whatever the fuck.
And you do something cool that like not a lot of comic. Joey has one, but like you have a residency too. What's that like?
I did that because that was, again, advice from Josh, because it was like he goes, where are you going to get? You're going to get 4 hours a month. That's going to be close to 50 hours, 40, close to 50 hours a year. Where are you getting that stage time? You're getting that because you got to come back undeniable from that. I don't care where it is. I don't care how many people are going to see you. You still got to get up on stage for 4 hours a month and do it. I did it in Niagara Falls. I did it. Yeah, I did it there. And it was great because I did the jokes that I knew I had to work right for the special, and I had 15 minutes after I gave them what they wanted, I felt, to work on the new stuff and start developing what I think my voice is now. That helped so much. I mean, there were nights where I was like, I don't want to be in the same place, and I want to do these jokes in the same place, because then I'm like, I'm doing these jokes sometimes in the same place, and it's like you get in your own head. But he was right. It made me better. There were moments you grow all the time. Joey just said he still, gets moments where he learns. I just learned. So to me, it's like,
if I took anybody right now and said, You're not going on the road. Oh, yeah, you can. I'm sorry. Every Wednesday at 8 o'clock, you're going to go up on my stage and do 30 to 45 minutes. You're a professional. You call yourself professional. You're going to have 10 minutes to do a similar fucking question. I want to see you blossom every day. I'm going to give you 80% of the door every Wednesday. You can still go on the road there. You have any idea what that does to you?
Welcome. How you living, pimp? Oh, 100%. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. How'd you find out about me? Oh, very cool. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I essentially am live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously at any given time. And I do so to show the world that we're not all that different. How's that sound? Oh, if you look in the left corner where it says 24/7 YouTube stream link, do you see that? Yeah, just plug that link in right now and you'll see all my streams and you'll shit yourself. Look at how many of them are live. Angle. Exactly. And I have redundant streams in case any of them get taken down or any of them, like the app crashes or whatever. I've got backups of backups. Absolutely, my friend. 100%. Have you ever seen the movie? Oh, absolutely. Every single night. I have a ceiling cam. Have you seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Well, as you know, they essentially have those people on camera 24 hours a day, and that's the same with me. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Santa Monica, downtown Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. And so I do IRL streaming in addition to desktop streaming, though desktop is much easier. But yeah, I'm always live, always available to you. If you ever need anything, I'm here to be a positive individual in your life. I'm here to give you an optimistic view on the world and to just give people hope. If you ever need anything from me, just know I'm here to help you, okay? Absolutely. Uh, yeah, it's more difficult for me to do because I'm just a single individual. So I have when I've done it, I've had 4 different streams. So I'll have two on different phone mounts. I'll have sometimes a chest mount and a GoPro. Absolutely. Well, just know if you need anything, I'm always here for you. Okay, big dog? Ab- Absolutely. Feel free to hop in whenever you have time, okay? Take care, my friend.
I just want to do everything because I'd rather get 30 people. That's it. For me to get the party started legitimately, I need 30 people. 30 people, I can write jokes. I can write jokes on the run, on the move, ask questions. You cover all your bases again. And I agree with you.
It's very good. And I had a guaranteed salary in my head. So I said to myself, I know I got this residency. I know I'm going to make this amount of money. Now I have a little bit more liberty to say yes to things or to travel for things I got to go in my pocket for because I know I'm covering myself. I need that. Comedy for me still, I'll say it. There's no ego. I'm still investing in myself constantly. But now I'm not doing it anymore. Where I used to pay to open for people because I had to pay for my own hotel. I had to pay for my meal. I had to pay for my travel. And I'm making club pay.
I know.
And this was recently opening for somebody, so Joe had no idea that. So you know what? I looked at it this way. I know I'm going to deliver. I know the audience I'm going in front of. I'm going to pull them. I'm going to make them follow me. And let me tell you something. This year was my first tour. How many people came to tell me they saw me when I first opened up for that person? So I'm like, you know what? I got my money back.
No, it's always, listen. What's that stupid
but it's hard.
No good deed goes.
It's true.
I'm telling you, it's always something. And it may not be when you want it.
Which I've had to accept. I just want to enjoy it a little bit more. Because now I look at this, I go, this is my life. I'm not young. Like, I want to be able to at least pay for my opener. I want to say I can take Lee on the road with me. I can take Dan Altano on the road with me. And I can hang out with my friends. I'm serious. Being on the fucking road in a new city can be depressing as it weighs on you. If I can I'm not nervous anymore about my shows at night. I can enjoy the day. I used to get nervous. I just want to stay in the room and work on my set. I don't gonna do that anymore. I want to go get lunch. I want to be with my friends. I just want to make enough money so I can support my friends and make enough money to get myself to the next level. Like, that's all of it. It's not about making so much money. It's about I got to start enjoying it. Because my ass is old.
When's your next residency? Same place?
I'm done now. I finished those shows. I got one more weekend in December that I promised them. And now I'm in LA. So there's no residency there, but I'm getting up.
All right, so now your special, you taping this
Saturday, July 12th, the Triad Theater. 7 o'clock show. Doors open 6:30.
Dressed to impress.
Listen, you're gonna be on camera. I don't know, but dressed to impress. Lee's gonna be there. He's gonna be there with Lindsay Lohan. With pomegranate juice for everybody.
That's right.
Courtesy of Joey. He's going in.
Old school.
And I'm excited for it. I am.
Any tickets on sale still?
Tickets are on sale. There's a few left at tarotjokes.com, but it's going to be a sellout. And I'm very happy.
It was great to see you.
Thank you. Joey called me.
I saw you with.
He pays attention. He pretends he doesn't. He doesn't like He doesn't like when I'm interviewing people on the street. But he did see the promotion for the special, and he called. And I love you for calling.
I love you too. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm very proud of you taking a chance. All the little things you've done lately is fucking remarkable. You went out there, no Harvey Weinstein. You went out there, all this shit. And that's it. I love you.
I love you.
Good luck on I'll be in Cape May.
I know. We're going to FaceTime you after. You have to FaceTime one more time.
Okay. I'll try my best. Love you guys. Lee, where you at this weekend?
Luxor Lounge, July 10th, Thursday.
Luxor Lounge.
In Greenwich Village.
Okay.
It's a bar. It's a great show. Very excited.
The Luxor Lounge.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice. All right. I'm nowhere. I still got my eyes all fucked up. My elbow's still recovering, from somebody trying to take blood out of it. But anyway, I love you guys with all my heart. I hope you had a great 4th. I hope you still got a finger and eye, If you lost them.
Today we have a very special guest with us today. We've got Nebro. Nebro is how you pronounce it. Words the obviously, the big discussion today is around the moon landing and whether or not the moon landing was a hoax. So, do you want to give us a bit of just a quick introduction to how you became so fascinated with the moon landing and how you came to the conclusion that the moon landing is a hoax?
Well, it wasn't my intention to be the spokesperson for this particular government fraud. It just worked out that way. My father was in the Air Force, and so I grew up around Air Force bases and aviation and rocketry. And during the alleged first moon landing, I was 4 years old, asleep in bed. It was past my bedtime. And my father was an officer in the Air Force, and he got a commemorative package, 9x12 color prints of Apollo 11. And he gave them to me as a cherished present, and I had them up on my bedroom wall from the age of 4 to 14, assuming they were real. And then when I was 14 years old, I saw a gentleman by the name of William Teasing, who worked during the Apollo program on site for 6 years. And his job was to edit the grammar of von Braun, who wasn't an English speaker primarily, and to polish up his communications from him to the Pentagon, and then potentially polish up the Pentagon grammar as well, if the generals weren't as formally educated in English as warfare. So during the course of this job, which had a very high security clearances, he read a memo from von Braun to the Pentagon warning them that the odds of going to the moon successfully with 1969 equipment, which had never been used before, was like 0.001% chance, meaning there was a 99.99% chance that they were going to kill the crew if they attempted to go to the moon. In fact, no aviation endeavor has ever worked on the first occasion. There's never been a new aircraft that rolled out that got off the ground the first time. The 747 was developed with 10 years better technology than Apollo after millions of aircraft had been built for 70 years. And it still took 168 attempts to get that fuselage off the ground. Even the Wright brothers, motorized kite, did not get off the ground the first time. So the idea that this lunar lander that had never been used before would work on the first occasion, that would be unprecedented. And so it's interesting that the only time an untried piece of flying equipment ever worked on the first occasion was the most complicated one of all time, double contradictory, you see? And so that kind of planted a seed in my mind. Oh, I never thought about this. So I went back to those pictures, which I had seen 3,650 times every day of the year for 10 years, with open eyes and with a more critical perspective. And sure enough, you can see where the real soil ended and the fake backdrops began. Because in the original prints that I got, and if you can find a book on eBay from the late 60s, early 70s of the Apollo program, the pictures look different. NASA has since color corrected them because they're fake and they're trying to cover up their mistakes. But the soil in the original pictures was a carbon brown, as it really is. That's the way it appears in the Chinese probes, which I believe are genuine. And then the backdrops were this grayish blue. So it became pretty distinctive where the real soil ended and the fake backdrops began. Since then, NASA has put a filter over them and rephotographed them so that the soil is grayish blue to match the grayish blue background. So that kind of planted a seed in my mind, and I thought, that's interesting, never thought of that. Another 10 years forward, I'm 24, I'm now a professional filmmaker. So my job as a filmmaker is to make fake scenes look real. So all the more I start looking at these pictures, and I can not only tell they were lit with electrical lighting, which wouldn't be necessary in sunlight on the moon, which is 20 times brighter sun with no atmosphere, right? I can tell you what kind of light they're using. They're using an umbrella light, which I have in my closet, to bounce the light off of an umbrella first, and then, put them on the subject so it's not as harsh, fill light. And it's clearly that's what they're using if you're a filmmaker. And then, of course, they have shadows that should be parallel in sunlight from objects 5 feet apart. I mean, just go outside on a bright sunny day, look at 2 trees, 2 telephone poles, and you and a friend standing 5 feet apart, and your shadows will always run parallel, never intersect. It's impossible for them to intersect. And we have pictures. I can do a screen share and show you from Apollo 17, allegedly the last mission to the moon, where an astronaut shadow is going at 12 o'clock and a rock 5 feet away is going at 9 o'clock. this 90-degree intersection of shadows from objects 5 feet apart. This cannot be duplicated in sunlight, which means it's not sunlight, which means it's electrical light, which means they're on Earth. You can prove scientifically and legally in a court of law that the moon landings are fake from one NASA photograph of the shadows intersecting at 90 degrees. All you got to do is take a jury outside in sunlight and say, look, they're parallel, and they always will be, and they always are. So, and then you turn off, you bring a light into the courtroom, turn off all the lights except one electrical light, and if you stand on one side of it, the shadow's at 12 o'clock, stand on the other side of it, it's at 9 o'clock. You just prove, very simple, that the moon pictures are fake, which means they didn't get on the moon. So, when I'm 24 as a filmmaker, I actually edited a film one day for the man who produced the show I saw 10 years earlier as a 14-year-old with the guy on it who said we didn't go to the moon. And I'm like, what is his name? I'd like to talk to him. He says, I don't remember. Called the San Francisco office. I did. They said they were days away from deleting all 10-year-old archives to make room for other videotapes. Broadcast videotapes were pretty big back in the day. So I call him up. He says, you're a filmmaker. Why don't you make a movie about how the moon landings were fraudulent? And I said, well, let me think about it. So I do even more research and find out numerous inconsistencies, not only with the pictures, but just behavior. For example, the chief administrator of NASA, James Webb, resigned days before the first Apollo mission without explanation. You would think he'd want to be a part of this great accomplishment. He didn't want to have anything to do with it. Then, 2 of the 3 astronauts on the first mission rarely give interviews unless the president personally asks them to. Right? So 2 of the 3 people in the greatest event in human history don't want to talk about it. And then if you look at their faces during their one and only press conference, they look like they're at the funeral of their mother, not the locker room of the Super Bowl. Then you have the fact that the Soviets were the first to put a satellite in space, the first to put an animal in space, the first to put a man in space, the first to do a space ball, the first to do 2 spacecrafts at the same time. For every 10 hours we spent in space, they spent 50 hours. And they never once tried to go to the moon. Isn't that weird? And then, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but I've got a question about the Soviets. Why haven't the Soviets called the Americans out on the moon landing being a hoax?
Well, because they're blackmailing them. I mean, it's not a coincidence that during the Nixon administration's Apollo program, that Nixon one week said Russia's our greatest enemy, them in China, and the very next week he agrees to sell them billions of dollars worth of grain below cost. And then look at China. China, he said, was the biggest enemy. And then during the Apollo program, he goes over there and kisses their butt and opens trade relations with them. They're blackmailing him. I personally know someone who works in command center at the Chinese Space Agency, which just put probes on the moon. He told me, face to face, everyone in China Space Agency knows the missions are fake. However, they have an agreement with NASA not to say so in exchange for technology. They're being blackmailed. You know, I could have a picture of a world leader with a prostitute and upload it to the internet and bring them down. And then it's not worth anything, is it? Or if I'm smart, like the Chinese and Russians are, I could blackmail them year after year, 10 million, 20 million, and 50 million. You see what I'm saying? And that's what they're doing. So, first of all, you can prove it with one photograph, which I can screen share and show you the side-by-side comparison. Secondly, you can prove it with logic. Okay, today, with 50 years better technology, the farthest that NASA can send an astronaut into space is to the space station, which is 250 miles above the Earth. So just pick some place 250 miles away from London, make it vertical, and that's as far as they can go. That's why there's mannequins orbiting the moon on Artemis and not people, because the radiation would kill them. right? So what they're really saying is that when all of NASA combined had 1/1,000th the computing power of a cell phone, they sent astronauts 1,000 times farther than they can today with 50 years better technology. You can't have greater technology, 1,000 times greater technology in the past and in the future. That's a historic and scientific impossibility. So you just proved it through logic right there that the moon missions were fake. You can't have greater technology in the past, therefore it was a forgery. I mean, it's that simple. When Lindbergh flew across the Atlantic in 1927, imagine 50 years later, no one can do it. Well, no. 5 years later, people were doing it. 10 years later, thousands of people were doing it. And aircraft, hundreds of times more complicated. 10 years after they blew up the first atomic bomb in 1945, atomic bombs were 1,000 times more powerful. So if they could go to the moon on the first attempt, with 1960s, 1/1,000th of the computing power cell phone technology, we would have been on Mars 10 years later. We'd be in another solar system by now, and there'd be bases all over the moon. The idea that they have to return to the moon a 7th time to rehearse going to Mars, that's what they keep saying. George Bush Jr. said out of his own mouth, we have to return to the moon as a logical first step to going to Mars and beyond. I thought they already did it 6 times. Imagine we've been to the North Pole 6 times, but never the South Pole. And we're going to go to the North Pole the 7th time before we get to the South Pole the first time. NASA's saying the same thing. There's the administrator of NASA says we have to go to the moon and practice going to Mars. They did that 50 years ago. Why are we going from a bicycle back to a tricycle? Unless we never actually rode the tricycle. See? So you can prove it there. Now, I made a movie. First of all, let me continue the story. I originally turned down this project. After seeing all this weird stuff, I'm like, it looks like maybe they did fake it. And if they did, overturning these rocks could be hazardous to my health. So I'm not going to risk my life for something Richard Nixon did. No, thank you. About 5 years go by, and I was challenged by another client to do them a favor. They got a script of mine, a famous Hollywood producer, and I said, what favor? They said, read the Bible. They were Christian musicians. So I got a 1-year Bible divided into 365 calendar readings, and over the next 5 years, I read the Bible 5 times. Now, I wasn't a Christian by any means, but it did develop in me a conviction of right and wrong, and that it makes sense that there's a judgment for how you live your life, and it makes sense. You can just see it. Rape and murder are wrong. Child molestation are wrong. Politicians saying they're going to do something and not doing it is wrong. And so there is a struggle between good and evil. And this is the greatest accomplishment of mankind. It has spiritual symbolism, especially when Richard Nixon, who knew they were not on the moon, said putting a man on the moon is the greatest event since God created the universe. Pretty good. And so, what you have here is 2 possibilities. Either they went to the moon or they didn't. Now, I know for a fact they did. Which means, in my opinion, not going to the moon, claiming you did, putting it in encyclopedias on coins and stamps when it's not true, holding ticker tape parades for them, embezzling $200 billion, murdering people to keep it a secret, giving them medals of honor for being such good liars. If that's true, which it is, that's actually more historically significant than if they had actually gone. Do you see that? The faking of the moon landing is more profound of an event to mankind than if they'd actually gone. And then I realized if this is true, which I found out it was, then this is a historical truth that mankind is being robbed from. We cannot advance, right? You really can't go to Mars until you go to the moon first. That's a fact. That's why they're going to the moon again for the first time. And we really can't advance as a species unless we admit that our greatest accomplishment was a lie. George Orwell said, whoever controls the past, millennials are real, and they certainly were, controls the future, which means the criminals and their entities and their offspring who are running the government, unless they admit that the moon missions were fake, they will remain corrupt for all time. It's extremely important historically for the truth about the moon landing fraud to come out. It's not a theory. It's a fact that they faked it. Shadows can't intersect in sunlight. You can't have 1,000 times greater space traveling technology 50 years ago than today. And then, after I decided to make the movie, I changed my mind. I called up Bill Case and I said, I changed my mind. Days later, serendipitously, I meet a millionaire who builds rockets for NASA, who knows the moon missions are fake. He gives me $1 million to produce these movies, proving it, because he thinks it is morally wrong that they did it. And they're either going to have to keep lying or kill people who naively think they can go to the moon on the first attempt with 1960s technology. 5 decades later, Elon Musk tried to land a rocket vertically, like they claim they did 6 times on the moon. He had 6 computers surrounding that rocket. Each computer was 100 million times more powerful than the lunar lander computer, and he had 6 of them. The first time he tried to land that rocket vertically, with all that extra computing power, it blew up. The second time he tried to land vertically, it blew up. The third time he tried to land vertically, it blew up. The fourth time, it blew up. The fifth time he was able to do it. So how could they do it with 100 million, the computing power 50 years ago on the first attempt? So we start producing this 7-year film called The Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, which you can see for free at ViralRabbi.com. You just go to my last name, S as in Sam, I-B as in boy, R-E-L, ViralRabbi.com, and I have 16 links for my new book, which just came out, which is the backstory about my investigation into this, which also reveals a deathbed confession of an eyewitness who was there when they filmed the taking of the moon landing. So the book is interactive. I read it in audio or it's in Kindle and print, and I say, like, read a chapter, now stop, go to video link 1. Read a chapter, video link 2, and so forth. Well, go to Sabril.com, click on Moon Man Video Links, top left corner, click on link 2, anything happened on the way to the moon, and you will see footage we uncovered, classified footage of outtakes from a special effects shot of the first mission to the moon. At the beginning of the reel, it said, do not show to the public. I asked for unedited footage, but I didn't get any, except this or the reel. For an hour, they are using a 1-foot model of the Earth, pretending it's the Earth floating in space as if the camera's at the window looking back at them halfway to the moon. It's dated 2 days into the flight. There's a third track of audio of the CIA telling them how to fake a 4-second radio delay because they never left Earth orbit. If I said hello, they would say hello back immediately because they're only 250 miles away. But they're supposed to be 130,000 miles away. So they estimated 2 seconds out, 2 seconds back. We have the audio of the CIA telling them only to speak after 4 seconds go by. It's clear as crystal on the tape. And so we have third party, first shadows intersecting, which proves it. You can't have greater technology in the past, which proves it. And now we uncovered classified footage of fake photography. I showed it to the news director at NBC News where I work. He collapsed in his chair, put his hand over his mouth and said, oh my gosh, this absolutely proves they never left Earth orbit. They never went to the moon. I said, yeah, what do we do? He said, I cannot broadcast this and cause a civil war. I will not go down in history as the man who caused the next civil war. Which he was indirectly saying is, if we show the public how corrupt the federal government is, they will be so mad it'll bring an end to the corrupt federal government. Is that a good thing? I don't think you realize that. 10 years go by. I showed the same footage, which you can see for free at Sabral.com, that convinces 4 out of 5 people who previously thought the moon was real that it's fake. And another news director at NBC discovered it 10 years later. They said, this proves we didn't go to the moon. We're going to broadcast this nationwide breaking news. They flew me to New York City and put me up in the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. They gave me thousands of dollars for the exclusive rights to broadcast this footage in my interview. They got a call from the federal government. Do it, and they backed down. I hate to say it, gentlemen, but the BBC did the same thing. They saw the footage. They said this proves it didn't go to the moon. We're going to do a surprise broadcast. Grab people's attention, prove the moon landings were fake. 3 days beforehand, they pulled the plug. A call from the United States. Then it gets better. After my film comes out, as I'm editing my book, the backstory. Now, there are things in the book that are not in the movie, including the murder of Apollo astronauts. And this isn't my opinion. This is the opinion of the dead astronauts' relatives. Okay, who I interviewed for hours. The man who would have been, who was scheduled to be the first man on the moon, was murdered by the CIA because he wouldn't cooperate. Not my opinion. It's the opinion of the dead man's widow, and it's the opinion of the dead man's son, who's a 747 pilot, who I interviewed for 7 hours. They asked me not to put it in the film, but I could put it in my book. Their husband, Betty, told me on January 26, 1967, came home from work at NASA and said, for some strange reason, for the first time ever, the CIA is all over the launch pad. I wonder why. The next day, the guy's dead. Because days earlier, he held a press conference without permission, where he took a bunch of reporters up to the very top of the rocket, where he affixed a lemon the size of a grapefruit and called a piece of equipment to go to the moon by the first man to fly there a piece of junk. Days later, he died the day after the CIA shows up to NASA. You see? So, it'd be one thing if they faked the moon landing and didn't kill anybody. And you gotta respect their cleverness. Hey, they tunneled under from the dry cleaner into the bank and got the calls to them. Not if they killed 3 people who were fathers, husbands at the same time, you see. And when our first document of the country is the Declaration of Independence, which says when any government becomes destructive of the right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. We have proof right there. They took away the life of their own people to cover up their crimes. And then they're taking away liberty. You have to ask permission to open your business, permission to go to school, permission to go to church, permission to go to the beach or be arrested. That's slavery, not liberty. And then the pursuit of happiness. What if it's your happiness to go to the beach or your happiness to open your business? They are not our masters. A long time, 200 years ago, they were called public servants. Now they're masters. It's not the right of one person who's just an equal human being to me to tell me when I can or cannot open my business. If they want to advise me against the risk, that's okay. I'll take your advice or not. They're no better than me. So if one person can tell another person that they can't open their business, then that's slavery, right? I don't care if 4 out of 5 people are dropping dead. It's still the decision of the owner of the business whether or not to open their business, take that risk. It's still the individual's decision whether they want to go shopping or stay at home under those circumstances. They're not our parents. They're not our babysitter. They're not our jail keepers. What is quarantining? That's jail. They're putting people under house arrest. There was a president in France who got caught taking bribes, and he was under house arrest. Meaning I'm being treated like someone who's a criminal. For what? because there might be a danger going outside. I did a statistical study. Even if the bookie germ is true, you have a greater chance of dying in a car crash on the way to work than you do from catching a fatal virus at work. So I guess we need to make all cars illegal. We need to just ban cars. No one can ever drive ever again for their own protection, right? So the government is beyond corrupt. So as I'm editing this book, I put in touch with the gentleman by the name of Cyrus Eugene Akers. Well, Cyrus Eugene Akers was the chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968. And as he's dying, you know what he told his son? He said, I'm about to meet God. God forgive me, I'm a murderer. I murdered somebody. He said he murdered a coworker because he and the coworker eyewitnessed a government secret. And his friend said he was going to tell the world because he thought what they were doing was morally wrong. He said the reason why he killed this person was to cover up the moon landing fraud, which was filmed at Cannon Air Force Base June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968. He stood beside President Johnson the first day of filming, who just couldn't help but want to take a look at it. And sure enough, according to Johnson's schedule, he was on holiday 1 hour flight away. And Cannon Air Force Base, before this was being investigated, posted on their website, President Johnson visited us in 1968. They since took it down since we started digging into this. And President Johnson gave the chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base, which, by the way, is the headquarters of the United States Air Force's Intelligence and Special Ops Division. It's not Area 51. Every branch of the military, Army, the Navy, the Marines, and the Air Force, they all have their special ops headquarters. It's at Cannon Air Force Base, the very place where the moon landings were filmed June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968.
Do you know how many government employees were involved in that? Do you have an estimate of how many were involved?
Yeah, we know exactly. We know their names. I published them in my book. President Johnson gave Cyrus Eugene Akers a list of 15 people who were allowed in to observe this. Only these people. Mind you, Cyrus Eugene Akers was the chief of security at the most secure Air Force base, and potentially the most secure base in the country, and the military, because that's where they chose to film it. And so President Johnson said these 15 people are allowed in to eyewitnesses and nobody else. He kept the list. He gave it to his son, who gave it to me, and I published it in the book. And so we know who was there, and some of these people are still alive. And a couple of good guy friends of mine, actually, when I was editing the book before it was published, asked me to call 2 people on that list of 15 people. And I was, reluctant to do that, as you might imagine. It would be different after my book was published, but to do it before, I was taking a great chance. They said, we got your back. And one of the chapters in my book is called The Funny Thing Happened on the Way to CNN. Because when I found, and I've never talked about this publicly, okay, but when I found classified footage of fake photography, my phones were disconnected, my cars were tampered with, I was followed from church in the middle of the night, I made my way to CNN to get to a reporter there, I was literally surrounded by government agents in the back alley of CNN who confiscated the tape, it was a copy, gave me truth serum to the point of vomiting, asked me a series of questions, a lawyer happened to have an office in the back alley of CNN. And he didn't, and I might not be here today to tell you the story, And so I escaped their custody. I made my way back to Nashville where I lived. I needed a cup. I said, I got truth serum to the people. Nobody but the CIA would have that. So I peed in a cup. I gave it to a friend to put in a lab in his name, not mine. And a few days later, when we met, I said, "What are the results?" He says, "Well, there was a problem at the lab." And I'm, "Yeah, what problem?" He says, "Well, funny thing, they had a break-in over the weekend." And I'm like, "So?" He said, "Well, funny thing, the only thing stolen was a urine sample." So this is the type of thing that is in the book that I've never talked about publicly, and so is this deathbed confession. So I call up two of these people on the list. Right? This is less than 2 years ago. One of them is Eugene Krantz, former flight director of Apollo. He said something odd. He answers the phone without even saying hello. I'm looking at the calendar on the phone, and he doesn't say anything. So I call back again. He says, "Is this tech support for the satellite comm video call I'm having with Cernan?" Apparently, these guys have scrambled, military-grade video conferencing equipment in their house during their retirement to talk to each other about their secrets. Right? Well, a little side note, it had to be Eugene Cernan, because he's Eugene Krantz, flight director. And if he's having a call with Cernan, it has to be Eugene Cernan, Apollo 17 astronaut, who allegedly died 2 years earlier. So I guess that guy's still alive. After all, you want to do with the 50th anniversary call out, right? So, and then I called another guy on the list I'd never heard of, but I was asked to call him, so I did. I say, "Hey, I've got you on this list at Camden Air Force Base," and hangs up immediately. Then a couple of days later, the son of Cyrus Eugene Akers, his house was broken into, and everything about his father's house. And then a couple of days later, less than 2 years ago, government agents show up and tell him face to face, if he ever talks to me again, they'll kill him and his family. See, this is very serious. This is not a theory they didn't go to the moon. It's an absolute fact. I've been drugged, I've been followed, I've been kidnapped, and murders have taken place. We know for a fact that the crew of Apollo 1, there's 3 people. We know that Cyrus Eugene Akers killed a person. That's 4 people. We know that there were 4 other backup crews, members of backup crews that died in accidents within 24 months of each other. Then we have James Irwin, Apollo 15 astronaut, who called up Bill Casey of his own initiative, and he had something to get off his chest about the moon landing, about his book, saying it was fraudulent. He said, "I'm concerned for my safety. Call me at this number on this day, 3 days from now." The astronaut coincidentally had a fatal heart attack on that day. So there's another one, right? That's so far 9 Apollo astronauts. After the Boston Massacre, which killed 5 people, our founding fathers and mothers says, "That's it. Enough. We're going to risk our lives, our property, everything, because this is morally wrong." Robert McNamara, Defense Secretary, during the Vietnam War, admitted on his deathbed that the Pearl Harbor incident that got everyone fired up to join the Vietnam War, the alleged attack of the North Vietnamese on an American ship, it never happened. They made it up. That led to the death of 58,220 Americans. So I think if they're willing to kill all these people, they're willing to make an image on the television. Unlike, though, 9/11 and JFK, because whoever did those things, those people are still dead. This is a positive lie. This is taking candy away from the public, giving them a turd and stuff. And this is what the news director saw. He said this will enrage you. Right? It's kind of odd. We have this detailed information, deathbed confession, where the moon landing was filmed, Camden Air Force Base, when it was filmed, June 1st, 2nd, 3rd of 1968. A list of 15 people who were there, one of which wrote in his own autobiography that he was there at the time for a classified reason. We have the code name, Slam Dunk. President Johnson personally came up with it. He said, "We can guarantee a successful mission if we fake it, therefore it's a slam dunk." You see? And yet, the top 2 podcasters in America have not interviewed me about this breaking information. Because if it comes out, if it's finally confirmed that the moon missions were indeed falsified, I think the public is going to be mad. I think they're going to find out that the government is murdering their own people, because the very next thing they're going to have to investigate is the Apollo 1 cruise homicide by the CIA, which their relatives have been saying for decades was the government murdering their own people. They're taking away life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which means they need to be altered or abolished, right?
So, what do you think the government's motives were in hoaxing the moon?
Well, there are several. I mean, I always thought it was pride. My film, A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, which you can see for free at Sabrel.com, opens up with the scripture, where there is pride, then comes disgrace. And so Kennedy, not a scientist, visionary, misspoke. I mean, they went from never being in space to walking on the moon in 8.5 years. And now, you know, they're saying it takes twice that long to put a man on the moon with 50 years better technology. You see? So they didn't want to eat humble pie. They didn't want to admit that they set a goal that they couldn't do. Now, this shows something. It shows that our leaders are immature. They didn't have the guts or the maturity to admit that they set a goal that they couldn't meet. And then they have no morality because they lied, they embezzled money, and they murdered their own people to keep it a secret. I mean, during the Kennedy administration, his generals actually proposed an idea of killing Americans and blaming it on Cuba so that we had a reason for invading Cuba. They actually suggested that. In my mind, that's attempted murder. Those people should have gone to jail for suggesting such a thing. What do you think 9/11 was? The exact same thing. How can these people who think this way, murdering their own people, just acceptable collateral damage to get our way on military spending, to get our way on legislation that's unpatriotic? This is the way these people think, and these people are in power. Does anybody care? The problem is, and this is the last chapter of my book, which is at simple.com, it's called What to Do About This Mess. One of the problems in the federal government is that a corrupt president appoints corrupt heads of the EPA, of the FDA, of the Justice Department, of the FBI. All of these government agencies that are supposed to be investigating the executive branch are now controlled by the executive branch. I mean, that shouldn't happen. A president should not be allowed to appoint the heads of various departments. Because you have rank and file FBI who are honest people, and they find out a senator is corrupt, and they're told don't investigate it or you're fired. Well, they're just doing what their boss told them to do. And so the idea that a former CEO of a company that sells medicine can become chief of the FDA, or the chief of the FDA can later leave and become CEO of a company that sells medicine, that should be illegal. I don't know why that's even legal. Do you realize that in your country, there are 17 ingredients that if you put them in food, people will go to jail? But they're perfectly legal in the United States of America. People are swallowing plastic in their pizza cheese because technically it's biodegradable over, I don't know, a year, 30 years. And therefore, it's technically organic. Therefore, we allow plastic to be swallowed by people. I mean, do you think Congress and the Senate voted to fake the moon landing? Of course not. So voting for your representatives is meaningless. You had 90% of Americans wanted to know whether their ketchup contained GMO. 90%. A democracy is supposed to be 51% get their way. But 90% did not get their way. The president vetoed it, said we're going to go with the corporations. That's what's happening. But I have to show that. I mean, in your country, GMOs are illegal. You can't even sell them. I mean, come on. Does anybody not realize? I mean, if it matters, it's in the Bible. Don't crossbreed species. It's actually in there. Leviticus 19:19. Don't do it. And you know what happens when you do it anyway? You know what happens when you take a horse and you take a donkey to get a mule? The mule is sterile. What a surprise, since GMOs were introduced into the food supply, fertility rates have dropped 65%, right? It's amazing how God, if you believe in God, put that into the DNA, disobey, and it will stop it. It will not be able to replicate. It's sterile. It's different. You see that? Little side note, maybe this is why aliens are always abducting people and taking their sperm and eggs. Maybe they're not really aliens. They're fallen angel, a hybrid that they have to keep going back to the source to make again, because if you made a human and an angel, they're sterile. How about that? That's why they're posing as aliens and abducting everybody, right? And abducting people's sperm and eggs. So you have all this craziness going on in the world. I remember when Susan, what's her name from YouTube, testified before Congress, and she says the perfect example of why we need censorship is so that crazy things like the government fake the moon landing, you won't be able to be said. You mean basically we need to take down the truth. So if they're taking down the truth, then what's left? Lies. What upside down world do we live in? But it's true. You know, one more little Bible stat, if you don't mind. When Jesus was being tempted, famous part of the Bible, the devil took him to a high mountain, showed him all the kingdoms of the world. And he said, they're all yours because they belong to Lucifer, and he'll give them to anyone he wants if Jesus would bow down to them. It says right there that the kingdoms of the world don't belong to God. If they did, there wouldn't be rape, murder, or child molestation, would there? Jesus can be Lord of your life, and he will be Lord in the future, but Lucifer is Lord now. And who do you think he's going to give the leadership of the kingdoms to? The countries, to murderers, liars, and thieves. That it should be a law. I don't know why it's not. If a politician says they're going to do something and then doesn't do it, or says they're not going to do something and then does it, number one, that's their last day in office for all time, and number two, they go to jail. I mean, that's a pledge. That's a pledge. We voted for you for that reason. That's a verbal contract. We can pull it up on videotape 100 times of certain presidents saying that once they're elected, they will not make certain medicines for illnesses you don't even have mandatory. We will not do that. And 6 weeks later, they do that. That should be illegal right there. You can't trick somebody into voting for you, and then once you got their vote, not do what you promised. That's wrong. Right? That's a verbal contract, legally binding. You're breaking it. You're not only not kicked out of office, you're not even going to jail for it.
The crazy thing is, everybody knows politicians lie. Everybody. It's like a known thing, an accepted thing that politicians lie. But the masses just seem to accept it and not talk about it or raise a point or make it, try and fight back against it. They just sort of don't accept it.
Yeah, that's because the press is in control. The press is supposed to criticize the government nonstop. And now they do the exact opposite. One of the chapters in my book, which you can get at Sabrel.com and audio I read, Kindle or print, is a document, a CIA document discovered by Woodward and Bernstein during their investigation of Watergate. They discovered that back then, when you could only own one TV station and one radio station at a time, now you can own a million if you want to have one point of view and a million TV stations. They said they had 400 journalists on the CIA payroll working for every major newspaper, every major TV station, every major radio station, every wire service. One of the clips, which you can see for free at Sabrel.com, top left button, no man video links, is a series of news clips, and you look in the lower right-hand corner, one is NBC, one is CBS, one is ABC, one is Fox, saying the exact same words for the story. It's Central Intelligence. The CIA controls the media. There is no free press, which is a constitutional violation right there. I mean, The Constitution is to protect the people from the government. And it says they can't murder their own people, they can't take away their freedom, and they can't take away their pursuit of being happy. They're doing all those things all the time, out in the open. The CIA goes on national TV and boasts that they took down a democratically elected leader of another country. That's illegal. Only the army is allowed to do that, and only during time of war. Their charter is to, do information gathering, period. And no one cares. Do you realize William Benning worked for the NSA for 30 years? He goes on national TV and says, oh, by the way, we spy on the private cell phone conversation of every Supreme Court justice so that we can get sexual and financial impropriety on them to blackmail them to vote the way we do. It's an open fact. It's not disputed. It's on national news that the Supreme Court is being blackmailed and there's not one single investigation. But if you leak out that Sanders is getting more votes than Clinton, but she's getting more delegates anyway, then the FBI goes after the source of that information rather than the corruption it's pointed to.
Yeah. That's the problem. There's corruption going on, but people aren't looking at the corruption. They're looking at the people talking about the corruption. People's eyes are looking the wrong way.
One of the things they need to do, this is in my last chapter, what to do about this mess, is not have corporations owning news. That should be, not allowed. They should be required, if you have a FCC license for TV or radio, every one of them should be required to provide 1 hour of independent news using their equipment. Which means, and then you have a lottery. You choose reporters at random, and you always represent both sides. It used to be a law that if you showed one side of the story, you had to show the other. They reneged on that law. We don't have to do that anymore, right? And that needs to be reinstituted. And then you always show both sides. You can't have corporations controlling the news, and they're controlled by the CIA. They're all in bed with each other. All these corporations are getting laws written to make their crimes, legal. I mean, you don't find it odd that GMOs are illegal in the United Kingdom, but they're legal in America? That distinction isn't worth noting, isn't worth talking about. What do they know that we don't know? You know what I mean? How can 17 food ingredients that if you put in food in Singapore, you have a minimum sentence of 15 years in prison? But in America, they're FDA approved. I mean, it boggles the mind how corrupt it is, and it doesn't look like it's going to get any better. If the truth about the moon landing fraud comes out, then it might get better. It might be the figurehead of the dike that forces change.
Because obviously you've been covering the story for a number of years as you've gone over, and you've obviously seen all the changes within the media, and now we're obviously fairly young and new to this due to age. We're seeing, from our point of view, there is a rise in independent media, albeit they are smaller channels with smaller followings, but there are numerous independent media which are coming up through channels such as YouTube. Are you seeing this story is getting more traction now than it has done ever?
Well, it's odd to me that the top 2 podcasts refuse to talk about the moon landing fraud, and they refuse to talk about this new information of an eyewitness. I mean, if I eyewitness somebody kill somebody, that would put him in jail. We have an eyewitness saying he eyewitnessed the moon landing fraud. He even said he murdered somebody to cover it up. Here's when it was filmed, where it was filmed. You'd think that would be at least worthy of discussion at least one time in the top 2 conspiracy podcasts in America. I haven't been invited on their show in months since my book came out. Not a single time. Now, why is that? It's called controlled opposition. It seems odd to me that, you can have what appears to be, independent media, but is it really? And because every true independent person they take down. I mean, the inventor of the medicine that everyone's been told to get for an illness they don't have, the inventor of it. You would think that he would be the number one guest on every news program in the world. ABC, NBC, CBS, EP News would have him sit right there in the studio talking about this medicine that everyone's taking that he invented. If he is interviewed and gives his honest opinion about it, they take it down. I mean, it boggles the mind. There is no independent media, and I don't see, YouTube channels here and there, Rumble channels here and there, making a difference. To be quite honest, we're talking about, okay, we got 5 mice fighting the elephant now instead of 1. Oh, okay, let's get 100 mice fighting the elephant. Let's get 1,000 mice fighting the elephant. I think it's going to take how many millions of mice to beat an elephant. I'll bite them at the same time, and that still might not work. Still might be different. So they've got plans. I mean, they're already censoring more and more and justifying it in the name of public safety and so forth and so on. I uploaded a video privately, not even publicly, of my doctor saying that one of the potential remedies, and he's a medical authority. He has a degree in medicine. They took it down. They said no, only people with medically authorized narratives, are allowed. But he's a doctor. I mean, it used to be. In fact, there used to be a public service announcement back when they made those mandatory, which they don't anymore. That said, when one doctor gives you a suggestion, you need to amputate your foot, get a second opinion. Very important. Now they was like, no second opinion. Do they not realize that if you take away statistically cancer and heart disease, that the number one cause of death in America is medical malpractice? It's an admitted fact. Medical malpractice is the number one killer of people in America after heart disease and cancer. And then, if you have 70% of Americans taking prescription medicine, right, that means 70% of Americans are sick. So if there's a country in the world that has 70% of the population sick all the time, I would say that they have the worst health care in the world. And yet the politicians say we have the best health care in the world. How about that? They say we're the land of the free when we're the land of the slaves. You have to ask permission from your slave master to leave your house, open your business. Do you realize they arrested people because they had 5 when the limit was 4 for a child's birthday party in California? They shut off the electricity of the house. How can that be legal? How can that be freedom?
The government in our country are having parties in 10 Downing Street whilst we can only be in a bubble of 4 people.
Yeah, I mean, who are they? Why are they better than us? Even if they didn't do that, let's just say they obeyed the rules too. Let's not even talk about that. Let's say they obeyed the rules. You can't have 4 more people in the house. Who are you to tell me that? It's my house. If you think that's good, if you don't want to have more than 4 people, then don't. But who are you to tell me halfway across town, halfway across the world, to what to do? I mean, if electricity can flow down a copper wire left to right, it can flow down right to left. So why not have bottom-up government, right? Why does the neighborhood association have the right to tell a person they cannot put a garden in their front yard because it looks good? It's their property. They don't live on my property. It's my property. And if the resident association wants to have a gun-free zone in a city where guns are allowed, how can the mayor force them to change the rules? He doesn't live in their neighborhood. It should be the neighborhood association should have greater rights over the mayor. And then the governor, who lives hundreds of kilometers away, shouldn't be able to tell the mayor what they can do or not do in their own town, right? And then the president shouldn't be able to tell the governor what they can do in their state. That doesn't make you see it's exactly backwards. The reason why it's top down is because that's the way it's always been from tyrants and kings. How is it any different now? It's not any different at all. And they're making it more authoritarian every minute. What about bottom up? What about instead of giving the banks $3 trillion for losing our money, it's like rewarding a criminal? I mean, you want to kill somebody when you get 2 guns as your prize, And so why not give every person $20,000. And what would happen? They would go out and they would buy cars and they would buy washers and dryer, which would trickle up to the trillionaires. You see? So we need to reverse this. We need to have the property owner supremacy, then the resident association, then the mayor, then the governor. The mayor is supreme over the city, not the governor. You see? And when we start thinking about it, do we even really need a federal government? Why not have the independent states in America? Right? I mean, why who is this entity far away that won't put a label on ketchup that says GMO and 90% of their people want it? They still will not make it a law. Why do we need them? Why do we need such people like that who won't do what 90% of the people are asking them to do? What would even happen if we got rid of them? We absolved them. We don't have them. Would the world fall apart? What about if a federal park is in your state? It's just now a state park. You know, what if a military base that happens to be in Texas is now part of the Texas National Guard? You know, what would happen? Would the world collapse? Would the ceiling fall? You know, I don't think anything would happen. It doesn't make any sense that we have a federal. I don't know any good that they're doing at all. Why not have all the states vote whether to go to war or not based on a cabinet of the leaders of their various army reserves? Why don't they decide as a group whether we're going to send our people from our state into this war? I don't understand why they're mad at Putin for defending his border when we fly halfway around the world and kick people out of Iraq. I don't understand that. Somehow the UN says okay on that one, but down on the guy defending his own border. You know, what is that all about? Because the U.S. is blackmailing everybody, bribing everybody. You know, it's pretty pathetic. What can you do? Save yourself from the correct generation is what the Book of Acts says, chapter 2. Because they will inherit the world and lose their soul. That's the price they're going to pay. Everybody else, all other victims, will be living forever. And they will have gained the world and lost their soul. I don't hate these people. I feel sorry for them. Right? You don't know how abused Bill Gates was as a kid with his parents being racist because they weren't teaching him the racism. The guy's body language, you know, he talks like this. The guy's mentally ill. Only mentally ill people have that kind of body language. You need to feel sorry for the guy. You know what I mean? So, what can you do?
Yeah, I like how you've just described about the bottom up. That we need to be working from bottom up. But yeah, like you said, what can we do? Is it at a stage right now where it's too far gone to be able to switch on that?
Yeah, well, I think it is too far gone. You had, 12 generals who wanted to kill Hitler. They couldn't do it. The Nazi bureaucracy was too big. Now, there was an eclipse in America in 2017 that fell over the largest pagan statue in America. Isn't that interesting? And there's another one next year, 7 years later, that's a biblical number, that's falling over Dallas, Texas, where the security team designed, charged with protecting the life of the president, murdered him because he was going to clean house of their corruption. I think the Kennedy assassination was the point of no return. If a dead astronaut's widow says that her husband would have been murdered or would have been the first man to walk on the moon was murdered by the CIA, I believe her. Okay? And if Robert Kennedy Jr., who has more access to the JFK files than Oliver Stone, says his uncle was killed by the CIA, I believe it. I think that was the point of no return. I think once the government kills their own president because he was going to get rid of their corruption, it's beyond help. I mean, Johnson, Democrat, was there supervising the faking of the moon landing, and Republican Nixon gave it the thumbs up. It's not about red and blue. They're both corrupt. Ask Bernie Sanders or Ron Paul if an independent person can ascend to the top again. And then there's a 7-year period between these two. paganism in America and killing your own president who wanted to get rid of corruption. I think that's a warning. I think God has given us 7 years of probationary period. And if there isn't change in direction by that time, which I think is at April 8, 2024, then, you know, I would advise fleeing that sinking ship while lifeboats are still available. Because Bill Gates said with a smirk, referring to illnesses circling around the world, the next one's going to get people's attention. And then he smirks. It's already in the works. It's already in the works. There was a gentleman, and the Bible says in the last days, believers in God will have more and more visions of the future than have ever happened before. He said God told him in 2014 there'd be 2 illnesses, you know, worldwide. The first one would amount to nothing. He said this in 2014. But the second one, the Bill Gates one, the next one would be very serious. I did a report, it's on my YouTube channel, September 9th, 2016, where I said the government is planning on doing quarantines. They're either going to release something or they're going to fictionalize something. I said it back then. I could see them moving their pieces into place. They're about to do, worldwide illness. Either release something that causes it, or just, fake one. You have to understand, every TV station in the world, every radio station, every newspaper said men were on the moon when they were actually in Clovis, New Mexico a year earlier on videotape. Just because every newspaper says there's this illness and there's this many infections, are just a bunch of numbers on a screen. They're not being verified. You see?
When you talk about there being another pandemic coming soon, it's looking more and more like everything's pointing towards it being centered around climate and climate change. How likely do you think it's going to be centered around that?
I don't think that card's going to play. Most people who study these things know about Eisenhower's famous last day in office, which would have been January 19th, 1961. The guy was a general. Okay, I would trust a general being president more than anybody else because they know the cost of war. They don't go to war lightly. They're there. They've been there, seen people killed. They know what it's about.
And quite importantly, he was a general who didn't, or someone in power who didn't have an ego in comparison to the people who were in power today.
Yeah, but it's interesting. He gave a warning of corrupt forces in the federal government taking over the last day in office and not any of the 8 years he was in office. You understand what that means? It means he was afraid of them. He knew that if he challenged them, they would kill him. And he wouldn't be a husband, wouldn't be a father, wouldn't be a grandfather. Kind of sad. He didn't tell us during the 8 years of his presidency that dark evil forces are about to take over the government. They must have already taken it over, otherwise he would have done something about it. He thought he couldn't stop it. He told us his last day as he's going out the door, by the way, and now they won't shoot me for saying it because I'm no longer president. President Kennedy tried to do something about the corruption, and my sources tell me that Eisenhower was a big advisor to Kennedy, even though they were in different political parties. And Kennedy tried to do something about it, and look what happened to him. You see? So Janet Napolitano was Homeland Security Director, and she had something interesting to say her last day in office. She said a natural disaster is coming that has never happened before in the history of the United States. My successor is going to have a big bottle of Tylenol to deal with it. And then she left. There's some clues here. What's coming is a natural disaster. What's coming is a natural disaster that has never happened in the history of America. Now, we've had volcanoes, we've had earthquakes, we've had floods, and hurricanes and fires, but we've never had a comet or an asteroid or a rogue planet going by, pulling the Earth out of orbit, right? And there's a third hidden clue here. It's a natural disaster that somehow you could know about years in advance. You can't know about a volcano or an earthquake years in advance, but a comet or an asteroid or a rogue planet you could because of the geometry. You can know hundreds of years in advance when an asteroid is going to hit the Earth. I think it's something like that. I think these little illnesses, the first one is to train people to submit for national emergency. I think what they're doing, according to the former vice president of the company who sells the medicine that everyone's taking for the illness they don't have, that it's designed like a time delay fuse to take out the weaker people of society first. After all, phase one of the medicine and Hitler's useless eaters, the lists are identical. What a coincidence. The elderly, the obese, the diabetic. You see, I think they're preparing for a solar system calamity. And they are lowering the number of people on the earth in advance of that event to, in their minds, better prepare for it. In their minds, they're going to die anyway. So they'll humanely take out the elderly now and the sick now. And they're, of course, asking for all this insurance dollars that we have to pay. Save a lot of money, right? And they're going to get ready for this event. Because what's coming, I know of one meteor strike in particular that would not be a planet killer, but it would be a country killer. And as best as we can tell, it's going to hit off the coast of the United States, off of San Diego, which means the U.S. is done for as a country. And then it would change the climate of the Earth for quite a while, 10 years, 50 years, no one really knows for sure, which through agricultural failure and poor people being dependent on it, could eventually kill in as early as 12 months half the people on the earth. So, it's my opinion, they're getting ready for that event by this first little scenario we've been through for the last 3 years, and maybe the next scenario, which it looks like is going to be genuine. That doesn't, and if Bill Gates knows about it in advance, then either he's got, a time machine into the future, which is a possibility, at least visually, or they're going to make it happen, which is the more likely thing. And they want to travel, these rich people, they want to have hotels and whatever. So in their mind, they're going to lower the number of the people who are going to die anyway in preparation for this big catastrophe, which would soften the blow because all those people would be dead before the event, you see. And maybe they could even stop the event, but they're choosing not to. Rather than going down in history as the next genocidal Hitler, what about let Mother Nature lower the number of people on the earth for us, right? So maybe they're just going to let that happen. The Bible foretells in the book of Revelation that the kings and leaders of the earth will go into caves and holes in the ground to escape what is coming upon the earth, says that word for word. And what are they doing? They're building bunkers underground. They're opening up Cheyenne Mountain underground. You see? It also says men's hearts will melt with fear for the things that are coming upon the earth from the heavens. One of the signs is the tossing and turning of the seas. Well, if it's a rogue planet that's coming by, a planet that's bigger than the Earth, that means it's 3 times bigger than the moon, which is going to cause the tossing and the turning of the seas. Most people don't know, but prior to 705 BC, the Earth had a 360-day year. That's why the Hebrew calendar is 360 days. Right? That's why there's 360 degrees on a compass. And then something happened. After 705 BC, suddenly the year changed to 365 and a quarter. All the calendars changed except the Hebrew religious principle. Right? So what does that mean? how could the Earth's year suddenly, overnight, increase by 5 1/4 days? Well, the only explanation is that it was pulled slightly further away from the sun. Well, what could cause the Earth to be pulled further away from the sun? Something bigger than the Earth, right? That has to be a rogue planet. And most rogue planets, they're now saying every star system has an average of 2 rogue planets in its vicinity. So they're randomly going by, they were thrown out of our solar system, maybe very far away, that they're caught by another star system, and then they develop this comet-like orbit which can be calculated for the next pass, you see. So, something like that. I know of one asteroid strike in particular on April 13th, 2029 that looks like it's going to happen off the coast of San Diego. It's also possible that a rogue planet is in charge and other ones we don't even know about. Comets, right? But it's my opinion, this is what they're really preparing for. This is why they're lowering the population now to get ready for that event so that it'll soften the blow. It's like a fireman building a fire to kind of burn off some stuff now. And so they figure it'll be less of a shock on society if they can kind of get rid of these people in advance of that event that they perceive are going to die anyway. So, another little NASA story. There was someone at NASA who told me about this, about Planet X. He told me the moon missions were fake in 1989. And he said, that's old news. We need to do something about Planet X. I'm like, oh, what is that? I don't know. But if you go to Sabrel.com, I studied it. And there's an article, you scroll down halfway, Planet X, the end time tribulation that the Bible talks about. You know, it would cause earthquakes, it would cause meteor storms, it would cause all the things that the Bible talks about. So, I mean, by the time the moon landing truth comes out, or they keep postponing actually returning to the moon, something like that, a real illness, or a comet or something is going to happen, and no one's going to care if it's shot JFK, or care whether the moon missions are fake, right? So,
just one quick, I know we've run over a bit, just a quick question to do for you. You mentioned, and you've had a lot of examples, you brought up a lot of examples within the Bible, but you had a moment early on in your life where you read the Bible, and due to all the things that were going on in your life, you had a sort of an awakening, and the Bible helped that drastically. What do you think is happening at the moment with the lack of religion, definitely in the West? There's a massive sort of decrease in religion in the West. Why is that being pushed on?
Well, Dewey, the Dewey Decimal System, said at the Jackal Island meeting, which he was participating, we need to use public education to basically control the masses, get them to believe what we want them to believe, which is oftentimes a lie. I mean, you're taught in school, and the moon landings are real. I was hired by the University of Pittsburgh fraternity. They were going to pay me a couple $1,000 to go to their university in a private club and to show my film if anything happened on the way to the moon and discuss the moon landing. The university forbid it. And free speech, free assembly, America. I mean, that's pretty weird. You believe what we're told to believe, and we don't allow outside beliefs. I asked my doctor, what do you know about natural medicine? She looked at me like I asked her to speak Martian. She said, word for word, all I know is this, to give this pill for this illness like it was taught at university. Now, 70% or 75% of people who get through college believe in God. The next year, they don't believe in God anymore. You know, evolution is basically saying that things make themselves. right? You look at the anatomy of a human body and the engine of a car, they're very similar. Heart, your lung, radiator, kidneys, engine, stomach, maybe. And so parts factory doesn't explode with all of them together and make a car, right? And what evolution is really saying is that a lower form of life without a brain made a higher form of life with a brain. So how can something without a brain make a brain? So it's exactly the opposite of logic. There's a great book called Privileged Planet that points out that scientifically there shouldn't even be life on Earth. Life being on Earth is like winning the Powerball 20 times in a row. And what a surprise, what they're trying to get us to believe is the exact opposite of the truth. That life is everywhere in the universe. Life is extremely rare. I wrote another article at Sabrel.com called Are There Really Aliens from Outer Space? These articles about aliens and Planet X, I spent hundreds of hours researching and writing. They did a TED Talk. Radio scientists said, look, we've been pointing radio telescopes in all directions for 50 years, not one signal, because nobody's there. That's what it means. I went to HBO at a hotel once. 3 of the 10 movies are about aliens from outer space. 3 of 10. I mean, if 3 of 10 were about how great the president is, or 3 of 10 were about how terrible the president is, you would clearly see it's propagandizing. Well, they really want us to believe in aliens from outer space, which means it's not true. Because Edgar Mitchell spent his whole life saying the moon landings are real and aliens are real. Well, aliens are just as real as the moon landing. Scientifically, that can actually be proven. And so there is no life elsewhere. There's only life here. Now, just because you can't comprehend something doesn't mean it's not true. This is the problem with arrogant people. They think because they can't comprehend an eternal being, it must not be true. Well, I can open the hood of my car to my dog and say, this is the alternator, this is the starter. I can spend their life describing a spark plug and it will never enter their brain. The difference between dog and man is likely the difference between man and God. We can't comprehend things. That doesn't mean they're not true. Things don't make themselves. A lower form of life cannot be a higher form of life. Well, a few years ago, 15, 20 years ago, they took blood samples from every nationality. Eskimos, African Swedes. And today, with DNA technology, we're able to trace back mankind's family tree. And what they proved this 20 years ago, after 10 years of study. All human beings alive now, or who have ever been born, whoever will live, all came from one woman, just like the Bible says. How about that? With no one before her, no evolution before her, she just suddenly appeared, and every human being came from this one woman, just like the Bible says. But now evolutionists have a problem. There's no evolution before her, she just suddenly appeared. Boom, right there. Everyone came from her, just like the Bible. Like, okay, that's what we do. In my opinion, the people why they want to believe in evolution and not believe in God is so that there's no rules, right? If there's no morality, that's a great party game, right? You can raise children and do whatever you want to do if there's no rules. And that's what a lot of the world leaders are doing, right? How ironic, right? And so they want us to not believe in God so that rules will sit. I also have a new podcast. It's called Art Sabrel's Box Escape on Sabrel.com. The very first episode is the guy's name is Noah Yabi something. He's like the chief advisor for the World Economic Forum, which is 6 days. Right in the book, Sapiens, right? Yeah. So look at the World Economic Forum logo. They have a half circle going through three O's and words. Form 666. They never said there wasn't a God. He literally said out of his mouth, don't obey Jesus, don't obey the Bible, which has to do with morality. Never said there wasn't a God. Never said there wasn't Lucifer. Lucifer is in their logo, right? The guy said it's my first podcast, and if you sign up, you can get it. He said we're slaves, and Hitler ever said 100 times in a row. We have 2 to 3 billion useless people on the earth. How are we going to get rid of them? They literally said that. These are the people running the world. They keep saying over and over again, we need to get rid of 94% of you. Do you think they're just twiddling their thumbs if that happens? Or do you think they have a plan? Right? I mean, if technology is increasing, which it is, then longevity should be going up and fertility should be going up. But longevity is going down. Fertility is going down. The technology is going up. That can only mean it's intentional. They are intentionally, you see, medical malpractice, the number one cause of death after heart disease and cancer. You see? So we have these people trying to get people to join their team to basically not accept God, because of the God, there's a right and a wrong, and they don't want that. So, yeah, just because we can't comprehend eternity or eternal being doesn't mean it's not true. Just because I can't comprehend a jet engine, but I get inside and I fly around all the time, right? And that's the arrogance of people. And even the arrogance of some Christians. I talked to someone who believes in the Bible, believes in Jesus, but said Jesus returning a second time is just a metaphor. Well, it's the most repeated topic in the New Testament, the second coming of Jesus. I don't think it's a metaphor 142 times. The reason why he said it must be a metaphor is because Jesus said every eye will see him. That's on both sides of the earth. I don't see how that's possible unless something so arrogant. Because the person can't comprehend it, they think it's not true. I like Monopoly. Monopoly comes with rules, but it's free parking. Most people think you get taxes or you get $500. Well, actually, you don't. It doesn't mean anything. It's neutral. But the point is that people are wrong about what the Bible says, and there's rules. God is not going to put us here and not have a rule book. And that rule book is the Bible. The Bible is not flattery. A man after God's own heart committed adultery, murdered the guy to cover it up. It's not flattering. If they were going to make it up, they wouldn't put that stuff in there. And the problem is people associate the Bible with hypocritical religion. They see some preacher, saying, don't be immoral, getting caught in immorality, and then they're like, I don't have anything to do with religion. And they assume the Bible and religion are the same thing. They're not. They're two completely different things. It's a book, and it's inspired by God. Mozart said, when Salieri found his manuscripts that had no corrections in them, he said, I wrote down what I heard from God. And they're the most perfect symphonies that have not one dot of correction in them. If Mozart can write down a symphony inspired by God, I think Jesus' apostles and Moses can do the same thing. Right? And that's what you could call that faith. But when you read it yourself, it's just simple. You don't even need faith to believe the Bible. It really makes sense if you read it. Don't hurt each other. Don't kill each other. Don't cheat on your wife. Don't take what doesn't belong to you. You know what I mean? We're going to forgive you, and we'll forgive you again and again and again if necessary, but please stop. Okay? It's pretty simple. And that, we weren't even supposed to know about good and evil. We did, but we were asked not to know about that. It's amazing. If murder had never happened, would we have even thought of that possibility? You know what I mean? It would not even enter our mind. I mean, for all we know, I know this may sound a little outrageous, but imagine the fall didn't happen. You and I sit here with no clothes on, and we walk in the store, and everybody has no clothes on. Everywhere. It's been that way for thousands of years. Would we notice? Would we go look at our boobs? Whatever. So what? Everybody's got them. It's like a finger, right? You see, we have no idea that can of worms will opening up. And the Bible says that these evil people, they invent ways of doing evil, right? They want to get rid of the sons of Adam. Do you realize that what the first commandment in the Bible is? We're going this way. The first word out of God's mouth do this, let's do that. You know what that is? It's before the fall of man. He said, be fruitful and multiply. What were Jesus' last words before he ascended into heaven? Last word, very important. Be fruitful and multiply. You see, go make disciples. Teach them to make disciples, right? Teach them to sin. Follow my example. And what do the evil people who run the world want to do? The exact opposite. You see, Elon Musk, even though not an idiot, he said overpopulation is a myth. It's an excuse, right? For wanting to get rid of people. He says the whole world could fit the size of Texas, and he's right. Almost everybody lives in cities. Leave the city, there's land everywhere. You see, so they're creating this overpopulation myth as an excuse for lowering the population. They want to get rid. They want to be the anti-God and lower the population instead of multiply. It's interesting. Bill Gates, with all of his billions of dollars, never goes to Africa and puts concrete floors in people's houses. He never goes to Africa and puts plumbing in people's houses so they don't get disease. You know what he does? He gives shots to people that prevent them from having kids. If he really cares about people, then why doesn't he build them concrete floors and give them plumbing, right? But he doesn't. I mean, it's an absolute scientific fact. He goes over there, says, I'm such a good guy, I'm going to give away free tetanus shots. The doctors there who are pro certain inoculations say, this is kind of odd. He's giving them to all women and no men, and between the ages of 15 and 35. And then three shots instead of one every 10 years. That's all. So they get some of the samples. Absolute fact. And the samples was a sterilization drug. Bill Gates is going over there, sterilizing women without their consent. Not building plumbing, not building concrete floors to prevent disease. He's going over there and trying to lower the population because he thinks black people are inferior. You know? Unbelievable. What were his parents about that? So, what can you do? So, this is, we're at war. This is very serious. We're at war, and people's eternal souls are in the balance. Jesus said to the church, not to the pagans. The Bible says he was sent to Israel, right? To them, he said. To those who had the Torah, he said. Those who had temple worship, he said. To those who had the Sabbath, he said. Wide is the gate, broad is the road that goes to destruction, and most of you go that way. Narrow is the way to life, and only a few find it. One of the many false teachings is once you're saved, you're always saved. It says in Hebrews 10:26, if we deliberately go on sinning, no grace is left. It says in Matthew 24:13, only those who hold to the very end will be saved. It says in Revelation 2, unless you repent, I will take away your life, your salvation. Jesus says about the tower falling on the alleged wicked people. Why didn't they must have been extra wicked? He says no. And unless you two repent, you will perish. Right? So you have to get saved and stay saved. You see? And that is a narrow road. The reason why Jesus gives in Matthew 24:13 as to why most believers fall away is because of the increase of wickedness. Right? 20 years ago, it made the news when a 12-year-old committed murder. 10 years ago, it made the news when a 10-year-old committed murder. And 5 years ago, it made the news when an 8-year-old committed murder. You see, the increase of wickedness. I was watching 20 years ago, last time I had cable, the Family Channel. It says right there in the lower right circle, ABC Family Channel. There's two teenagers making out on the sofa. Oh, I guess because they're straight, it's family, and I guess. And so, you realize that if that same program aired during the Kennedy administration, the FCC would have banged on the door of the network president at midnight and dragged him off to jail for indecency. So it went from being a jailable offense to show two teenagers making out to not only acceptable, beyond acceptable, family entertainment. You see, promoting sexual promiscuity among people who are underage, right? Which is going to lead to teen pregnancy, right? And it's amazing, right? So everything, the standard of what sin is keeps getting lower and lower and lower and lower. That's the increase of wickedness. People just can't even discern good from evil anymore. But what can you do? Make sure you stay yourself saved, and if you can, bring one up along with you.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's about. Well, that's why these conversations are so important. We're having, obviously, on the back end, listening to you, with generating awareness for ourselves, so that we can then go and spread to someone else a bit more awareness, and hopefully pass the message on. But yeah, what you said about sin, and that was 20 years ago. What you saw the straight couple. If you now fast forward to today, and is it on Disney or Netflix? You've got these child drag queen shows. Have you heard of that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't want to pick on any particular group. I have friends of all persuasions now and always have and always will. Everybody's got to give up something which is different for everybody, right? And somebody has to give up smoking or drinking or straight sex or gay sex. It's all something they got to give up. And so one really isn't, in my opinion, worse than the other. Everybody's got something to give up. The cost is actually the same for everybody, which is to give up everything. Jesus said, unless you give up everything, you cannot be my disciple. Or some people like me was, sleeping around inside of marriage. Girlfriends, stop doing that. I had to break up with someone I was engaged to because she wasn't a Christian. As the Bible says, don't be yoked with an unbeliever. I had to flush my drugs down the toilet. My favorites. That was my cost. Okay? For someone else, it's different. I never understood people as well. You got to give that up, right? That's different for them. Some people don't sleep around and drink. They had to give that up. So it's different, but it's the same. It's always whatever you're holding on to. There's always something separating you from living a righteous life. And if you don't give that up, whatever that is in your case, and go under the water when you're baptized without giving that up, according to the Bible, you're not saved. You went swimming, right? You have to repent and then be baptized, not baptized and then repent. There's a point at which you cross over. There's a point at which your heart stops beating and you die. And there's a point at which a person has been engaged for 3 years, the day of the wedding, an hour before, they're still not married. There's a point at which they cross over when they say, I do. And there's a point at which a person gets saved. We're to be obedient. The Bible says, for those who believe and are baptized are saved. Well, why baptism? Jesus says to do it. He says, go into all nations, baptizing them, right? You could argue, well, why not walk around your house 7 times? Why not stand on your head? Those are good points. Why not do it because Jesus said to do it? My opinion is that because being born again, right? The whole point is there's the old part and then there's the new part. I got an email from someone a few months ago that I hadn't seen in over 30 years. This person was at the time 10 to 20 years older than me, and they knew me in my Playboy days. They said, oh, Bart, you're kind of famous now. Check and see how you're doing. And I wrote back, just very mildly sharing my faith, something like, yeah, I'm doing good. Now I'm focused on making sure I'm right with God and staying right with God. They wrote back, you're not Bart, go to hell. First, I was surprised that the 70-year-old woman was so venomous when she believes she's some New Age peace and love person. That's kind of weird. So her New Age peace and love isn't working out for her too well, is it? And then secondly, you're not Bart. And I thought about that. That's wonderful. She's right. I'm not the Bart that she knew. I was born again. So here's the thing. You can go 3 months without food, 3 days without water. How long can you go without air? You see, you can't breathe underwater. You're dead for a couple of seconds. You see, That's why I believe God sent him under water. And in 2 Peter, it says that the flood of Noah is symbolic for baptism, which now saves you. There is that point where you go from being single to being married, from being alive to being dead, and from being lost to being saved. And that's when you repent of all your sins and then get baptized with a pledge to not go back to the world ever again. At that point, you're saved. If you keep sinning intentionally, the Bible warns us we won't be saved. We can lose our salvation, right? Baptism isn't a trick that you do and you can go back to the world. No, that's the point where you get saved, and then multiple times, it says in Revelation, unless you repent, take your light away from you. Jesus says, unless you hold to the end, you will not be saved. So we got to do both. Get saved, stay saved. And I was thinking the other day about love your neighbor, right? Jesus says all the commandments are summed up in the two. Love God with all your heart and love your neighbor, right? Because the first 4 commandments are about loving God and the rest are about loving your neighbor. That's what do not kill and do not commit adultery. It's about loving your neighbor. Well, what's the greatest thing that we have? If we're Christians, well, it's our salvation. So being loving your neighbor, sharing what you have, sharing your turkey dinner, sharing whatever. Well, then we need to be sharing our eternal salvation, right? If we love our neighbor. So really, we're commanded, Jesus' last words, to go and make disciples. So we have to convert somebody first. And he says to baptize them. And then he says to teach them to obey everything I've commanded you, which is to go and make disciples. So everyone who's saved is commanded to now go out and save other people. It's not the preacher's job, it's your job. Right? And so someone who's not sharing their faith may not be saved. Because Jesus says you don't take a light, which in Revelation symbolizes your salvation, and put a bowl on top of it. And if you do, the light goes out. So unless we're sharing our faith, we're being selfish, and the selfish cannot enter the kingdom of heaven, right? That's the whole root of sin, is selfishness, right? And so I don't know what to do. Just invite somebody to church and let them pass them off to the preacher. They know what to do, or learn how to study the Bible. And that's it. The door is closing. I think we're in the last days. I think it's going to get a lot worse before it gets a lot better. Secular observers are pointing this out. So if secular observers are suggesting this and this and this is going to happen next, and the Bible says the very same things are going to happen next in the last days, that's double the proof that it's true. One of my videos on my podcast, which you can click on at ViralRabbi.com, I did a recording. The next domino to fall, I believe, is going to be economic collapse. The very next day, the banks start collapsing. And it's like, it says so in the book of Revelation. A loaf of bread is going to sell for $100, or translated to that effect. So they already have shortages of things. I think that's only going to get worse, and I think it's intentional. We had 100 food processing plants burned down in 6 months in America. Not a single one reported on the evening news. Because the evening news is CIA, and this is CIA who's burning down the plants. We're not going to bring attention to their own crimes, are they? Right? So I think they're trying to channel the food supply. They're trying to get it under control so that it's easier to control. So they have to go to them and submit and get your food. So
that's why you've got Bill Gates buying up on farm on top of it.
That has something to do with it, definitely. And so does introducing GMOs to the food supply. Right? And, all the rich people can eat all organic all day long. For all we know, there's one little secret piece of food, one of the 1,000 pieces of food you can eat. That's all you have to do is not eat that. So it's corn. As long as you don't eat corn, you won't fall prey to the illness like everybody else will. And there's corn in probably 95% of the things in the store. Corn starch, corn oil, or canola oil. You see, there's corn in almost every ingredient. 95% of things in the store have corn in them. Even a tiny little bit. That's all it takes, right? How much radiation poisoning does it take to kill you if you swallow it? Not very much at all. So for all we know, we just avoid war or avoid canola or something. We don't know what the formula is. But they'll have their way. They may live to even be 105, but they're still going to die.
The Ionic period, which is several hundred years distant, but this is the period of time when the initial development of the synagogue ritual as we understand it today, that really becomes a very important part of that process. And the image, by the way, that we're looking at is a mosaic, very common in synagogue art from the Beit Alpha synagogue that I discovered in okay, that's just a very quick look at some of the creativity that's going on in Jewish operation.
When I'm talking about what's going on in Metro, it usually has to do with someone getting killed, someone getting killed, some homeless person being assaulted, some regular person being assaulted every single day, someone dying on the tracks. I mean, well, look, this is why they get mad at you, because it's not every single day, but here's what does happen every day. And we've talked about this. If someone's not getting murdered, it's happened. God knows it's happened, yes. But it is often an environment where you feel like someone might be. You know what I mean? That's what I don't hear a lot about from the officials. Is how do you change not just the perception of locality?
Let's continue our discussion of the experience of right was early settlement. One of the things that's really something that is about to happen on this journey is that there is an idea as long as there is drug activity. So why is the Iberian Peninsula different? Really crucial. The Iberian Peninsula represents an unusual moment in Jewish history where you have three major monotheistic cultures interacting with each other for an extended period of time. In other words, for most of the last 2,000 years of Jewish history, the majority of Jews have either lived under Muslim rule or under Christian rule. And there's a lot of interesting contrasts and comparisons that hopefully we will be engaging in as we go through this history over the next year or so of lectures. But in Spain, and to a certain degree in Portugal, you have this unusual environment where Jews, Muslims, and Christians interact in triangular culture rather than in a binary culture. So, for example, if we pick, let's say, medieval England, you would have this tiny Jewish population as a minority within a large Christian population. Or if we look at, I don't know, Egypt, you'll have a tiny Jewish population within a large Muslim population. And the way in which Jews interact with their host culture is quite different than we have in Spain, where because of the changing power dynamics of three cultures, two of which who are really vying for rulership of the entire peninsula, the Jews have an unusual opportunity to flourish. And in fact, they do, especially in the Muslim period, which we'll discuss in more detail. So let's just put that on hold. And I'd like to quickly introduce this subject by looking at the various periods of Jewish history as most historians define. The first, which we'll talk about in this lecture, is the early settlement and the early Visigothic period. That is the first time we have any sense of Jews inhabiting the peninsula and what we might be able to know about their experience from the 5th century onward when the region was dominated by the Visigoths. Secondly, we have a kind of sub-period of the Visigoths, let's call it the Catholic period, when the Visigoths switched from one form of Christianity, Arian Christianity, to Catholic Christianity. And that represents a really significant shift in terms of how they relate to the Jews. Then that ends with the year 711, rather abruptly, with the invasion of Muslim forces. And so this initiates the Islamic period as the Muslims make their way up from the south of the peninsula all the way up to the Pyrenees. This is the Islamic period. Now, most of the activity is focused in the southern region, in Canada and Cordova, but there is some fascinating things that are happening here. This is what's often called the golden era of Spanish Jewry, somewhat of overgrown term, but nevertheless there's a lot of merit to it, as we shall see later on in this course. Now, the Christians begin to push back from the north, and that is called the Reconquista, or the reconquest of Spain. It happens slowly. The northern part, the northern section, of course, are conquered first, and it's only in 1482 when the Muslims officially lose even their toehold in the south. But during this period, which overlaps with the Muslim period, because the northern section will be Christian, the southern section will be Muslim, that's also very significant for our study of the Jews, because the Christians, when they reconquer the peninsula, they have a very different orientation towards their Jewish minority than we see here in Muslims. And finally, although of course there is the dramatic and terrifying expulsion of the Jews in 1492, and then subsequent developments in Portugal with forced conversion, and also a mass migration in 1497, we have what I like to call the crypto-Jewish period, because there's still very significant population of Jews living as Christians in the Iberian Peninsula, and there's a whole spectrum of what that really means. There are some Jews who are like just clamoring to get back to their Jewish practices, but are feigning Catholicism simply for the time being. And on the other end of the spectrum, you have Jews who become enthusiastic adopters of Judaism, and along that spectrum is quite a range of people. There's also a significant expatriate community, particularly those Spanish Jews who fled to Portugal and then sometimes a generation or three later left Portugal only to re-adopt their Jewish identity in the diaspora. So the crypto-Jewish period is not only what happens in Spain itself and Portugal, but really what happens in their diaspora as well. So that will take us right to contemporary period. So these are like 5 basic ways to divide up the period that we have before us. We're going to concentrate right now on the early 70s. Here's a great map from Atlas that
LA County and local cities have joined a lawsuit against the Trump administration over immigration enforcement.
A sense of the scattering of Jewish population around the Mediterranean basin in the first century. So it's a little bit like, because each black square is the same size as every other black square, and that's clearly not reflective of the size of the Jewish population. We also have that kind of starburst that shows that the Christian community, and I think there's a lot more of the Christian communities in Alexandria and Rome, but nevertheless, Antioch, nevertheless, still gives you a sense of the early diaspora, the early scattering of Jews that expands all the way up to London, and into what would be later France and Germany. Of course, Spain is important. And as you can see from the shading, kind of darker orange is where it's really strong in the first century, which is
The Trump administration is suing California over alleged Title IX violations,
well, by the time you get to the third
California
century,
Department of Education,
that's
and the California Interscholastic Federation. The White House wants
all
an
the way
injunction on the state's policy that allows transgender athletes to compete in girls' sports. And the political world is watching Governor Newsom.
Newsom's on the East Coast as part of his Governor Newsom national tour. He says he's only there to win support from other Democrats trying to get elected. But when he was asked about running for president, he doesn't exactly shut down the rumors.
Modern for Spain is Separat, taken from this verse of Latvia.
Some political analysts believe that Vice President J.D. Vance will toss his hat in the ring soon to run for the presidency for the Republicans, and the Democrats will have no other option but to put out Newsom as a challenger. Jason Campidonia, KFI News.
Satellite weather from KFI, sunny and hot. 80s to low 90s, Metro LA, 90s to the triple digits, the Valley, the high desert, and the IE. Low numbers that we see the beaches, low 90s
Now, it is referring to what we call Svara today. This is a common thing that happens in Jewish geography that when Jews visit far off places or settle there, sometimes they will take on biblical names when we don't really have any specific connections to say that this is that place. Case in point, Ashkenaz is one of the names of a person mentioned in Genesis, and when the Jews reached northern Germany, they said, okay, here we go, let's call this place Ashkenaz, right? Maybe the people who descended from Ashkenaz live here, and we call it Ashkenaz, but there's really no reason to say so. So it's a very tenuous connection, but nevertheless the term is stuck, and it is useful because it does refer to a distinct people and a distinct geography, but nevertheless no real reason to assume that in the book of Obadiah, they're actually referring to what we call Spain. There are Talmudic references several hundred years later, which refer to Hispania. This is a little bit more realistic. Given the period, let's say, first to third century, we've already got Jews living there, and it sounds a lot like Hispania, very common of shifting of the Holocaust. So by the time we get to the top of this, no question that there is a reference to Spain, something but how early did the Jews originally settle? So we have a couple of really early reference points which are probably not true. For example, in the 16th century, one particular writer came across a gravestone that apparently read, "Here lies Adoniah Rabbi," who was the tax collector for King Solomon. That's like incredible. I mean that literally incredible. It's just way too much to assume that King Solomon, we're talking like 1,000 years before the Common Era, had actually some tax collectors going as far out as Spain. So, and the fact that we've lost this particular reference and it is dubious, probably not a reliable source to suggest that there was Jews living there 1,000 years before the Common Era. Another one that does not necessarily negate the idea of Jews living in Spain, but it's also regarded as quite spurious, is apparently a letter from the Jews living in Toledo sent to Judea asking that the Jews in Israel refrain from crucifying Jesus. And this would have been dated about the year 30 of the Common Era. Also kind of a far-fetched document. It does date near to this period, but it falls within a kind of a trope where in the medieval period, Jews added in their interest to demonstrate that they had early settlement in order to document and to bolster their arguments for things like charter rights, the privileges to live in a particular area, to pursue certain tasks. If they could demonstrate the antiquity of their settlement, then that could help them in whatever local negotiations they might have. This would be especially important in Europe when medieval charters put into place, but that's beyond our scope. It also indicates a level of serious appeal to Christians specifically, saying we're not like those Jews who crucified Jesus. We're completely separate. We want that nothing to do with it, which stretches our ability to believe that Jews in Spain knew something about what was going on in Judea at that time. Particularly, we have no other records of Jews really talking about this, other than the Christian sources of what. So these sources are hard to believe, and we can't really place Jewish settlement in Spain as early as a result. We do have, however, a lot of really cool pieces of evidence which suggest something else. This is, by the way, a beautiful image from the Sarajevo Haggadah. So this is a Haggadah that was composed in medieval Spain and later smuggled out the country's way through Sarajevo. There's a fascinating character, by the way. On the bottom left, you see there is a mysterious dark skin. On this particular representation, he looks kind of blue skin in other JPEG
America's #1 podcast
A lot of
network,
questions
iHeart.
like these, though,
Look for
she's
free
clearly
iHeart app.
participated in
Listen
the
now.
deal with a even producer NASA, but she has a different complexion than the other women there. She is seated somehow separately from them, or is that just coincidence? The artist chose to put it that way. She's also dressed a little bit differently, but she's clearly part of the ceremony. Fascinating. We have a much more reasonable 18th century tradition that of a discovery of the great stuff. And the great stuff was partial, and again, like the great stuff of the purported Adam Iran, it is missing. However, it's a much more reasonable historical source, so there's an information to this is from Adra, and the inscription apparently originally read in Latin, something like Junia, a girl's name, Solomon Julia, the daughter of Solomon, let's say Junia Uno, 1 year, men's cuatro, 4 months,
Yeah, but I'm not sure that's entirely true. I think that's what a lot of fans are saying. Oh, there's not going to be a big Marvel movie. Well, there is no big, you've got Fantastic Four.
Authentic,
But
I
don't know that
it is.
which is after Comic-Con. Yeah, so there isn't a big Marvel movie sort of
living
that comes out right before Comic-Con. I feel like Disney has pulled back on it in years, and Marvel has pulled back in the past few years because at San Diego Comic-Con, because of their presence at their own fan convention, D23. They're really trying to keep up D23 and make that the go-to con for all things Marvel and Disney and all the Disney properties. But Comic-Con itself is still going to be
At any rate,
very
we
much
don't
Comic-Con
have
in the
this,
way that we know it. There's going to be your
brand anymore, but
cosplay
it is a significant
contest. There's going to be
We also
fashion
have
shows. There's going to
literary
be lots of
evidence
panels.
of the
Some of the shows that are going to
possibilities
be there. I want to make sure I mention these. Abbott Elementary is doing something really fun this year. There's going to be accents and stars from The
Paul
Boys,
indicates
Fallout,
his
Star
desire
Trek.
to go visit Spain.
It's so good. It's so
The
good.
reason why this is specifically a good possibility of a Jewish population is because Paul used to specifically go to Jewish communities as they tended to attract potential superheroes. So Paul enjoyed visiting those communities that had a lot of Jewish population and then kind of like fellow travelers or interested populations that were
this year
market
is
for the
starting 2
ideas
weeks,
that
July
Paul
24th through the
was
27th. I had the opportunity
disseminating
to
at
talk
this
to
time. So
David
quite
Glanzer, who is
possible
the
that Paul
spokesperson
wanted
for
to go to
San Diego
Spain.
Comic-Con. And he tells me there's going to be over 150 panels this year. Of course, major studios are going to be there. Prime Video, AMC, Paramount, Disney will be there. Television is
We
going to have
also
a large
have
presence.
flora
And
that
he
was
told me,
discovered
I'm excited to be talking
that
with
has
you about this because I know
two
you
letters.
are an expert
So
in
it
Comic-Con,
indicates
and
at
this
least
is
the possibility of trade in the region.
I know you love
It's
this.
quite a bit
Also,
earlier, it's also first century, but doesn't necessarily indicate that it originated there. But by the time we get to the fourth century, then it's pretty clear that it's important to the church, I believe, to talk about
David said that the thing to keep in mind this
again,
year
I'm
is
going to qualify
so
this
many
in
of
a
the
second.
activations are
Basically, we have
happening
a
outside
very
as
important
well
church
as inside.
synod
So
or council
if you don't
in a
have your
town called
passes, if you
Elvira,
don't have
and there's a whole bunch of
access or
Jewish
ways to get
legislation
into the
in
convention center, there's a
the
lot happening
deliberations
outside.
and decisions
Abbott
of the
Elementary is
particular
having a
council.
very
There are
avid
very clear
block party,
bans
which
in
sounds
these
like a lot of fun.
documents
They're going to have
intermarriage,
authentic Philly water
bans on
ice,
social
lawn games,
dining
Ferris
that
wheel.
is Christians
Alien
are
Earth is going to be
forbidden
there. That's
to
FX's
engage
show,
in
Alien Earth.
recreational
They're going to have an
dining
immersive
with
sci-fi
Jews.
activation
And one of
outside
my
the
favorite
Big Front.
passages,
King of
a
the
very
Hill is
strong
having a yard
adjuration
cookout.
that Christians are
Yeah,
not
right.
allowed
Percy
to use
Jackson,
to
the
bless
Percy
their
Jackson experience. There is
meaning
going to be
that
Wander in the Sea, the
Pedro
Monsters
can't
Myths.
say to
And
his
there's going to be a
friend
ton of
Boris,
TV
hey,
panels
you're
and celebrities
Jewish,
there.
I know you have a
13
close
major
connection with
panels.
the big guy, come by to my field, please, and give it a blessing so we can get
the cast
a
and
good
creators
crop.
there.
Now,
Just a
the
lot of
reason
fun,
why
a
this is
lot of
somewhat
things happening
problematic is
during
because
Comic-Con.
although you
Under
can
30,000
suggest
people
that
go
these
to
things
that
will happen,
event every year. It's not
it
wild.
doesn't necessarily mean but they would. They could be kind of like, testimonials to faith that are just inserted in these kinds of documents to sort of explain that, don't worry, we're following the party line on all of these issues. It doesn't actually mean that there are Jews who are doing these things with Christians. On the other hand, sometimes the specificity of these things does suggest that it's more realistic. Like, for example, a ban on intermarriage, sure, that's pretty standard. A ban on owning Christian slaves, Jews should not own Christian slaves, okay, we hear that too. But
My family and I have gone for many years. We'll be able to go this
year,
year, though, which
like,
makes me
let's say,
sad.
for example, I understand there are laws on the books here in America that also prohibit persons from riding this horse in certain areas in New York City. Now, nobody rides horses except for policemen and maybe those guys with the special carriages, so it doesn't apply to anyone, but there's no point in taking that law off the books. And even if you knew the law code for whatever reason, I mean, it doesn't hurt to just keep it in there. It doesn't mean that there are actually horses riding in the streets. But if there's something really detailed that says something like, people are forbidden from riding their horses in Manhattan, especially when we are building new cell phone towers. Look at that. There's a detail there that places it within the modern period and makes it more suggestive that it actually happened to people riding horses and interfering with the cell phone.
It's getting more and more challenging for people to get hotel rooms.
Anyway, so it's possible that the Council of Elvira was actually talking about real Jews engaged in real relationships with Christians that we simply don't understand. One more source, which is a letter from Bishop Severus of Norca in the year 418, is also quite contentious and could easily be entirely fabricated. But again, the level of detail suggests that something actually happened. In this particular letter that the bishop wrote, he refers to a local conflict between Jews in a Christian community, specifically numbers of Jews. The detail, the level of detail and specificity suggests that it's more realistic than not. They have in this particular letter, which is fascinating for lots of reasons. He depicts the situation where Jews not only get along with Christians, but they actually have some level of authority. They serve and have like municipal councils and so on. And in the end, these Jews are forcibly converted to Christianity. And it's possible that the entire story is entirely fabricated, perhaps for religious propaganda purposes, but there are some thematic elements in the story that are quite ominous as we shall see this recorded
listen to the entire interview and conversation that we had on the Entertainment podcast. It was such a blast. I love you.
But we can't say with some reliability, though, that by the 3rd century, there are some Jews living in Spain. It is certainly on the periphery of the Jewish world, but this population will certainly increase. And by the time we get to the early 8th century and the Muslim conquest, we'll certainly have a much better sense of the distribution of the population. But let's turn now to the
local cities are suing against the federal government's immigration enforcement actions, and the Trump administration is suing California. We will have more at the top of the hour from the OU.com Weather Center. OU, the only business software you need. It is hot. 70s to the triple digits. This report brought to you by Rapid Radios. We're going to the 10 in Montana.
Yeah, we had some sort of debris in the roadway westbound side of the 10 right near Etowah. It might be one of those big truck tire treads, which sounds silly, but can do a lot of damage to your car.
The Visigothic period, in particular the period after the Record's conversion to Catholicism in the year 587, is like one of the most bizarre periods of history. I've said every time it's extremely difficult to tease out some of the methodological issues, and just the content of this history is bizarre. Here's a map that gives us a sense of where the Visigothic was located. It's the capital there, and it occupies much of the Iberian Peninsula over into what would be southern France, around the Rhone River. And they invaded in the 5th century. And initially, the Jews that were located in this area probably fared fairly well because the Visigoths were originally Arian. And what I mean by that is they followed Bishop Arius, A-R-I-U-S, not A-R-Y. Hence the term Arian with an I. Nothing to do with Aryan nations or Nazis or anything like that, obviously. But this particular bishop had a vision of Christianity which was somewhat distinct from Catholicism, particularly with regards to the figure of Jesus and his relationship to divinity. This is something that is really significant for the early church trying to exactly figure out, was Jesus God, was Jesus human? If there's a spectrum between those things, how does that work? It's really beyond me and certainly beyond. But what we're discussing, for the relevance of the Visigothic period, the school of Marius had a much more human leaning towards the interpretation of the figure of Jesus, and this was declared a heresy by the Catholic Church. So when Recared converted to Catholicism from Arianism in the year 587, this marks the beginning of the truly bizarre era in Visigothic Jewish relations. Let's just have a look at this remarkable work of art that I had in my covers from here. This is Antonio Munoz de the version of Recared. As you can see, Recared is obviously in the center there. He's got this heavenward gaze, and he's obviously entranced by his spiritual transformation. And he's got his hand on the Bible there. It's being held up beautifully by some kind of church official. Really powerful image, I have to say. I think it captures the kind of excitement that must have gone along with this experience. And at this point, I think it's significant for us to sort of reflect on the concept of the zeal of the convert. Many of us, are in regular converse with converts in our various religious communities, and they're wonderful people in many ways. But one of the fascinating aspects of converts is they often tend to take on more religious observance than people who were born into that faith community. I think we can say this, by the way, not about religious conversions. I think we can say it about political conversions, different political parties, things like that. But anyway, in this context, we often find that converts, in the Jewish community, they always say something like, excuse me, isn't that Lashon Hara? Isn't that forbidden speech? Don't you have to say a special bracha, a special blessing after you eat 2 pieces of pizza? All kinds of things like that may irritate Jews who are raised in the tradition because the converts are actually spurring them on to take on additional responsibilities, or at least recognize responsibilities that they already have. In this particular context of the Visigothic era, one of the unfortunately tried and true methods of demonstrating one's zeal for Catholicism in the medieval period is to show just how anti-Jewish you can be. So what happens in the Visigothic era is that there's a whole series of things. They have a very good set of their rules and regulations that were passed over the course of the next century and a bit. There's handful to three of anti-Jewish regulations that are stunning in their capacity, scope, and in many ways they anticipate the kind of anti-Jewish persecution that we're going to see 700 odd years later in the Inquisition, and certainly even in the 20th century. I'll walk you through some of these things, but there are also some methodological problems that we have to consider. One of the most important ones is that the absence of Jewish records that correspond to this period. In other words, the Jewish community in Spain was still too small, too weak, too undeveloped, perhaps, or for whatever reason we are talking about. This is 1,400 years ago. The records never survived. We just don't know how the Jewish community would have reacted to these legislations. And It's even possible that in the absence of any kind of like secondary perspective on the period, that it could have been a legal fiction. In other words, it doesn't cost very much to simply put a law on the books. And if you want to demonstrate your bona fides, literally your good faith, you can even put in an anti-Jewish piece of legislation that doesn't have any correspondence to reality because there may not be any Jews who are affected by it. It's hard to imagine that these laws was completely fictional, but on the other hand, it's also difficult to imagine that all of them were actually imposed, and in some cases, the imposition was a logical possibility. That is, for example, once you have forcibly baptized all the Jews, how do you go and forcibly baptize the Jews again 20 years later, which is the kind of thing that you see on the period? Either you have to redefine, either you have a new influx of Jews into religion, possible, or you have like outspoken Judaizing, the Jews abandoning the forcible conversion is not possible, or you have a new definition of what a baptized individual is. It's also not possible. Let's go into some of those scenarios. But first, I think it's important that we actually look at the kind of persecutory legislation that was imposed in this Gothic period. So you recall, once again, that the period we're talking about is basically from 587, when we have this conversion to Catholicism on the part of the Visigoths, until 711, with the Muslim invasion. There's a remarkable image that captures very brilliantly the sort of atmosphere that when I get in my mind when I think of these Visigothic kings. This is Alonso Cano's 17th century kings of the Visigoths. I wonder if there's a certain bit of art history here that I don't know much about. I'd like to do more research on it because they don't look like 6th, 7th, 8th century kings to me. They look a little bit too modern, maybe Renaissance era, maybe later, maybe the fashion, things like that, I'm not sure. But the expressions are perfect. Like the impression, again, of these Visigothic kings from Alonso Cano's book is spot on. Let's try to understand some of those regulations. So, as I mentioned, one of the most common things that we see in the Visigothic law books is a series of forced conversions of Jews, which caused a certain amount of stir beyond the Visigothic era. The church, the higher church, never openly approved of forcibly converting Jews, and depending on the era in which we're studying, there is more disclaimers or more discouragement of local kings to do this. But on the other hand, the church really had difficulty dealing with the ex post facto situation. What you do with Jews who are forcibly converted, and in so doing partook of the sacraments, for example, baptism. You simply ignore that and say, no, they're actually Jews, it doesn't count, do over, or you have to say, well, you know what, it shouldn't have happened, but now they're Christians. So we have this situation where it is the Gothic period, and again, the echoes to the Inquisition that we discussed later on in this course. The Jews are forcibly converted, and then they're charged with Judaizing, meaning of going back to their Jewish ideas, especially
So the government is beyond corrupt. So as I'm editing this book, I'm put in touch with a gentleman by the name of Cyrus Eugene Akers. Well, Cyrus Eugene Akers was the chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968. And as he's dying, you know what he told his son? He said, you know, I'm about to meet God. God forgive me, I'm a murderer. I murdered somebody. He said he murdered a co-worker because he and the co-worker eyewitnessed a government secret. And his friend said he was going to tell the world because he thought what they were doing was morally wrong. He said the reason why he killed this person was to cover up the moon landing fraud, which was filmed at Cannon Air Force Base June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968. He stood beside President Johnson the first day of filming, who just couldn't help but want to take a look at it. And sure enough, according to Johnson's schedule, he was on holiday 1 hour flight away. And Cannon Air Force Base, before this was being investigated, posted on their website, President Johnson visited us in 1968. They since took it down since we started digging into this. And President Johnson gave the chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base, which, by the way, is the headquarters of the United States Air Force's Intelligence and Special Ops Division. It's not Area 51. Every branch of the military, the Army, the Navy, the Marines, and the Air Force, they all have their Special Ops headquarters at Cannon Air Force Base, the very place where the moon landings were filmed June 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 1968.
Do you know how many government employees were involved in it, or do you have an estimate of how many were involved?
Yeah, we know exactly. We know their names. I published them in my book. President Johnson gave Cyrus Eugene Akers a list of 15 people who were allowed in to observe this. Only these people. Mind you, Cyrus Eugene Akers was the chief of security at the most secure Air Force base, and potentially the most secure base in the country and the military, because that's where they chose to film it. And so President Johnson said these 15 people are allowed in as eyewitnesses and nobody else. He kept the list. He gave it to his son, who gave it to me, and I published it in the book. And so we know who was there. And some of these people are still alive. And a couple of good guy friends of mine, actually, when I was editing the book before it was published, asked me to call 2 people on that list of 15 people. And I was, reluctant to do that, as you might imagine. It's going to be different after my book was published, but before, I was taking a great chance. They said, we got your back. And one of the chapters in my book is called The Funny Thing Happened on the Way to CNN. Because when I found, and I've never talked about this publicly, okay, but when I found classified footage of fake photography, my phones were disconnected, my cars were tampered with, I was followed from church in the middle of the night, I made my way to CNN to get to a reporter there. I was literally surrounded by government agents in the back alley of CNN who confiscated the tape. It was a copy, gave me truth serum to the point of vomiting, asked me a series of questions. A lawyer happened to have an office in the back alley of CNN. If he didn't, I might not be here today to tell you the story, And so I escaped their custody. I made my way back to Nashville, where I live, and beat a cop. So I got truth serum and I beat him. Nobody but the CIA would have that. So I beat a cop. I gave it to a friend to put in a lab in his name, not mine. And a few days later, when we met, I said, "What are the results?" He says, "Well, there was a problem at the lab." Yeah, what problem? He says, "Well, funny thing, they had a break-in over the weekend." And I'm like, "So?" He said, "Well, funny thing, the only thing stolen was your urine sample." So this is the type of thing that is in the book that I've never talked about publicly, and so is this deathbed confession. So I call up 2 of these people on the list. Right, this is less than 2 years ago. One of them is Eugene Kranz, former flight director of Apollo. He said something odd. He answers the phone without even saying hello. Look at the counter on the phone, and he doesn't say anything. Call back again. He says, "Is this tech support for the satellite comm video call I'm having with Cerner?" Apparently, these guys have scrambled, military-grade video conferencing equipment in their house. During their retirement, to talk to each other about their secrets, right? Well, that little side note, it had to be Eugene Cernan, because he's Eugene Krantz, flight director. And if he's having to call his sermon, it has to be Eugene Cernan, Apollo 17 astronaut, who allegedly died 2 years earlier. So, I guess that guy's still alive. After all, you want to give it the 50th anniversary call out, right? So, and then I call another guy on the list I never heard of, but I was asked to call him, so I did. I say, hey, I've got you on this list. It came in Air Force Base. And he hangs up immediately. Then a couple of days later, the son of Cyrus Eugene Akers, his house was broken into and everything about his father's confiscated. And then a couple of days later, less than 2 years ago, government agents show up and tell him face to face, if he ever talks to me again, they'll kill him and his family. See, this is very serious. This is not a theory they didn't go to the moon. It's an absolute fact. I've been drugged, I've been followed, I've been kidnapped, and murders have taken place. We know for a fact that the crew of Apollo 1, that's 3 people. We know that Cyrus Eugene Akers killed a person, that's 4 people. We know that there were 4 other backup crews, members of backup crews that died in accidents within 24 months of each other. Then we have James Irwin, Apollo 15 astronaut, who called up Bill Casey of his own initiative, and he had something to get off his chest about the moon landing, about his book, saying it was fraudulent. He said, I'm concerned for my safety. Call me at this number on this day, 3 days from now. The astronaut coincidentally had a fatal heart attack that day. So there's another one, right? That's so far 9 Apollo astronauts. After the Boston Massacre, which killed 5 people, our founding fathers and mothers said, enough. We're going to risk our lives and property and everything because this is morally wrong. Robert McNamara, a defense secretary, during the Vietnam War, admitted on his deathbed that the Pearl Harbor incident that got everyone fired up to join the Vietnam War, the alleged attack of a North Vietnamese on an American ship, it never happened. They made it up. And it led to the death of 15,220 Americans. So I think if they're willing to kill all these people, they're willing to fake an image on the television. Unlike, though, 9/11 and JFK, because whoever did those things, those people are still dead, this is a positive lie. This is taking candy away from the public and giving them a turn and story. And this is what the news director saw. He said this will enrage, right? It's kind of odd. We have this detailed information, deathbed confession, where the moon landing was filmed, Cannon Air Force Base, when it was filmed, June 1st, 2nd, 3rd of 1968, a list of 15 people who were there, one of which wrote in his own autobiography that he was there at the time for a classified reason. We have the code name, Slam Dunk. President Johnson personally came up with it. He said we can guarantee a successful mission if we fake it, therefore it's a slam dunk. You see? And yet, top 2 podcasters in America have not interviewed me about this breaking information. Because if it comes out, if it's finally confirmed that the moon missions were indeed falsified, I think the public is going to be mad. I think they're going to find out that the government is murdering their own people, because the very next stage it's going to have to investigate is the Apollo 1 crews homicide by the CIA, which their relatives have been saying for decades was the government murdering their own people. They're taking away life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which means they need to be altered or abolished, right?
So what do you think the government's motives were in hoaxing the moon?
Well, there are several. I mean, I always thought it was pride. My film, A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, which you can see for free at Sabrel.com, opens up with the scripture, where there is pride, then comes disgrace. And so Kennedy, not a scientist, visionary, misspoke. I mean, They went from never being in space to walking on the moon in 8.5 years. And now, they're saying it takes twice that long to put a man on the moon with 50 years better technology. You see? So they didn't want to eat humble pie. They didn't want to admit that they set a goal that they couldn't do. Now, this shows something. It shows that our leaders are immature. They didn't have the guts or the maturity to admit that they set a goal that they couldn't meet. And then they have no morality because they lied, they embezzled money, and they murdered their own people to keep it a secret. I mean, during the Kennedy administration, his generals actually proposed an idea of killing Americans and blaming it on Cuba so that we had a reason for invading Cuba. They actually suggested that. In my mind, that's attempted murder. Those people should have gone to jail for suggesting such a thing. What do you think 9/11 was? The exact same thing. How can these people who think this way, murdering their own people with this acceptable collateral damage to get our way on military spending, to get our way on legislation that's unpatriotic? This is the way these people think, and these people are in power. Does anybody care? The problem is, and this is the last chapter of my book, which is at simple.com, it's called What to Do About This Mess. One of the problems in the federal government is that a corrupt president appoints corrupt heads of the EPA, of the FDA, of the Justice Department, of the FBI. All of these government agencies that are supposed to be investigating the executive branch are now controlled by the executive branch. I mean, that shouldn't happen. A president should not be allowed to appoint the heads of various departments. Because you have rank and file FBI who are honest people, and they find out a senator is corrupt, and they're told to investigate it or you're fired. Well, they're just doing what their boss told them to do. And so the idea that a former CEO of a company that sells medicine can become chief of the FDA, or the chief of the FDA can later leave and become CEO of a company that sells medicine, that should be illegal. I don't know why that's even legal. Do you realize that in your country, there are 17 ingredients that if you put them in food, people will go to jail? But they're perfectly legal in the United States of America. People are swallowing plastic in their pizza cheese because technically it's biodegradable after about a year, and therefore it's technically organic. Therefore, we allow plastic to be swallowed by people. I mean, do you think Congress and the Senate voted to fake the moon landing? Of course not. So voting for your representatives is meaningless. You had 90% of Americans wanted to know whether their ketchup contained GMO. 90%. A democracy is supposed to be 51% get their way. But 90% did not get their way. The president vetoed it, and we're going to go with the corporations. They don't want that. We're going to have to show that. I mean, in your country, GMOs are illegal. You can't even sell them. I mean, come on. Does anybody not realize? I mean, if it matters, it's in the Bible. Don't crossbreed species. It's actually in there. Leviticus 19:19. Don't do it. And you know what happens when you do it anyway? You know what happens when you take a horse and you take a donkey to get a mule? The mule is sterile. What a surprise, since GMOs were introduced into the food supply. Fertility rates have dropped 65%, right? It's amazing how God, if you believe in God, put that into the DNA. Disobey, and I will stop it. It will not be able to replicate. It's sterile. It's deformed. You see that? Little side note, maybe this is why aliens are always abducting people who are taking their sperm and eggs. Maybe they're not really aliens. It's called an angel, a hybrid that they have to keep going back to the source to make again, because if you make a human and an angel, they're sterile. How about that? That's why they're posing as aliens and abducting everyone, right? And abducting people's sperm and eggs. So you have all this craziness going on in the world. I remember when Susan, what's her name, from YouTube, testifies before Congress, and she says the perfect example of why we need censorship is so that crazy things like the government fake the millennium, you won't be able to be said. You mean basically we need to take down the truth. So if they're taking down the truth, then what's left? Lies. What upside down world do we live in? But it's true. You know, one more little Bible stab, if you don't mind. When Jesus was being tempted, famous part of the Bible, the devil took him to a high mountain, showed him all the kingdoms of the world. And he said, they're all yours because they belong to Lucifer and he can give them to anyone he wants if Jesus would bow down to them. It says right there that the kingdoms of the world don't belong to God. If they did, there wouldn't be rape, murder, or child molestation, would there? Jesus can be Lord of your life, and he will be Lord in the future. Now, and who do you think he's going to give the leadership of the kingdoms to? The countries, to murderers, liars, and thieves. That it should be a law. I don't know why it's not. If a politician says they're going to do something and then doesn't do it, or says they're not going to do something and then does it, number one, that's their last day in office for all time, and number two, they go to jail. I mean, that's a pledge. That's a pledge. We voted for you for that reason. That's a verbal contract. We can pull it up on videotape 100 times of a certain president saying that once they're elected, they will not make certain medicines for illnesses you don't even have mandatory. We will not do that. And 6 weeks later, they do that. That should be illegal right there. You can't trick somebody into voting for you, and then once you got their vote, not do a promise. That's wrong, right? That's a verbal contract, legally binding. You're breaking it. You're not only not kicked out of office, you're not even going to jail.
The crazy thing is, everybody knows politicians lie. Everybody. It's like a known thing and an accepted thing that politicians lie. The masses just seem to accept it and not talk about it or raise a point or make it, try and fight back against it. They just sort of don't accept it.
Yeah, that's because the press is controlled. The press is supposed to criticize the government nonstop. And now they do the exact opposite. One of the chapters in my book, which you can get at Sabrel.com, and audio I read, Kindle of print, is a document, CIA document discovered by Woodward and Bernstein during their investigation of Watergate. They discovered that back then, when you could only own one TV station or one radio station at a time, now you can own a million if you want, one point of view, and a million TV stations. They said they had 400 journalists on the CIA payroll, working for every major newspaper, every major TV station, every major radio station, every wire service. One of the clips, which you can see for free at Sabrel.com, top left button, Moonman video links, is a series of news clips, and you look in the lower right-hand corner, what is NBC, what is CBS, what is ABC, what is Fox, saying the exact same words for the story. It's Central Intelligence. The CIA controls the media. There is no free press, which is a Constitution violation right there. I mean, the Constitution is to protect the people from the government. And it says they can't murder their own people, they can't take away their freedom, and they can't take away their pursuit of being happy. They're doing all those things all the time. Out in the open. The CIA goes on national TV and boasts that they took down a democratically elected leader of another country. That's illegal. Only the army is allowed to do that, and only during the time of war. Their charter is to do information gathering, period. And no one cares. You realize William Benning worked for the NSA for 30 years. He goes on national TV and says, oh, by the way, we spy on the private cell phone conversation of every Supreme Court justice so that we can get sexual and financial propriety on them and blackmail them to vote the way we go. It's an open fact. It's not disputed. It's on national news that the Supreme court is being blackmailed, and there's not one single investigation. But if you leak out that Sanders is getting more votes than Clinton, but she's getting more delegates anyway, then the FBI goes after the source of that information rather than the corruption it's pointing to.
Yeah. That's the problem. There's corruption going on, but people aren't looking at the corruption, they're looking at the people talking about the corruption. People's eyes are looking the wrong way.
One of the things they need to do, this is in my last chapter, what to do about this mess, is not have corporations owning news. That should be not allowed. They should be required, if you have a FCC license for TV or radio, every one of them should be required to provide 1 hour of independent news using their equipment. Which means, and then you have a lottery. You choose reporters at random, and you always represent both sides. It used to be a law that if you showed one side of the story, you had to show the other. They reneged on that law. You don't have to do that anymore, right? That needs to be reinstituted. And then you always show both sides. You can't have corporations controlling the news, and they're controlled by the CIA. They're all in bed with each other. All these corporations are getting laws written to make their crimes, legal. I mean, you don't find it odd that GMOs are illegal in the United Kingdom, but they're legal in America? Is that distinction? Is it worth noting? Is it worth talking about? What do they know that we don't know? You know what I mean? How can 17 food ingredients that if you put in food in Singapore, we have a minimum sentence of 15 years in prison? But in America, they're FDA approved. I mean, it boggles my mind how corrupt it is, and it doesn't look like it's going to get any better. If the truth about the moon landing fraud comes out, then it might get better. It might be the spearhead of the dike that forces change.
Because obviously you've been covering the story for a number of years as you've gone over, and you've obviously seen the changes within the media, and now we're obviously fairly young and new to this due to age, but we're seeing from our point of view there is a rise in independent media, albeit they are smaller channels with smaller followings, but there are numerous independent media which are coming up through channels such as YouTube. Are you seeing this story is getting more traction now than it has done ever?
Well, it's odd to me that the top 2 podcasts refuse to talk about the moon landing fraud, and they refuse to talk about this new information of an eyewitness. I mean, if I eyewitness somebody kill somebody, that would put them in jail. We have an eyewitness saying he eyewitnessed the moon landing fraud. He even said he murdered somebody to cover it up. Here's when it was filmed, where it was filmed. You'd think that would be at least worthy of discussion at least one time in the top 2 quote conspiracy podcasts in America. I haven't been invited on their show in months since my book came out. Not a single time. Now, why is that? It's called controlled opposition. It seems odd to me that you can have what appears to be independent media, but is it really? And because every true independent person they take down. I mean, the inventor of the medicine that everyone's been told to get for an illness they don't have, the inventor of it, you would think that he would be the number 1 guest on every news program in the world. ABC, NBC, CBS, EP News, would have him sitting right there in the studio talking about this medicine that everyone's taking that he invented. If he is interviewed and gives his honest opinion about it, they take it down. I mean, it boggles the mind. There is no independent media, and I don't see YouTube channels here and there, Rumble channels here and there, making a difference. To be quite honest, we're talking about okay, we got 5 mice fighting an elephant now instead of 1. Oh, okay, let's get 100 mice fighting the elephant. Let's get 1,000 mice fighting the elephant. I think it's going to take how many millions of mice to beat an elephant. I'll bite them at the same time, and that still might not. The skin might be there. So they've got plans. I mean, they're already censoring more and more and justifying it in the name of public safety and so forth and so on. I uploaded a video privately, not even publicly, of my doctor saying that, one of the potential, remedies, and he's a medical authority. He has a degree in medicine. They took it down. They said, no, only people with, medically authorized narratives, are allowed. But he's a doctor. I mean, it used to be, in fact, there used to be a public service announcement back when they made those mandatory, because they don't anymore, that said when one doctor gives you a suggestion you need to amputate your foot, get a second opinion. Very important. Now they was like, no second opinion. Do they not realize that if you take away statistically cancer and heart disease, that the number one cause of death in America is medical malpractice? It's an admitted fact. Medical malpractice is the number one killer of people in America after heart disease and cancer. And then, if you have 70% of Americans taking prescription medicine, right, that means 70% of Americans are sick. So if there's a country in the world that has 70% of the population sick all the time, I would say that they have the worst health care in the world. And yet the politicians say we have the best health care in the world. Now about that, they say we're the land of the free when we're the land of the slaves. You have to ask permission from your slave master to leave your house, to open your business. Do you realize they arrested people because they had 5 when the limit was 4 for a child's birthday party in California? They shut off the electricity of the house. How can that be legal? How can that be freedom?
The government in our country are having parties in 10 Downing Street whilst we can only be in a bubble of 4 people.
Yeah, I mean, who are they? Why are they better than us? Even if they didn't do that, let's just say they obeyed the rules too. Let's not even talk about that. Let's say they obeyed the rules. You can't afford there are more people in the house. Who are you to tell me that? It's my house. If you think that's good, if you don't want to have more than 4 people, then don't. But who are you to tell me halfway across town, halfway across the world, to what to do? I mean, if electricity can flow down a copper wire left to right, it can flow down right to left. So why not have bottom up government, right? Why does the neighborhood association have the right to tell a person they cannot put a garden in their front yard because it doesn't look good? It's not their property. They don't live on my property. It's my property. And if the resident association wants to have a gun-free zone in a city where guns are allowed, how can the mayor force them to change their rules? He doesn't live in their neighborhood. It should be the neighborhood association should have greater rights over the mayor. And then the governor, who lives hundreds of kilometers away, shouldn't be able to tell the mayor what they can do or not do in their own town, right? And then the president shouldn't be able to tell the governor what they can do in their state. That doesn't make you see it's exactly backwards. The reason why it's top down is because that's the way it's always been for tyrants and kings. How is it any different now? It's not any different at all. And they're making it more authoritarian every minute. What about bottom up? What about instead of giving the banks $3 trillion for losing our money, it's like rewarding a criminal? I mean, come on, you killed somebody, well, you get 2 guns as your prize. And so why not give every person $20,000? And what would happen? They would go out and they would buy cars and they would buy washers and dryers, which would trickle up to the trillionaires. You see? So we need to reverse this. We need to have the property owner supremacy, then the resident association, then the mayor, then the governor. The mayor is supreme over the city, not the governor. You see? And you start thinking about it, do we even really need a federal government? Why not have the independent states of America? Right? I mean, why who is this entity far away that won't put a label on ketchup that says GMO and 90% of their people want it? They still will not make it a law. Why do we need them? Why do we need such people like that who won't do what 90% of the people are asking them to do? What would even happen if we got rid of them? We absolved them. We don't have them. Would the world fall apart? What about if a federal park is in your state? It's just now a state park. You know, what if a military base that happens to be in Texas is now part of the Texas National Guard? You know, what would happen? Would the world collapse? Would the ceiling fall? You know, I don't think anything would happen. It doesn't make any sense that we have a federal. I don't know any good that they're doing at all. Why not have all the states vote whether to go to war or not based on a cabinet of the leaders of their various army reserves? Well, they decide as a group whether we're going to send our people from our state into this war. I don't understand why they're mad at Putin for defending his border when we fly halfway around the world and kick people out of Iraq. I just don't understand that. Somehow the UN says okay on that one, but down on the guy defending his own border. You know, what is that all about? Because the U.S. is blackmailing everybody, bribing everybody. It's pretty pathetic. What can you do? Save yourself from the corrupt generation is what the Book of Acts says, chapter 2. Because they will inherit the world and lose their souls. That's the price they're going to pay. Everybody else, all of their victims, will be living forever. And they will have gained the world and lost their soul. I don't hate these people. I feel sorry for them. Right? We don't know how abused Bill Gates was as a kid with his parents being racist as they were teaching him the racism. The guy's body language, you know, he talks like this. The guy's mentally ill. Only mentally ill people have that kind of body language. We need to feel sorry for the guy. You know what I mean? So, what can you do?
Yeah, I like how you've just described about the bottom up. That we need to be working from bottom up. But yeah, like you said, what can we do? Is it at a stage right now where it's too far gone to be able to do this stage on that here in America?
Yeah, well, I think it is too far gone. You had, 12 generals wanted to kill Hitler. They couldn't do it. The Nazi bureaucracy was too big. Now, there was an eclipse in America in 2017. It fell over the largest pagan statue in America. So that interesting. And there's another one next year, 7 years later, that's a good number, that's falling over Dallas, Texas, where the security team designed, charged with protecting the life of the president, murdered him because he was going to clean house of their corruption. I think the Kennedy assassination was the point of no return. If a dead astronaut's widow says that her husband, who would have been murdered, or would have been the first man to walk in the moon, was murdered by the CIA, I believe her. Okay? And if Robert Kennedy Jr., who has more access to the JFK files than Oliver Stone, says his uncle was killed by the CIA, I believe him. I think that was the point of no return. I think once the government kills their own president because he was going to get rid of the corruption, it's beyond help. I mean, Johnson, Democrat, was there supervising the faking of the moon landing. Republican Nixon gave it the thumbs up. It's not about red and blue. They're both corrupt. Ask Bernie Sanders or Ron Paul if they'd ever been an independent person innocent to the top. They can't. And then there's a 7-year period between these two. Paganism in America and killing your own president who wanted to get rid of corruption. I think that's a warning. I think God has given us 7 years of probationary period. And if there isn't change in direction by that time, which I think is April 8, 2024, then, I would advise fleeing that sinking ship while lifeboats are still available. Because Bill Gates said with a smirk, referring to illnesses circling around the world, the next one's going to get people's attention. And then he smirks. It's already in the works. It's already in the works. There was a gentleman, and the Bible says, in the last days, believers in God will have more and more visions of the future than have ever happened before. He said, God told them in 2014 there'd be 2 illnesses, worldwide. The first one would amount to nothing. He said this in 2014. But the second one, the Bill Gates one, the next one will be very serious. I did a report, it's on my YouTube channel, September 9th, 2016, where I said the government is planning on doing quarantines. They're either going to release something or they're going to fictionalize something. I said it back then. I could see them moving their pieces into place. They're about to do worldwide illness. Either release something that causes it or just, fake one. You have to understand, every TV station in the world, every radio station, every newspaper said men were on the moon when they were actually in Columbus, New Mexico a year earlier on videotape. Just because every newspaper says there's this illness, that there's this many infections, are just a bunch of numbers on a screen. They're not being verified. You see?
When you talk about there being another pandemic coming soon, it's looking more and more like everything's pointing towards it being centered around climate change. How likely do you think it's going to be centered around that?
I don't think that card's going to play. Most people who study these things know about Eisenhower's famous last speech, last day in office, which would have been January 19th, 1961. The guy was a general, okay? I would trust a general being president more than anybody else because they know the cost of war. They don't go to war lightly. They're there, they've been there, seen people killed. They know what it's about.
And quite importantly, he was a general who didn't, or someone in power who didn't have an ego in comparison to the people who were in power today.
Yeah, but it's interesting, he gave a warning of corrupt forces in the federal government taking over the last day in office and not any of the 8 years he was in office. You understand what that means? It means he was afraid of them. He knew that if he challenged them, they would kill him. And he wouldn't be a husband, wouldn't be a father, wouldn't be a grandfather. Kind of sad. He didn't tell us during the 8 years of his presidency that dark evil forces are about to take over the government. They must have already taken it over, otherwise he would have done something about it. He thought he couldn't stop it. He told us his last day as he's going out the door, by the way, and now they won't shoot me for saying it because I'm no longer president. President Kennedy tried to do something about the corruption. And my sources tell me that Eisenhower was a big advisor to Kennedy, even though they were in different political parties. And Kennedy tried to do something about it, and look what happened to him. You see? So Janet Napolitano was Homeland Security Director. And she had something interesting to say her last day in office. She said a natural disaster is coming that has never happened before in the history of the United States. My successor is going to have a big bottle of Tylenol to deal with it. And then she left. There's some clues here. What's coming is a natural disaster. What's coming is a natural disaster that has never happened in the history of America. Now, we've had volcanoes, we've had earthquakes, we've had floods, and hurricanes and fires, but we've never had a comet or an asteroid or a rogue planet going by, pulling the Earth out of orbit, right? And there's a third hidden clue here. It's a natural disaster that somehow you could know about years in advance. You can't know about a volcano or an earthquake years in advance, but a comet or an asteroid or a rogue planet, you could because of the geometry. You can know hundreds of years in advance when an asteroid is going to hit the Earth. I think it's something like that. I think these little illnesses, the first one is to train people to submit for national emergencies. I think what they're doing, according to the former vice president of the company who sells the medicine that everyone's taking for the illness they have, that it's designed like a time delay fuse to take out the weaker people of society first. After all, phase one of the medicine and Hitler's useless eaters The lists are identical. What a coincidence. The elderly, the obese, the diabetic. Take those. You see, I think they're preparing for a solar system calamity. And they are lowering the number of people on the earth in advance of that event to, in their minds, better prepare for it. In their minds, they're going to die anyway. So they'll humanely take out the elderly now and the sick now. And they're, of course, asking for all those insurance dollars that we have to pay. Save a lot of money, right? And they're going to get ready for this event. Because what's coming, I know of one meteor strike in particular that would not be a planet killer, but it would be a country killer. And as best as we can tell, it's going to hit off the coast of the United States, off of San Diego, which means the U.S. is done for as a country. And then it would change the climate of the Earth for quite a while, 10 years, 50 years, no one really knows for sure. Which, through agricultural failure and for people being dependent on it, could eventually kill in as early as 12 months half the people on the Earth. So, in my opinion, they're getting ready for that event by this first little scenario we've been through for the last years and into the next, which it looks like is going to be genuine. That doesn't, and if Bill Gates knows about it in advance, then either he's got, a time machine into the future, which is a possibility, at least visually, or they're going to make it happen, which is the more likely thing. And they want to travel, these rich people, they want to have hotels and whatever. So in their mind, they're going to lower the number of the people who are going to die anyway in preparation for this big catastrophe, which would soften the blow because all those people would be for the event, you see. And maybe they could even choosing not to. Rather than going down in history as the next Hitler, what about what Mother Nature? Maybe they're just going to let that happen. The Bible that the earth will go into decay to escape. And what are they doing? They're building bunkers underground. It also says men's heart that are coming upon the earth from the heavens. Turning. Planet is coming by. A planet that's bigger than the earth. 3 times bigger than the moon. It's going to cost us. No, but prior to 5 BC, the Earth is 360 days. Calendar is 360 days. That's why there's 360 degrees on the compass. Something happened. After 705 BC, suddenly the year changed to 365 and a quarter. All the calendars changed except the Hebrew for religious principles, right? So what does that mean? How could the Earth's year suddenly, overnight, increase by 5 and a quarter days? Well, the explanation is that it was pulled slightly further away from the sun. Well, what could cause the Earth to be pulled further away from the sun? Something bigger than the Earth, right? That has to be a rogue planet. And most rogue planets, they're now saying every star system has an average of 2 rogue planets in its vicinity. So they're randomly going by. They were thrown out of a solar system, maybe very far away, and they're caught by another star system, and then they develop this comet-like orbit which can't be calculated for the next pass. See? So something like that. I know of one asteroid strike in particular, on April 13th, 2029, that looks like is going to happen off the coast of San Diego. It's also possible that a rogue planet is in the cards and other ones we don't even know about. Comments right, but it's my opinion, this is what they're really preparing for. This is why they're lowering the population now to get ready for that event, so that it'll soften the blow. It's like a fireman building a fire. They've got to burn off some stuff now. And so they figure it'll be less of a shock on society if they can get rid of these people in advance that they perceive are going to die anyway. So that's a NASA who told me about this. And he said, about Planet X. What is that? But if you study it, and there's an article you just scroll down halfway, is Planet X, the end time tribulation that the Bible talks about. All the things that the moon landing truth comes out. They keep postponing returning to the moon. Something a real pain, something happened in care with the moon.
I've run over this. Just a quick question before we go. You mentioned a lot of examples. You brought up a lot of examples within the Bible. But you had a moment early on in your life where you read the Bible and due to all the things that were going on in the Bible helped that drastically. What do you think? With the lack of religion definitely in the West, there's a massive sort of decrease in religion. Why it's being pushed on it?
Pilot meeting, which he was a participant, we need to use public education. Oftentimes a lie. I mean, you're taught in school that the new lands are real. I was hired as university and club. The moon landing and for research. American. You don't outside beliefs. Asked my doctor, what do you know about natural medicine? She looked at me like I asked her to speak Russian. She said, word for word, all I know is this. To give this pill or this illness like it was taught. 75% of people who get there the next year, they don't really got it. Basically saying that things make themselves, right? The anatomy of heart, pump, radiator, and go engine stomach. And so parts factory doesn't explode and fall in together and make a car, right? And but evolution is a lower form of life without a brain, life with a brain. How make the opposite of life. There's a great book called Privilege. Life being on Earth is like putting the Powerball. And what is belief? Everywhere in the universe. Life is extremely rare. I wrote another article at Sabral.com called Are There Really Aliens from Outer Space? These articles are about aliens and Planet X researching. And look, because at a hotel once. 3 of the 10 movies are about aliens from outer space. 3 of 10. I mean, if 3 of 10 were about how great the president is, or 3 of 10 were about how terrible the president is, you would clearly see it's propagandizing. Well, they really want us to believe in aliens from outer space, which means it's not true. Because Edgar Mitchell spent his whole life saying the moon is real. Well, moon landing, scientifically. And so there's only one right here. Now, just because you can't comprehend something, it's not true. This is the problem with arrogant people. An eternal kingdom must not be true. Well, I can open the hood. You know, this is the alternator, this is the starter. I can spend their life describing a spark plug and it will never enter their brain. The difference between dog and man is likely the difference between man and God. We can't comprehend things. That doesn't mean they're not true. Things don't make themselves. A lower form of life cannot be a higher form of life. Well, a few years ago, 15, 20 years ago, they took blood samples from every nationality. Eskimos, Africans, Swedes, and today with DNA technology we're able to trace back mankind's family tree. What they proved this 20 years ago, after 10 years of study. All human beings alive now, or who have never been born, whoever will live, all came from one woman, just like the Bible says. How about that? With no one before her, no evolution before her, she just suddenly appeared, and every human being came from this one woman, just like the Bible says. So now evolutionists have a problem. There's no evolution before her, it just suddenly appeared. Right there. Everyone came from her, just like the Bible. In my opinion, the people why they want to believe in evolution and not believe in God is so that there's no rules, right? If there's no morality, that's a great party. Everyone done, right? You can rape children and do whatever you want to do if there's no rules. That's what a lot of the world leaders are doing, right? Ironic, right? And so they want us to not believe in God so that we won't have rules, we'll sin. I also have a new podcast. It's called Bart Sibrel's Box Escape. Go to Sibrel.com. You can watch. The very first episode is the guy's name is Noah Yalby something. He's like the chief advisor for the World Economic Forum, which has 6 index right in the
book, Sapiens, right?
Yeah. So look at the World Economic Forum logo. They have a half circle going through three O's in words. It forms 666. They never said there wasn't a God. He literally said it in his mouth, don't obey Jesus, don't obey the Bible. It has to do with morality. Never said there wasn't a God. Never said there wasn't Lucifer. Lucifer is a little right? The guy said it's my first podcast, and if you sign up, you can get it. He said we're slaves and has ever said 100 times in a row. We have 2 to 3 million useless people on the earth. How are we going to get rid of them? He literally said that. These are the people running the world. They keep saying over and over again, we need to get rid of 94% of them. You think they're just twiddling their thumbs and hoping that happens, or do you think they have a plan? Right? I mean, if technology is increasing, which it is, then longevity should be going up and fertility should be going up. But longevity is going down. Fertility is going down. The technology is going up. That can only mean it's intentional. They are intentionally, you see, medical malpractice, the number 1 cause of death after heart disease and cancer. You see? So we have the people trying to get people to join their team to basically not accept God, because with the God there's a right and a wrong, and they don't want that. So yeah, just because we can't comprehend eternity or an eternal being doesn't mean it's not true. Just I can't comprehend a jet engine, but I get inside and I fly around all the time, right? And that's the arrogance of people, and even the arrogance of some Christians. I talked to someone who believes in the Bible, believes in Jesus, but said Jesus returning a second time is just a metaphor. Well, it's the most repeated topic in the New Testament, the second coming of Jesus. I don't think it's a metaphor 122 times. The reason why he said it must be a metaphor is because Jesus said every eye will see him. That's on both sides of the earth. I don't see how that's possible. Therefore, it must not be true. So arrogance. Because the person can't comprehend it, they think it's not true. I like Monopoly. Monopoly comes with rules, but it's free parking. Most people think you get taxes or you get $500. Well, actually, you don't. It doesn't mean anything. It's neutral. But the point is that people are wrong about what the Bible says, and there's rules. God is not going to put us here and not have a rule book. And that rule book is the Bible. The Bible is not flattery. A man after God's own heart committed adultery, murdered the guy to cover it up. It's not flattery. If they were going to make it up, they wouldn't put that stuff in there. And the problem is people associate the Bible with hypocritical religion. They see some preacher, saying, don't be immoral, getting caught in immorality, and then they're like, I don't have anything to do with religion. And they assume the Bible and religion are the same thing. They're not. They're completely different things. It's a book, and it's inspired by God. Mozart said, when Salieri found his manuscripts that had no corrections in them, he said, I wrote down what I heard from God. And they're the most perfect symphonies that have not one dot of correction in them. If Mozart can write down a symphony inspired by God, I think Jesus' apostles and Moses can do the same thing, right? And that's what you could call that faith. But when you read it yourself, it's just simple. You don't even need faith to believe the Bible. It really makes sense if you read it. Don't hurt each other. Don't kill each other. Don't cheat on your wife. Don't take what doesn't belong to you. You know what I mean? We're going to forgive you, and we'll forgive you again and again and again if necessary, but please stop. Okay? It's pretty simple. And that, we weren't even supposed to know about good and evil. But we did when we were asked not to know about that. It's amazing. If murder had never happened, would we have even thought of that possibility? You know what I mean? It would not even enter our minds. I mean, for all we know, I know this may sound a little outrageous, but imagine the fall didn't happen. You and I sit here with no clothes on, and we walk to the store, and everybody has no clothes on. Everywhere. It's been that way for thousands of years. Would we notice? Would we go, look at our ears? Whatever. So what? Everybody's got it. It's like a finger, right? You see, we have no idea that can of worms are opening up. And the Bible says that these evil people, they invent ways of doing evil. Right? They want to get rid of the sons of Adam. You realize that what the first commandment in the Bible is? See, now we're going this way. The first word out of God's mouth, do this or do this. You know what that is? It's before the fall of man. He said, be fruitful and multiply. What were Jesus' last words before he ascended into heaven? Last words, very important. Be fruitful and multiply. You see, go make disciples. Teach them to make disciples, right? Teach them to not sin. Follow my example. And what do the evil people who run the world want to do? The exact opposite. You see, Elon Musk, he's not an idiot. He said overpopulation is a myth. It's an excuse, right? For wanting to get rid of people. He said the whole world could fit the size of Texas, and he's right. Almost everybody lives in cities, needs a city, there's land everywhere. You see? So they're creating this overpopulation myth as an excuse for lowering the population. They want to get rid. They want to be the anti-guy and lower the population instead of multiplying. It's interesting. Bill Gates, with all his billions of dollars, never goes to Africa and puts concrete floors in people's houses. He never goes to Africa and puts plumbing in people's houses so they don't get disease. You know what he does? He gives shots to people that prevent them from having kids. If he really cares about people, then why doesn't he build them concrete floors and give them plumbing? Right? But he doesn't. I mean, it's an absolute scientific fact. He goes over there, says, I'm such a good guy, I'm going to give away free tetanus shots. The doctors there who are pro certain inoculations, this is kind of odd. He's giving them to all women and no men, and only between the age of 15 and 45. And then 3 shots instead of 1 every 10 years. I don't know what that's all about. So they get some of the samples. Absolute fact is the samples was a sterilization drug. Bill Gates is going over there sterilizing women without their consent. Not building plumbing, not building concrete floors to prevent disease. He's going over there and trying to lower the population because he thinks black people are inferior. You know? Unbelievable. But we're spirits about that. So what can you do? So, and this is, we're at war. This is very serious. We're at war, and people's eternal souls are in the balance. Jesus said to the church, not to the pagans. The Bible says he was sent to Israel, right? To them, he said. To those who had the Torah, he said. To those who had temple worship, he said. To those who had the Sabbath, he said. Wide is the gate, broad is the road that goes to destruction, and most of you go that way. Narrow is the way that lies, and only a few find it. One of the many false teachings is once you're saved, you're always saved. It says in Hebrews 10:26, if we deliberately go on sinning, no grace is left. It says in Matthew 24:13, only those who hold to the very end will be saved. It says in Revelation 2, unless you repent, I will take away your life, your salvation. Jesus says about the tower falling on the alleged wicked people. They must have been extra witnesses. No. And unless you two repent, you will perish. Right? So you have to get saved and stay saved. You see? And that is a narrow road. The reason why Jesus gives in Matthew 24:13 as to why most believers fall away is because of the increase of wickedness, right? 20 years ago, it made the news when a 12-year-old committed murder. 10 years ago, it made the news when a 10-year-old committed murder. And 5 years ago, it made the news when an 8-year-old committed murder. You see, the increase of wickedness. I was watching 20 years ago, last time I had cable, the Family Channel. It says right there in the lower right circle, ABC, Family Channel. There's 2 teenagers making out on the sofa. Oh, I guess because they're straight, it's family again. And so, do you realize that if that same program aired during the Kennedy administration, the FCC would have banged on the door of the network president at midnight and dragged him off to jail for indecency. So it went from being a jailable offense to show 2 teenagers making out to not only acceptable, beyond acceptable, family entertainment. You see, promoting sexual promiscuity among people who are underage, right? Is going to lead to teen pregnancy, right? It's amazing, right? So everything, the standard of what sin is keeps getting lower and lower and lower. That's the increase of wickedness. People just can't even discern good from evil. But what can you do? Make sure you stay yourself saved. And if you can, bring one of them along with you.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's about, well, that's why these conversations are so important that we're having, obviously, on the back end, listening to you with generating awareness for ourselves, so then we can then go and spread to someone else a bit more awareness and hopefully pass that on. But yeah, what you said about sin, and that was 20 years ago when you saw a straight couple making out. Fast forward to today, and is it on Disney or Netflix? You've got these child drag queen shows. Have you heard of it?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't want to pick on any particular group of people, I have friends of all persuasions now and always have and always will. Everybody's got to give up something. It's just different for everybody, right? And somebody has to give up smoking or drinking or straight sex or gay sex. It's all something they got to give up. And so one really isn't, in my opinion, worse than the other. Everybody's got something to give up. The cost is actually the same for everybody, which is to give up everything. Jesus said, unless you give up everything, you cannot be my disciple. For some people like me, it was, sleeping around outside of marriage or girlfriends. I'm doing that. I had to break up with someone I was engaged to because she wasn't a Christian. As the Bible says, don't be yoked with an unbeliever. I had to flush my drugs down the toilet. My favorites. That was my cost. Okay? For someone else, it's different. I never understood people who smoke. They got to give that up, right? That's different for them. Some people don't sleep around but drink. They had to give that up. So it's different, but it's the same. It's always whatever you're holding on to. There's always something separating you from living a righteous life. And if you don't give that up, whatever that is in your case, and go under the water when you're baptized without giving that up, according to the Bible, you're not saved. You went swimming, right? You have to repent and then be baptized, not baptized and then repent. There's a point at which you cross over. There's a point at which your heart stops beating and you die. And there's a point at which a person has been engaged for 3 years, the day of the wedding, an hour before, they're still not married. There's a point at which they cross over. When they say, I do. There's a point at which a person gets saved. We're to be obedient. The Bible says, for those who believe and are baptized are saved. Well, why baptism? Jesus says to do it. He says, go into all nations, baptizing them, right? You could argue, well, why not walk around your house 7 times? Why not stand on your head? Those are good points. Why not do it because Jesus said to do it? My opinion is that because being born again, right? The whole point is there's the old part and then there's the new part. I got an email from someone a few months ago that I hadn't seen in over 30 years. This person was at the time 10 to 20 years older than me, and they knew me in my Playboy days. They said, oh, Bart, you're kind of famous now. Check to see how you're doing. And I wrote back just very mildly sharing my faith, something like, yeah, I'm doing good. Now I'm focused on making sure I'm right with God and staying right with God. They wrote back, you're not Bart, go to hell. First, I was surprised that the 70-year-old woman was so venomous and she believes she's some New Age peace and love person. That's kind of weird. So her New Age peace and love ain't working out for her too well, is it? And then secondly, you're not Bart. And I thought about that. That's wonderful. She's right. I'm not the Bart that she knew. I was born again. So here's the thing. You can go 3 months without food, 3 days without water. How long can you go without air? You see, you can't breathe underwater. You're dead for a couple of seconds. You see, that's why I believe God said go underwater. And in 2 Peter, it says that the flood of Noah is symbolic for baptism, which now saves you. There is that point where you go from being single to being married, from being alive to being dead, from being lost to being saved. That's when you repent of no longer sin, and then get baptized with a pledge and not go back. You will never forget. At that point, you're saved. If you keep sinning intentionally, the Bible warns us we'll be saved and lose our salvation. Right? Baptism isn't a trick that you do and you can go back to the world. No, that's the point where you get saved, and then multiple times, it says in Revelation, unless you repent, take your light away from you. Jesus says, unless you hold to the end, you will not be saved. So we got to do both. Get saved, stay saved. And I was thinking the other day about love your neighbor, right? Jesus says all the commandments are summed up into 2 Love God with all your heart and love your neighbor, right? Because the first 4 commandments are about loving God and the rest are about loving your neighbor. That's what you're not kill, you're not commit adultery. It's about loving your neighbor. Well, what's the greatest thing that we have? If we're Christians, well, it's our salvation. So being loving your neighbor is sharing what you have, sharing your turkey dinner, sharing whatever. Well, then we need to be sharing our eternal salvation, right? If we love our neighbor. So really, we're commanded, Jesus' last words, to go and make disciples. So we have to convert somebody first. And he says to baptize them. And then he says to teach them to obey everything I've commanded you, which is to go and make disciples. So everyone who's saved is commanded to now go out and save other people. It's not the preacher's job, it's your job. Right? And so someone who's not sharing their faith may not be saved. Because Jesus says you don't take a light, which in Revelation symbolizes your salvation, and put a void out. If you do, life goes out. So unless we're sharing our faith, being selfish, and the selfish cannot enter the kingdom of heaven, right? That's the whole root of sin, the selfishness, right? And so I don't know what to do. Just invite somebody to church, let them pass them off to the preacher. They know what to do, or learn how to study the Bible. And that's it. And, the door is closing. I think we're in the last days. I think it's going to get a lot worse before it gets a lot better. Secular observers are pointing this out. So if secular observers are suggesting this and this and this is going to happen next, and the Bible says the very same thing is going to happen next in the last days, that's double the proof that it's true. One of my videos on my podcast, which you can click on at Sabrel.com, I did a recording. The next domino fall, I believe, is going to be economic collapse. The very next day, the banks start collapsing. And it's like, it says so in the book of Revelation, a loaf of bread is going to sell for $100, or translated to that effect. So they already have shortages of things. I think it's only going to get worse, and I think it's potential. They had 100 food processing plants burned down in 6 months in America. Not a single one reported on the evening news. Because the evening news is CIA, and this is CIA who's burning down the plants. And they're not going to bring attention to their own crimes, are they? Right? So I think they're trying to channel the food supply. They're trying to get it under control so that it's easier to control, so they have to go to them and submit to get your food. So
that's why you've got Bill Gates buying up on phone.
That has something to do with it, definitely. So it's introducing the GMOs into the food supply, right? And all the rich people can eat all organic all day long. For all we know, there's one little secret piece of food, one of the 1,000 pieces of food you can eat, that all you have to do is not eat that. And it's corn. As long as you don't eat corn, you won't fall prey to the illness like everybody else will. And there's corn in probably 95% of the things in the store. Corn starch, corn oil, canola oil, you see? There's corn in almost everything. Read the ingredients. 95% of things in the store have corn in them. A tiny little bit. That's all it takes, right? How much radiation poisoning does it take to kill you if you swallow it? Not very much at all. So for all we know, we just avoid corn or avoid canola or something. We don't know what the formula is. But they'll have their way. They may live to even be 105. They're still going to die. They're still going to have to face God. And they won't do well if they don't repent. They will have gained the world of their soul. So all we have to do is stay faithful a little bit longer. And to me, the moon landing fraud is the proof of the utter fallenness of mankind. It's mankind's greatest accomplishment. Let us build a tower that reaches to the heavens so that we may make a name for ourselves. Genesis 6, by the Tower of Babel, which was never finished. Then the Titanic, the largest machine ever built by humans, the ship that God himself had not seen. That wasn't finished either, just like the Tower of Babel. And then Nixon saying the greatest event since creation about putting a man on the moon. You see, this is spiritual symbolism, the faking of the moon landing. And it just shows the complete fallen state of mankind and the corrupt degree of the governments of the world. Lying about something to such a degree that they didn't even have to, because they've gotten away with it time and time again. Got away with JFK, got away with Gulf Township, got away with moon landing fraud, got away with 9/11, got away with the little thing for the last 3 years. You see, just emboldening them and giving them greater power. I don't think they can be stopped. I think technically, I suppose they could be stopped. Revelation says the plagues that come are to motivate people to repent, and then it goes on to say, but they didn't repent. And while technically the people could take back power away from the corrupt leaders, I don't think it's going to happen. They're spending, what is it, something like 2.5 work weeks a month, 100 hours a month watching television. That doesn't include Facebook or YouTube, right? Go to any restaurant. I challenge you. Walk through the restaurant and look around at the tables, and 95% of the time you'll see 4 people at a table and 4 people with their faces on their phones, not talking to the people across the table from them, talking to people who aren't even there. This is insanity. It's not interesting. It's not sad. We're being conditioned to be mentally ill. They did a study of praying mantises for many years. They would take a lab room instead of 30 10-gallon aquariums and put praying mantises in there, and they would eat each other. And like, oh, cannibal. Okay. It was taught in textbooks for 50 years, praying mantises are cannibals, right? Then, 5 years ago, the scientists had a new idea. Why don't I study them in the wild instead of a laboratory? What a thought. They don't kill each other. This is a highly intelligent insect. I've had one as a pet a couple of times. It is docile. It bonds with you. Okay? The thing is highly intelligent, and it was put in a confined space, which made it go crazy. And so here we are, we're supposed to be talking to the person across the table from us at a restaurant, but we're vital this instead of reality. I have artificial reality, and my brain is going crazy. You see, and this is not the way we're intended. Praying mantises are not meant to live in a 10-gallon aquarium, and the human mind is not meant to live 80% of their waking hours in artificial reality, which is what they're doing 80% of their time. That's dangerous. It needs to be stopped. I highly encourage people to go back to a flip phone. That would be one big step. Steve Jobs knew this. He didn't give his products to his kids. You know what I mean? It's like the guy who owns the Marriott Hotel is a Mormon, right? The Mormons don't drink alcohol. They know better. And yet they don't have a problem selling it in their business. I guess that he claims to believe in the Bible. Jesus said, I think it's Luke 17, things that cause people to sin are bound to come into the world. So the man through whom they come. You know, in a Marriott Hotel, they won't sell chewing gum. You know why they won't sell chewing gum? Because it gets stuck in the carpet and lose their market. But they will sell alcohol or the human mind, and it causes more adultery and immorality. They will sell that. You see, they don't do it themselves. Steve Jobs knew not to do it himself and give his own kids these mind-eating products. But you see, and there's proper ways of using computers, and there's proper ways of using cars, and there's proper ways of using guns and knives, right? But they're not being used that way most of the time. People are in a restaurant, 85% of them sitting across from people will see a table of 4, a table of 6, a table of 2, a table I saw of a couple so in love they're physically on the same side of the table. Still, both of them with their faces in their phones. On their dates. You see? And we wonder why people think the moon landings are real. And, you know, I met a professor at a major university, the oldest universities in the country, and he teaches aerophysics. And I asked him, you know, what about the moon landing? He said, oh, they're real. That's the greatest accomplishment of science. Then I showed him shadows every second. I showed him fake footage. I showed him this. I showed him that. He said there's nothing I could ever show him that would make him recant the glorious moon landings, the pinnacle of science. And I said, well, what about this? What if you turned on the television and you saw Buzz Aldrin tearfully confessing that the moon landings were filmed at Cannon Air Force Base, just like Bart says in his book, It's the World.com. I'm sorry, please forgive me. The professor said, I still think he walked on the moon anyway. You see, the Bible says God opposes the proud, but gives grace to the humble. What is pride? Pride is the unwillingness to admit that you're wrong. And humility is the willingness. Being wrong is good. Number one, you're not walking around in error. Number two, you're going to it's good to be wrong. I used to think the moon missions are real. How many of you out there had pictures on the wall in the shrine for 2 years? How many of you people looked at moon landing pictures 3,650 times in a row thinking they were real first? But I had an open mind. I'm willing to be wrong. Okay? If you think Wednesday is the Sabbath, I'm like, show me. You know? I'm not stuck on Saturday or Sunday. It's like, show me. You know? And so it's like this splatter thing. Everyone, you know, like, you know, I'm like, okay, maybe they're this splatter. And it's like, send me your best video. I don't think it proves it at all. You know,
that's the thing, you have to believe something you want.
Yeah. So, but you have to be teachable. Like you said, we're on a journey. You know, ask my wife if I'm on a journey to be a good husband or not. She'll confirm it. You know, to be a good Christian, to be a good person, to be good in traffic, to slow down even more, to let more people next time. You see, I can improve. There's everything we can improve on. But we can't do it if we're living in an augmented reality that God gave us this reality. He gave a praying mantis the force, and without it, they go crazy and they start eating each other. Isn't that what really yelling at each other in traffic is? And yelling at your spouse is? And mad at this and mad at that? That's really eating one another. Coming from a mind that is living in an artificial reality when it should be living in a real reality. Get rid of your smartphones, right? Don't just ramble through the TV channels. Don't disconnect cable. You gotta watch a movie, make a point of it, make a special occasion, right? Use a computer for work, use a computer for research, use a computer to do a podcast. And then after that, I mean, why are you out and about in your restaurant or the park or wherever, and you're facing your phone? Be at the park, be at the restaurant, be with the people. Right? You'll improve your health dramatically, and maybe if people start doing that again, they'll stop eating each other.
That's the other side of it as well, right? You get a lot of people who, what do you call them, keyboard warriors, where they'll be negative and they'll yell at you through comments on a YouTube video or on your Twitter. Or if you was to see that same person in real life, in reality, they would be a completely different person than you do on the screen.
Well, I don't allow comments when I have a YouTube channel. It's like giving somebody the bullets to shoot. Like my magazine doesn't let me write articles about why I think the moon landings are fake. They write articles about why they're real. It's their publication. I think it's a bad idea. It's a waste of time. You know, take eternal salvation out of the equation for a second. What's the most valuable thing that we have? Is it our computer? Is it our spouse? Is it our money? It's our time. Do you realize you can make $1 billion, lose $1 billion, and make $1 billion again? You can always make more money. You can never make more. This is the key of the Luciferian people. Why they have us faces and screens all the time. They're taking our chances of entering eternal life and having a happy, healthy life here on earth away from us. Second by second, minute by minute, hour by hour. Statistically, people spend 100 hours a month, 2.5 weeks watching television, right? How has their time to change the world or make the world a better place or hang out with your spouse or kids when you're spending so much time arguing with people in chat rooms is a waste of time. You're throwing your diamonds down the garbage. When you do that, I advise people to stop doing that. Let other people do that, or encourage them not to. Responding to comments, mean comments, whatever. It's not. I did one interview one time. I forgot, coast to coast, and in 24 hours I got 2,000 emails. 24 hours, and I eventually, over 6 months, responded to all of them that weren't death threats or had a curse word on it, right? And there's a red flag when you can tell that a person is not open. Like they're telling you, Neil Armstrong confessing that they were fake. He said he still think he walked on the moon anyway. The guy had to be 10 years old at the oldest, watching it on TV, you know, in his living room, but on the sofa as a kid. And yet he thinks he knows better. And the man went there. I mean, come on, it boggles the mind. And so we have these people that aren't open-minded at all. You can tell. And I've experimented. I saw the flag, you know, the red flag. This person's not teachable. Oh, let me just give him the benefit of the doubt. I've done that 100 times in a row. 100 times. I mean, a writer, everyone look at it. I gave red flag people the benefit of the doubt 100 times in a row, and 100 times I was right. They were not teachable, they just bite back. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. Don't argue with people. We have life to live, right? And it's not arguing with people who never meet. An entity that could be one of the 12 personas of some CIA agent. You know, I mean, who knows, right? We just don't know what's going on. And I think they have alternative media pretty well controlled. That question. I mean, if the little illness that was circling around for 3 years was real, then they wouldn't have to use a tool to tell you whether you're sick or not, that the inventor, which said is wrong 95% of the time, right? It wouldn't have to fake the number of illnesses or infections if they're real, right? They wouldn't have to call a motorcycle decapitation an illness if it were real. So what happened was, people don't realize this in the alternative media, 75% of Americans know that Oswald did not kill Kennedy. 75% know Oswald didn't kill Kennedy. 50%, that's huge, know that planes did not bring down 9/11. And 25%, huge number, believe the most crazy thing of all, which is that the moon landings were staged, which they weren't. So we have 25% of the alternative of the people in America are alternative media, at least. And they're 4 times more vocal. So they have to have 2 lies. They have to have a lie for the people who believe whatever's on the news, which is a very serious disease, and it came from an animal. Then, for the critical thinking alternative media, we have to have a lie for them. Okay, it's a very serious disease, but it came from a facility. right? Notice I'm not using certain words. You think about that? So you see, they don't care why you believe the moon landings are real. One thing that you do, a lot of intellectuals know that the pictures are fake. They say, yeah, these are TV studios. Sunlight don't do this. But they still went to the moon and they're commuting with aliens on the other side. See, NASA doesn't care why you think they can go to the moon. I think that you do. If it takes aliens to believe it, or the regular story, either way. If it takes, it comes from an animal to believe that it's a serious illness, or that it escaped from a facility, as long as you believe that it's real. Both are lies. I don't understand why the alternative media keeps repeating the Chinese balloon story exactly the same way ABC News says. Come on, you're being used, you're being played. The whole UFO thing is because people are being told to believe information. We have Robert Emanator, one of the 15 people at Cannon Air Force Base when they filmed the fake moon landings. Spent his whole life saying the moon landings are real. Spent his whole life saying aliens are real. He says, I've seen it. I've seen footage of aliens, but I lost it. I can't show it yet. So they've got the alternative media covered. They can mislead us pretty easily. We have buttons to be pushed too. Okay, so they're different buttons, but they're still buttons, right? And they still get the expected psychological reaction out of people. And this is what my podcast is about, and why it's called Mark Sabrell's Box Escape. We've got to not be tricked. We've got to realize they've got one lie for the public and now one lie for the alternative media. A lot of these alternative media are still trolling. They're like, the Pentagon issued a report that says, we're about to be outnumbered in missiles by the Soviet Union or by China. And it gets this reaction out of people. We need to build more missiles. That's what they wanted you to say. And you're in the alternative media. I mean, don't you realize that? I don't understand that. Anyway, we could go on forever. We're already done one.
It's been amazing today. Thank you very much. It's been really good. Cheers, Bob.
Sure.
Yeah. All right, guys. We'll sign off now. Yeah, because obviously we've done that.
Yeah, and if you could just link Sibrel, SIBREL.com. In the description, that way if people want to see the films about the landing frauds, they can do that for free, or get my book that I read on audio or Kindle or print, and they can hear all the backstory about the deathbed confession of an eyewitness who was there when they filmed it. That's Sibrel.com.
I'll list everything that you've talked about throughout the episode in the description below, so there'll be multiple links.
Yeah, alrighty.
Thank you very much, Bob.
Likewise, take care.
See you later. Cheers. Bye.
Secondly, pile on. The second thing is there's absolutely no linguistic evidence of our influence on Jews. So one of the things that we expect to do is that Jews would pick up our terminology. There's Yiddish, by the way, is the overwhelmingly dominant native language of the Jews, who call themselves Ashkenazi, the 20th century.
The ruins of the great city of Hattusha are an awe-inspiring sight. They sit right in the center of modern Turkey, on a rocky outcrop overlooking a bend in the Kızılırmak River. Hattusha's crumbling walls of grey limestone stand out against the tawny yellow grassland of the hills, lying where they fell over 3,000 years ago. One look will tell you that Hattusha was once a mighty fortress. Its double wall was defended by over 100 towers, its thick gateways decorated with carved sculptures of lions. For centuries, this was the capital of the mighty Hittite Empire, which ruled a large portion of Turkey during the Bronze Age. Hattusha's people cultivated wheat, barley, and lentils, and wore clothes spun from the wool of sheep they kept in the surrounding hills. But if you dig down into the ruins of Hattusha, What you find is a thin black layer right above the city's ancient floors. This layer is made up of ash, charred wood and rubble scorched in a fierce fire. It dates back to the end of the 13th century BC, around the year 1200 before the start of the Christian calendar. And when you step back and take in all the details, it's a little breathtaking. Walls and roofs collapsed, bricks shattered and melted, and it's clear that whatever happened to Hattusha, the destruction was savage, unrelenting and total. After that, the archaeological record here ends. Except for the signs of a few scattered scavengers eking out an existence among the rubble, the ruins of Hattusha remained empty for centuries. A haunted place where most feared to go. 20 kilometers to the north, the ancient city of Alasahoyo, where the Hittites buried their kings in opulent tombs, shows the same thing. It is completely covered by ash and rubble at the same level. And 100 kilometers to the east of that, at another fortified Hittite town known as Karaugla, you can find arrowheads littering the earth like fallen leaves, and the bones of men, women, and children left lying in the streets, right where they fell. In fact, if you zoom out, right across the eastern Mediterranean, anywhere you go in the entire region, across an area spanning over 1,000 kilometers, you will find this layer of destruction. Archaeological evidence is quite clear. At some point between the year 1200 and 1100 BC, right at the end of the period we call the Bronze Age, a wave of destruction washed across the entire region. It wiped whole civilizations off the map and left nothing in its wake. One by one, vast and ancient empires like the Hittites, Ugarit, the Minoans and the Mycenaean Greeks collapsed all together, and they collapsed so completely that they disappeared from the historical record. It took some of these areas nearly 1,000 years to recover after the violent end of the Bronze Age, and exactly what happened is still one of humanity's most fiercely debated mysteries.
There's some indication that they lived about 1,000 years ago. Some of the earlier indication they lived but more specific women still had. There are significant similarities between God and Jews.
My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory, and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time, witnessing the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look not at the collapse of one civilization, but at the collapse of many. This catastrophe, which historians have called the Late Bronze Age collapse, has become one of the enduring puzzles of archaeology. I want to explore how so many societies could collapse all at once, and seemingly without warning. I want to look at the conditions that led up to this collapse and examine the lessons it might teach us in our increasingly globalized and interconnected world.
This happens as is very common in world documented.
Historian Robert Drews puts it bluntly.
Within a period of 40 to 50 years, almost every significant city in the eastern Mediterranean world was destroyed, many of them never to be occupied again. For a long time after the year 1200, it is safe to say that there were no cities in the eastern Mediterranean area.
One of the ways in which the memory of the late Bronze Age collapse may have survived into the modern day is through the epic poetry that was written about this time. You may have heard of some of it. It relates to the destruction of a great walled city in the eastern Mediterranean called Troy. The epic poems known as Iliad and Odyssey are ancient pieces of oral poetry attributed to a man named Homer, who may or may not have existed. These poems were passed down for centuries through the period that followed the Bronze Age collapse, which we call the Greek Dark Ages. They survived by word of mouth, with each poet-singer using astonishing skills of memory to memorize and pass them on, lengthening and embellishing them along the way until they were finally written down in the 8th century BC. The poetry of the Iliad especially relates the story of a great 10-year war that took place in the eastern Mediterranean and took up most of the manpower of Greece. This war was led by a man named Agamemnon, a king of Mycenae. In the 2nd millennium BC, the city-state of Mycenae was one of the major centers of Greek civilization, a mighty city to rival the Hittite capital of Hattusha. About 90 kilometers southwest of Athens, Mycenae was a military stronghold, which dominated much of southern Greece and had a population of over 30,000 at its height. Like Hattusha, it decorated the gates of its mighty citadel with carved stone lions. Over a millennium later, in the 2nd century AD, the Greek travel writer Pausanias wrote breathlessly about his visit to the ruins.
Which is the only part of the ruins still remaining, is a work of the Cyclopes, made of unwrought stones, each stone being so big that a pair of mules could not move the smallest from its place to the slightest degree.
Classical Greeks believed that only the mythical one-eyed giants, the Cyclopes, would have had the strength to move the enormous boulders that made up the walls of Mycenae. It's a 2nd century version of the History Channel's Ancient Aliens conspiracy theories today. Even then, people found it hard to believe that people so distant to them could have possessed such ingenuity and skill and then disappeared forever. But Mycenae's leading role in the Trojan War is what cemented its place in the Greek imagination. Exactly how much of the actual historical event of the Battle of Troy survived in Homer's epic is still subject to bitter historical debate. For the longest time, it was assumed that the Trojan War was an invention of the imagination, and that the city of Troy was a myth. But that all changed with the discovery of the ruins of Troy in modern Turkey at the end of the 19th century. Now, many historians agree that Troy may have been a coastal outpost of the Hittite Empire. And we now know that it was a grand city, much as Homer describes, with an impressively fortified citadel. According to legend, the walls of Troy were built by the gods Poseidon and Apollo, and at the time the Iliad may have taken place, they were certainly impressive. 9 meters high, with towers soaring up to 18 meters. Outside of this, a ranging curtain wall enclosed a larger area of the city. But the ruins of Troy are strangely silent. That is, there has been almost no writing uncovered in any excavations of the city. Many scholars now agree that the Trojan War related by Homer may have been a real event, or at least a composite of events, filtered through the lens of mythology and refracted by the Chinese whispers effect of oral transmission. Archaeology shows that Troy was attacked repeatedly and had to defend itself again and again, which is indicated by repairs undertaken to the citadel's fortifications. We can see traces of fire on its stones, while human remains are found in houses and in the streets. Bronze arrowheads have also been found littering the ground in Troy's fort and citadel, and in fact it seems Troy was burnt twice towards the end of the 13th century, right around the time that destruction was beginning to rain down on the whole region. Today, most scholars date the events of the Trojan War to just the period we have been discussing, the end of the 12th century BC and the late Bronze Age collapse. As a novelist and a student of literature, I tend to have a bias towards giving literary sources more weight than a formal historian might. But for my part, I don't think it's unreasonable to argue that these poems may have incubated, at least in a hazy form, an authentic memory of those days, the feeling of apocalypse that must have washed over the region, and a war that seemed to dwarf all others since.
Now that we have discussed
the Greek poet Quintus Smyrnaeus, in his poem The Fall of Troy, gives us just a glimpse of the violence of that time.
Blood ran in torrents, drenched all the earth, as Trojans and their alien helpers died. Here were men lying quelled by bitter death, all up and down the city in their blood. Others on them were falling, gasping forth their life's strength,
others clutching in their hands, their bowels that looked through hideous gashes forth, wandered in wretched flight around their homes. Before we go into just what happened at the end of the Bronze Age, I think it's worth pausing and painting a picture of what it was that collapsed. This vibrant and varied region that had survived for so many centuries and fell so suddenly.
Spanish Jewish thinker in the 12th century. The story
we often make the mistake of thinking of the ancient world as a series of insular and isolated states. Something about the monumental remains of their societies makes us think of them in this way. And it's true that their worlds were smaller than ours today. The known world for someone living in the Eastern Mediterranean around the year 1200 BC would have extended from Greece to perhaps the far east of what today we would call Iran. It was populated by the Mycenaean people of Greece in the west and the new kingdom of Egypt in the south, just emerging from a period of civil war. Their worlds took in the islands of Cyprus and Crete, as well as coastal city-states like Ugarit. And another big player in this region was Babylon, a city in the verdant marshes of southern Iraq, which was ruled by a dynasty known as the Kassites. To the north of them was the great warlike empire of Assyria, which governed the plains of northern Iraq and Syria, and to the north of them, the Hittites. These small city-states were suspicious of each other, and they often fought wars. But this isn't the whole story. The societies of the Bronze Age were as entangled and interdependent as the nation-states of today, and perhaps in some ways they were more so. Firstly, trade was the lifeblood of this region. The Mediterranean Sea is essentially a vast inland lake, relatively free of waves and storms when compared to the open Atlantic. Across this relatively placid water, trade boomed. One shipwreck found off the coast of Uluburun in southwestern Turkey gives us just a glimpse into the rich exchange of materials that occurred during this time. The ship is built of Lebanese cedar wood and dated to about the year 1300 BC. And just listen to this list of what archaeologists found in its cargo.
10 tons of copper ingots and 1 ton of tin, logs of ebony, elephant and hippo tusks, along with more than a dozen hippopotamus teeth, a jar filled with glass beads, more with olives and terebinth resin, almonds, pistachios, figs, grapes and coriander, whole pomegranates, and a golden scarab beetle inscribed with the name of Nefertiti, arrowheads, daggers, turtle shells, and ostrich eggs, quartz crystals and gold, pottery and oil lamps from Cyprus, along with blocks of raw coloured glass in cobalt blue and lavender.
The Uluburun shipwreck contained goods from at least 7 different lands. So it's easy to see how this rich trade would have drawn all of these disparate nations together. And people passed between these states too. For instance, we know that Minoan artists from Crete came to decorate the walls of Egyptian palaces in the city of Peronne. Kings frequently requested the services of physicians, artisans, weavers, musicians, and singers from other kingdoms. And intermarriage was also common. To give just one example, we know that Hammurabi, the last king of the coastal nation of Ugarit, had married and subsequently divorced a Hittite woman, with their divorce proceedings dragging through the court system for years. And while much of this exchange was in luxury goods and services, other resources that flowed down these trade routes were utterly essential to the survival of these large and complex nations. And of all these resources, the most critical in the Bronze Age was of course the one that gives the era its name. Bronze is an alloy of copper and tin on a roughly 10-to-1 ratio. The amount of copper and bronze found on the Uluburun wreck, 10 tons of bronze and 1 ton of tin, was exactly the amount needed to smelt 11 tons of bronze. Since its discovery sometime in the 4th millennium BC, this reddish gold wonder metal had become critical to the manufacture of just about every weapon, tool, and household object. And just like aluminium or steel today, bronze had become completely indispensable to the societies it supported.
but it's widely believed
Without a steady supply of this metal, armies would have no weapons. Chariots would be unable to shod their wheels, and craftsmen would have no tools.
were essentially engaged in some
The British historian Carol Bell has drawn a striking parallel to the reality of our modern world.
sexuality of Khazaria.
The strategic importance of tin in the late Bronze Age was probably not far different from that of crude oil today. The availability of enough tin to produce weapons-grade bronze must have exercised the minds of the great king in Hattusha and the pharaoh in Thebes in the same way that supplying gasoline to the American SUV driver preoccupies an American president today.
There were medieval Jewish
For the components of bronze, copper was relatively easy to find.
direct contact with
But
Khazaria
tin
or
was a
direct
rare
contact
metal.
with Khazarians.
At the time, the only source readily available was from mines in the Badakhshan region of Afghanistan.
Status, sometimes with
From there, it had to be brought overland on caravans of donkeys, following the ancient route known as the Silk Road. It was a long and perilous journey across mountains and rivers until it reached the great cities of Mesopotamia. From there, the cargo of tin spread out across the region and over the sea to Greece. The entire military might of the region's superpowers, of Egypt, Assyria, the Hittites, Ugarit, Babylon, the Mycenaean Empire, and Greece, all of them depended on this precarious supply, which at the time must have felt as fragile as a cobweb. So as I relate the events of the next century or so, I want you to keep this idea in mind, that these nations were not entirely distinct and separate entities, so much as a complex and entangled web of societies, each as dependent on the other as the next. And while peace largely held in the region and trade could continue, they achieved a kind of stability. But for a number of reasons, peace wasn't to last.
A statement of the bona fides of the bearer of the document saying that this
One thing I want to make absolutely clear at this stage is that our knowledge of this period is very limited. There's so much guesswork involved around the dates and the events of some of what I'm about to describe that it would be very easy to get lost in a cloud of maybes. History is not a science, although it involves sciences. History is a fluctuating series of interpretations, hypotheses, and narratives that are born out in lively debates on just about every detail of past events. But I think it's worth noting that when talking about this period, there are essentially two sources we use, and each has their problems. The first is the archaeological record. We can learn a lot from digging down into ancient sites and seeing what we find. But a set of ruins doesn't mean anything on its own. It needs an archaeologist to interpret, hypothesize, and argue about what they mean. The other source is the written texts of the time, but those can be just as unreliable as the ruins. And they're too often frustratingly vague on the things we really care about. These texts are usually commissioned by kings and rulers as well, and if you can't see the problem with that, imagine trying to piece together this week's news by only looking at the American president's Twitter feed. I don't want to get lost in endless discussions about the reliability of sources, but the debate rages around every detail of an archaeological site. I want to tell as clear a story as possible that's consistent with available evidence. But if we're really going to delve into what might have happened to collapse so many societies all at once, in a time so distant from our own, we will have to enter the fray of historical debate. When casting around for the causes of the late Bronze Age collapse, historians have long relied on one particular set of culprits. These they refer to by the mysterious name, the Sea Peoples. Even the name Sea Peoples seems to evoke something terrifying and foreign, something not of this world. They sound like monsters rising up from the deep to wreak devastation on the land. And if the sources of the time are anything to go by, they certainly did wreak destruction. Who the Sea Peoples were, where they came from, or what language they spoke, is a mystery. Many historians have offered their guesses, which range from Sardinia and Sicily to Libya and closer by in the eastern Mediterranean. But wherever they originated, one thing is for sure. Around the time of the Great Collapse, a vast horde of these invaders began landing on the shores of the eastern Mediterranean in huge numbers and with fearsome force. The Egyptian pharaoh Ramses III wrote about this invading armada on the walls of his temple in Medina Tabor, near the Valley of the Kings.
No land can stand before the arms. From Qatar, Quad, Kamesh, Araza, and Elisha on were cut off. It desolated its people, and its land was like that which has never come into being.
In some of these ancient sources, the Sea Peoples begin to sound like something from a Hollywood movie, like Independence Day or War of the Worlds. An invasion force of insurmountable power, landing all at once and completely by surprise, sweeping away one nation after another. And at least some of the societies that fell during the late Bronze Age collapse fell because of this single cause. One example of these is the city-state of Ugarit, a booming trade city on the coast of northern Syria.
There's a whole number of them that come from Khazaria.
At this point, Ugarit had ruled a coastal kingdom of merchants and sailors for at least 6 centuries. It stood at the very end of the Silk Road, where this great trade route as far as China met the Mediterranean. Think of all those items found nestled in the hold of the Uluburun shipwreck. At Ugarit, each one of them would have been taxed, and with this wealth, its citizens built a resplendent city by the sea. Like most successful trading towns, Ugarit was multicultural and diverse, using at least 7 languages in its records. It was a city in love with the written word, and it kept expansive libraries in its palaces and temples. It even fostered the first private libraries, one of which we know belonged to a diplomat named Rabbi.
Let's have a look at that.
To Ugarit, we also owe the oldest surviving written music in the world, a hymn dedicated to the moon goddess Nikal, which can still be played today. You can almost imagine this piece of music playing from the temples of Ugarit, washing over its streets and markets.
In other words, there's not much to it.
But this thriving city was soon to come to an end. In Ugarit, archaeologists found a clay tablet containing a letter. It's a message from the city's last king, a man called Hammurabi, the same one who spent years trying to divorce his Hittite wife. In it, he begs the ruler of nearby Cyprus to come to his aid.
My father knew the ships of the enemy had come. They've been setting fire to the cities and have done evil in my land. My father knows that all of my troops and chariots are stationed in Hatti, and all of my ships are in the land of Ugarit. They haven't arrived back yet, so the land is abandoned.
No help arrived, because the letter was never sent. It burned along with the rest of the city, its clay baked hard in the ensuing fires. When excavating the ruins of Ugarit, archaeologists have found a layer of destruction that lies 2 meters thick in places, made of ash and broken brick. The city's roofs are caved in and scorched, and its streets are littered with arrowheads. People buried their valuables in a panic and never returned to dig them up again. It's hard to say how large the force was that attacked them, but another letter found in the city's kilns asks another king to equip 150 ships to send to their aid, suggesting that it was an enormous force. This letter, too, was never sent. The fact that all of Ugarit's troops and ships were stationed elsewhere when they were attacked shows just how much it came as a surprise. And across the region, it seems the Sea Peoples employed the same tactics. They appeared without warning, wreaked havoc, destroyed cities, and then disappeared over the horizon before anyone knew what had happened. Other cities along the Palestinian coast suffered the same fate. The city of Aleppo in Syria was destroyed around the same time. The city of Amar on the Euphrates River burned too. The tablet found there describes how hordes of enemies had attacked it. This is an unusual phrase to use, since it seems the citizens didn't know the names of their attackers or where they came from. The city of Megiddo, known in the Bible as Armageddon, held out the longest of any city in the region. but it was finally destroyed so violently that when the Israelites later moved into its ruins, they were unable to clear the debris. They filled in old buildings with rubble and built on top of them. In Cyprus, where the king of Ugarit had tried to send his plea for help, similar destruction can also be found. On the site of Kokkinokraimos, archaeologists found evidence that the whole town was abandoned in a hurry. The bronzesmith buried his tools in the courtyard of his workshop. The silversmith hid his silver between two stones of a bench, while the goldsmith hid all of his sheep gold in a pit. What happened to them all, we may never know, but they never returned to retrieve their precious things. One thing is for certain, wherever the sea peoples went, destruction followed.
It could be that this was simply a token conversion.
For a long time, historians were happy to attribute the collapse of so many complex societies all at once to these antagonists. They provided a convenient scapegoat.
Perhaps, contributing to the ongoing mystery.
These sea peoples were imagined to be something like the Vikings that ravaged medieval Europe, crossed with Attila's horde of Huns. In common conceptions, they were a marauding mass, hell-bent on destruction. And since the sea peoples have played such an important role in how people have traditionally viewed this collapse, I think it's worth spending some time on who were these mysterious conquerors. Some of these questions we can never answer. And in this story, the sea peoples don't get to speak for themselves. They left no written sources, and precious few material traces have ever been found that can trace back to them or give us clues about their origins. But a little unusually for this time, we do have a pretty good idea of what the sea peoples look like. That's because of the vast low-relief carving that the Egyptian pharaoh Ramses III chose to adorn the outer wall of his cavernous temple in Medinet Habu. It shows an image of a number of prisoners taken during Egypt's battle with the sea peoples, and the carvings are very detailed.
What is the big deal? Some obscure 8th
The figures on the carving aren't the inhuman monsters you might have been imagining. They wear kilts and a very distinctive kind of headdress that looks like a sheaf of feathers or perhaps reeds, fixed in place with a strap that goes under their chin. Not all of the sea peoples are the same. Some wear skull caps, while others appear to wear horned helmets. And together with Egyptian sources of the time, this points to them not being one cohesive army, but a loose confederation of different peoples, choosing to sail under the same banner. Some of the names of these different peoples are known to us from Egyptian texts. The Danuna, the Cheka, the Pelisan, the Shardan, and the Weshesh. Even if the motives and identity of the sea peoples are unknown to us, evidence suggests that at least some of the ethnic groups that made up the sea peoples weren't so unfamiliar to the Egyptians. In fact, it seems sea people of certain groups had sought employment in Egyptian courts and armies in the past, and there's evidence they had diplomatic contact for as long as a few centuries before the Great Collapse occurred. One group of sea peoples known as the Shardan even supplied mercenaries to the Egyptian pharaohs such as Ramses II. But that's just about as much as we know. At some point, this unknown mass of people arrived in the eastern Mediterranean by sea. No leaders or kings of the sea peoples are ever mentioned. They sacked cities where they could, and even made incursions onto the land. And with this mysterious force in mind, it's time to turn to the other really major player in this story. And it's worth noting at this point that the nations of the Eastern Mediterranean basically fall into two categories during this event. First, there are those that collapse under the pressures of the late Bronze Age, and they do so utterly and completely. They disappear without a trace and leave only ruins behind. Into that group, we can place Mycenae, the Hittites, Ugarit, and others. But the second category is those that survive, although in a diminished and weakened form. The two great empires that survived this collapse are Egypt and Assyria. And Assyria, which ruled the area of northern Iraq today, does this by essentially cutting its losses. It withdraws from all its less defensible territories and falls back to its imperial heartland around the great city of Nineveh, between the Euphrates and Tigris rivers. It recoils like a tortoise in its shell. The example of Egypt is much more interesting. Egypt is also going to fall into that second category of survivors, and the man who's perhaps the most responsible for that is the pharaoh of the time, a man named Ramses III. Ramses was a determined and tenacious ruler. Looking at the perfectly preserved mummy uncovered in Medinet Habu, it's easy to imagine what he looked like during his life. His cheekbones were narrow and high, with a tall, cerebral look to his forehead. Looking at the photos, I kept thinking of Captain Picard from the old Star Trek series, a thinker and a planner. But Ramses can't have felt that secure in his position. He was the son of a usurper, a man named Seth-Nefertiti, who had seized the throne in a bloody civil war and begun the 20th dynasty of Egypt. After winning the crown in battle, Seth-Nefertiti only managed to rule for 4 years before dying and passing the crown onto his son Ramses. This was when the young emperor was only 31. It's fair to say that this young pharaoh must have felt a fair amount of pressure to prove himself. This can perhaps be seen in the name he chose to rule under. The last pharaoh to hold the name Ramses was Ramses the Great, the pharaoh of the Bible, who ruled ancient Egypt for 67 years during the golden age of the New Kingdom, almost a century before. And for the most part, Ramses seems to have been a relatively good ruler, although it's worth remembering that we have only his inscriptions to go by. But it's clear Ramses at least wanted to be seen as a king who did the best he could for his people. He mentions planting trees to increase the shade along the harsh desert roads, and protecting the rights of women so they didn't fear walking about the streets. He mentions allowing soldiers to go home to their families. Huge amounts of land and wealth to Egypt's temples, and also vast reconstruction projects. He sent expeditions across the Red Sea to Yemen, where he discovered long-lost copper mines that boosted Egypt's wealth, and he brought back rare plants in pots to cultivate in his gardens. By all of this, it seems in another time he might have been one of Egypt's great rulers. But his destiny was to preside over one of the longest and deepest declines in Egypt's history, the twilight of its empire. This decline, as far as we can tell, wasn't his fault. In fact, his actions would ensure that Egypt's cities didn't follow the fates of those like Mycenae and Ugarit, where only ash and desolation remained. When news of the Sea People's attacks came to Ramses, he had been pharaoh for 8 years. Upon hearing of the destruction of other cities of the region, he must have felt a chill run down his spine. Great nations were being wiped off the map, and Ramses resolved that Egypt would not follow the fate of its neighbors. Egypt couldn't react to this threat the way the Assyrians had, by retreating and consolidating their defenses. Egypt had a long Mediterranean coast, making it vulnerable to invasion from the sea, and maritime trade was the backbone of its economy. Ramses knew he had to come up with a plan, but it wasn't going to be easy. The ancient Egyptians had a poor reputation as seagoers. They were essentially a land-going power and usually left the messy business of watery warfare to smaller nations. The Egyptians were used to dominating ancient battlefields using vast assemblages of archers and swift units of horse-drawn chariots. Their tactics were to advance with a wall of infantry, all the while pelting the enemy with arrows from light chariots, before using charges of heavy chariots to sow panic and break the enemy lines. This had allowed them to conquer lands all the way up the Palestinian coast and defeat the Hittites in battle. But these tactics required a large open battlefield. Since members of the Sea People tribes had served in Egyptian armies in the past, perhaps they knew this weakness. The Sea People seem to have known that the one way to neutralize Egypt's tactics would be an attack on its very lifeblood, the Nile River itself. All of Egypt's great cities lay on the Nile, and if Egyptian resistance broke on the river, its cities would fall one by one, and the riches of their land would be taken. It was a huge gamble, but the Sea Peoples believed it would pay off. The decisive battle would take place in the Nile Delta. That's the part of the river that splits out into multiple branches before it reaches the Mediterranean Sea. It's a green land in the middle of a rolling desert, banked with fertile silt. Red lotuses bloom here in the autumn, and papyrus sedges grow along the banks. At this time, Nile crocodiles and hippopotamus still ranged wild in the delta. And it was in this challenging terrain that Ramses knew he had to mount his final stand against the Sea Peoples. Ramses decided to play to what strengths the Egyptian army still had. He decided to lay an ambush and give the Sea Peoples a surprise attack of their own. As the enemy's ships amassed in the waters outside the delta, Ramses gathered a vast army of his own. He gathered archers on the banks, supported by spearmen in their thousands, all crouching in the reeds. The tension must have been tremendous. All the soldiers of the Egyptian army holding their breath and waiting for that first sign of an enemy ship to come in from the sea. Then, at last, a ship came around the bend in the river. After that came another and another, until the whole seaborne might of the Sea Peoples was in sight. The Egyptians must have been able to hear the creak of 10,000 oars, the beating of the drums below the deck, the shouts of the helmsmen and soldiers within. The ships of the Sea Peoples drew nearer until they were within range, and then Ramses unleashed hell. The Medinet Habu inscription recounts what happened next.
Those who reached my frontier, those who came forward together on the sea, the full flame was in front of them at the river mouth, while a stockade of lances surrounded them on the shore.
And the chaos of this battle is encapsulated in a sprawling low-relief carving in Medinet Habu. As the Sea People advanced in their full force, Ramses' archers kept up a continuous volley of arrows into the enemy ships. Panicked, the Sea Peoples attempted to land on the banks, but as they did, the Egyptian lancemen advanced out of the reeds and met them. While the enemy was held at bay, trapped and frantic on the river, the small Egyptian navy sailed in and attacked them too. They used grappling hooks to haul in the enemy ships. It's clear that this was a frantic struggle of ship-to-ship fighting. Men are impaled on spears, clambering onto the sides of ships, ducking arrows that whiz overhead. Boats overturn, spilling men into the river, and bodies float upside down in the frothing water.
They were dragged in, enclosed, and prostrated on the beach, killed, and made into heaps from tail to head. I have made them turn back from even mentioning Egypt, for when they pronounce my name in their land, they are burnt up with fear.
In the brutal hand-to-hand struggle which ensued, the Sea People were overwhelmed. Ramses' plan had worked. The Egyptians were the first people to ever turn back these sea-going invaders and stop their campaign of destruction.
The hearts are taken away, the soul is flown away, the weapons are scattered in the sea.
Another key source for these tumultuous events is a document called the Harris Papyrus, found near Ramses' tomb in Medinet Habu. It's the longest known papyrus ever uncovered from Egypt, coming in at 41 meters long. That's longer than the wingspan of a Boeing 737, just for reference. In it, Ramses boasts about his triumph over the various groups of the Sea Peoples.
I overthrew those who invaded. I slew the Dinar from their islands. The Tajaka and the Pelasgids were made ashes. The Shardana and the Reshesh of the sea were made as those that exist not. I brought captive to Egypt, numerous as the sand of the shore.
The Egyptians were victorious. They had repelled the invasion, but this alone would not save them. To see why, you just have to look at the situation that surrounded it. Egypt now stood alone in a devastated region, like the hero at the end of a disaster movie. Every land around them had been gutted and reduced to ash. Vast and ancient civilizations, the Mycenaeans, the Hittites, Ugarit, the Kassite dynasty of Babylon, all of these venerable societies had collapsed utterly, and civil order had given way to chaos. Those precarious trade routes we talked about at the start of the episode were now broken, and Egypt's economy went into a steep and unstoppable decline. By the end of the late Bronze Age, Egypt was utterly diminished, a shadow of its former self. As other enemies encroached on its borders, Egypt was able to fight them off, but its treasury became so depleted that it would never fully recover its imperial power. The first known workers' strike in recorded history happened during the 29th year of Ramses III's reign. It happened when Egypt could no longer provide food rations for its elite royal tomb builders and artisans in the village of Deir el-Medina. Ramses III ruled for a total of 31 years, but his death was followed by years of bickering among his heirs. 3 of his sons would become king at different times, reigning as Ramses IV, Ramses VI, and Ramses VIII. And meanwhile, Egypt was increasingly beset by droughts, lack of seasonal floodwaters, famines, civil unrest, and official corruption. While the power of the pharaoh fell, that of the priests in Thebes grew. The last pharaoh of the dynasty, Ramses XI, grew so weak that these priests became essentially the true rulers of Egypt. The Egyptian empire finally fractured. It was lost forever, less than 80 years after Ramses III's reign. Earlier, I used the example of the city-state of Ugarit to show the vast destruction that could be wrought by the Sea Peoples, and to paint them as a terrifying alien invasion responsible for the Bronze Age collapse. But we shouldn't be so easily seduced by the lure of this easy scapegoat. That's because the fate of other sites is actually a little more uncertain. The great city-state of Mycenae, for instance, the main belligerents in the Trojan War, was certainly wiped out along with all of its surrounding cities sometime around the 13th century BC. But modern archaeologists believe this was actually not the work of the Sea Peoples, and today it's thought that the culprits were the Mycenaeans' belligerent northern neighbours, the Dorians. We do have evidence of Sea Peoples' activity around the Mycenaean coast, but it seems more likely that while weakened and distracted by this outside threat, the Mycenaeans were no longer able to defend their northern border, and the Dorians seized their chance. The Hittite capital of Hattusha, where we opened this story, is another example. It lies far inland in the mountains of Turkey, and it wasn't likely to be the Sea Peoples who sacked it. A more likely explanation is that this was done by their long-term rivals, the Thracians, groups from the Balkans who seem to have migrated south during this time. These invaders must have seen their opportunity the moment raids by the Sea Peoples disrupted Mediterranean trade routes and caused famine in Hittite lands. And perhaps a key part of understanding this is seeing how much states of this era depended on their allies to help them out when they were threatened. But if a crisis like the attacks of the Sea Peoples happens across the whole region, suddenly everybody's military forces are tied down. Alliances that had previously kept everyone safe would suddenly become ineffective. No one could come to anybody else's aid. One great example of this happening is in Babylon. Babylon was a mighty city, one of the most ancient and powerful of the region, mentioned at great length in the Bible, and located about 100 kilometers south of modern Baghdad. At the time leading up to the collapse, Babylon was ruled by a dynasty known as the Kassites, who for 500 years had ruled the great ancient city. The Kassites had long depended on their allies in Assyria and the coastal regions to help defend it. But now those nations were busy defending themselves, and Babylon stood alone. To the north was the land of Elam, a hardy people who lived in the mountains and lowlands of southern Iran. The Elamite king was a man named Kutur-Nahunte, and he believed that the crown of Babylon belonged to him. He threatened an invasion with fearsome rhetoric.
I, who am a king, son of a king, seed of a king,
Why do I not sit on the throne of the land of Babylon? I will destroy your cities, demolish your fortresses, cut down your orchards. You may flee up to heaven, but I'll pull you back down. You may flee down to hell, but I'll pull you up by your hair. Kutir-Nahunte led an invasion into Babylonia in the year 1158 BC. With all its allies tied down, Babylon stood alone, and the Elamite invasion succeeded. Kutir-Nahunte went on to do most of what he promised, and he laid waste to the land. While Babylon burned, its last Kassite king was led to Elam in chains, along with a statue of the Babylonian god Marduk. And the theft of this statue seems to have traumatized the Babylonian people more than the loss of their king. Babylon was sacked and left in ruins. One sacred Babylonian text, the Nabur-Kuduri-Usur, recalls the terrible vengeance of the Elamite king.
His crimes were greater and his grievous sins worse than all his fathers had committed. Like a deluge, he laid low all the peoples of Akkad, and cast in ruins Babylon and all the noblest cities.
And these examples show that the situation in this region isn't quite as simple as that classic alien invasion style scenario I had you imagine. In Hollywood, the writers always imagine the world coming together to fight the outside threat. It makes a better story that way, and we get to hear some inspiring speeches. But the example of the Bronze Age collapse teaches us that it's just as likely that if aliens ever arrive and begin blowing things up, some might see that as an opportunity. The story of the Bronze Age is of large, complex states successfully defending themselves against the smaller states at their borders, with less complex societal structures. And part of the collapse that ensued is perhaps also down to the increasing power of these smaller, less complex nations. During the Bronze Age, empires like Egypt, Mycenae, and the Hittites had monopolies over the production of weapons, the importation of horses, and the building of chariots. Smaller, less complex states simply couldn't compete in those areas. But the power of these smaller states was beginning to grow at this time due to one very important thing. One thing that would bring the Bronze Age to an end forever. And that thing was iron. Iron had been in limited use since as early as 3000 BC, and early people even worked the iron they found in meteorites that fell to the earth. It was considered a sacred metal, perhaps due to its magnetic qualities. But as an everyday practical object, iron presents a number of problems. It's much harder to work than the copper and tin that go into bronze. Tin, for instance, has a very low melting point of 232 degrees centigrade. If you wanted, you could melt it on your kitchen stove. But iron requires a huge amount of heat to melt, over 1500 degrees. This requires advanced furnaces and special technology that took millennia to develop, but at this time was beginning to permeate across the region. But iron on its own isn't that useful. It's brittle and it easily breaks. The knowledge of how to turn iron into steel, mixing it with the right proportion of carbon, would transform it into a metal just as sharp and hard as bronze, but much cheaper and more readily available. Soon, even tribal societies and tiny kingdoms could afford cutting-edge weaponry. It acted a little like the introduction of cheap assault rifles like the AK-47 in our time, a great leveler that destabilized whole regions. We know that after the Bronze Age collapse, bronze was no longer in use across the region. Steel weapons took its place, and the Iron Age began. Armies of chariots, such as Egypt employed, gave way to armies of massed infantry. And some historians point to this factor alone as the great shift that caused the collapse of so many societies. So this is another theory, that the Sea Peoples and other tribes on the land, newly armed with iron weaponry, were a significant element in the collapse, and certainly sacked some cities themselves. But a large part of the destruction was also due to opportunistic wars and infighting between rival nations. And these combined served to pick apart the complex web of interdependency that had sustained these great empires for so long. But some historians go even further, and their work
reconfigures the roles of this story completely. They ask, what if the sea peoples aren't the villains in this story? What if they weren't the perpetrators in the collapse of civilization, but another set of victims? And this final theory allows us to shift our perspectives completely. One thing we do know for sure about this time is that the climate of the Eastern Mediterranean at the end of the 13th century BC underwent a sudden and rapid change. Lands that had previously boiled over with greenery suddenly became dry and arid. Analysis of ancient pollen in the region shows that plants suited to a more desert landscape flourished during this time. Analysis of sediment cores and oxygen isotopes in mineral deposits in caves in Israel have all shown that the 13th and 12th centuries BC saw much less rain than the previous era. And this all points to a period of climate change in the region, during which the crops that people knew how to grow must have died in the earth. Alongside this scientific evidence, we can see marks of severe droughts and famines in the region's written records too. The Hittites in their dry, stony mountains were hit particularly hard. Letters from Ugarit write about sending large quantities of rain up to the hill roads to feed the mighty cities like Hattusha, and the crisis seems to have lasted a long time. In the mid-13th century, one Hittite queen sent a short but dramatic message to the Egyptian pharaoh.
I have no grain in my lands.
Another tablet sent from the Hittites is equally telling.
Did you not know there was a famine in my lands?
Elsewhere, letters sent from a servant to his master, who was a merchant in Ugarit, show that there was a famine in the city of Emar in Syria at the time of its destruction.
There is a famine in your house. We will all die of hunger. If you do not quickly arrive here, you will not see a living soul from your land.
And I want to make it clear that there had been famines and droughts in the region before. It was simply a fact of life for people living in the precarious reality of the Bronze Age. But the climate change that occurred around this time seems to have happened so quickly and been so dramatic that scientists have been looking far afield for an explanation. And to get to the bottom of why this happened, one answer might lie nearly 4,000 kilometers to the north. Let's zoom out and soar around the globe, across Europe and the stormy waters of the North Atlantic, until we come to rest on the slopes of the snowy mountains of southern Iceland. This is a harsh landscape, a snowy tundra over which the shadow of an enormous volcano looms. Its name is Hekla, and it's one of the world's most active volcanoes. In the ancient and medieval imagination, Hekla was thought to be the gate to hell, and the prison where the traitor Judas was tormented. The Cistercian monk, Hébert of Clairvaux, wrote about it with particular colour.
Mount Etna, the renowned fiery cauldron of Sicily, which men call Hell's Chimney. That cauldron is affirmed to be like a small furnace compared to this enormous inferno.
So can it be a coincidence that the most cataclysmic eruption of Hekla we know about was the one that took place sometime around the year 1100 BC, right as the Bronze Age collapse reached its height? This eruption is known as Hekla 3. It threw nearly 7.5 cubic kilometers of volcanic rock into the atmosphere and covered the sky in a dark shroud of dust that would have lasted for years after the event. In Ireland, studies done on bog oaks, those are trees half fossilized in marshy waters, have shown that for 18 years after the eruption of Hekla 3, the trees barely grew at all. Across the Atlantic in the United States, bristlecone pines, the oldest living trees on Earth, still show similar records of this time of darkness and cooling, which seems to have lasted about 2 decades. And the effect on our region would have been dramatic. Crops would have failed, soils would have blown away, and more than that, the dark cloud that seemed to hang over the sun would have spoken to people of something dreadful on its way, a punishment from the gods, and perhaps even the end of the world. As people looked up and saw the sun only a pale white through the haze, they must have asked, What did we do wrong? Why have our gods forsaken us? And why haven't our kings protected us? When we dig into an archaeological site and find traces of destruction, we can never really tell who it was who burned this building, destroyed this wall, or buried the city in rubble. But some historians now think that some of the destruction of the Bronze Age may have occurred due to uprisings and rebellions within the kingdoms. If the gods were angry at the king, so were the people. The spread of iron weapons would have also empowered these mobs and allowed them to arm themselves with weaponry previously unseen outside of a professional army. And I don't want to do too much speculation, but with famine, drought, and disease spreading, I think there's a good chance that the citizens of some of these ancient empires simply rose up and burned their own cities to the ground. And the thing is, if we buy the theory of the Hekla 3 eruption, it forces us to reevaluate our portrait of the Sea Peoples as a marauding armada of destruction. Were the Sea Peoples, in fact, refugees? Imagine the situation. You are a citizen of an island in the Mediterranean, say Sardinia or Sicily, and one year the sky turns dim, the sun peeks through the grey haze a pale white, drought soon follows, and the crops no longer grow. Starvation begins to set in on your island. Chaos begins to spread. There are riots for food, and everywhere people are saying the gods are angry, that the world is dying. And then the next year at harvest time, the same thing happens. The sun is still weak, and the crops still don't grow. And now waves of people begin arriving in your lands. Hungry people from the far north, where the sun is even dimmer, where the worst winters in living memory are ravaging the lands, when nothing grows. What do? Do you stay and hope the sun comes back? Hope the crops grow next year? Do you hope that your new and hungry neighbors are friendly? Or do you band together? My guess is that you do one of the things you do best. You build ships. And then you set sail for somewhere else, somewhere where the sun might still shine. It's easy to imagine this band of seagoing nomads starting small. They go from place to place, trying to find somewhere the gods haven't abandoned. But it's the same everywhere. Society is disentangling in the wake of famines and droughts that last for years, and wherever they go, more desperate people join them. They get stronger, and in desperation they resort to theft. They steal from merchant vessels and then small villages. They capture prisoners and gain new recruits. Their strength grows and grows until it becomes truly overwhelming, an army of the sea. It seems no one can stand in their way. A roving band of refugee warriors roaming the oceans in search of somewhere to call home. I find this portrait of the Sea Peoples the most convincing. I think it makes sense of their mystery, how such a vast force of diverse peoples suddenly looms out of the sea with seemingly no direction, no leaders, and no command structure. If this portrait of them is true, then the Sea Peoples must have been anarchic, probably changing leaders frequently. There would have been opposing goals within the group. Some would have wanted to find land to settle, others just to loot and burn. And when they met their deaths in the shady shallows of the Nile Delta at the hands of Pharaoh Ramses III, they must have felt the utter hopelessness of their situation bear down on them. They were people without a land who had brought so much destruction to the homes of others, and their final desperate gamble to seize the lands of Egypt had failed. If this sounds like too much of an unhappy ending, then I should at least mention that some of the Sea Peoples, at least, escaped total destruction in the marshes of the Nile. In fact, one of the groups that made up their wandering army seems to have settled down in the region of what is today Gaza in southern Palestine. There, they put down their roots as a people. They were known as the Peleset, who the Hebrews later called Peleshah, and we today call Philistines. They would come to be remembered as one of the great rival nations to the Kingdom of Israel. And the word Philistine has given us the modern name of the region, Palestine. So as we weigh up the evidence, a picture begins to emerge of a complex, entangled web of societies so dependent on each other that they could not allow each other to fall. These societies sent food to each other in times of famine. They sent artists and artisans to work on each other's palaces, and merchants took luxury goods between the markets in their great cities. And while this interdependency was a strength, it was also their greatest weakness. And with the climate changing, and people from other lands fleeing, perhaps invaders landing on their coasts, this interdependent system began to come apart at the seams. One by one, these great civilizations fell. The trade routes that had sustained them fell apart, and the basic necessities that allowed their empires to continue were no longer available. Meanwhile, the spread of iron weapons allowed smaller, less complex kingdoms to amass vast hordes of infantry and challenge the typically chariot-based warfare of the previous era. Rebellions seem to have rocked at least some of these nations, further weakening them and toppling them over into chaos. The events of the late Bronze Age remind us just how fragile a thing civilization is. It reminds us that in our world today, we are not isolated nations either, that we too live in a complex and interdependent world. That once war and violence are set into action, we can rarely contain its consequences. Think about how it must have felt to be a person alive at this time, to see the collapse of so many great civilizations all at once, and how it must have felt to pass from a golden age of civilization to one of rubble and ruin. Thank you for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I've been Paul Cooper. I'd love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at PaulMMCooper. And if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and to see behind the scenes, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civs Pod, with underscores separating the words. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing to get the episodes out to you faster and bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this possible. If you think you can spare anything, please do head over to Patreon and support the podcast today. For now, all the best, and thanks for listening.
His hat in the ring soon to run for the presidency for the Republicans, and the Democrats will have no other option but to put out Newsom as a challenger. Jason Campidonia, KFI News. A woman identified as K in San Jose has had hundreds of oversized boxes appearing on her front doorstep. ABC's Alex Number reports a Chinese shipper of fake leather car seats with the woman's home as the return address for people sending the products back. So bad, the box has been covering her front doorway.
But get my mother in the house.
She says she's contacted Amazon countless times, but the return packages just keep coming.
Amazon says it will take care of the problem and gave the milk boxes from her home.
In the year 1695, right at the end of the 17th century, a Spanish monk fled barefoot and starving through the tropical forests of Central America. His name was Andrés de Avendaño y Loyola, and along with his men, he was dying of thirst and hunger. Their faces had been torn by thorns, and his feet cut open by pieces of flint scattering the swampy ground. Avendaño and his men had been part of a mission to the city of Tayasa, an island stronghold that was the last independent holdout of a once mighty civilization, the Maya. Avendaño's mission had been to convince the Mayan king of Tayasal to convert to Christianity and to accept the dominion of Spanish control, which had now spread to cover most of Central and South America. But Avendaño's mission had failed. The Mayan people of Tayasal had rejected him, and now Avendaño and his men fled through the jungle back to Spanish lands. Their journey was hard and treacherous. They climbed over hill after hill through thick forest cover, desperate for food and water, their legs almost giving out from under them. But then they came over the crest of one hill and saw something that stopped them in their tracks. It was an enormous pyramid of stone, jutting out of the forest canopy, tangled with roots and vines. And although Avendano was weak from hunger and thirst, he still found strength enough to approach the ruins.
There was a great variety of old buildings, and though they were very high and my strength was little, I climbed up them, though with some trouble. They were in the form of a convent, with the small cloisters and many living rooms all roofed over, and arched like a wagon, and whitened inside with plaster. It seemed to us that these buildings must stand near a settlement, but we found ourselves, as we saw afterwards, very far from a settlement.
At the time that Avendano stumbled across this ruined city, the Mayan civilization was a shadow of its former glory. The invasion of the Spanish in the 16th century had spread diseases like smallpox that harrowed the Mayan population, long before the Spanish conquistadors arrived with guns, steel blades, and war dogs to subjugate the remaining population. Avendano had seen Mayan people living relatively simple lives on the northern coast of the Yucatan Peninsula. But what he encountered here was something different. These were the ruins of a city that rivaled the ancient capitals of the Old World in size, magnificence, and grandeur. Avendano couldn't have known it then, but he had stumbled across the ruins of the great Mayan capital of Tikal. For 7 centuries, Tikal had ruled a vast empire, conquered its enemies, and raised monuments of astonishing size and quality. And Tikal wasn't alone. It was just one of at least 40 Mayan cities that had flourished in this region, giving birth to a thriving and colourful culture of arts and literature. And then, over 500 years before any European first set foot on the American continent, this complex society had collapsed. The great city of Tikal was abandoned, along with every single other city in the area. After this catastrophe, the forest swept in to reclaim the stones of Tikal. Its imposing pyramids were left to crumble one by one into the earth. And the story of exactly what happened is still one of humanity's greatest mysteries. My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Every episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look at that great romantic mystery, the fall of the classic Maya civilization. I want to show how this great civilization grew up among environmental conditions that no other society has ever contended with. I want to explore the fatal flaws that lay beneath the surface of this civilization and describe what happened after its final and cataclysmic collapse. Despite Avendano's encounter with the ruins of Tikal, the legacy of the Mayan civilization didn't really capture the world's attention until the early decades of the 19th century. This is down to the work of the American writer and explorer John Lloyd Stephens and his artist companion Catherwood. The pair had traveled together for 2 weeks through the deep Guatemalan interior, following rumors that the ruins of an ancient city lay somewhere in the jungle. They traveled in greater comfort than Avendano, but their journey was still difficult. They were beset by mosquitoes and the constant mud of the seasonal rains. But as they rounded a bend in the river, they came across a site that Avendano would have recognized. It was the top of a towering pyramid, just visible above the trees.
We ascended by large stone steps, in some places perfect, and in others thrown down by trees which had grown up between the crevices. We followed our guide, through the thick forest, among half-buried fragments, to 14 monuments. One displaced from its pedestal by enormous roots, another locked in the close embrace of branches of trees and almost lifted out of the earth, another hurled to the ground and bound down by huge vines and creepers. The only sounds that disturbed the quiet of this buried city were the noise of the monkeys.
Stevens and Catherwood would go on to explore over 40 sites around the Yucatan Peninsula. And the book Stevens wrote, illustrated with Catherwood's detailed lithographs, created a sensation around the world. Until then, it was thought that only Old World civilizations like Egypt or Babylon had built cities of such magnitude and elegance. People of the time simply refused to believe that such enormous constructions had been built by the people who now lived a relatively simple existence in Central America and called themselves the Maya. 19th century experts flocked to the news, proclaiming that ancient Egyptians, Indians, Chinese or Norse explorers must have crossed the ocean from the Old World and built these towering pyramids here in the forest. Some even suggested that they had been built by the mythical lost tribes of Israel, or even the inhabitants of Atlantis. But at the time, Stevens caused something of a stir. He was the person who had most extensively explored these ruined places, and he claimed that these cities were indeed the product of the Mayan people.
Working our way through the thick woods, we came upon a square stone column, about 14 feet high and 3 feet wide on each side, sculptured in bold relief. These were works of art, proving that the people who once occupied the continent of America were not savages.
Stevens insisted that these vast ancient cities had been built up over centuries by an advanced society indigenous to the New World. To him, these ruins told that story clearly enough. But of course, they also told another story. It was the story of a catastrophe that had few precedents in human history. The dramatic and wholesale collapse of an entire advanced society.
In the romance of the world's history, nothing ever impressed me more forcibly than the spectacle of this once great and lovely city, overturned, desolate and lost, discovered by accident, overgrown with trees. It did not even have a name to distinguish it.
Today, we do know the original Mayan names of some of these cities, and that's due to the tireless work of archaeologists who painstakingly decoded the Maya's written language. But before we dive into describing the collapse of the classic Maya civilization, I think it's worth pausing for a moment over how much of a miracle it is that any of this writing still survives. The Maya were a literate culture. They wrote on books made of bark paper or deer skin, using reed pens and conch shells as inkwells. They used a rich and complex system of hieroglyphics, similar to those used in Egypt, and it's the only true writing system thought to have ever developed in the Americas. The Maya used their writing in a sophisticated and often playful way. But after the arrival of the Europeans, the written language of the Maya was nearly eradicated. And we can place the blame for that tragedy at the feet of one particular villain, a sadistic and fanatical Spanish bishop called Diego de Landa. The span of de Landa's life neatly matches up to the Spanish conquest of Central America. In 1521, 3 years before he was born, the great Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan had fallen to the Spanish. And by the time the baby de Landa arrived screaming into the world, the Spanish had already conquered a large part of Mexico, enveloping it into a vast colonial territory that they called New Spain. And from there, the Spanish conquistadors, or conquerors, moved south into the densely forested lands of Yucatan, the lands of the Maya. And in the lands they conquered, the Spanish colonialists ruthlessly exploited the indigenous populations. One surviving Mayan text, the Chilam Balam, records how the Mayan people felt at the time.
It was the beginning of tribute, the beginning of church dues, the beginning of strife with guns, the beginning of strife by trampling on people with horses, the beginning of robbery with violence, the beginning of forced debts.
But the Mayan people, without steel or gunpowder, fought fiercely against their colonizers. So fiercely, in fact, that it took the Spanish 200 years to conquer them completely. As the conquistadors advanced into the Yucatan, the Maya fought guerrilla campaigns in the forests. Their fighters were protected only by padded cotton armor, armed only with stone weapons and flint spears. But they ambushed Spanish soldiers with great effectiveness and laid spike traps for the Spanish horsemen. And it was into this atmosphere of insurgency that Diego de Landa walked, a young man at the age of 25 when he first set foot in the New World. The year was 1549. De Landa was meticulous in his work. He kept detailed notes about everything he saw, about the Mayan culture, language, and society, and he did so in order to better identify its weaknesses. As a missionary, he soon earned a reputation for being fearless. He would often venture deep into the jungle, into areas that had only recently been conquered by the Spanish, where hatred of the Europeans was bitter. And perhaps it was this fearlessness that meant he was eventually put in charge of bringing the Roman Catholic faith to the Maya people. Until then, the Spanish had exempted the Mayans from the notorious cruelty of the Spanish Inquisitions. But the sight of Mayan people continuing to honor their old gods disgusted the new bishop, and De Landa soon announced the beginning of an Inquisition, the first of its kind in the New World. De Landa was brutal in his methods. He tortured countless Mayan people, hanging them from their necks as a form of interrogation. And in the midst of it all, he built a great bonfire in the center of one of the last Mayan cities. He gathered together all of the ancient books he could find, centuries of accumulated knowledge, writings on the history of the Mayan people, their study of mathematics, astronomy, poetry, and literature, and De Landa threw these into the fire and watched as they burned. He later wrote about this event in his memoirs.
We found a great number of books containing these letters, and as they contained but superstition and the lies of the devil, we burned them all, which dismayed and distressed these people greatly.
Only 3 Maya books are known to have survived this act. This ancient language was nearly lost completely. But history, as always, has something of a sense of sarcasm. De Landa's meticulous notes about the Mayan people have survived, and in those books he wrote down something that he called the Mayan alphabet. It's not a complete dictionary of Mayan symbols, because De Landa only asked for the letters that already existed in Spanish. But these notes were actually crucial to the later effort to decipher the ancient writings of the Maya. So this is one of the first ironies that gather around the story of the classic Maya collapse, that much of what we know about their written language is down to the very man who tried his hardest to eradicate it. And as more of this language is gradually decoded, we've learned a huge amount from the inscriptions that the Maya wrote on pottery on their plastered walls, that they carved into bone and shell or chipped onto the walls of their temples and palaces. These inscriptions have transformed our understanding of the society that once ruled the Yucatan Peninsula. We now know that Avendaño and Stevens were right, that when the Spanish arrived in the New World, the Maya were already an ancient culture. They had built vast cities and monuments to rival any in the Old World. And then, like so many civilizations, their golden age had passed. Over 500 years before the first European ever set foot on the American continent, the whole of Mayan civilization, over 40 large cities and countless people, had collapsed. Hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of people simply disappeared from the region, and the forest crept back to cover its ruins forever. Before we dive into discussing exactly how this collapse occurred, I think it's worth asking, who were the Maya? And it's important to understand that they were not one people, one empire. They were a loose collection of city-states and kingdoms clustered around the Yucatan, right where the continents of North and South America meet. In modern terms, that's the area of Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and the very south of Mexico. The Maya spoke a family of related languages and shared a cohesive culture that built stepped pyramids, drank hot chocolate from ornately patterned vases, and made headdresses of emerald green quetzal feathers. They were a people of contradictions who developed a mathematics capable of calculating dates in the millions of years, but who never invented the wheel, the arch, or the pulley. They gave themselves colourful names that drew from the natural world around them, like Lady Sharkfin, True Magician Jaguar, Doublebird, or Smoke Serpent. Early Spanish accounts of the Maya's appearance describe the jade plugs they wore in their ears, how they tattooed their skin with green ink and painted themselves with red and black paint. The Maya believed that time was circular, that history really did repeat itself, and that the future could literally be foretold by learning about the past. They worshipped a complex pantheon of gods, including the sun god, the god of corn and rain, the gods of the sky, and the gods of the underworld who lived in deep caves and sinkholes. And perhaps you already have an idea of the Maya as having an insatiable appetite for human sacrifice. Modern films like Apocalypto might have given you that idea. But we should be cautious about how we approach that subject. For centuries, garish stories of human sacrifice formed the cornerstone of European propaganda and their justification for the theft of Mayan land. Evidence shows that ritual killings did feature in Mayan society, but it was usually limited and small scale. And as we've already seen, the Europeans could be just as brutal in the application of their faith. The Mayans famously played bull sports. One Spanish writer called Herrera wrote one account of this sport in the New World.
The king took much delight in seeing sport at bull, which the Spaniards have since prohibited. Bull was made of the gum of a tree that grows in hot countries. Though hard and heavy to the hand, it did bound and fly as well as our footballs.
And if we knew nothing else about the Maya, the colossal ruins they left behind would be enough to prove their ingenuity. But when you acknowledge the environmental challenges the Maya faced in the forests of Guatemala, you really appreciate the monumental achievement that their cities represent. The Yucatan Peninsula is a shelf of limestone, of a sort called karst. It acts a little like a sponge, and over millions of years, rainwater has bored deep channels into this soft rock and filled it with holes like Swiss cheese. There are barely any rivers here, since any rainwater that falls is immediately drained away into the twisting warren of deep underground caves. Instead, the water gathers in vast underground sinkholes called cenotes. These are pools of still water surrounded by echoey caved walls, often overgrown with vines and creepers. These were sacred places to the Maya, places where you could access the underworld and its gods. But they were also crucial to this civilization's survival. The Maya were constantly battling to preserve water, and to do this, they dug vast tanks, plastering the bottoms of the cenotes to make them watertight. They built complex systems of water control that allowed water to flow from higher tanks to lower and to irrigate their raised fields. And in all of this, the Maya couldn't rely on four-legged help. In Europe and Asia, domestication of animals like the horse and ox was one great driver of civilizational progress. Even in the Andes, in Peru, Chile, or Bolivia, the presence of the llama allowed peoples like the Inca to carry heavy weights across long distances. But in the Maya lowlands, the only large animal was the shy and reclusive tapir, which they sometimes hunted for food. All transportation was done simply on human backs, using the simple technology of a strap that tied around the forehead. And another challenge was the inefficiency of Maya farming. Their staple foods like corn were very low in protein, and the harsh landscape meant that agriculture was a constant battle against the forces of tropical nature. The soil in Yucatan is very thin, sometimes only a few centimeters deep before you reach stone. It easily loses its fertility or becomes washed away. The Maya largely relied on slash and burn agriculture, hacking and burning the forest away in patches in order to grow a few rounds of crops, before letting the tropical forests rush back in to reclaim the land. And the storage of food was a problem too. In the humid environment of Guatemala and southern Mexico, it was difficult to store corn for more than a year before it started going moldy. And one final point before we move on is that for most of their history, the Maya were essentially a Stone Age society. Copper working began in Mexico in the 7th century, long before contact with Europeans, but it took several centuries to work its way down to the Mayan lowlands. The Maya never worked iron or mixed copper with tin to make bronze. To cut and carve stone, they used blades made of obsidian, a kind of volcanic glass that forms an incredibly sharp cutting edge when properly worked. So every one of the great pyramids and temples you can see today was not only constructed without animals and pulleys, but also carved in all their ornate intricacy without metal tools. But despite these challenges, the Maya flourished, the only great civilization to ever arise in the midst of such harsh conditions. The earliest signs of the Mayan civilization began around the year 1800 BC, nearly 2,000 years before the beginning of the Christian calendar. From this time, Mayan people domesticated maize, beans, squashes, and chili peppers, as well as the cacao bean, which they used to make a rich drinking chocolate. The inscription on one ornately patterned vase from the city of Masham, called the Vase of the Seven Gods, shows that chocolate was often drunk in celebration, and new groves of trees were planted on special occasions, like the birth of a young prince.
This drinking vessel for the fruit of a new grove of cacao trees. It belongs to the smooth-skinned sprout, the young boy who listened, sun-eyed Lord Jaguar, the owner of the trees.
The Mayan world was essentially divided into two zones, the highlands and the lowlands. The highlands were of crucial importance to the Maya, a spine of rocky mountains covered with pine forest that follow the line of the continental shelf. In those cool hills, the Maya found obsidian and the greenish precious stone jade, which they carved into marvelous trinkets. And the highlands were also home to the quetzal, a bird with bright emerald green feathers that the Maya used to create headdresses for their kings and priests. And if you stood in these highlands with your back to the Pacific Ocean, you would see ahead of you a flat, undulating plain stretching out into the distance. 400 kilometers away, the peninsula ends at the curving Atlantic coast, broken with bays and lagoons. And it's within this basin that all the great wealth of Mayan cities rose. This was a network of societies that looked a little like the classical Greece of Sparta and Athens, or Renaissance Italy. Think of the Pope ruling in Rome, the Medici family in Florence, the Doge in Venice. Different centers of power all sharing a common culture, but in constant opposition for power. In Mayan conceptions of the universe, the gods created 3 worlds previous to the current one, each of them resulting in failure. They believed themselves to live in the 4th world. And it's true that when the Mayan cities of the classic period began to grow and thrive, there had already been a number of rises and falls. But through the 3rd and 4th centuries, Mayan cities began to grow with astounding speed. And for much of the Mayan classic period, the largest and most powerful of these was the city of Tikal. When the fugitive monk Avendaño stumbled across the ruins of Tikal, it's clear why they had such an effect on him. That's because Tikal is home to some of the most spectacular ruins in the Mayan world.
Its limestone temples tower up to a height of 64 meters, or 22 stories, almost as high as the towers of the Brooklyn Bridge. These temples were topped with enormous masks of the jaguar sun god, and originally painted a brilliant deep red. When making the first Star Wars film, George Lucas used Tikal as the setting of his rebel base on a moon of the planet Yavin, and it's not hard to see why. Today the ruins do look otherworldly, the tips of those ancient pyramids just peeking above the trees. But Tikal is also one of the Mayan cities whose history we understand the best. A long list of its rulers has been discovered, and excavations have uncovered the tombs of those same rulers. Archaeologists now believe that this city may have held as many as 90,000 people during its height. But to understand the history of Tikal, we also have to introduce another huge player in this region. And this player stands as a shadowy force behind much of what occurred in the Mayan world. This was the city of Teotihuacan. Teotihuacan lay over 1,500 kilometers away in the Valley of Mexico. It was a vast city of stone pyramids, today much of it buried beneath the urban sprawl of Mexico City. But in its time, it was the largest city in the pre-Columbian Americas. Teotihuacan commanded a powerful military and controlled all the crucial trade networks across the continent. It had a monopoly over a particular kind of green obsidian that was of exceptional hardness and quality. In this era, it wouldn't be too far off to think of Teotihuacan as something like an early version of the United States. It was cosmopolitan and multi-ethnic, with a population estimated at 125,000 or more, which would have made it at least the 6th largest city in the world at the time. And like the United States in modern times, it was also fond of intervening in the politics of its southern neighbors. In the early centuries of the first millennium, Teotihuacan began aggressively expanding its sphere of influence, extending trade routes far south into the Mayan lands, establishing embassies in faraway cities, and spreading that shining green obsidian far into the forests of Central America. The Mayan city of Tikal came under the influence of Teotihuacan in the 4th century AD. It's not clear if this was a military conquest, a palace coup, or a diplomatic intervention, but we do know that a young ruler, Yash Nunahin, which means curl nose, rose to power in Tikal with the apparent help of this distant superpower. One stone carving in Tikal shows King Curl-Nose being crowned, while Mexican soldiers look on, carrying distinctive dart throws. In the burial tomb of Curl-Nose, artifacts have also been found carved out of that telltale green obsidian that everywhere gives away the influence of Teotihuacan. One remarkable image, carved on a pot from Tikal, shows just how this cultural exchange happened. On the left of the scene, we see a stepped pyramid in the Mayan style. This is Tikal. And on the right is a temple of Mexican design, with a great fanned crown at its top. This is Teotihuacan. And from this Mexican temple, 4 foreign soldiers come, carrying those dart throwers, along with vases and boxes full of gifts. In the center, they build a temple together that has stepped sides like the Mayan temples, but a fanned crown on top like the Mexican. It's a clear image of collaboration and partnership, and might even show the construction of an embassy in Tikal. Is this harmonious image an accurate portrayal of the situation? We don't know. But under the influence of Teotihuacan, Tikal grew in wealth and power until it was the most powerful city in the Mayan world. Its empire at its greatest height contained a population of 500,000 people. One useful hieroglyphic in the Mayan system is one called Yaha. It means his lord. And when we see it in the inscriptions of one city talking about another, we know that this city has been subjugated. The other city has become their Aha, or lord. Around the time that Tikal started its partnership with Teotihuacan, its neighbors began using this phrase to describe its kings. Tikal's soldiers fanned out across the Mayan world, armed with weapons made of that green Teotihuacan obsidian, and city after city fell under its banner. It was the beginnings of a true empire, and for a while it looked like Tikal's plan to rule the Mayan lowlands might have worked. That is, were it not for one very important thing in their way. That's their great rival, the city of Calakmul. Calakmul was a city with a very distinctive character. Like Tikal, it too was building an empire. And in every dominion it conquered, Calakmul's people marked the site with its emblem, a snake head, which in the Mayan script makes the sound Khan. Its lords called themselves Kulkan Ahau, or the Lords of the Snake. Another interesting feature of Calakmul is the emphasis it put on the female line of its royalty. Whereas the inscriptions in Tikal only speak about kings, those in Calakmul mention the joint rule of a king and a queen. And Calakmul was proud of its roots, which it traced back to the ancient Maya of the pre-classic period. So while Tikal had a kind of international outlook, allied with the distant superpower Teotihuacan, it seems the people of Calakmul saw themselves as the true inheritors of the Maya legacy. And Calakmul was a powerful city too. It was surrounded by a complex system of canals, and its many buildings are tightly packed, clustered like the skyscrapers of a modern city. But in the early centuries of the classic period, Calakmul was outmatched by the might of Tikal, swollen as it was by the riches of Teotihuacan. The rulers of Calakmul, the so-called Lords of the Snake, must have calculated that the only way to challenge the supremacy of Tikal was to outplay them in the game of strategy. Calakmul set out on a centuries-long game of chess with their rivals. They slowly gathered the small states that surrounded Tikal into a network of allies, threatening Tikal's trade routes and supply lines, slowly suffocating it. It was a kind of Cold War, and for this reason, the snake stones carved by Calakmul are by far the most numerous of all the Mayan city-states. They appear right across the Mayan world, and often in places that for Tikal would have proven pretty inconvenient, threatening their trade routes and menacing their farmland. And the strategy, although slow, was a success. From the second half of the 6th century AD, Calakmul gained the upper hand. The distant power of Teotihuacan fell under mysterious circumstances, and now Tikal was left all alone, surrounded by its enemies. But it wasn't until the rule of one particular king, a man known as Double Bird, that Tikal's fortunes would really take a turn for the worse. Double Bird seems to have been particularly bad at the game of politics, and we know this because his actions would lose the city of Tikal, one of its key allies in the region, a city known today as Karakol. Karakol was once one of Tikal's underlings. As part of its service, it would have paid tribute in the form of food and valuables. It would have sent soldiers to fight for Tikal in its wars, and workers to build its temples. But at least in the year 553, that's what Karakol still was. But it's possible that the forked tongue of Calakmul was already beginning to erode this alliance. In any case, the king of Tikal, Double Bird, wouldn't help matters. I have to stop here for a moment and point out that we understand very little about warfare in the Mayan world. The Maya often undertook low-level skirmishes, and their wars seem to have served a largely ceremonial and symbolic function. These wars, known as axe wars, would have involved perhaps only a few hundred fighters, and their main purpose seems to have been to capture prisoners for sacrifice to the gods, to decapitate an important noble, hence axe war, and presumably to bring back plunder and glory to the capital. The Mayans in general were not interested in wars of conquest. But just occasionally, a different kind of war was undertaken, which had a more brutal and all-encompassing nature. And these wars are referred to in the Mayan inscriptions as Star Wars. As far as I can tell, the previous connection to George Lucas is a coincidence. The name Star War comes from a specific type of glyph used in the Maya script, which depicts a star showering the earth with fire. And this war seems to have been something quite rare in the Maya world, a war of total conquest and destruction. The inscriptions, as always, are hard to decipher. But it seems that in the year 556, the king of Tikal, Doublebird, embarked on an axe war, a low-level attack against his former ally, the city of Karakol. His soldiers would have swept into its territory wearing padded cotton armor, wielding flint spears and clubs studded with blades of green obsidian. They would have burned villages inside Karakol's sphere of influence, robbed anything they could get away with, and kidnapped a number of its citizens, who they would later have sacrificed at one of Tikal's temples. Doublebird's reasons for ordering this attack are unclear. It could have been a way of punishing some kind of insult from Karakol. Perhaps Karakol hadn't been fulfilling the duties expected of it as an underling, or Tikal feared that it was falling under the influence of its great enemy, Kalak. Whatever the reason, the rulers of Karakol didn't take this axe war in good humor. In retaliation, they announced the beginning of a true war, a star war, against their former masters in Tikal. We can assume that Kalak gave every help it could to Tikal's enemies. It lived up to its reputation as the kingdom of the snake, putting its pieces into place for centuries, building a network of allies that surrounded Tikal and cut off its supply routes, wrapping itself around Tikal and choking the life from the once great city. And now it seems that crushing grip tightened. In the year 562, the once great city of Tikal was surrounded and besieged. Its defenses were overwhelmed, and its enemies swept into the city, smashing shrines and temples. Tikal's enemies uprooted the stone monuments proclaiming the achievements of its rulers, broke them and buried their pieces. They vandalized carvings of its kings, lopping off the heads of its sculptures, chipping at their faces with stone tools. And the destruction was devastating. For the next century, Tikal's population stopped growing. For 100 years, no stone carvings or great public monuments were erected. Its people were buried with only meager possessions, and production of painted pottery ground to a halt. The fate of Tikal's king, Doublebird, is unknown. He was probably taken back to Karakol or Kalakmul and executed at the top of a pyramid. A new king was put in place in Tikal, a man named Animal Skull. And although we know almost nothing about him, inscriptions in his tomb show that he was not the son of Doublebird. For the next century, Kalakmul and not Tikal would rule the Yucatan. But this great Mayan rivalry would go on. Tikal would regain the upper hand and then lose it. Wars between the two cities' allies would blaze on for generations. But it wasn't war that caused the collapse of the Mayan world, at least not entirely. To get to the root cause of this collapse, we will have to look at how Mayan society structured itself, the fatal flaws built into its civilization, and the tensions and conflicts that would ultimately tear it apart. One way that we can track the progress of the Mayan collapse is by looking at the number of inscriptions they left. When times were good, the Maya erected new temples, palaces, and carved monuments. So we can see that around the year 500, as the classic Mayan period just got started, the number of dated monuments was quite low. In the city of Copan, for instance, there were only 10 built in the year 514. But as the years went by and Mayan society grew, the number of monuments in Copan skyrockets. It increased to 20 per year just a century later. and by the year 750, over 40 monuments were being constructed each year. But then the collapse set in. After this, the number of dated monuments begins to falter. Only 50 years later, in the year 800, only 10 monuments were built. And in the year 900, the construction of new monuments had ended. From the year 800 onwards, all across the Mayan lowland, these inscriptions start to die out, faltering like a failing radio signal, and then crackling out into silence. Each of these cities goes out one by one, like lights blinking out in the dark. The process began in the southwest, along the Usumacinta River. At the city of Bonampak, the last date of an inscription is the year 792. The city of Yaxchilan fell silent in the year 808. And from there, this wave of doom washed over the whole of the Maya lowlands. The great snake city of Calakmul went silent after the year 810, and Copan followed in 822. Tikal held out another 70 years after the fall of its great rival, but it too finally fell into the darkness in the year 889. The last Maya inscription of all, in the remote city of Tonina, comes in the year 909. And the strange thing is, none of these inscriptions give any sense that anything is wrong. There are no prophecies of doom or accounts of terrible events. Maya art doesn't decline either, but remains elaborate and highly skilled to the end. So what happened? How could this vibrant and powerful culture collapse so suddenly and so completely, leaving not a single warning behind? As with the fall of any civilization, the collapse of the Maya wasn't a simple event. It's hard to point to any one cause and form a simple one thing leads to another narrative. All of the environmental stresses we discussed earlier meant that to succeed in such a harsh landscape, Mayan society, like any society, had to accumulate a number of stresses and imbalances. Under extreme stress, these would form into fractures, and with sufficient pressure they would splinter along the whole length of their world. Of these stresses, surely the most pressing was the capacity of the Maya to feed their booming population. In order for any society to work, farmers need to produce enough food to feed themselves, and also enough to feed all the people in the society who aren't farmers. The soldiers and carpenters and masons, and of course the king and all his nobles. In a hyper-efficient modern economy like the United States, less than 2% of the population work on farms. Each farmer in America feeds over 150 people as well as themselves, freeing up a huge proportion of the population to do other things. But for the Maya, who used slash and burn agriculture and grew low-protein crops, each farmer could feed perhaps 5 other people. And as the end of the 8th century neared, the Mayan population was booming. In Tikal, for instance, the population in the city centre was 65,000, with a further 30,000 in the outskirts. There were perhaps as many as 800 people living per square kilometre, and they began living in hastily constructed wooden buildings piled on top of one another. Today, when we walk through the spacious plazas and temples of the Mayan cities, it's hard to imagine that those empty, overgrown terraces were once teeming with dense residential populations. And as the population of the Maya lowlands exploded, the demands on its agriculture only increased. Another huge problem was deforestation. Because of what we've seen of the overgrown ruins of Mayan temples, we have a romantic idea of the Maya as a people who lived out their lives beneath the jungle canopy. But by the end of the classic period, the Maya lowlands had been more or less completely deforested. Studies of pollen samples found in lake beds and swamps in the region show that by the end of the 8th century, hardly any forest remained in the Yucatan Peninsula. The Maya had cut down the trees not only in their cities, but between them as well. So if you stood on top of one of the great temples of Tikal or Calakmul around the year 800, you wouldn't see the thick forest canopy you see today. You would have seen houses and streets stretching out in every direction, and beyond that, people toiling in the fields. The Maya used some trees for construction, especially the extremely hard wood sapodilla, which is naturally resistant to termites. But most of the trees would have been used for burning. In order to create lime and mortar for the construction of their great temples, and the plaster that lavishly coated them, the Maya burned limestone in great pits. This intensive industrial process would have used up a great deal of the forests, and the forest land would then have been given over to agriculture. But you can't grow crops on a patch of soil endlessly. The nutrients and minerals that plants depend on soon get depleted unless the soil is given time to rest. The Maya, just like slash and burn farmers today, must have understood that the soil needs to be given long fallow periods between growing. The ground needs to return to nature to regain its nutrition. But as the demand for food from the population increased, it's easy to imagine that the farmers were placed under increasing pressure. With the population growing, the rulers of these cities may have ordered their farmers to grow crops on the same soil again and again, with no fallow periods allowed. It would have been a short-sighted strategy, a courted disaster in exchange for short-term gains. But at this point, the Maya may have had little choice. Another huge factor is the role of drought. As we've discussed, one of the greatest challenges the Maya faced was the collection and storage of water. And the climate of the Yucatan is such that variations in annual rainfall can be enormous. Droughts were a common fact of life, and in fact a large part of Mayan infrastructure was designed around planning for them and mitigating their effects. But every system has its limits. Archaeologists who've looked at sediment in the region estimate that in the year 760, the Yucatan Peninsula suffered its worst drought in 7,000 years. This was caused, it seems, by something the Maya would have appreciated all too well: the awesome power of the sun. As the Maya knew, the sun is a fickle god. The radiation it gives out is not constant. It's subject to variation, going through peaks and troughs. Ice cores taken in Greenland confirm that levels of solar radiation around this time reached lows that hadn't been seen for millennia. This caused harsh, dry cold to descend over the northern hemisphere, and global weather systems shifted northwards. All the rain that arrives on the Mayan lowlands comes from the Atlantic on the trade winds, bands of air that move in predictable patterns across the Atlantic Ocean. With a northward shift of these winds, a brutal drought will descend on the Maya, and this event coincides neatly with the Great Collapse. Archaeologist Betty Megas has combined physics and anthropology to propose a fascinating theory. She asks us to think about human societies as simple thermodynamic systems. For Megas, our societies are like machines or organisms. They require a strong, stable form of energy to flow through them. And she argues that this energy is what allows the system to organize itself into increasingly complex forms. Increased complexity allows greater collection of energy, and so the society grows. But if the strong flow of energy is cut off to a system, that system then collapses to a level of organization that can be supported with the energy that remains. She puts this theory in simple terms.
If an increase in energy resources or their control results in increased cultural complexity, a decline in energy resources should result in a decline in cultural complexity.
And if the solar radiation theory is correct, it might be worth us putting Mega's theories to work. Mayan society was suddenly unable to maintain its complexity as a result of the sun's sudden drop in radiation, and it imploded. In some places, the collapse was so drastic that the entire area was abandoned. In the Chilam Balam, a surviving Mayan text from the post-contact era, you can almost hear the echoes of some recognition, some authentic memory of what might have happened during this time.
When our rulers increased in numbers, then they introduced a drought. The hooves of the animals burnt, the seashore burnt, a sea of misery. So it was said on high. Then the face of the sun was eaten. Then the face of the sun was darkened. Then its face was extinguished.
One site where we have a detailed understanding of exactly what happened during the collapse is the city of Copan, now in western Honduras. Copan was a small but densely populated city, built in a narrow and steep-sided river valley lined with pine forests. Its people loved sports. It had the largest ball court of any classical Maya city, and it used the symbol of the leaf-nosed bat as its emblem on inscriptions. For much of its history, it was a close ally of Tikal, and fought wars on its behalf. Copan was a trading outpost, perfectly positioned to profit from the trade in obsidian, jade, and quetzal feathers coming down from the hills. In the fertile alluvial silt of the valley floor, the Mayans could feed themselves on a thriving agriculture, growing their staples of corn, beans, and chili peppers. But the soil on the hills around Copan is less fertile. It's more acidic and prone to erosion if cultivated for long periods. Even today, modern farmers can grow barely a third of the amount of corn in the hills when compared to the valley floor. From the 5th century onwards, fueled by this fertile soil and trade, the population of Copan boomed. By the year 800, it may have reached as much as 30,000 people, living in this small area of only about 10 square miles. Between the years 650 and 750, construction of royal palaces and monuments was especially frenzied, and nobles other than the king even began erecting their own palaces. This all points to a period of thriving economic success, but the opulent life of the nobles had to be supported by the hard work of Copan's farmers. As Copan grew through the 5th and 6th centuries, it expanded to fill the bottom of the river valley. But as the year 650 came around, space was beginning to run out. After that, people began to build their homes on the valley sides. It must have looked a little like a Brazilian favela today, houses climbing on top of each other on the slopes. But these dwellings were inhabited only for about a century. And the reason for that can be seen in the layer of sediment that today covers their floors. As the people built up the mountainsides, the ground was eroding. Pollen samples taken around this time show that the pine forests that once covered these hills had been gradually cut down. As these trees disappeared, their roots no longer held together the fragile soils on the valley's sides, and the earth would now be swept away by the rains. This acidic, low-nutrient soil would have leached down to the valley bottom, reducing its fertility as well. And as the hills were slowly abandoned, the burden of feeding all of Copan's people would have fallen increasingly on the valley bottom. The fields would now need to be worked harder than ever in order to avoid famine, and this would have reduced their fertility even further. Farmers would have likely fought over the last remaining pockets of land. Analysis of skeletal remains from Copan paints a chilling picture. From the year 650 onwards, signs of disease and malnutrition among its residents increased. Their bones became porous and weak. Their teeth showed increased stress lines. And these signs of ill health showed up in the graves of rich nobles and kings too, although of course the health of the commoners was much worse. And when times were hard in Copan, it's likely that the common people would have blamed their rulers. In the Chilam Balam, one of the few surviving Maya texts, we can see this connection between the king and the natural world explicitly.
This is the first question which will be asked of the chiefs. He shall ask them for his food. Bring the sun. Thus it is said to the chiefs. Bring the sun, my son. Bear it on the palm of your hand to my plate.
The Mayan system of rulership was based on an implicit promise. You support the king's lifestyle, and he will protect you. He will keep the gods happy, the sun shining, and the crops growing. If the king was seen to break that promise, the people may have decided that he had to go. The last we hear from a king of Copan is in the year 822 with a single inscription. It was carved when Copan's last known king, a man called Ukit Tuk, came to the throne, apparently during a period of violence and chaos. He began the carving of a four-sided monument just like his predecessors, but it was never finished. One side shows him being crowned, the next is half carved, but the remaining two sides are blank. It's as if the carver just got up one day in the middle of his job and left. Whoever Ukit Tuk was, he couldn't muster enough support to keep the idea of royalty alive. 3 decades later, in the year 850, the royal palace of Copan was burned, and history in that city came to an end. With the collapse of royal authority, a time of chaos followed in Copan. But the population didn't leave all at once. In the year 950, a full century after the burning of the royal palace, there were still roughly 15,000 people living in the valley bottom, about half the number at its height. But the population continued to dwindle, and by the 12th century, there is no sign of any inhabitation in the valley. Pollen samples show that past this point, the forests crept back to recover the ruins of Copan. At Tikal, we don't have the same level of detail, but we can trace the collapse of this great city by looking at its monuments and inscriptions. During the mid-8th century, Tikal had once again gained the upper hand over its enemy, Calakmul. And with its return to glory, Tikal boomed to an impressive height. As it consolidated its power over the region and gathered all its wayward allies back under its protective umbrella, Tikal also embarked on a burst of construction the likes of which it had never seen. Almost all of Tikal's great temples and pyramids date from the second half of this century. But as the year 800 rolled around, all of that would come to an end. By the mid-800s, it's clear Tikal was coming apart. Its vital allies were now putting up monuments of their own, proclaiming themselves kings of smaller provinces, rather than sworn servants of the great king in Tikal. Monuments began going up in Washaktun first, asserting their independence from Tikal, and in Ishlu and Jimbal in the north, the same thing was happening. Tikal's dominion was fracturing into a mass of small kingdoms. And what's worse, the kings of these kingdoms often referred to themselves on their carvings as the Holy Lord of Tikal. By the year 900, there was no longer a king in Tikal. There were no longer any people either. The city seems to have fallen into chaos, and the population drifted away. While the palaces and temples of Tikal were abandoned, there's evidence that poor people in the city's outer districts moved in to occupy them. It must have been a strange feeling for these Maya peasants, entering the royal palace for the first time and finding it abandoned. They must have walked its halls in awe and run their hands along its richly painted walls and carved stones. These common people seem to have squatted in the abandoned royal palaces for a century or more after the fall of Tikal. We can see their traces in a layer of what's called midden, scraps of broken pottery, piles of rubbish, now piling high in the corridors of the once opulent halls. These common people also scratched graffiti into the plastered walls of these palaces, images of temples and animals, caricatures of people they knew. But the people who stayed here seem to have continued to revere the great temples and holy palaces of the city. They continued to worship the stone monuments of bygone kings, and even moved them at times to more convenient places. But it seems they weren't able to read what the inscriptions said. Some of the monuments they moved contained writing, and the people who moved them put them back into place upside down. This pattern was repeated around the Mayan lowlands, where common people made journeys into the abandoned cities to pay respects to the slumbering gods. But one by one, all of the cities in the Mayan lowlands were abandoned, and it may give you a sense of the scale of the catastrophe and the depth of the damage done to the environment, that no attempt was made at a single one of these cities to ever reoccupy them. The forests of the Maya lowlands grew back, and it's thought that when the Spanish arrived at the end of the 15th century, the trees they saw covering the land had only just recovered from that time. In all of this, a picture does begin to emerge of what happened during the classic Maya collapse. Damage to the environment and a period of climate change combined to cause a failure of agriculture, which led to strains that the Maya political system simply couldn't manage. People finally turned against their rulers, and the hierarchy of society collapsed, reverting to chaotic and simple forms of life. Collapsing cities would have sent refugees fleeing to other cities nearby, exacerbating their own problems and causing a chain reaction of collapse that spread like a fire across the whole region. Perhaps if the Maya had ever formed a unified government, some of these crises could have been averted. But as the large empires of Tikal and Calakmul atomized and came apart, each city became its own small kingdom. And with agriculture failing everywhere, the only way for some of these kingdoms to survive was to take what they needed from their neighbors. Against a backdrop of drought and famine, 100 bitter wars over scarce resources began. At the site of Piedras Negras, archaeologists have found evidence of buildings being burned during this time and monuments vandalized. At Yaxchilan, the central part of the city was hastily fortified with rough stone walls, built using stones taken from the surrounding temples and palaces. It was a last desperate defense. Spear and javelin heads have also been found here, littering the ground in great numbers, pointing to a violent and bloody battle. It seems that as the fabric of Mayan society came apart, its people turned against one another, and a violent struggle for survival turned the Mayan lowlands into a bloodbath. Today, the crumbling pyramids and cities of the Maya are still being uncovered. In 2015, a geographical feature in Tonina that was thought to be a hill turned out to be a Mayan pyramid, and recent measurements have shown it to be one of the largest ever built. At 75 meters tall, it rivals the Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan to be the tallest pre-Columbian building in the Americas. And the ongoing battle to decipher the Mayan inscriptions continues. Today we understand a great deal of what we read on the stones of the Mayan temples, but so much more remains untranslated. One thing I find particularly moving is to read the texts of the post-contact Maya, who had been invaded and ravaged by European settlers, whose lands were taken away, whose language and history had been erased. In the time after the Spanish arrival, Mayan people tried to hold together some vestiges of their great tradition. They passed it down by word of mouth from generation to generation, sometimes in secret. And some of these texts survive to this day. But it's a strange kind of survival. Their complex webs of reference, mythology, and symbolism no longer point to anything. All the associations and stories they once referred to are forgotten. All the meanings they would have once carried have been lost. And so these texts remain, much as the crumbling stone pyramids do. They stand as a silent testament to the loss of a whole world that will never again return. I want to end the episode by listening to an extract from one of those texts, called The Ritual of the Backhouse. It's an incantation written down by a Mayan shaman after being passed down through the ages, from the golden age of his civilization. Today, although we know the meaning of most of the words, we can barely understand any of what the text means. But as you listen, I want you to think about what it must have felt like to watch this great civilization fall. To watch its great monuments, its palaces and ball courts crumble into the earth. Imagine the feeling of doom that must have crept over the whole world, over the wide plains stripped of their trees and scorched with the smoke of burning lime, over the hills and mountains where the quetzal birds still called, and over the empty pyramids, slowly but unstoppably crumbling into the earth.
How, they say, is the creator. How, they say, is the darkness. Coming from the fifth level of the sky, the head of the dragonfly, the head covering its worms. It bits the hand of the unfettered creator, the unfettered darkness. It licked the blood in the sweat bath. It licked the blood in the stone hut. Now then, throw it to the demented creator, to the demented darkness.
Thank you for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I've been Paul Cooper. I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul Cooper. And if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and to see behind the scenes, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civs Pod with underscores separating the words. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing to get the episodes out to you faster and bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this possible. If you think you can spare anything, please do head over to Patreon and support the podcast today. For now, all the best, and thanks for listening.
One of the largest book publishers in the United States of America actually drafted that social studies book that I wrote for their main speech in classrooms and also in the world. DEI, ESG, CRT, and anything with three letters. Have you seen the man? DOJ, they got a problem with it. Still in the legs. So, we've got fires, we've got the riots, we've got the illegal aliens. And the budget is tripled from $100 billion to $300 billion.
Sometime around the year 1540, a ship full of Norwegian sailors made the dangerous voyage to Iceland, a frozen island in the middle of the North Atlantic. It was a notoriously dangerous voyage, and when they saw dark storm clouds begin to brew on the horizon, they knew they were in trouble. Their boat was lashed by wind and rain and tossed around like a cork on the towering waves. The storm went on for days, blowing them far off their course with no idea where they were heading. Finally, when all seemed lost, the storm lessened a little, and they sighted land in the distance. They managed to beach their boats through the rough waters in a small cove choked with ice, and there they waited for the remainder of the storm to blow over. They didn't know it then, but the storm had blown them right across the Atlantic Ocean, and the coast they now sheltered on was in Greenland, a bleak and icy waste on the north of the American continent. In these days, Greenland was an icy tundra where no sensible European would ever think to venture. But as the men waited for the storm to die down, they spotted something not far from their boat. It was a man, face down, dead in the snow. They saw his clothes made from seal skins and the fur in his hood, and they thought that he must be an Inuit, one of the indigenous inhabitants of Greenland. But as they approached, something didn't look right. They turned the man over and saw with surprise that he had red hair and pale skin. He was a Norseman, just like them, but he was dressed in the clothes of an Inuit hunter.
On his head was a hood, well made. and otherwise clothes of frieze cloth and of sealskin. Near him was a sheath knife, bent and much worn and eaten away.
They thought he must have wandered through the wilderness in these clothes to the coast, perhaps trying to find a ship to carry him away. And then he died right there on the beach, all alone at the edge of the world. Moved by the sight of this man, the sailors took his knife. When the weather cleared and they set sail back to Iceland, they took the knife with them. They must have rolled it around in their hands and wondered to themselves, who was this Norseman so far from home? Why was he dressed in the clothes of an Inuit hunter? And in this bleak and uninhabited waste, where in all the world had he come from?
Record gas prices, homeless situation. Do we know how the Palisades fire started yet? Why are you here when you have so many problems in California?
You're all laughing at him.
Nobody asks that question.
I know. I don't understand it.
Are those questions?
Yeah, there were a lot of questions.
Yeah. Oh, I have more.
You have one?
I really, I don't get it.
I think we should send you to follow him around.
I would. You know what? Let's do that.
I think we got to do something like that.
So I would ask him those questions. And then, when the reporters say, are you running for president? He laughs.
That's a key thing.
Yeah, of course. We all know that.
Yeah.
Don't insult our intelligence.
Honestly, he doesn't discuss the record homeless. He doesn't discuss the record poverty. We have disastrous school systems. In LA Unified, 75% of the kids graduate, and they can't do math, they can't read.
No, his platform is, I'm the anti-Trump.
By the time he becomes president, he's not going to run against Trump.
It'll be Vance.
It'll be Vance, but Vance is not Trump. Vance is...
But he's going to have the same platform as Trump.
Yeah, but not the Trump baggage and personality.
True.
All the things that make people crazy. Vance is not going to make people crazy the same way. Trump is a unique species. All right, we got a couple more of these coming up. Oh my God. Book banning. Deborah Martin, Black became by 24-hour news.
Here's the latest. LA Metro's new board chair has taken the gavel, and President Trump has threatened a federal takeover of New York City. We'll have more at the top of the hour from the Odoo.com Weather Center. Odoo, the only business software you need. Hot again tomorrow, 70s to the triple digits. This report brought to you by Lowe's. Crash on 5 Griffith Park.
5 southbound Liga in Colorado. Brand new accident reported in the lanes in Bowman Semi. It's going to stay slow all the way to downtown LA. Paramount 105 east of Paramount Boulevard got that crash clearing to the shoulder. In Corona, 91 east to right into 15, some debris in the middle lanes. And then on the other side, 91 west to 15 north of Nectar. Got some brush on fire in the left lane. That transition is going to be blocked. With some California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Jenny Harmon.
The devastating Texas floods have impacted countless residents. Families have lost their homes, communities and lives have been shattered, and children are still missing. The need is urgent. The Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country has launched the Kern County Flood Relief Fund to support response, relief, and long-term recovery efforts. All donations will go directly to trusted local organizations to provide food, shelter, healthcare, and hope. Join us today and donate to the Kern County Flood Relief Fund at communityfoundation.net.
It's easy to tell if you've had way too many to drive, but what if you've had just one too many to drive? Never underestimate just a few. Bus driving is drunk driving. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, the Ad Council, and the station.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library and hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
This journalism student came up
Hamza Sayed, and he wanted help with his first ever story about a mystery in Birmingham, his hometown, that no one had ever solved. It had begun a few years earlier. The news of a strange letter exploded in the press.
The letter meant to be a secret communique between Islamic extremists infiltrating the city schools in a supposed bomb of Operation Trojan Horse. The letter was bizarre, unsigned, and coherent, by the Xerox, yet still, it sparked one of the biggest school scandals in British history. Government investigates this country counter-terror policy, but now schools were revamped, teachers lost their jobs, and I was found suspicious by this whole affair. It's that this dodgy letter suggesting extremists would take over our schools. Nobody will find out who wrote it or why. Remarkably, none of the investigators ever tried it. If I convince my reader here, we should go for it.
Is this about to be the first radio ever done? Hans and I spent years writing this down. I'll give you a question. Who is the letter defending? This is the question you have to answer. But figuring out who wrote the Trojan Horse letter, that was only the first mystery we were up against. It started to seem like officials knew more than what they were letting on. And then Hans and I were poking at something that people did not want to talk about.
Can you give us a bit of details about the situation?
From Serial Productions and the New York Times, I'm Brian, and I'm about to say it. It's the Trojan Horse affair, a mystery in 8 parts that a lot of people don't know.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
On the next Bill Handel show, the Trump administration is hanging out on the LGBTQ pipeline, cutting the suicide hotline plan. That's coming up after 7 tomorrow morning on the next Bill Handel show. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk radio. We're going to try to stay in reality here after 3 o'clock. State Senator Tony Strickland from Huntington Beach. Republicans keep introducing bills to stop the massive gas tax increase, and the Democrats and Newsom keep shooting it down. You know, we got the low carbon fuel standard that's supposed to go into effect. That could be a 65-cent per gallon gas increase. We've got two oil refineries closing down. One here in Los Angeles, one in Valero over the next year and a half. That could send prices to $8 a gallon. And then, as we reported a couple of weeks ago, the oil companies are telling Newsom that they have so little oil in the pipeline that the pipeline they shut down. And then the prices might go to $10 a gallon. But you wouldn't know it from listening to Newsom in South Carolina, where he started his presidential campaign yesterday. Kershaw County, South Carolina, 65,000 people. Where gas goes for $2.80 a gallon, and they don't have any homeless people. And they don't have a fire that burned down a big section of the county. And here he is talking about how diverse California is.
I represent the most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy. It's interesting, 27% of Californians are foreign born. 27% think they like the majority minority state. We don't tolerate our diversity at our best. We celebrate our diversity. It's no longer table stakes. You can't take things for granted.
I don't know. I was going to ask you.
How would I know?
I don't know.
I never heard that phrase.
I thought maybe you have.
Table stakes? Is it dinner?
It's meeting the moment with some of these things.
Ribeye steaks, I know. Hey, 27% are foreign born. These are illegal aliens who cost us $35 billion a year in taxes. $35 billion a year go to illegal alien services, including another $12.5 billion for healthcare. $12.5 billion. Of course, he doesn't talk about that. How he ended up with a $12 billion billion deficit, which almost exactly matched the money we're blowing on illegal alien health care. Which, somebody pointed out, if Trump and Homan are successful in clearing out a lot of illegal aliens, and a lot of it's going to be through self-deportation. That's why they put on that big show in MacArthur Park. It is to scare people. It's like, it's time to go home. You imagine you're living in the country for years and years illegally, and now you see they've got ICE agents and the Marines and the National Guard. You're thinking, I guess party's over. I guess I pushed it as far as it can go. I'm here illegally. They don't want to put up with it anymore. A lot of people are going to go home. And that's an extra $12 billion in tax money that ought to be given back to us as a rebate. Why are we spending $35 billion? $35 billion is more than 10% of the budget. We should get 10% of our tax money back. Instead, he's bragging about it in South Carolina and calling it diversity. What the F? Who asked for diversity that we got to pay $35 billion for? $35 billion. You can go look it up. Federation for American Immigration Reform did a study a couple of years ago, and at the time, it was about $22 billion. This was before legal alien health care, which added another $12.5 billion. So it's about $35 billion. That's a real number. That's more than 10% of our budget. Who wants that? For what? More of Newsom. All right, so he was talking about book banning a few years ago, and now he's talking about interracial marriage, which is not a controversial topic anymore.
We're talking about Congressman's birthday. My birthday was 1967. And it's interesting, I was sharing this a moment ago because some of my young staff don't even remember this. They weren't around. But it wasn't black and white. May have been a black and white, but there was some color. It wasn't just black and white. It was actually the year of my birth in South Carolina, blacks didn't wear whites. In my lifetime. So we take credit 16 states to that interracial marriage. So someone by the name of Richard London said two national words to Mildred Jeter, but had the courage not to give in to a sentence where he was sentenced to 1 year in prison. And you remember the sentence the lower court judge said to the column, they said, God, sir. And I say this with love and respect. God, sir, God, who different races on different continents for me decent. God never wanted the races to mix. I paraphrased the lower court decision. He said a 1 year prisoner was gone out of Virginia. But the difference was
Is he giving up like one of those preacher kind of cadences in his speech?
Well, the response is right.
Yeah, like a little bit of a southern accent there, like he's suddenly a pastor. Listen to this. Jim Clyburn is the congressman. He's in his 80s in South Carolina. He welcomed Newsom. Clyburn was the guy who endorsed Biden to get him rolling in the presidential race in 2020. Let me read you first paragraph from Politico.com about this event. Gavin Newsom sweated for his shirt. I think he was quoted from Corinthians. He's quoting the Bible in front of the black church-going crowd that he's speaking to. You think Gavin Newsom reads the Bible? Seriously. And he railed against Trump as he blitzed across this early primary state. And in this small city northeast of Columbia and South Carolina, Newsom grinned sheepishly as Clyburn introduced him as one of these candidates that are running for president. He was introduced as a guy running for president. It's no secret, Clyburn told reporters. I feel good about his chances. And the trip was officially billed by Newsom's team, the professional liars, that he was just supporting local Democrats in disaster-torn communities. But it was also an audition. Some Democratic Party activists came to see him follow Newsom from stop to stop. One guy wants to be an intern. He was asking about intern opportunities. Oh, absolutely. We're excited, said Restream spin. He's on the national stage fighting against Trump all the time. I think voters here appreciate that.
But what's going to happen when he does announce that he's running for president? Is anybody going to say, excuse me, Mr. Governor, when you were asked so many times if you were running for president on these campaign stops, including South Carolina, you laughed. You have, stop, you guys, stop, it's enough. Well, what do you say next? So you were lying?
Sociopaths don't care that they lie. He'll make some little quick, funny comment and change the subject. He knows he's lying.
Of course he knows. We all know. Everybody knows. So just come out and say, you know what? I mean, again, I would respect him so much more if he said, you know what? I'm testing the waters. I may. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm thinking about it. Why doesn't he just say that? Really?
I guess he's afraid. Once you announce that...
He's not announcing. I'm testing the waters. I'm thinking about it.
You have to tell the truth. I don't think he's capable of telling the truth. I think something catches in his throat every time he's about to say something truthful. He is one weird guy, really strange. I don't know what happened in his childhood. Maybe he's just born sociopathic.
But he's handsome.
Yeah.
That's going to get a vote.
Yeah. More coming up. We're going to talk to Tony Strickland, who is, he and other Republicans are trying to get the gas prices lowered, but the Democratic legislature in Newsom keep blocking it. And nobody in South Carolina, I guess they wouldn't know that we're paying almost $5 a gallon here. But they're paying, all those people in South Carolina are paying $2.80 a gallon. We're paying $5. Deborah Marks, live to KFI 24-hour newsroom.
KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk.
Arrested for allegedly interfering. I'm Deborah Mark live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 4 people have been arrested for allegedly trying to disable U.S. Border Patrol vehicles in the San Fernando Valley.
Happened on Tuesday during an immigration enforcement operation at a Home Depot store in Van Nuys. Border Patrol officials say the suspects used improvised devices to try to disable their vehicles. Photos show large rubber or metal strips with nails attached that were jammed into a tire. Suspects are each facing felony charges. Daniel Martindale, KFI News.
As Daniel just alluded to, a Home Depot store in Van Nuys has seen federal immigration enforcement activity. Multiple people were detained. Attorney Cal Soto with the National Day Labor Organizing Network says he wants the agents to know that their actions will be consistently met with protests.
Stop running over the rights of our neighbors and ourselves, and to understand that we're going to respond every single time you violate these rights, and it doesn't end today or tomorrow. This is an ongoing battle to assert these constitutional rights.
Home Depot stores across Southern California have been targeted by federal immigration agents since enforcement efforts ramped up here in early June. The bishop of the Diocese of San Bernardino has told parishioners that they don't have to attend church if they fear immigration agents.
Immigration raids have become commonplace here in the past month, and they have been just about everywhere, even sometimes with U.S. citizens getting caught up in them, causing immigrant families to stay at home or in hiding. Now, the bishop of the Diocese of San Bernardino has issued a decree dispensing from the obligation to attend Mass on Sundays and holy days for those who are fearful of ICE.
ABC's Alex Stone reports Bishop Alberto Rojas says the church's mission is to care for the welfare of all trusted in his care, particularly those who face fear or hardship. LA Metro's new board chair has taken the reins of the transit agency.
Whittier City Councilman Fernando Dutra has the gavel now, taking it from County Supervisor Janice Holland. Metro Board's chairmanship is chosen by the members, something Dutra says is important.
This rotation isn't just a tradition, it's a reflection of Metro's commitment to representing every corner of Los Angeles County. It ensures that no matter where you live, every voice has a seat at the table.
Dutra says his top priorities are Metro's ongoing capital projects like the Southeast Gateway Line, the D-Line extension of the West Side, and the Foothills connection to Pomona. Michael Monk's KFI News.
The Museum of Jurassic Technology, also known as LA's strangest museum, has been damaged by a fire.
The fire broke out near a mail window just before noon and was quickly extinguished
but smoke did damage some exhibits. It's not known what was damaged, but according to the Smithsonian, some of the unusual exhibits include rotten luck, the day eating dice every day, and Tell the Bee, which includes occult remedies such as eating dead mice on toast to cure bedwetting. Cause of fire is still undetermined. Eileen Gonzalez, AFI News.
President Trump has threatened a federal takeover of New York City if Zohran Mamdani wins the race for mayor. He's ahead of current mayor Eric Adams and former New York Governor Cuomo. Mamdani calls himself a democratic socialist. Trump calls him a communist.
If a communist gets elected to run New York, it can never be the same, but we have tremendous power in the White House to run places when we have to.
The president also threatened a federal takeover of Washington, D.C. Southland weather for KFI, sunny and hot again tomorrow. Highs 80s to low 90s. Metro LA 90s with the triple digits, the valleys, the high desert, and the IE. Mid to upper 70s at the beaches, upper 80s to low 90s inland to OC. Right now 69 in Dana Point, it's 85 in Anaheim, 97 in Diamond Bar, 94 in Simi Valley. The KFI financial update, the Dow closed up 218, S&P 500 up 38, NASDAQ up 193. We're going back to the 5 in Griffith Park.
That's a Golden State Freeway, 5 southbound right at Colorado Boulevard. An accident involving a hybrid vehicle and a big rig still clearing off the right-hand shoulder. Traffic stop and go on the 5 southbound from Burbank Boulevard to the East LA interchange. South LA, 110 southbound at Adams Boulevard is a 2-vehicle injury wreck. This one's also clearing off the right-hand shoulder. 110 southbound leaving downtown here, slow from the 5 down to Florence Avenue. 210 eastbound, the Woodville Freeway, just before Wheatland Avenue. We have a school bus that's quit running. This bus is partially blocking the right-hand lane. We expect delays starting at the 118. On to Diamond Bar, 57 northbound at Pathfinder Road. You have a crash here involving an SUV and an EV. Everything clearing off the right side. Expect delays leaving Brea on the 57 northbound from Brea Canyon Road up to the 60 Pomona Freeway. In Orange County and Irvine, 405 northbound before Culver Avenue. This is Culver Avenue, not Culver Boulevard. That's Culver City. And the stall vehicle in the left-hand lane, 405 northbound from Orange County. You're slow from the 5 up to Magnolia. The Southern California's most accurate traffic report. I'm Michael Lewis.
The free iHeart Radio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like iHeart Comedy, clips from today's top comedians.
I learned about countries in school. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about the states that touched us in case they attacked.
And the greatest of all time.
Tell me how to get the Sesame Street. I don't want to live in a neighborhood like that. 6-foot pigeons walking around.
Try something different. iHeart Comedy.
Women are gatherers. We like to gather information about you, and then
We hunt you. Open the app and make iHeart Comedy a preset now.
John Coco Show KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. DVR on every day from 1 until 4 o'clock. Every day after 4 o'clock, whatever you missed, you can pick up that iHeart app and find the podcast, John Coco Show on demand. We've had a lot we covered in the first hour. A lot on Karen Bass. I think we've cracked what's going on here. They're intentionally not giving permits to the people of the Palisades and Altadena because they want low-income housing built. And with a new law coming out of Sacramento, people are going to give up and sell to developers who will bring in low-income housing because they don't think that wealthy people in Palisades or even the middle-class people in Altadena are entitled to live in those neighborhoods anymore. I'll explain that coming up after 3:30. Also, 2 o'clock hour, we went through Gavin Newsom, his phony baloney press conference about fire on Monday, Katie Grimes, and then all the Clint Sherman's kickoff for his presidential campaign in South Carolina. Meantime, let's go to Tony Strickland. He's fighting on another front, which is the absurd gas prices in California, which about $4.80 my neighborhood, $5 at many stations. But like I said, in South Carolina, it's $2.80. Tony Strickland is trying to get gas prices lowered because there's more increases coming. Republicans in the Assembly and the State Senate have bills to lower the gas prices, to lower the taxes a bit. And the Democratic legislature says no. Newsom says no. Let's get Tony Strickland on and see what he's trying to do. Tony, how are you? I'm fantastic. How you doing, John? Do you think, I wonder what goes through Newsom's empty head when he tries drives around South Carolina and he sees gas selling for $2.80.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to go around and be the president of the state. If you look at the gas prices in California, do you want that to come to your state? You know,
That's right. We just played about 5 clips of his speech, and he's talking about book burning and how interracial marriage used to be illegal in the 1960s. That just can't be today.
You know a lot of stuff. I mean, by the way, Oklahoma's gas prices are $2.76 a gallon today. We're over $1.50 more per gallon than any other state. You know, and Newsom and the legislature have the power to stop these increases tomorrow if they have the political will to do so. And I always say gas prices, high gas prices fall on disproportionately hardworking California families living paycheck. The very people they protect and that they fight for up here are the very people that they hurt by their policies.
This must be crushing to people on a tight budget. Because
it's devastating. I mean, and we haven't even scratched the surface. And you know this, but Valero and Phillips 66 have said that they're going to shut down their refineries. That's 20% of our state oil production. USC projects that this could go to $8 a gallon, and this is not me saying it. USC studies that they could. It's almost a perfect storm with all the excise taxes that go on with the lack of refinery in California only and all these environmental rules. USC projects, not me, USC projects.
I had a professor on a couple of days ago, Michael Shea.
Yes, exactly. And so it is amazing because right now we have a huge affordability crisis. The Democrats in the legislature and the governor did a sweet law about the affordability crisis at the start of the year. And what they're doing, they're continuing to increase the gas prices and get the very people that they pretend that they represent.
Let's talk about what's coming in the near future. Low carbon fuel standard. California Air Resources Board is ordering this be implemented. So they're going to have a new way to refine the gas. Could add 65 cents a gallon. Your side has tried to rescind the whole regulation, stop the price increase, and they will not address this, the Democrats.
No, we put it up frequently, multiple times, to give the opportunity to get rid of this regulation. It's Senate Bill number 2 by Jones. We have pushed this multiple times. We've given them ample opportunity to lower the gas prices on this, 65 cents. I actually had a bill, Senate Bill 94, that just funded the high-speed rail, where everybody up here knows it won't be built as proposed in the people of California, and take those funds that we do every single year of over $1 billion to lower gas prices for all hardworking California families and lower the prices at the pump.
That's what's falling is some of this tax money is going to fund the high-speed rail fiasco.
And that's what we call, I call it here the cap and trade water fund. Because on top of them tripling the spending of the state budget, that's not enough for them because they have an addiction to spending. They tripled the state budget over the last 10 years, but that's not enough. They have this cap and trade slush fund where they take the money from the gas increase and they put it in the cap and trade fund. And that's what's funding the high-speed rail $1 billion a year.
What's the price that gets at least a majority of the public to finally say enough? That there's some kind of revolt. What's the number here?
I think the revolt is coming, John. I really do. I believe it's almost like we're in early 1978 when California had this kind of a problem with the property taxes and people were being taxed out of their homes. And then Howard Jarvis and Paul Keenan came together with the Proposition 13 in 1978. I kind of see a lot of similarities between what's going on now and what went on back then, because you had the governor, Jerry McCall at the time, that was out of step with the people of California, didn't understand that they were taxing people out of their homes through the high property tax, and that revolt came. I do believe there's that revolt, and a revolt in general about the affordability crisis in California.
All the money they're getting in, is this all about corruption? Is this all about all these nonprofits or these scam green companies that the Democrats might be connected to, their friends, their family, donors are connected to. This has got to be a financial racket.
When you look at the budget, there's so many nonprofits that get their funding. Leftist nonprofits, they get their funding from the taxpayers. You saw a little bit of that happen in the federal government when they did the Doge on the USAID. There's a lot of these nonprofits get funded by us, the people in California, the government. And what we need to do is lower the size and scope of government and have limited government. And that would totally destroy the Democratic Party in California because they rely on government spending to help them get reelected.
I mean, the nonprofit nonsense is so out of control. I mean, well, in LA, you're probably aware. Turns out we spent $34 million on Charla, which is a leading organization for illegal alien rights, and they're funding the riot that we just had.
Absolutely, and there's so many of these nonprofits that are around, and we need we need a lot of new leadership all the way around from top to bottom. But we need a strong controller, a state controller to audit everything in the state budget. And so, I'm going to encourage your listeners, if you want the same thing to happen, vote for the same people. But we got to get rid of these guys. I mean, we got to get rid of these people who are in office today because they're so out of step with everyday citizens. I just hope that the people wake up and they understand that the people who say they're for you are really not for you.
Is Newsom now officially checked out now that he's campaigning in South Carolina?
Honestly, John, I would say he's been checked out for money. Like, I serve with 5 different governors. I've never seen a governor that is less involved in what goes on in Sacramento. We don't have a governor. We have a guy who says he's governor, but every morning he wakes up and he looks in the mirror and thinks he's the president of the United States. He really, really, really wants to be president, but he's not. And he's not. We don't have a governor today. We have someone that's just in that office that wants to run for president.
How's he going to run if the gas is $8 a gallon?
He's delusional. But, I would say, though, don't forget how he left San Francisco in shambles as mayor to be lieutenant governor in California and then governor. Usually, you have to do a good job to move up the political ladder. Only in politics can you do a terrible job and try to blame someone else. That's what he's trying to do now. He's had 3 or 4 years of total mismanagement of the state budget, and he's trying to blame President Trump's administration. And the homeless situation has been going on for a decade now, and he's trying to blame people in local government instead of look in the mirror and say he lacks the leadership. He spent $27 billion on homelessness, and the problem got worse, not better.
No one knows where the money went. All right. Thank you very much, Tony Strickland. And let us know if you keep trying to crack this.
We'll keep fighting, son. We'll keep fighting.
All right. Tony Strickland, he's the state senator out of Huntington Beach, Republican. He keeps introducing bills to lower the gas prices. We're paying, $1.50, $2 more than anybody else in the country. And I mean, Newsom's in the state where they're selling gas for $2.80 right now. $2.80. Why do we have to put up with this? And the electric car mandate has been canceled by Trump. So we don't. If the idea was if they raise the price high enough, it'll force us into electric cars. Well, nobody's going to go now. Nobody wants them, and now nobody has to get one. Deborah Mark, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Here's the latest. The K-9 team with the LA County Fire Department has traveled to Texas to help out with the recovery efforts there. And former President Biden's White House doctor has pleaded the fifth. We'll have more at the bottom of the hour from the Odoo.com Weather Center. Odoo, the only business software you need. How to get tomorrow's 70s to the triple digits. This report brought to you by Mom's Meals. From the Southern California Toyota dealer, traffic centers say more at the pump. Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. Caltrans on PCH and Dana Point.
Crews are going to be working another 45 minutes, give or take, in Dana Point on the northbound side of Pacific Coast Highway, where the left-hand lane is shut down for repairs at Doheny Park Road. Expect delays on the northbound side of Highway 1. Hollywood Freeway 101 northbound before Melrose. A car in a big rectangle. This crash is blocking the 2 right-hand lanes. North 101 for stop and go from the East LA interchange to Lankershim. 210 eastbound before Wheatland. The stalled school bus clear from the right lane. The Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Mike Morris.
original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like iHeart Comedy. Clips from today's top comedians.
I didn't learn about countries in school. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about the states that touched us in case they attacked.
And the greatest of all time.
Don't even tell me how to get to Sesame Street. I don't want to live in a neighborhood like that. 6-foot kid walking around.
Try something different. iHeart Comedy.
Women are gatherers. We like to gather information about you, and then
We hunt you. Open the app and make iHeart Comedy a preset now.
from the producers who brought you Princess of South Beach comes The Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring Harvey Ian and Christian Navarro. The Setup follows one man's search for love in the Big Apple.
The thing is that I didn't actually use it. Every time I opened it, I got hit with this wave of nausea, and then my heart started beating like so fast. So I opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app.
Meet Juan, the lonely museum curator. His true love? Art. His biggest fear? Everything.
So you've got to step out of the canvas and into the real world.
But when the perfect man walks into his life,
Well, I guess I'm saying I like you. I guess that's surprising.
I don't know. I think so.
he actually is too good to be true.
This is Con. I'm Connie.
To pull off this heist, they'll have to get close
Status check. You're erratic. Nauseous.
Well, you can do this. And jump into the deep end together. When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true love or just another job?
Listen to The Setup. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. People with their own troubles who see a path forward by telling on someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust. It can have deadly consequences. I'm Dugan Arnett, investigative reporter with the Boston Globe Spotlight team. And I'm going to bring you inside this secret world through the story of one city at the forefront of America's drug war.
Cause can get away with anything, okay?
Basically, they'll let you disappear if I do something to them.
They lie. They just lie.
Like a drug play something out of your auntie. You better smarten up. I don't want to go to jail. You didn't want to be labeled a rat. Not around here.
This is Spotlight, Snitch City, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. On the next Mo Kelly show, California's ambitious bullet train will be slower than molasses, costing more than Fort Knox. So why is the state fighting so hard to make this boondoggle in nowhere a reality? You'll get the real story with me, Chris Merrill, this evening starting at 7 on the Mo Kelly show.
Got $1,000 you're giving away.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bills. That's Bills, BILLS. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're hurt in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com.
What did he say, boys? Bills! You did. I immediately lost it. Enter the word bills at KFIAM640.com /cash.
Wow. You okay in there?
I don't have the paper, or I can't find it. Yeah, go there, and when you get an email, and the email might be in your junk or spam folder. Listen to KFI, there's a winning keyword every hour, every weekday, from the 9 o'clock hour to the 5 o'clock hour. And that's Mark Thompson. Is Mark coming in?
I think so.
Are they coming down? So we see these not off. I don't often play TikToker clips, but this is something special. There is a guy, I can't imagine how many hundreds of thousands of internet podcasts there are, video podcasts, audio podcasts, TikTok, little clips. There's a guy named Kareem Rama, and he has has a TikTok series called Subway Tapes, and I guess these are shorts, right?
Yeah, it's actually quite fascinating.
And well-known people come on and they give a hot take on some odd little issue, some little pet peeve they have. And so Rama was going to have Kamala Harris come on, and but her hot take was about bacon, and it was really weird. And maybe she was stoned that day. And, somebody suggested to me what her thing would be. Is she must be taking a lot of pills. And that's why, like, because if she was smoking high, we would see pictures of it. Somebody would have already spilled the story already. But she's probably slipping a lot of gummies. So by the time she gets on stage, I'm sure she's nervous. A lot of people have stage fright, very nervous speaking publicly. She's in a position she has no business being in. So I can see her nodding up all the time before she goes on TV or gives a speech. And she overloads up the gummies, and then she makes no sense. Well, this was so weird that both Harris and Rama decided we shouldn't air this. Let's do something else. He tells that story, this particular one.
Emailed me. They emailed an email from the DNC. Okay. And they said, hey, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are really interested in being on your show. I said, that looks cool. I'll at least get to tell my daughter that I met the potential president of the United States. And so I said yes, based on the fact that it would be a good story, and also they both had good takes. What happened with Kamala? Her take was really confusing and weird, not good. And so mutually agreed that we shouldn't publish it. And I got lucky because I didn't want to be named for her losing. Her take was that bad. It was really, really bad. And it was like that didn't make any sense. I can tell you this. Yeah, it was bacon as a spice. Bacon as a spice. Bacon as a spice. Bacon. Do you think that was her opinion? Did you have like a research group trying to figure something out? A research group. Because originally the take that I was pitched was great. And it was that she does not like to take her shoes off on airplanes. Okay? And I was like, 100% disagree. You better be taking the shoes off. And at the last minute, I think the research group said, this makes you look rich. That's not me. Okay, and you need to appeal to the American people. So she went with the bacon. And I tried to pause the interview and say, trust me, you shouldn't do the bacon thing. And I was overridden by this guy who was maybe her deputy campaign manager or something like that. He said, we're doing bacon. I said, all right, we'll do bacon. And then an hour later, I got a call that said, we can't do bacon. I said, I know you can't do bacon. But then I tried to cut it into something else. It just wasn't working. And I was like, so they overrode the bacon themselves. First they wrote the bacon, then they overrode the bacon. Then I tried to override their override, saying I didn't just put this work for no reason. I'm going to make it work. And I did make it work. And then they were like, this makes her look. And I said, as false as that. And then I was like, if I post this, a lot of people are going to be mad at me. If I don't post it, I still have a cool president, or I still have a cool photograph with Kamala Harris and a good story. So I took the photo and the story, and I'm really lucky that I did that.
I'm in a world I don't understand. She wanted to talk about how bacon is a spice. He wanted her to talk about taking her shoes off on an airplane. That was the agreement. She changed her mind and said bacon is a spice. Now, I read in the Post that Rama is Muslim, doesn't eat pork. And so he wasn't really into discussing bacon. He never ate bacon. Harris apparently told him, think about it. It's a pure flavor. And she explained how bits of cooked bacon could be used to enhance a meal like a seasoning. Rama asked if he could use beef or turkey instead. Told her I don't eat bacon. He then asked if we could do the other 7 and he'd choose off on another airplane. Then she wanted to do a topic about how much she loves anchovies on pizza after speaking to an advisor.
It sounds like she was really hungry when she was talking.
Lucky she was.
Got there.
Yeah. So it went from shoes on the plane, the bacon as a spice, to anchovies and pizza, and they sounds as nuts as she is. You make money doing this on TikTok? I mean, does he have the kind of following where he's making money?
Yeah, his stuff gets hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views.
Why am I working?
I don't know why am I working so
What
hard.
are
Okay, we need to go on TikTok, Ron.
And let's talk about bacon and shoes. Well, you can go on about
I
shoes.
can go on and on about shoes.
Sure.
You can go on and on about hamburgers.
Yeah,
So,
I like bacon a lot.
I don't like bacon.
And you're not even Muslim.
No, exactly. Oh, your favorite story of the day is coming up. The vegan vegetarians.
Oh, yeah. No, vegetarians are militant and violent, and vegans, all these weird groups.
I'm so violent.
Wait, you know what? I used to, at first you saw Kamala do her thing, and it's like, oh, maybe it's a bad day, maybe I think that's her. And I think part of the reason is she's sucking on the gummies. And I don't know how many of those you have to take for how many days before your brain gets permanently fried.
I was going to say, with gummies, sometimes you eat them and it doesn't have the desired effect, so you eat more.
Right.
And then you overload on it.
And you become tolerant of the gummies after a while.
But John, you get the gummy and it totally stays you out.
Yes. Because somebody was pushing the thing. Like a little truck pusher over there. Just because then I understood why you can't sleep.
Well, no, I take them to help me sleep. Maybe once every few weeks I take one gummy.
And the opposite effect on me. The room spinning. Swirls.
Oh, yeah, that happens to me too.
Oh, I was seeing chocolate and vanilla.
I know, because you're a gummy virgin. Your body was supposed to, but you took the whole
You took my virginity. Never mark his life. Everybody priorities are go ahead.
All right. Well, this story is an elaborate now. Take a pause. A K-9 team with the LA County Fire Department has traveled to Texas to help with search and recovery efforts in the deadly floods that killed at least 118 people. Selena Serrano with the LA County Fire's K-9 Urban Search and Rescue Team tells KTLA that she and her K-9 partner, Clifford, are honored to help.
This is what we worked hard for. He's worked hard for all these years, and just keep going out there, and whatever the family members need, the other team and agencies need, we're there to support.
The team is expected to be deployed for a couple of weeks. 160 people are still missing following the flooding that happened over the July 4th weekend. People in Whittier are calling for the removal of City Planning Commissioner Richard Quirk over an immigration costume.
Video taken at a costume party in April shows Quirk and his husband dressed up as an ICE agent and an undocumented immigrant. Critics say the costumes were racist. On Tuesday, Whittier Councilmember Mary Ann Pacheco held a news conference. She called for Quirk's resignation or immediate removal. A coalition of residents known as Whittier Change is also demanding action in response to the video. Daniel Martindale, KFI News.
More money is being allocated to protect law enforcement from impaired drivers.
Governor Newsom has announced over $35 million in grants to nearly 150 agencies to fight impaired driving in California. He says the funds sourced from cannabis sales will support DUI enforcement, public education, and toxicology lab upgrades to help keep roads safer statewide. The funds will be administered by the CHP, and CHP Commissioner Sean Dury says this is a big step forward in their ongoing mission to save lives and prevent impaired driving. Heather Brooker, KFI News.
Former President Biden's White House doctor has pleaded the fifth, refusing to answer questions from a House committee that is now formally investigating Biden's health while he was in office.
House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer.
What Dr. O'Connor did today only added fuel to the fire, that there was a cover-up.
But the panel's vice-ranking member, Texas Democrat Jasmine Crockett, said Kevin O'Connor should never have been expected to violate his patient's privacy.
There at least was one person in the room that understands what an oath is, and that was the doctor. ABC's Stephen Portnoy reports the physician cited the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination and doctor-patient confidentiality in refusing the questions. And vegetarians are apparently power-hungry overachievers.
All right, maybe not, but a new study says vegetarians may care about animal welfare and the environment, but the reason is about independent thinking and standing apart from the crowd. Society may paint plant eaters as compassionate souls who prioritize kindness, community harmony, and caring for others, but Research from the U.S. and Poland shows they don't care for friends and family, stability and safety, and following social norms like meat eaters do. The Polish respondents were a bit more extreme in rejecting tradition and conformity than Americans, but all vegetarians appear to care more about power than carnivores. Michael Trozier, KFI News.
Power, yes. They're about power.
The Polish vegetarians are crazier than the
I
Americans.
know. That explains things, even though you're not vegetarian.
No.
Yeah, you're a meat eater, and I still think meat eaters are crazy. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and hot all over again tomorrow. 80s to low 90s, Metro LA, 90s to the triple digits for the valleys, the high desert, and the IE, mid to upper 70s for the beaches, upper 80s to low 90s inland MC. Right now it's 93 in Laguna Woods. It's 91 in Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going to a crash on the 101 near Hollywood.
It was on the northbound side of the 101 Hollywood Freeway before Melrose. A car and a big rig got together there, but we just learned from the CHD a few minutes ago that this crash had cleared from the two right-hand lanes, but the 101 northbound is still slow coming away from the East LA interchange heading to Hollywood. Southbound side of the 101's not any better. Traffic packed in between Sunset Boulevard and the East LA interchange. Right near the interchange on the 5 northbound before Soto Street is a 2-vehicle wreck and lanes are blocked here. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Mike Morris.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like iHeart Comedy. Clips from today's top comedians.
I didn't learn about countries in school. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about the states that touched us in case they attacked.
And the greatest of all time.
You don't even tell me how to get to Sesame Street. I don't want to live in a neighborhood like that. 6-foot pigeons walking around.
Try something different. iHeart Comedy.
Women are gathered. We like to gather information about you, and then
We hunt you. Open the app and make iHeart Comedy a preset now. Taking them on their first real roller coaster.
Get ready, come on over.
I don't know.
Let's measure.
Okay.
Just tall enough. Yes! Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Three staccato cries of Mayday and an eyewitness report of a mid-air explosion is about all that is known this morning of the British Columbia air disaster, which yesterday claimed 32 lives.
I really want to know what happened, and it makes me extraordinarily angry. It's always been a big secret.
You look at the 4 leading suspects.
We're on plane insured for $125,000 jury trials.
He had 1 or 2 murder charges against him and was acquitted.
They knew what happened, but they didn't know why.
Appeared to be a fairly normal boy, quote unquote, single, who didn't have many friends.
Nothing.
And I wasn't sure even if he could. But so I have found him today.
Like the guy?
The guy.
I said, do you know who did it? He said, we have a very good idea who the responsible person was.
From CBC Podcasts and CBC's The National, hosted by me, Ian Hedemansky, and Johanna Webster.
Investigating the largest unsolved mass murder in Canada. Canadian Pacific Flight 21.
This accident. This was pure murder.
Uncover Season 2, Bomb on Board.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
KFI.
AM 640.
And iHeartRadio station.
More stimulating talk. AM 640 live everywhere. Radio app. We are on demand from 1 to 4 o'clock and every day after 4 o'clock. John Schwabel Show on demand. We've got the podcast. If you miss any part of the show, that's where you can and catch up about Bass and her lack of interest in rebuilding the Palisades. No permits coming out of her office, which I'm going to talk a little bit about in a minute. And also, extensive coverage of Gavin Newsom's first campaign appearance running for president in South Carolina. He was introduced that way by local congressman. He didn't deny it. And his two big issues, and you can hear all the clips in the 2 o'clock hour podcast, was book burning and interracial marriage in the 1960s. Those are the two pressing issues. There was no discussion of, let's see, having the highest income tax in the country, the highest gas tax in the country, the highest sales tax in the country, the highest homeless population in the country, the highest welfare caseload in the country, the most money blown on unemployment insurance during COVID, the most money blown on homelessness, the money blown on high-speed rail. That didn't come up in the discussion in South Carolina. I'm not even done. I can go on for like 12 more issues. None of that's discussed. Instead, he talks about book burning and interracial marriage in the 1960s. And they were laughing at a flood of it. Woke up one morning, I'm thinking, maybe that gummy you gave me.
It would have been long gone.
I might have taken root in my brain, and now I'm experiencing an altered universe that's not really happening. And somehow you're both in it.
I think you got it.
Newsom, this is what I woke up to this morning. Newsom to devote $101 million to rebuilding the Palisades, except it's low-income housing for residents. And I was touching on this yesterday, talking with Rick Caruso on the air about it, and now I saw this and I go, I'm right. I figured it out a day early, but I'm right. There's 7,000 homes that have burned down in the Palisades. There's about 100 permits that have been approved. In Altadena, there's 7,000 plus homes, 100 permits. There's also another, 1,000, 2,000 homes burned in the Malibu, adjacent areas. It's hardly any permits. Now, after 6 months, they would have figured it out. They didn't. Okay. So, I've given up that nobody in the media is going to ask these questions. Nobody in politics is going to address these issues publicly. So, I would use your own brains here. You have thousands of city workers. Thousands. And they're permitting 100 homes in the Palisades. Why would this be? Are they that incompetent? That lazy? That stupid? Or do none of them care? Does Karen Bass not care? And she has said, hey, don't worry about it. Don't bother. Because here's the second piece of the puzzle. There's 2 pieces to this. 3. First piece is Bass doesn't care. So she's not bothering anybody to process the permits, or she's told them slow walk. And you're saying why? Well, piece number 2. Scott Wiener has been pushing hard. Senate Bill 79. You gotta look this up. There'd be a lot of suburban neighborhoods. Local zoning will be gone, overruled. The state, Scott Wiener, wants to get rid of local zoning so that if you, your neighbor, sells your lot to a developer, the developer can build an apartment building for low-income or homeless people. Right in the middle of your beautiful little residential neighborhood. You don't believe me? Go look it up. Senate Bill 79. Go read it. It's on CaliforniaBlood.com. He tried this a couple of years ago and got beat back. He's trying again. That's puzzle piece number 2. Puzzle piece number 3, the Gavin Newsom story. $101 million to build affordable housing in Pasadena, in Altadena and in the Palisades. Affordable housing in the Palisades. There's worth no affordable housing. There's no need for it there. They were told by everyone, we're going to rebuild the Palisades exactly the way it was. But that's not on the religious agenda of these fanatics. Like Wiener and Newsom and Bass, they want to force affordable housing into affluent neighborhoods. So the people with the multi-billion-dollar homes in the Palisades, you're being told to suck on it. You don't get to rebuild the Palisades the way it used to be. Newsom is already mainlining money to developers who have probably bribed him and bribed the legislature to start building affordable housing for the poor. The whole town is going to be that. Because Bass is busy frustrating everyone. You can't build permits. You can't get permits to rebuild. So, and you can't get your insurance money. So if you can't get your insurance money and you can't get rebuilding permits, eventually you're going to say, how the hell with it?
Now, where are they supposed to go?
They're going to disperse. There's no more Palisades. Palisades will be taken over by developers who are going to get these sweet deals, like Newsom throwing $100 million around. And there you go. Apartment buildings everywhere, filled with poor people and homeless people, because why shouldn't they have a beautiful view of the Palisades like the wealthy people have enjoyed all these years? You're wealthy, you're white, you're screwed. Bass and Newsom hate you. Scott Litter hates you.
But isn't Newsom wealthy and white?
Yeah, he is. And he mysteriously has a $9 million home on a $200,000 salary. Katie Grimes wrote another piece about that in the California Globe. It's really complicated, but there's some kind of shenanigans going on with LLCs, shell companies that own his home, passed his home from one entity to the other. Something's going on with the way he bought his home. I'd love to explain it on the air, but it's intentionally complicated. I don't know how to do it. It doesn't make any sense that you bother to listen. But we'll figure this out. Let me just tell you this. If you're in the Palisades, you're in Malibu, you're in Altadena. Altadena is much more middle class. Doesn't matter. They don't care about the middle class either. Otherwise, gas would be $5 a gallon. What they want is get money from developers. The insurance system is all corrupt, so you're not getting insurance money anytime soon. You're not getting permits. Give up, sell to the developers. They're going to build affordable housing for the poor and homeless people, and that satisfies their religious belief that we should not have people living comfortably in this society. It's your basic socialism, communism, religious belief. And that is Bass, Wiener, and Newsom. That's what you voted for. And now here comes a once-in-a-lifetime, once-in-a-century opportunity for Bass, Newsom, and Wiener to implement their dream. They're not going to let Palisades and Altadena get away from them. They're going to put up these ugly Soviet-style housing blocks, apartment towers. And screw you if you used to have a beautiful Palisades. You're not going to get a permit. Go sue them. It'll take you 10 years. You'll have a heart attack. You're not going to get money from the insurance company anytime soon. You're not going to get a permit. You're not going to get a judge to help you out. You're not going to get anything. You're going to sell to a developer, do some Bass and Wiener win. You lose. You voted for them. That's what's happening. No other explanation for why the permits are so slow. As bad as I think of them, I don't think they're that stupid. I don't think they're that lazy. I don't think they're that dumb. I think this is done on purpose. What else can it be? Deborah Mark, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Here's the latest. One person has been killed in the attack in Arizona. Others have been injured. Elon Musk's AI company has gotten some grief on posts made by its chatbot. We'll have more at the top of the hour. We're going to go to the 2:15 next.
If you're counting on your 401k to build wealth or fund a comfortable retirement, time for a reality check. And here's the truth. 401ks weren't built to make you rich. They were designed to shift risk from corporations to you, leaving your savings exposed to crashes, inflation, and uncertainty. And Americans have decided they're going to reclaim control with real assets like gold. Noble Gold Investments have helped thousands protect their future, converting part of their retirement savings into physical gold, so they can stop stressing about the market and start sleeping better at night. Talk to Noble Gold today and learn how safe and easy it is to roll over your 401k into a tax-advantaged gold IRA without penalties or headaches. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com and grab your free wealth protection kit, including a step-by-step guide to get started. That's noteworthgoldinvestments.com. It's time to move your money out of the danger zone and into something real.
We're going to the 215 in San Bernardino.
Just outside of the 215 at Baseline, it's a big rig fire that has 3 right-hand lanes blocked. The Baseline on-ramp to the South 215, that's also shut down. The South 215, you're slow from the 210 down the Baseline. Heading the other direction on the 215 northbound side, right at Alessandro, is an accident involving a government bus. Everything on the right-hand shoulder. PHP says there are U.S. Marines on board that bus, so they better get this accident cleared. Meantime, North 215, you're slow from Cactus Avenue to Central Avenue. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Mike Morris.
You've got an app for your music, but what about your favorite morning show, sports team, or live local news and weather? There's an app for all that too. iHeartRadio. Download the #1 app for radio. The free iHeartRadio app.
We are the Mondays, we need to see. We are the morning concerts of the We are the Mondays. We're 5 and 19 on the Mondays. Always singing on key.
You love your kids enough to take them to see their favorite band. Love them enough to make sure they're buckled up in the back seat. Show me love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's iHeartRadio podcast preview.
A New York Times headline caught my eye. It read as follows: The psychedelic revolution is coming. Psychiatry may never be the same.
Psychedelics are everywhere.
Could psychedelics soon be the new Prozac? Investors want the most important ideal of the year because people believe in psychedelics.
Depression, anxiety.
So many desperate specialists coming to us for help as medicine that can make us all better. But there's a dark side. So, what is this?
Right. I just want people to see what I see.
What do you see?
I see cover-ups and I see the possibility that a lot of people get hurt and get really deeply hurt.
I'm Io to Live Right, and this is Cover Story from New York Magazine. Season 1, Power Trip.
Power is seductive. We are humans, and humans like being seduced.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Search and rescue operations still underway after catastrophic flash flooding swept through Ruidoso, Mexico, killing 3 people, including 2 kids, and destroying homes and vehicles. It hit fast Tuesday, and floodwaters surged over 20 feet within minutes. Ruidoso also sits in a corridor known to meteorologists as Flash Flood Alley. That's also around the site of the deadly Texas flooding at Camp Liston. And it's not over yet. The flooding threat continues in central Texas into tomorrow. By Thursday and Friday, the summer swelter will roll on with temperatures well into triple digits in Kansas City, Omaha, Dallas, Houston, Jacksonville, Montgomery, and Atlanta. High temperatures from the California valleys to New Mexico may enter the low 100s. The deserts of Arizona and California are under an extreme heat warning, and the Northeast should see the mini heat wave end as the front swings into the area with some scattered showers. But a large section of the Pacific Northwest is still under a red flag thunder warning. That's your national forecast. I'm Monica Nelson.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio: Vizio TVs. iHeartRadio is coming into your living room on your Vizio TV. Check your TV remote for the iHeartRadio button for one-click access, or visit the Vizio SmartCast app store and make sure you log in with your iHeartRadio account so all your favorites are there and ready for you instantly. All your music, radio stations, and favorite podcasts available for you on the biggest screen in your home. iHeartRadio and Vizio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio.
The world needs more heroes, more action-oriented do-gooders, more Here's how I can help right-hand side kids. The world of sarcoma is no different. You're thinking, what is sarcoma? We're glad you're listening. Sarcoma is a rare cancer of the body's soft tissue and bone. And this cancer affects tens of thousands of Americans yearly. The Sarcoma Foundation of America partners with like-minded heroes to advocate for sarcoma patients through funded research and widespread awareness efforts. Learn how you can join forces at curesarcoma.org. Los Angeles has hundreds of locations.
Major closure at a major location in Southern California. You wouldn't think it for the summer that this thing would close, but it's going to. They've already said it. I know. I'll tell you what it is today on the Comic Show.
John Koval Show, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and Mark Thompson for comedy just moments. Of course, after 4 o'clock on the iHeart app, you can get the podcast John Koval Show on demand. Tomorrow we're going to have Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, the National Institute of Health Director. Same job that Anthony Fauci used to have. And Dr. Bhattacharya was very much critical of the COVID policies during the early years of the outbreak. And he was suppressed online, on Twitter, Facebook, and criticized heavily and censored. And now he's running the NIH. Turned out a lot of the things he said turned out to be correct. So we'll have Dr. Jay Bhattacharya coming on tomorrow.
Very strong
1 o'clock. Right at, well, you got to credit Ray Lopez.
Yeah,
Ray does all.
Ray does a lot of heavy lifts when it comes to.
I am just the talking monkey.
But what a monkey you are.
Yeah.
You are ours.
Want to see one of my tricks?
I love your theory about the slowness of the permitting process.
Doesn't it make sense?
Well, it's a diabolical sort of thing, but yeah, I suppose it does.
I'm thinking, if you have a deep enough political, philosophical religion that you're invested in, they've been talking endlessly about income inequality and evils of the wealthy, and why should they have the balance themselves? Why not give it over to everybody else? Now you can force it by government.
You had the great statistic, this might have been 6 weeks ago that I heard on your show. You asked how many affordable housing units are there in homes, Palisades. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Do you remember the answer?
No.
Two.
I knew it was pretty good.
Yeah. And your point was, hey, it's because that's an expensive neighborhood to live in. I mean, what am I supposed to do?
I don't know. I didn't have this as a kid, right? I lived in lower middle class, I told you this. And yeah, there's a factory worker, and occasionally on a Sunday after church, he would take us to go see where the rich people live. Oh, let's go see where big shots live. That's what he'd say.
Wow.
So we went to Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, where Richard Nixon lived. I used to see Richard Nixon's house like twice a year. Back when he was president.
Wow.
We'd go past his house. There's my dad. Well, let's see where big shots.
He just liked to look at all these.
But he admired it. He wasn't angry or resentful.
Well, it worked on you, didn't it? And he said, "I'm going to live on those places someday."
I like Nixon's house here. I'm going to get one of those.
I'll make an offer.
But I mean, that was the attitude, especially that immigrant population in that era. It's like, well, that's cool. I'm like, maybe I can't get that, but maybe my kids can get that.
Yeah.
And now everything is resentment.
I mean, the problem for us now is that we've just swelled from a population standpoint too. There's no place to put everybody, and they're looking for affordable places to put so many people. There are a lot of societal things that are washing together to sort of enable what you're talking about.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah. Well, we're not adjusting to the changing world.
Right.
We're living in an age where one guy in a garage could build Amazon and make hundreds of millions of dollars, and everybody gets upset with it. It's like, so how much stuff did you buy on Amazon this year? I mean, they all had 27 orders.
Yeah. Look.
Okay.
Well, yeah. What's the problem?
What's he supposed to do? Not take your money? You're sending him your money, so he's taking it. He's buying a yacht and marrying Lauren Sanchez. And what are you doing?
So Merry Christmas. Clean out your garage and get to work. All right, so we've got a big show, John. Follow up on the big burglary. Alex Stone's going to join us. Maybe see the Joe Burrow burglar. He's playing a professional football game. Meantime, he's getting his stuff stolen and jacked. So Alex will be here to talk about that. Can Donald Trump really take over New York City and Washington, D.C.? We'll cover that among other things today.
And LA will be next.
Yeah, well, LA maybe first. Anyway, it's a big show, John.
It's going to be an exciting year. Rolling the gun. We've got Michael Persia with the news. Thompson in for Conway next. KFI AM 640.
KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk.
Chill out. Here's how. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. It's trying to help people stay cool during this heat wave.
The temps in the 90s cooling centers across the city are now open. Los Angeles has hundreds of locations for relief, including recreation parks, facilities, pools, and library branches. You can sign up for heat and weather alerts at notifyla.org. Meanwhile, LADWP announced it's offering rebates of up to $275 on air conditioners through its Cool LA initiative for income-qualified customers. Tammy Trujillo, AFI News.
This report brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. LA's Metro new board chair has taken the gavel in a special ceremony. New York City Councilman Fernando Dutra says the transit agency has many capital projects underway and they need to be delivered on budget, on time.
Because to me, that's the foundation of public trust that we need to build. Standard our riders respect, and the principle I've carried throughout my entire career. It's the only way we meet the needs of a growing, diverse region.
Metro is currently extending its D-line. That runs from downtown LA to Koreatown and will soon connect all the way to the west side. It's also developing a foothills extension to Pomona and a new southeast gateway line to cities like Downey and Artesia. K-9 teams for the LA County Fire Department are in Texas.
The teams are tasked with helping in the search and recovery efforts of the deadly floods that have killed more than 100 people. California has already sent 27 teams to Texas, and now this deployment to assist in the largest search and recovery effort in Texas history. The flooding occurred over the 4th of July weekend in central Texas, included in the number of those 27 campers and counselors from the Christian Girls Camp. Jim Rope, KFI News.
One person's being killed, 2 others hurt in a bee attack in Arizona. Scottsdale Fire Deputy Chief Andy McDonald says men working on the roof of an independent living center Monday when they were stoned.
They were able to get down off of a lift that they were working on, and some other workers helped them to get inside, but they were stung multiple times by bees.
The expert says moving swarms of bees generally don't pose a danger to humans, but getting too close to an active hive does. President Trump has publicly expressed his irritation with Russian President Putin. Trump has wanted to negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine using his relationship with the Russian leader, but says it's becoming less and less likely.
Very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
Trump's efforts to broker peace deal have come up short as Russia steps up its attacks on Ukraine. And the artificial intelligence chatbot known as Grok has had many of its posts deleted after making derogatory, anti-Semitic, Nazi-like remarks. ABC's Mike Dubusky says Grok's a product of X, Elon Musk's social media platform.
Grok called itself Mecha Hitler and praised the Nazi leader. XAI, the artificial intelligence firm that created Grok, said it's working to remove the inappropriate posts. It comes after the company made an update to Grok over the weekend that has since been rolled back. CEO Elon Musk last month said the company is working to make the chatbot more politically incorrect.
CEO Linda Yaccarino announced she's stepping down from her position, but didn't mention the controversy in Grok. Southwest weather from KFI Public Cloudy overnight, lows above 50 degrees, clearing up tomorrow and a little hotter, another degree or 2, highs above 80 at the beaches, 90 in up Metro LA, Orange County, around 115 further out Palm Springs, Inland Empire area, mid-90s in the valley. Maybe 105 in the Angelo Valley, about 5 degrees cooler Friday, and then a little cooler for the weekend. Right now, 72 in Laguna Beach, 84 in Orange, 90 in West Covina, 95 in Thousand Oaks. KFI Financial Report, Dow was up 218 today, NASDAQ was up 193, S&P was up 38. There's a crash in commerce.
On the northbound side of the 510 and a freeway just past Garfield Avenue, this 3 vehicle collisions in the left-hand lane came back up to Paramount Boulevard on the way from Norwalk County. On to Mid-City, 10 westbound right at Alameda. A car and an SUV got together. This crash is clearing from the center divider area. West of 10, you're slow from the East LA interchange to the 110, the downtown slot as well. 134 westbound transition to the 2 southbound. It's a tire in lanes of this connector road. A Tesla that lost that tire, you'll find that EV in the center divider area. 405 northbound just beyond Bolsa Chica Road in Orange County. An accident involving a car and a motorcycle. and shoulder. 405 northbound from Orange County results of the 5, Toro wide up to Brookers, and then again from Westminster Avenue up to the 22. 105 eastbound just before Crenshaw is installed big rig that brings blocking from the middle lane with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Mike Morris.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas. Home Arena, September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com.
Escape to poolside paradise at MGM Resorts in Las Vegas. Sip on a refreshing cocktail, lounge in a luxury cabana, earn a non-stop fun with MGM Rewards. Book a sizzling summer escape today. Visit MGMRewards.com for details.
You wanted to be a teacher when you were little, but you grew up and things changed. Well, it's time to put it back on your list. Innovative things are happening in teaching today, and you can be a part.
Make more. Teach. Visit teach.org. Brought to you by Teach and the Ad Council.
The journey on the path to spiritual enlightenment is personal. And as you'll hear on the Restream podcast, it can also be deadly. Join filmmaker Caroline Slaughter on the podcast as she uncovers the disappearances and deaths that have befallen Westerners who have taken a spiritual pilgrimage to India.
Don't go to India because this is a Venus flytrap for your vulnerability.
Listen to Astray on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
President Trump's pick to head NOAA, which includes the National Weather Service, says the fatal flooding in Texas should be a wake-up call. Neil Jacobs says, if confirmed, he'll make upgrades to weather forecasting.
I'd also love to advance and modernize No Weather Radio. No Weather Radio saved my life in 1996.
He told senators on Capitol Hill that on a camping trip, his NOAA Weather Radio issued an alert and he got people out of a campsite that was destroyed. Jacobs also promised that if confirmed, staffing at local weather service offices will be a priority. Pope Leo is once again offering to host peace talks between Russia and Ukraine at the Vatican. He met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Italy Wednesday. The Vatican says the pontiff and Ukrainian leader discussed the importance of dialogue as the preferred means of ending hostilities. The Pope also expressed his sorrow for the victims of the war. Russia previously rejected Pope Leo's offer to host those negotiations. That's politics. I'm Brad C.
Number 1 on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mark Thompson here for Tim Conway Jr. We will get right into it. Lots going on today, and we will pack it all in. First up, we like to check in with ABC's Alex Stone. He's always on something interesting. He's always on something relevant. He's always on something. You can, well, I didn't mean it that way. No, he's on. No, he's a little clear-headed, but always on the story. Alex, it was long ago in a galaxy far away that the burglary of an Ohio home involved quarterback Joe Burrow from the Cincinnati Bengals. Where was he during that time?
Yes, he was on the road in Dallas, and there's been so many burglaries since then. You think it's almost daily in the LA area with all the celebrities and Brad Pitt about a week and a half ago and everybody else. And the Pacific Northwest, Richard Sherman and a number of Mariners, and as in the baseball team, not people out on boats, and Kelsey and Mahomes on Kansas City's side. So, I mean, it's been all over, but we are hearing now for the first time from Joe Burrow in his own words, talking about the burglary last year, and cameras were with him as it was unfolding for season 2 of the Netflix show Quarterback. Season 1 was super popular, and then they came out with Receiver. Now they're back with season 2. Mostly different quarterbacks that they're documenting, but they were with them as this whole thing was going down and the impact that it had on them. And in Quarterback, he talks about how, your home, no matter how rich you are, your home is your sanctuary, that you really feel like that some innocence has been taken away when somebody has been in your home, in your car as well, but really in your home, and that it just doesn't feel the same, and that was ripped away from him. And he said this.
Life is very public, and it comes with the job, but there's certain parts of your life that are like yours. Your house is one of those.
Yeah, and his girlfriend was at home at the time. Her mom was one who made the 911 call.
I'm going to try to break into the house right now. My daughter is there. Did we
So Cormac talked about that moment. He was mic'd up through all of this as he learned about it, and they were on the road in Dallas, which is kind of the normal MO, that the bad guys know that they're away, that they're live on television, and that their home is going to be mostly empty. If many of them, somebody's been home, and the Pacific Northwest ones, and quite a few of them, a wife or girlfriend or children have been there as the rings have come in. But he walked into the locker room after a win and was told his home had been burglarized, and they kind of put all that together in something like this.
I walked into the locker room, pumped, tired about the win, and then
Here's some breaking news. Somebody tried to break into Joe Burrow's house.
we'll see if I end up moving or not. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I just, now everybody knows, the whole world knows where I live now.
That he was immediately thinking about moving. So 3 members of one of the South American theft rings, they were tracked down by police. They were pulled over. One of them wearing a Bengals beanie when they were pulled over. They had posed for photos with a lot of the $300,000 worth of stuff that they allegedly stole. They're under arrest. There is word that they are working on a plea deal right now. But the one change that this made for Burrow, shows you how much money he's got, is that he decided not to spend $3 million on a exact working replica of the Batmobile because of this. That he was very showy. I mean, it was every bit the Batmobile he would have been driving around.
I didn't end up getting the Batmobile because, I just had other things I wanted to deal with at that point.
Not many of us can say, you know what, I decided not to get the Batmobile. But, so anyway, he talked about that it really impacted his life. And there are a lot of other celebrities and athletes out there. I mean, it's almost a daily thing now. I think in LA, a lot of them do come back to these South American, what we call tourist burglary rings, where they fly in and fly out on Nesta visas. The visa is called Nesta. That is easy to get. And Chile is one unique part of that because of the lack of background checks. And they are the one country that in a deal with the U.S., the Biden administration and the last word the Trump administration had not closed that loophole where they can easily come in and victimize and then leave. Not all of them have been that. In the Pacific Northwest, Richard Sherman one, and some of the others, that was a low pool of young men. They were busted up there, but there have been others, even since their arrests going on. So the South American theft rings may be up there too. But yeah, they're operating in Southern California, nonstop in Orange County, in LA, and Ventura County. But they're everywhere, including Ohio.
That's wild. Just that you mentioned as an aside that the new administration, now 6 months in or whatever, hasn't closed that loophole on immigration. I mean, that one area that they seem to be focused on in a big way is immigration, and I'm surprised that loophole exists, especially given this.
I heard of it being closed, but D.A. Spitzer in Orange County, a number of lawmakers have said, look, this is something that needs to be taken care of because this is why all of these theft rings are operating out of Chile. It wasn't that long ago, maybe 6 months ago, a year ago, that essentially a car rental business in Santa Clarita was shut down, where these members of these rings would land and then go there to get a high-end car that was given to them. It would be a Beamer or a Mercedes or an Aston Martin, something that would fit in with these neighborhoods that they're going to go into and victimize, so they wouldn't stand out. And then they would return that. There's a whole fencing operation. They hand over the goods. They get paid for that amount, and then they go back to Chile. Now,
the numbers on how much all of the stuff that they got was worth, or roughly,
when it came to Burrow, around 300 per year.
Yeah,
and that's probably to him not a ton of money.
Well, he said, that it's insured,
Yeah, but a lot of it was symbolic rings and different things that he had won over the years. But this was more about people making it his house.
Of course. And as you sort of suggest, the machine involves, they know the athletes away, they know pretty much across the board where all of these athletes are going to be, how close they are, home game or away game. And unless there's some sort of special provision made for protecting the house, it's wide open for that.
It's typically wide open. Now, the caveat to that is in LA, the LAPD has told us over and over again that because LA is such a target-rich environment, they're not always sure that the same thing is going on in LA, that it seems a little more random and just by the numbers game, that if you're hitting $15 million homes, that they're probably celebrities or athletes. And some of them may be specifically targeted, but they're more targeting the high-end neighborhood and the homes that are in the neighborhood. But if you're in the Kansas City area or in the Cincinnati area, you know where you're going after because it's not like LA where the homes are absolutely everywhere. But again, and we talked about it, and Jennifer Aniston had her incident with the stalker. That we've had a number of LAPD detectives tell us, yeah, they're not going to say it officially, but behind the scenes that all of these celebrities and athletes need to have police level security at home, whether they're there or not, because no matter where you live, local police aren't going to be there instantaneously when you call 911. If you're there and your life is in danger, or you want them to stop somebody from getting in, then you got to have a team, and she did. And that may have saved Jennifer Aniston's life potentially had that guy gotten in who was trying to get into her a number of weeks ago. That her team, that they weren't just some security guards sitting in line in the car. These were guys who are trained law enforcement with the weapons and with the tactics and cameras and everything else. They jumped into action and stopped that guy and held him until the LAPD got there. So more and more of these athletes, whether it's somebody with a lot of money
Let
or
us
is
now
a sports star,
return to
is a celebrity that
the
is
heartland
not
of
possible
Babylonia,
to have high-level security 24 hours a day, and it's
for
imposing to have
the
people
immediate
always there
post-Talmudic period, which is
that
associated with
police
the
actors
leaders of the academies
Yeah, I guess it's in
the
the spirit.
term
Let's just pour this
Gahon
stuff
is
until it's
derived
worth
from the
whatever
Hebrew
money is
Gahava,
involved.
which
Alex,
means
love talking to you.
pride.
Thank you, sir.
It also means arrogance,
Alex Stone from
the
ABC
way in which
News.
it's used, like
When
to
we
say,
come back,
this was a
the
bad guy,
Epstein
but
files,
we say
the
they're very
saga
arrogant person.
continues
But
or
in this
does it?
context, it means like the pride
The
and joy.
conclusion seems to be nothing to
Here's
see
a great
here.
map
We're
from the
moving
Barnaby
on.
Atlas that shows
We're done with
the
this.
influence of the
If
Galilean
that's
on
correct.
Baghdad. You see
Conway
on
Show,
the
Thompson
right
City,
there,
and
there's a
KFI AM
blue
640.
circle which
We're
has
live
Baghdad
everywhere
right
at the
at the
iHeartRadio
center.
app. Now
That's
to the
where
KFI 24
the
newsroom, and here's Mike.
centers of Talmudic learning shifted during the Islamic invasion and conquest of the region. They were located further south, sort of Haditha and so on, and Baghdad eventually became the major administrative center of the entire Islamic Empire, and also of the Galilean Empire, which mirrors today. What I really like about this particular map is it has the sort of like arrows that are reaching out in three directions from Baghdad, which gives you a sense of their relative cultural and intellectual influence, to a certain degree their political influence as well. But they also have that ground circle with Jerusalem at the center there. It represents the influence of the traditional center of Talmudic learning. There were, of course, two Talmuds written. One is Babylon, as obviously the Babylonian Talmud. The other one, not quite as obvious, written primarily in Tiberias, that's known as the Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes called the Palestinian Talmud, and the relative strength of the expositors of those two Talmuds, they definitely will work with each other and like communication with each other, began to change as we get past the Islamic conquest of the region. And Jerusalem definitely declines its authority, and Babylon, Baghdad in particular, ascends in authority. Now, but we should understand that all of this stuff is happening largely as a consequence of the Islamic expansion across the coast of North Africa, into Spain, further east all the way up to Pakistan and Bangladesh. There are a lot of political and economic reasons why the Galileans had such an assist in reaching these far-flung Jewish diasporas. First of all, we should understand that with the Muslim conquest, the Jews of Babylonia were no longer separated from the various diasporic communities by a political boundary. So they were really within one cultural orbit, one linguistic orbit, one economic orbit, and it was much more convenient and safe for them to travel back and forth.
Here to talk to you about
you no longer had the geopolitical conflict between, let's say, the Roman or the Byzantine Empire and the Persian Empire, putting them all under the Muslims really had a tremendous impact on the ability of Jews to communicate with each other, to engage in interregional trade and things like that. Another very important thing that happens is that there is a symbiosis that develops.
We're just not going to take it seriously. Is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays, Thursdays,
on the one hand, these much smaller communities outside of the traditional center are able to send requests for information, for clarification of Jewish law. These requests are called Hebrew She'elot, and the Onim, the leaders of the academies, in fact, that are able to send back responses, which are called in Hebrew Teshuvot. So in fact, there's a whole major genre of rabbinic literature called She'elot Teshuvot, questions and answers, or questions and responses, and sometimes in English this is known as the responsa literature, and so there is a symbiosis in the sense that these small communities are able to ask Baghdad for questions, clarifications, and with their requests they send funds to support the Academy's activity, and at the same time, besides providing intellectual and spiritual guidance for these communities,
She is immensely grateful Elon Musk entrusted her with the responsibility of protecting free speech, turning the company around and transforming. This isn't exactly a free speech. Around and transforming X into an everything app, by the way, none of which happened. No reason was given for the departure, but the exit has reportedly been in the works for over a week. Both Scott and I thought it was inevitable since the day she took the job that she was a CEO in name only, as I know, I guess. I think you shouldn't work for Elon Musk in this regard. I mean, he's in charge the whole time, and I think one of the things about working for him is it's his company at all times. They hired Don Lemon, which was a Lydia Green effort, and he was out when Elon didn't like an interview. All these claims of free speech, of course, are ridiculous. They're forcing advertisers to advertise there, using threat of lawsuits, and also the platform with a bunch of really heinous people, and at the same time cutting people they don't like. So this isn't exactly a free speech platform. It's a free speech for Nazis. So good job, Linda. Tune in on Friday to hear me and Scott's full discussion about the exit. We're going to enjoy this one. It's a free speech.
Also, in terms of the way Jews talk about their own language, the Arabs regarded Arabic as a holy language, as a language that had phenomenal aesthetic appeal, both in terms of its structure, its grammar, its vocabulary, and its calligraphy. And Jews had a similar kind of cosmic feeling about Hebrew. And so this idea of, and of course, Hebrew and Arabic are very closely related languages, so there was a lot of cultural give and take there of the approach of Arabic as important. Most Jews began, of course, writing in Arabic with Hebrew letters at this time. This was called Judeo-Arabic, and it was a very widely used language among Jews. Another important element that's going on at this time is the very significant shift towards urbanization. Up until this point, Jews have largely been, like most people, very rural. The majority of their economy was associated with agriculture, and although there were always elites who were active in culture and commerce and so on in these small cities at the time, it was during the period of the Islamic invasion and conquest that Jews really began to shift towards a more urban economy. The shift towards trade, crafts, skills, things like that was very prominent in the 7th to 10th centuries in particular. One of the reasons for this is the way in which Muslims taxed the Jewish population in particular, and the general tax. Jews were, of course, required to pay the full tax, that is, on the individual head tax, called jizya. We spoke about that a few minutes ago. And by the way, another aspect of the consolidation of the entire region was that if you had your receipts that indicated you were paid your full tax, you had much more freedom of movement across the region. You could go to someplace where people didn't know you, and you could produce your receipts if necessary. You would have less difficulty with the local authorities. But they had another tax called the haraj, which was a collective land that was based on individual units of farmland. And the challenge of the haraj was that it was applied based on territory rather than population. So if you had 100 people living in a particular area and farming a particular section of real estate, and let's say 20 people left that area, that meant that 80 people had to carry the third tax, and that's carried by 100 people. And if another 20 people left, then 60 people had to manage that same tax burden. So it was kind of like an acceleration effect where these villages began emptying of populations, especially for Jews who saw the cities as a much more amenable and living and a lighter tax rate. It also has lots of other benefits for Jews. Jews have to engage with various people. They need to walk to synagogue, they need to walk to have a ritual bath, and eat in restaurants, and things like this. So it kind of fit with their cultural values. This is Professor Marina Rothschild, very important scholar of Chinese, which we'll speak about in another lecture. And she presented in one essay a brilliant analysis of the
Welcome. Absolutely. How you living, pimp? Yeah, I went outside, touched grass for a little bit. How about you? What's good in your neck of the woods? What's good in your neck of the woods? What kind of appointment? Did you go? How'd it go? Was it successful? All right. Very well. What's on your agenda for the rest of the week? Very well. Remind me what you do again? Oh, very cool. For the military or? Oh, very cool. Well, that's an interesting job. What do you think of the Humvee? Right. Isn't that not being a daily driver for like a vet? Right. Right. Don't they break down a lot? Wow. All right. Well, that keeps you employed, right? Very well. What are your hobbies? What kind of art do you like? Okay, what kind of classical art do you like? Okay, what are your favorite facts about the Mona Lisa? Isn't she just sitting? Very well. Hey, would you remind me, how'd you find out about me? That's right. All right, very well. Did you see Aiden Rush streaming last night? Right, I saw that too. What's he like? Let me see what he's doing. What's good on his? I got it. Pre-London celebration. He's just chilling. Do you want to know what percentage of his stream are bots? Just one moment. If you go to the website botted.wtf, it'll tell you everybody on Kick. All right, his botting percentage approximately. He has like 55,000 bots. So he's got 57,000 people watching him. There are like 2,000 unique chatters. So he's got a lot of. Yeah, I would say, like, if you ever watch his streams, Dollars to Donuts, like every single time he will have 57,000 people watching him. Like, what are the odds of that? It's just not possible. If you'd have like 30,000 sometimes and 70,000 sometimes. Nope, every time it's 57,000. Oh yeah, Kick is the perhaps one of the most, if not the most, botted platform on the internet. It's incredible. So he's right now number 2. I mean, the Westcall, Westcol, they bought even more. They have 0.4% engagement rate, which is like, it's absolutely terrible. It's like, that means like 200% of the people watching their stream are lurkers, which is just not realistic. Of Aiden Ross's stream, he has a 3.8% engagement rate, which is very low. Like, if you have people watching you, maybe 1 out of 2, 1 out of 3, 1 out of 4 is going to be chatting. Like, maybe 1 out of 5. Like, that's, if you had 1 out of 5 people chatting, that's realistic. But when it gets down to 1 in 35, like, no, that's not realistic. Then you're botting. That's why he has to bottom, because they're so boring. Yeah. I like when he does like collaborations, those are cool. Or he does um like he'll watch a fight or something. But if he's just gambling, that's boring as fuck. Okay, do you just not like gambling, or you have an issue or something? Oh, okay, I gotcha. Well, then I get that. Well, yeah, and as I've heard previously, Kick is not a streaming platform. Kick is a platform for its streamers to promote stake. So, like, if you ever get anybody who's a big streamer on Kick, they'll just throw credits at them and say, "Please stream on stake," and then they make money doing that. It's just to promote stake, which is right. So stake is the number one gambling platform in the world, and Kick loses money, but it gets more and more people to know about stake. And I don't know. I personally think that stake is pretty corrupt. Whenever I see anybody play on it, they always lose. Um, I mean, like, I can't tell you how many times I've just seen people sit there and click the button, click the button, click the button, and their balance just goes lower and lower and lower and lower. You can't just check out. You can't just like, oh, okay, I want to get my money right now. Oh, no, no, no. There's like a daily minimum you have to beat. And like, it's just like this garbage platform. It's not very fair to people, I feel. And they use this kind of marketing tactic that I don't feel that they should be able to use. I think they should be banned from a lot of platforms. So what they do, let's say you've got this really great clip of whatever, somebody doing a backflip. Well, what Stake will do is they'll take that clip, not give you any money. They'll put their advertising in the corner, and then they'll have that tweeted or posted on Instagram or something. So it's free advertising for them. And what these platforms normally should do, because they're not allowed a lot of times to promote gambling, is they should ban the account that's posting it. But they don't. They'll just put a warning on it. And so it's like, okay, whatever. They're going to put a warning on it. People are still going to see our shit. And it's just, to me, kind of immoral. But I get it. That's just how it works. It's not my cup of tea, though, as they say. And I would also say that the way, I mean, I'm not a fan of Kick, and here's why. I mean, I used to be, but I would stream on it. Okay, my history with Kick was this. People would tell me, hey, you stream everywhere. You're on Twitch and YouTube and Rumble and all these places. Why don't you do Kick? And I'm like, what's Kick? And they're like, oh, it's basically like Twitch. I'm like, all right. So I get on it. This is like 2.5 years ago. And it says in the corner, Kick beta. Now, normally when something's in beta, it means like, their shit's not working. That was 2.5 years ago. And it's still in beta. I mean, usually a company gets out of beta, but it's like their thing. So I started streaming on there, and I just was like a one person in this ocean of people, and I wouldn't get a lot of people watching me. So I stopped streaming on there. Then I went back 6 months later, and I started streaming. But they have this issue that, again, it's like you'll get 1 or 2 people watching you, and it's just not a lot of there aren't a lot of real people. Like I just told you, Aiden Ross has 55,000 bots right now, or at least 50,000. He always has between 50,000 and 60,000 people watching him whenever he's live, except if he does something with someone else. Like if he does a collaboration with like Donald Trump, he had like hundreds of thousands of people, or Drake, he'll get hundreds of thousands of people. But if it's if it's just a normal Aiden Ross stream, between 50 and 60,000 people every single time, just watch it. Well, anyway, I recognize that, look, when I stream, I want people to be able to watch my streams, not just today, not just yesterday, not just 2 weeks ago, but I want them to be able to watch them a month from now, 2 months from now, and that's not how Kick works. Kick only saves your streams for 1 month. And I understand it's expensive to make it like YouTube, but Rumble can do it, so I don't understand why Kick can't do it. So then I realized that, like, okay, if this is how it's going to be, I'm just going to create bots, and I'll just let everybody on Kick know who I am. And so for like 8 months, I just botted the fuck out of that website and just had spam bots, basically, so that everybody knows who I am. At least, I mean, like your big people. Amaranth knows who I am. Aiden Ross has been in my stream. Neon knows who I am. I've done interviews with Sam Bond and Ori, and like I have friends on there like Straight Savage. Like I bet I like became like really something else. He was fascinated that I live streamed my life, and I didn't really know who he was, so I think that kind of offended him. But I mean, there are a lot of people on the internet, and I focus on myself, so it's not like I'm not gonna fucking suck your dick. I don't know who you are, dude. And honestly, if you're not into gambling or like Twitch, like you wouldn't know who Aiden Ross is. He didn't really do anything newsworthy. until he did the Donald Trump interview, and even still, that was not that big. It's not like he's a pro athlete or he is an actor or anything like that. Like, he's a gamer, and like if you're not really into gaming, especially more than a year ago, you just wouldn't necessarily know who he was. But anyway, exactly. Perfect example. Guess what? If you're looking to play a pro sports game, 2K isn't the one to play. It's Madden. It's like it was niche. Like and I get that 2K is a big game, but it's not really. Like in comparison to Madden or some of the other, like, I don't know. It's like there are one there he was just like kind of a not really a blip on my radar. Well, anyway, he came into my Discord, or he I shouldn't say my Discord, into my YouTube stream, and he brought a bunch of people in, and then they're like, like, you're really live all the time. I'm like, yeah. You want to see my driver's license? They're like, yeah. I show them my driver's license. I'm like, you want to see my passport? They're like, yeah. Show 'em my passport. I'm like, I'm out there. My whole life is online. Like, you won't ever find someone as doxed as I am, perhaps. And they're like, show us your credit card. I'm like, fine. So I show them my debit card. I'm like, dude, I really, I'm like as out there as you can be. I mean, as you see, I'm always streaming, and so I think that kind of blew his mind. Like, wow, this person is really streaming all the time. So then I started streaming in his Discord, and I think we had this conversation. Perhaps we didn't, but like he used to have a lot of people in his Discord, and then they started cutting it off, like, and like making everything compartmentalized, and now no one's in there except I'm in there. Okay, so then what happened? So I created bots to just inundate everybody on Kick so that everybody knew about me. I did that until basically December 31st of last year. And then I thought, okay, I've spammed these people enough. Oh, and I also did an interview with one of their creators, Ori, and I showed them some things in the Kick sign up process that were errors. They were like buggy. They were glitches. And so took that video and um we sent it to Eddie Craven's, like, he saw it, and he and I became friends on Discord. So yeah, so Eddie and I are friends on Discord. So then I was like, okay, well, they're cool. They're like I'm gonna stop spamming them. And so I stopped spamming them for 6 months. Well, one of their creators came in here and was like, Rabbi, what you did wasn't that bad. I mean, it's not like you hacked our information. It's not like you made the site go down. You didn't do anything like that. You just literally just would create like bots that would follow you and spam and create clips. And like that's, while annoying, isn't that big of a deal. It's not like you punch someone on camera. It's not like you pull a gun on someone like they have people do, and they ban their accounts for like a month or something like that. So he's like, if they have people who pull guns on people and or shoot people on camera, they get their accounts back. So why don't you try to stream again? So I'm like, okay, well, it's not a bad idea. So I start streaming again, like, I don't know, within the last month. And I'm able to stream for 24 hours, and then they ban my account for ban evasion. So I connect with their um their customer support, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? They're like, you were banned because of ban evasion. I'm like, look, I get that, but it's been 6 months. I haven't done anything wrong. Like, how long am I banned? They're like, I'm like, okay, well, indefinitely isn't really specific. Does that mean like for my whole life? They're like, it means indefinitely. I'm like, I get that. I know what the word indefinitely means. Like, I'm not stupid. Does that mean it's a lifetime ban. They're like, it means indefinitely. I come back to them. Does that mean it's a lifetime ban? They say it's indefinitely. I come back to them. Does that mean it's a lifetime ban? They say, yeah, it's a lifetime ban. I said, okay, so you mean to tell me if Kick is still somehow a website in 50 years and I'm still alive in 50 years, in the year 2075, you guys will not let me stream anymore? And they're like, that's correct. And I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. This is just like their customer service team. I could reach out to Eddie and write him a really nice letter and be like, hey, dude, can you please let me back, yada, yada, yada. But I'm not doing that. The reason why is because Kick's never been my goal, because it doesn't save my streams. My thing is that you can go back to one of my days 3 years ago and know exactly what I did. But with Kick, you can't do that. And I'd like to create like a time capsule of human society. I don't like just this, get a whole bunch of bots and gamble online kind of mentality that they have on Kick. So what I did, I'm like, okay, fine. You want to ban me? That's great. I'm going to create more bots and I'm just going to keep doing my thing. If that's what you want to do, like basically you're telling me there is no road to peace with you. And if that's how it is, well, then that means war. And so what I did, I've created a Kick bot that has been very successful, actually. I just created it like 2 days ago. And instead of like, okay, do you have the Kick app right now? Oh, okay. Do you have the Kick? Okay, so you use the website. Okay, so let me see how I do this on the website. Okay, go to kick.com and let me know when you're on kick.com. Do you see at the very top there's like a little television with a play button? There's like a little television with a play button. Okay, click it. And then go to clips. Do you see it says live streams, categories, and then clips? All right. And then sort by recent. And then just start scrolling down and look for a red heart. Yeah, in the description. It should say YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and then my Discord link. Now keep scrolling. Because I created a bot. Keep scrolling. Yeah, exactly. And so this thing just works even when I'm touching grass or going to the bathroom or talking with you. It's working 24/7 and it's just creating clips. And what happens is it makes people be like, because a lot of times people don't clip smaller creators. And so it's just a free advertisement for me for like months. It'll stay on there. I get people on here. I'll be like, hey, how'd you find out about me? They're like, Kick. I'm like, oh, okay. I want Kick. And they're like a year and a half ago, you clipped my friend and it had a link to this Discord. And now we're here. I'm like, whoa. Basically, it just stays there. Even if they delete that account, which they occasionally do, the clip stays, which is very important because that means these things don't go away. So that's that to me is very powerful when I'm promoting myself. I mean, normally on a given day with the type of promotions that I do, I'll get 1 or 2 new people in here. But with this bot, I get 10 people a day, new people at least, new people who stay. I probably get like 15, I don't know, 13 to 15, but not everybody stays. Some people are at their maximum. Pardon me? The ones with whom I speak, yeah, they're very positive, and they're from all around the world. So they're from Turkey and India and Canada and Australia. And when I have a chance to speak with them, they're very positive. And a lot of, or Mexico or Spain. Um, and I have translators that I use. Like I have these automatic translators that allow me to be able to communicate with people in any language. So then when they see that I'm making the extra effort to be able to speak with them, they're usually really cool. I do get people in here who want to troll me back, which is fine. So like they'll wait till I'm asleep and they'll play like, like a soundboard or whatever, and that's fine. I mean, I understand people are going to do that, especially if I'm the one who clip them, but really very positive. Yeah, sometimes, which becomes entertaining to people, which I get, and that's my own fault. I mean, if I want to sleep for the longest period of time, all I have to do is just mute the computer, and then I'll never hear what they have to say, and I'll keep sleeping. But sometimes I forget to do that, and when I forget, then it's only occasionally that they awake me, but I kind of think it's funny. It's like, okay, you got me, that's cool. Um, but I can mute them or do whatever I need to do. But I live with other people. Yeah, they're from all over the world. So I would say that, well, we get people who move in and out a lot. I'm in like a college area, so we get people some who attend University of California, Irvine. Um, the people who generally like live on the floor with me, um, like one's like a taxi driver. He doesn't really pay attention. There's a couple that like a taxi driver from the Philippines. There's another guy who's like a at-home nurse from the Philippines. Um, they don't really. I don't stream out. I mean, I stream outside, but I don't generally stream my roommates because I just don't think that's very kind. Um, and so we all stick. We all kind of do our own thing. The biggest issue it's ever been, and it's really small. Like I've left phones in the bathroom because sometimes I'll like take the phone with me when I'm in the bathroom and like in the shower, and I'll sing in the shower or do something like that just to create content. And when I do something like that, they just have to knock on my door and give me my phone back. Aside from that, though, they've been very understanding. The people who own the house, they've just um, they didn't really know I did the live streaming thing. I mean, I showed them, but they're like from Iran, so they don't necessarily, it's not like a normal thing. It's not a normal thing for anyone, but especially someone coming from Iran. And I had fans who came and visited me, and yeah, and so I think that's when they realized, like, hey, this could be really big. Um, but we don't necessarily want our house becoming like a tourist attraction. So, at least if I have people who want to visit me, generally like before I would, and we'd go on picnics and like live stream it and all kinds of stuff like that. But generally, I've just been telling them recently, just, when I go viral, we'll do that. But just for the sake of my own housemates and such, just, watch from afar and enjoy. Um, but yeah, um, I haven't directly asked any of them to be on the stream. They've just kind of been on the stream intermittently. Um, so no, I do it myself. So when it comes to my YouTube streams, well, I should say, like, I do have some friends who are moderators in here, but they're not in here 24/7. It's not a big enough platform to for me to have 24/7 moderation. So they will like mute people or ban people, but I really ask them not to ban people as much as possible. Um, but yeah, I do have some moderators. I shouldn't say I don't have any, but they're generally people who know how I operate, which means like you can basically say whatever you want, but if you play loud sounds, I don't like that. Like if you're in here, like I get people who play chainsaws in here, and like that's super loud and super annoying, and nobody wants to hear that. But for the most part, people are pretty respectful. Now, in my YouTube streams, I don't have any moderators, so people can say whatever they want in there. And chances are, oh, I don't even know. I mean, on like in a given 12-hour segment, maybe a dozen or so. It's really hard to be seen on Twitch because there are so many people on Twitch, and I'm on like 20 different Twitch streams. So it's like 20 times 12 is 240. So it's like 240 people, but they're spread across a bunch of different platforms. That's the same as YouTube. Like I'm live right now. Yeah, so that's the big difficulty. That's why I push everybody to come to the Discord. Um, the issue arises where I've got like 12 different devices streaming me, or so 11 different devices streaming me, not including what you see me on in Discord and all those, but like just the different devices that I have. 33. Correct. Thank you. I mean, just like you can't even see, but I have one here. I have one here. I have one here. I have another two here. I have another one here. I have two more here, just in front of me, in that I can touch with my hand right now. Not including that one that you're seeing me on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 devices right here, and then right like behind me, I've got one, and then I've got another 5 right here. 6, 7. I've got like 7. I've got 7 here and 7 here, and I have another like 7 over there. I've got a ceiling one, yeah, and I've got some multiple streams. Now, you asked a really great question. Is it hard to keep track of the chat? Yeah, that's the most difficult thing. If I had all of the chats in some way that they could all connect to the same chat, I think it would be a lot easier. But the way that I stream, it's not like a normal streamer. So a normal streamer like looks and watches their chat. I feel that's a waste of time. So I'll have a bot going on that device that means that I can't see the chat. And that's again why exactly. And if you want to talk with me, I'd rather talk with people in person. They can say whatever they want to me. I used to let people chat in here. And the only reason why I don't is because I'll get one bad egg or bad apple or whatever you want to call them, and they will spam me with. I mean, this just happened one time, but when it happened, it was like I can't do this anymore. Oh, well, I would get people who would put all kinds of like mean stuff, like Nazi stuff and Hitler stuff, and I get that. If that's your thing, that's cool. That's not very mature, but I understand. But this one put a really gory GIF of someone circumcising themselves, and I was like, "Oh, I don't want that." It was very bloody, and they put it in literally every single uh, place they could put it in this Discord, which is like 500 different chats. So it took me like I don't know, almost an hour to get rid of them all, and then I realized, okay, we're not going to do that. I'm going to just close that, and then I did allow people to say whatever they want in a couple of chats, which was fine. But then I learned that like there are people who can be malicious, and what they'll do in order to get rid of people they don't like is they will go to someone's chat, they'll put their address, and then they'll go on another account and report it for doxing, and they'll take down your whole Discord. And so when I realized that people start to do that, I was just like, look, I'll let people in the future say whatever they want when I have 24/7 moderation, But as of right now, I don't have time, and I don't have the the um the ability to monitor like a bunch of different general chats just for people to come in and just spam shit. So basically, if people want to say anything, just come in here and say whatever you want. You can say it verbally. And if you want to type something, that's fine. Just go to my YouTube and type whatever you want. I don't I don't really care what people write in there. And um that's just kind of how I am. If I had the ability to have it all moderated, I would, but I don't I don't want to pay moderators to just basically sit here and do nothing. That's something that I can do. Um and then the only time that I really need them is when I'm asleep. And that's, usually people don't want to just sit in a Discord and just where there's nothing going on, and then while someone's sleeping, and then basically just wait until somebody posts something. Now there are moderation bots that are pretty good that I think I'll be able to utilize in the future. But again, if you have something to say to me, I do give people away. If you have something you want to say to me, I have two sections on the left side. One says like create support ticket. So if there's something that you need, your friend got banned, or you want to be able to do something, you can send it there or ask Rabbi anything. And that's really, I get a lot of people who ask me halakhic or Jewish law questions, or they'll ask me questions when I'm asleep, and I just don't have the ability to be able to wake to them, or they'll just, have some kind of information that I want to communicate to me, and they can do it that way. So there are ways that they can type to me if they want to. They can always send me a direct message too. I mean, my direct messages are open. Go for it. What do you mean? Oh, there's a long cord that's connected to a computer. Thank you. Yeah. Oh no, I have to keep them plugged in. It would drive me bonkers to go around and recharge them all the time. Yeah, so they're all on like either extension cords or some type of some way that I have to be able for them to transmit. And even then it gets annoying. Like just from app crashes. Like, okay, you may think like, well, my apps don't crash that often. If they do, it's like what, once maybe, like for any of your apps, maybe once every month or once every couple weeks or something like that. But you're not using the apps 24 hours a day. And then take that and say you got 33 different devices. So that means every day on average I might get two or three or four apps that crash that I have to just restart. Usually it's Discord, because Discord's so heavy. And then I've learned like the different platforms to use and what works better. I mean, there's some. It's taken some time to get this system set up. I would have like when I first started, I would just stream on YouTube. Well, that's great. But if you ever have your internet just cut out just for a second, just even for literally 1 second, that will end your YouTube stream 100%. YouTube does not have disconnect protect, and that causes a lot of issues. And not only that, they won't sometimes tell you that your stream ended. So you'll still think you're streaming, and it stopped streaming 6 hours ago. So I had to overcome that. So I used a platform that's known as Restream.io, which is really nice. They have really nice disconnection protection, and that means that, I mean, it doesn't happen often, but even if it does, just whatever, like my router just gets like a packet update or something from the ISP, and the internet cuts out for like maybe 5 seconds or something like that. It will this Restream.io make sure that the stream continues and nothing ever happens with it. So that's what I use. I mean, I'm live on like 33 different devices on 33 different platforms. including platforms of which you've never heard, including Africa TV, which you would think would be big in Africa, but it's actually big in South Korea. I'm live on Bilibili, which is like China's Google. I'm live on Trovo and DLive and YouNow and Vaughn.live and just like a bunch that you're just like, I've never heard of any of those. And I'm like, I know. I mean, that's just, there are a lot of different platforms on which you can be live. And I do my best to be as uncancelable as possible. So let's say even, I don't know, the head of the entire internet comes out and they're like, I don't like this Rabbi Rothschild. Let's get rid of all their shit. Okay, well, that's cool. It's going to take you years to get rid of my stuff because it's a lot of it is I don't even have tied to me. I don't even have my name in it. So I just live stream, but it's just on like a backup archive and it doesn't even have my name. So it's just being transmitted to the internet and people will find it decades from now, perhaps, and be like, oh, this was one of Rabbi's streams. Additionally, you'd have to have a coordinated effort to be able to take me down from all the different platforms. And then I create bots that promote me. So I'm very confident that it's not going to be that long until I perhaps go viral. The reason why I say that is the bots that I have are, I would say, like they do a lot of promotion for myself. So there's a platform, it's known as Blue Sky, that is like the Twitter, it's like the liberal Twitter. And so I've created bots that just inundate people on Blue Sky, and people talk about me all the time. At least once an hour, somebody will tweet about me or whatever you want to call it. And usually it's they laugh about what I write. So I like name the, so at first I started naming the bots like join Rabbi's Discord with my Discord link. And that was cool. But that would only get like one or two people a day tweeting about me. I'll call it tweeting, but it's like posting or whatever. Which is fine, one or two people. But then I started changing the names to just be really sexual. And that gets like 24 people a day tweeting about me, meaning like it's like a 24 times the amount of people. And so one of them is called Pussy Eating Until My Tongue is Raw and Mouth Gets Lockjaw Rabbi. Now, it's like, well, why would you name something that? Because people think it's funny and they take a screenshot of it and then they post it and then that stays on their timeline and it's a permanent advertisement that like, hey, I'm streaming, and it's got my Discord links in there and it's got like this thing that I post. Now I also put in there like the message that I put is very like it makes people laugh because it's just so like ridiculous. It says, attention, please read the attached World Peace Manifesto. I have this like whenever anybody hears the word manifesto, they like get like freaked out, which is what I want them to do. I want to get in their head. So I've got this like thing that's really nice. It just talks about what I do. And like, I like to talk about futurology a lot. So then I say, the biggest pimp of all time has been live streaming 24/7, 365 for 3+ years. Please join the Discord to discuss Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, MILFs, and more. Data equals Earth's #1 resource. Please share to be a trillionaire. When people get this, they don't know what to make of it because normally people are so serious online. But when I go in there and I'm like, let's talk about Santa Claus machines, and they're like, okay, what's that? And it's like, well, it's a replicator. It's basically a 3D printer, but instead of using plastic, it can use any element. So it can make whatever you want. It could make a dog. It could make a car. It could make a pen. It could make a jug of milk. Whatever you want it to be, it could do. And they think that's really cool. It's part of futurology. It's something that, while we haven't yet invented it, scientists have pondered that it's a possibility, and I like to talk about it. What about invisibility cloaks? People are like, you mean like in Harry Potter? I mean, precisely like in Harry Potter. Basically like a blanket that you can put over yourself that allows you to be invisible. Now there are different ways to think about this. There are some that make you like transparent, where you can walk through walls. Okay, that's cool. I don't. I. We can, but I mean generally just like one that it uses photocells, and the military's already developed these that allow you to basically take a. They currently have them with a shield, so it's a shield that you put in front of yourself, and you can't tell that there's like a shield in front of you. It basically mimics whatever's behind you. So yeah, sure, that's fine.
So we're talking to Russell Contreras from Axios, and this is so relevant to a lot of these legal actions that are taking place. The fact that there isn't a lot of ICE data out there, everything's being played close to the vest. And in California, that Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund is saying that they're planning to file a federal lawsuit, and they're going to accuse ICE of assaulting and unlawfully detaining a U.S. citizen. That was in front of that Home Depot in Hollywood. Can you speak to just the general legal push and response, or is ICE just shutting down to all of these different legal moves?
Writing on wrapped parchment, meaning if you learn as an adult, like in your 40s or 50s or something like that, then you have to like erase by rubbing all that stuff you learned as a child. But it never really goes away. Once you learn as a child, as an adolescent, it's stuck in your brain. It's very, very systemic, and you have to write on top of it, which is not ideal, but nevertheless you can do it. On the other hand, at least you don't fool yourself. Now, if you learn things when you're a child, then that is much better than writing on fresh minds and nice and fresh. High contrast. So, anyways, this is parchment. Here's a document. The other big development in the ancient world was papyrus, which gives you a plant product. The most famous place for producing papyrus is in Egypt, where they use lots of reeds along the Nile River. And as you can see, this Egyptian document holds color well. Very beautiful. In fact, it can be made into a book, unlike parchment, which works really well with scrolls. The papyrus can be cut up into square slices and then bound on one side into what's called a codex, or a this was actually
juicier, crispier, tastier.
Yo, dog, what is this? I don't know. No one knows what this.
What is it?
Let's see. Ooh. Oh, fuck.
Wider in the second, third century onward, many rabbinic Jews eschewed the use of the papyrus codex because it was so heavily associated with the Christian. It also has some technological weaknesses. Papyri tend to fray at the edges because it is a fibrous product, and so it tends to be a little bit more fragile in terms of codex. The next big invention, which is where we are on Babylonian period, paper had been around for several hundred years. The Chinese had developed it significantly, but it was only in the period of the Islamic conquest in the Middle East when the Babylonians began to see the great value of paper and to use it extensively. Paper is cheaper than papyrus. It can be locally produced. It's much more durable than papyrus,
Yeah, I
and of
mean,
course
it's a
paper lasted
kind of
for
tough
an extremely
argument
long
to
time.
work
And
up
so
stream
in
against. I mean,
the
it just
period
seems
of the
clearly the
Geonim,
case, but
the
and look,
rapid
it's our new
expansion of
situation
use
here in
of
Los Angeles,
paper as a mode of
and
communication
I guess to whatever
among
extent
Jews
there
across the
are
entire
legal ramifications and
in the
legal
Islamic
pushbacks,
world
maybe the community
represented
can
an opportunity for
carve
the
out
Geonim to really
protections,
accelerate
but in
their
the meantime,
influence. A lot more
it looks as though based on
correspondence
their
is
budget and
happening
all the
back
rest,
and
that
forth,
ICE agents will
both
be joined by
religious,
more ICE agents,
spiritual,
and there'll be
and also, of
more
course,
and more in the
economic
way
and
of
personal.
enforcement
A
and
lot more
deportations.
writings are being produced and are being copied out. Because, think about it. In order to produce a reasonable sized book, that might take 300 animals to create parchment. But with paper, it's way cheaper to produce these things and much more efficient to ship them off to various places. So this is a period of great expansion and consolidation of a unified viewpoint about how to interpret the Torah that we only really are able to capitalize on with the communication methods made possible by paper. At this moment, if you don't mind, I'm just going to take a personal meditation and think about how this affected my life. I'm not going to say it's good, but as a regular person. I have to say that when I was preparing this lecture, I had one of those flashes of momentary inspiration where I sensed in my own biography the great arc of history. I felt like I was riding a
There is more and more money flowing into the Department of Homeland Security, and there's more and more presence of that.
This is actually a photograph I took a few years ago of my son sitting on a rock property just outside my hometown in northern Canada. And this is a place where I, as a child, used to hike out to and sit and think about life at university and everything. And as you can see, I've labeled a couple of places. On the left, on the Abitibi River, is the paper mill that sustained this town. It was established at the beginning of the 20th century, and there was no one here at this point. This is actually totally removed part of northern Canada. But they took advantage of the old growth forest and the river network to create a paper mill that would serve the burgeoning interest of Greece and readers. A town gathered around this paper mill, which included my grandfather, Alex Stevenson, who had immigrated from Lithuania to avoid fighting the Japanese in the 1905 Russo-Japanese War, and thought he would make a living as a farmer. Unfortunately, the frozen permafrost of the area made this an unusually bad choice for the farmer. So after a few years of trying that, he said, well, that's it. I'm going to become a Yiddish Ashanta dealer, which means a clothing store owner. And he established, all right, Alex Stevenson, it's not a big relief building, it's a smaller one right back there, which was the ancestral home of his children, and father, who was the son of Michael mother and I, we live on a copper building. So just for a second here, about how the Babylonians expanded the use of paper to popularize the town. Paper just got more and more popular over the next thousands of years until my own life, in which the paper mill declined precipitously because
Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
So the demand for paper has dropped so much.
And I'm Maggie Freeling.
Father, Alex Shalom, understood in a very prescient way that the future in the Falls was looking dim because it was a single industry town. And so he ensured that I would be able to go to the big city, Toronto, where ultimately I would study Torah that was popularized by the government on pages, on paper. But now I work primarily with material, which is entirely digital. This is the engagement today. What we're doing in studying history right now is very, very far from paper. There's no way to actually capture this.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and visit now.
Technology transfer. very
Welcome to How
excited
We
to
Met Your Mother,
be
which I think we're calling With Him. My name is This is our new podcast.
realization
We watch
of
208
Jewish
episodes
history.
of How I Met Your Mother.
Okay,
I'm Josh Rabbi,
sorry
and
for
I've
that
been Mosby on the show for 9
tangent.
seasons.
Let's go back to
And I'm
what
thrilled
today.
to be joined by Craig
The
Thomas.
only, of course, are the
along with
leaders
Carter
of the
Hayes. Well, if you're a
academy
super
now
fan, we're
based
aiming
in
all series.
Baghdad. We
Theories,
actually know a
Easter
little
eggs
bit
slash
about them
pineapples,
because a
and
really
general
interesting
knowledge.
letter that was written by the heads of one of these academies. I love Sharira Gatlin. Gatlin is a surname, it's a type. And he is asked by one after, hey, can you explain to us, of course, he wrote much more formal language, how exactly did the Talmud come to be? And, what do we make of these kinds of conflicts? And how are we supposed to use it? So, and he writes a kind of a pamphlet length or small book length letter responding, explaining a lot about the evolution of the Talmud as a manuscript, and he goes beyond the period of the closure of Talmud, which would be around the year 500, to describe the next 500 years of Jewish history in Babylonia, which in particular describes the institution called the Gaonate and a sister institution called the Exarchy. Now, we have had opportunity these lectures to speak a little bit about the earlier period. At this point, we should really talk about
everybody has an opinion and a podcast. So join me for good night.
as the intellectual and spiritual leaders, not only of Baghdadi Jewry, but really of real Jewry at this time, and the exiles who are recognized by the Muslim authorities, as they were prior to this by the Persian authorities, the Sassanid Empire, and so on, as the de jure and de facto leaders of the Jewish minority. The term exilarch in Aramaic is Reshtaluta, and is actually a prayer that's recited for the position. Even today, there's a prayer in the Orthodox liturgy that's still recited today, even on Saturday mornings, for the health and welfare of the exilarch. The term, of course, exilarch means leader of the exile. But that's not to say that the Gehornim of the exilarch always saw eye to eye with the Gehornim, of course, the person who reached the height of being the leader of the academy had to be very proficient in Jewish law and had to be, a superior administrator and so on. Whereas the Exarch was a descendant of the house of David. That was very important. And there's a lot of politics involved in maintaining that particular position. So what you see frequently in the Talmud is kind of like the occasional moments of friction. There were exilarchs who were much more pious, much more learned, but it seems that they were the exception to the rule. And perhaps one of the clearest examples of this and the awkwardness that was created was regarding an exilarch named Restream. He was alive at the time of the Muslim conquest, and when the Persian king was defeated, the Muslim conqueror took some of his daughters, that is the Persian king's daughters, the princesses, took one of them for himself as a bride, and he gave the other one to the Jewish exile Restream married her, and they had a number of sons with her, who later went on to become Orthodox as well. And this created kind of an awkward moment because it doesn't sound like such an kosher type of wedding. I mean, first of all, she's not Jewish. Second of all, she's taken captive in war. Thirdly, it looks a little bit like a kind of shotgun marriage where the Muslim leader says, here, this is your wife. And so the rabbis, the only difficulty dealing with this particular situation. Ultimately, they found sort of like a lucky way to accept it. Specifically, we argue that although we don't know the details, but it's hard to believe that someone as important as the exile would not actually have his wife converted. It's just he must have converted to Judaism, and so that kind of like assuaged concerns. But there was always kind of like a lingering doubt. Now, Shira Gaon, for example, is very careful to point out that he says that even though I am also descended from exilarchs, I'm not from the Bustamite exilarch part of the family. It's kind of an arm's length relationship. So you frequently see conflict between the owner and the ex-wife of the first wife. In this context, we have to mention one of the most important things ever is very unusual creative
So,
figure
what is
named
the
Saadia
program? Is it the autism link associated with the MMR? That was the old MMR
He was a brilliant scholar. He wrote very effectively on Hebrew linguistics, he wrote commentary on the Torah. He engaged in very heavy polemic with Karaites, we will discuss it in just a moment. And he actually was not afraid of picking a fight over his interpretation of the Torah. And the significant element was a conflict he had with the leaders of Jerusalem who disagreed on something as important as the calendar, specifically when would Yom Kippur fall in a particular year. And like the Sadigal strongly argued for a different date at Jerusalem. Ultimately, he actually won that particular debate, and that really demonstrated the primacy of Babylonia over Jerusalem. He himself was not a Babylonian, he was from Egypt. In fact, one of the big surprises was when the exile actually appointed him to lead the Academy of Surah. And they later on, the Exilite had a conflict with Saudi Galaxy, but he originally hired him for a position. They had a major conflict. They were eventually able to match it up. But this is the kind of environment in which he was a religious, intellectual, academic head to the community, and at the same time a political head to the community that may be associated with wealthier powers. They frequently have to conflict with one another. That is the element that really has the longest impression on Jewish history because of their intellectual views. I alluded a moment ago to one of the activities of Sajidan, and that is his conflict with the Karaites. Karaites are a fascinating population, and I hope to return to later on in the series, but it is in this period when they really begin to see significant growth. Unlike the mainstream Jewish community, which are called the Rabbinites, who follow the interpretive tradition that includes the Talmud as a major source of how to negotiate the text of the Torah. The Karaites reject that interpretive tradition and argue that the original biblical text has to be observed much more strictly. There are many occasions in which the Talmud discusses the ambiguities in the original text of the Torah and argues that it should not be understood on face value. This is inevitable. There are so many passages in the Torah which admit of ambiguity. Sometimes there are passages in the Torah which appear to be contradictory to one another, and the only way to negotiate these contradictions is to have an interpretive tradition. So a figure in the 8th century named Anat ben David has proposed a rejection of the Talmud as a whole. Who knows the story of why exactly this happened? We have really only polemical accounts to describe his disagreement with the community as a whole. It appears that he was, for example, in line to become an exilite, but was passed over. And some have argued that this was part of the reason for his creation of an alternative interpretive tradition. But anyway, he didn't form what were called at the time Karaites, but later Karaites absorbed his legacy as their primary impetus for their religious thought. The Karaite movement, however, expanded significantly throughout these centuries, despite the long-term conflict with the Rabbinites. And here you can see in this map the many centers that they have established themselves in, and of course they exist to this very day. Now, when you look at Karaite history, for hundreds of years, historians have been forced to kind of evaluate this movement within the context of the heavy polemical religious literature that exists on the top. That is, Rabbinites like Rothschild criticized the Karaites, and Karaites criticizing Sa'ad. So it's very difficult to get a sense of how Karaitism is actually lived in real life. The Ge'eza, however, offers us a brand new picture of what it must have been like. Giza is basically this massive trove of documents which would have been thrown away, except for an unusual habit that the Jews in Cairo had of preserving everything written with Hebrew characters. So not just religious books or prayer books or Torah scrolls, things like that, but also bills of sale, marriage contracts, personal correspondence, children's doodles, all kinds of amazing things are recorded in this massive trove, which only became available to scholars in the late 19th century, and in fact is still being deciphered even to this very day. At any rate, if we look at the Giza documents, which give us a really good picture of hundreds of years of Jewish civilization as it was lived in the we see that surprisingly, the rabbinic Jews and Karaite Jews we're not talking about the religious elite that have strong antipathy towards one another. But in most communities, you see that Rabbinite Jews and Karaite Jews live side by side with the Bible. You have the examples of Jews who belong to both communities, Jews who marry between the communities, certainly affect contracts with one another, do business with one another, celebrate their celebrations with another, and by and large, the Giza portrait of Jewish communities indicate that Rabbinite and Karaite Jews got along a lot better than we would think they would if we were only looking at the parameter of religious as so we probably have to come back to this again as we go further. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this very quick overview of some of the religious, social, economic, and even technological aspects of the 7th through 11th century background. Thank you very much for watching.
Orange County Register reports officials with the independent political organization Union Del Valle say while these alerts are well intentioned, most of them are false. The organization is asking people who wanted to report online immigration enforcement actions to gather more information before doing so. This report brought to you by Sephora Solaris. Search and rescue teams in Texas are working to find more than 160 people believed to be missing since the plane that hit the central part of the state.
I've been speaking with EMS officials who are telling me that they are going to scour every single inch of the Guadalupe River all the way down to its terminus at Canyon Lake. That's 125 river miles
so we just
away.
finished talking
It's a process that could take months.
Period. And one of the communities that was most heavily influenced by the Roman Baghdad were the Jews of North Africa. Let's take a few moments to look at the origins of that community and understand how they were shaped by Muslim conquest, and we'll conclude this lecture with one of the high points of the history of scholarship. So when we speak about North Africa, there's actually a term that's used in scholar literature, which is considered the West, and it's Arabic that encompasses these countries here in modern day times, basically Libya, Algeria, Morocco, in particular, and as you can see, the population density is highest on the coast itself. As we move further south and get to the Sahara Desert, much more forbidding, much less population control. But there are Jews who are living, for example, on the southern side of the Atlas Mountain range in Morocco. So let's have a look here at the satellite program. So we can talk a little bit about the origins of these long-standing communities. Now, much of this is shrouded in legend. There is definitely, however, a significant Semitic influence in North Africa. The first
Take one of these bread out. I like the inside instead of more bread. I like the inside shit. I'm not weird, but I just eat sandwiches just the middle. Okay. I didn't get to that. I got chicken, chipotle. There you go. Oh, salt, what'd you get? Which one did you get? She got famous Philly.
Legends of the earliest
Alright. Thank you.
suggest that some of the earliest populations preparations to settle them after the relations with some of the early Canaanite people. Josephus suggests that some of Abraham's children who did not form, let's say, the Mosaic Israelite Jewish branch, that is, Abraham's children who wife Keturah, his second wife. The Torah describes his children by Keturah